Mary Stuart was so blinded that she did not see the trap, and immediately offered to prove her innocence to the satisfaction of her sister Elizabeth. But scarcely had she in her hands Mary Stuart's letter, than from arbitress she became judge, and naming commissioners to hear the parties, summoned Murray to appear and accuse his sister. Murray, who knew Elizabeth's secret intentions with regard to her rival, did not hesitate a moment. He came to England, bringing the casket containing the 3 letters we have quoted, some verses and some other papers, which proved that the Queen had not only been Bothwell's mistress during the lifetime of Darnley, but had also been aware of the assassination of her husband. On their side, Lord Herries and the Bishop of Ross, the Queen's advocates, maintained that these letters had been forged, that the handwriting was counterfeited, and demanded, in verification, experts whom they could not obtain, so that this great controversy remained pending for future ages, and to this hour nothing is yet affirmatively settled in this matter, either by scholars or historians. After a 5 months' inquiry, the Queen of England made known to the parties that not having, in these proceedings, been able to discover anything to the dishonor of accuser or accused, everything would remain in statu quo till one or the other could bring forward fresh proofs. As a result of this strange decision, Elizabeth should have sent back the regent to Scotland and have left Mary Stuart free to go where she would. But instead of that, she had her prisoner removed from Bolton Castle to Carlisle Castle, from whose terrace, to crown her with grief, poor Mary Stuart saw the blue mountains of her own Scotland. However, among the judges named by Elizabeth to examine into Mary Stuart's conduct was Thomas Howard, Duke of Norfolk. Be it that he was convinced of Mary's innocence, be it that he was urged by the ambitious project which since served as a ground for his prosecution, and which was nothing else than to wed Mary Stuart, to affiance his daughter to the young king, and to become regent of Scotland, he resolved to extricate her from her prison. Several members of the high nobility of England, among whom were the Earls of Westmoreland and Northumberland, entered into the plot and undertook to support it with all their forces. But their scheme had been communicated to the regent. He denounced it to Elizabeth, who had Norfolk arrested. Warned in time, Westmoreland and Northumberland crossed the frontiers and took refuge in the Scottish borders which were favorable to Queen Mary. The former reached Flanders, where he died in exile. The latter, given up to Murray, was sent to the castle of Lochleven, which guarded him more faithfully than it had done its royal prisoner. As to Norfolk, he was beheaded. As one sees, Mary Stuart's star had lost none of its fatal influence. Meanwhile, the regent had returned to Edinburgh, enriched with presents from Elizabeth, and having gained, in fact, his case with her, since Mary remained a prisoner. He employed himself immediately in dispersing the remainder of her adherents, and had hardly shut the gates of Lochleven Castle upon Westmoreland than, in the name of the young King James Roman VI, he pursued those who had upheld his mother's cause, and among them more particularly the Hamiltons, who since the affair of sweeping the streets of Edinburgh had been the mortal enemies of the Douglases personally. 6 of the chief members of this family were condemned to death, and only obtained commutation of the penalty into an eternal exile on the entreaties of John Knox, at that time so powerful in Scotland that Murray dared not refuse their pardon. One of the amnestied was a certain Hamilton of Bothwell, a man of ancient Scottish times, wild and vindictive as the nobles in the time of James I. He had withdrawn into the Highlands, where he had found an asylum, when he learned that Murray, who in virtue of the confiscation pronounced against exiles had given his lands to one of his favorites, had had the cruelty to expel his sick and bedridden wife from her own house, and that without giving her time to dress, and although it was in the winter. Cold, the poor woman, besides, without shelter, without clothes, and without food, had gone out of her mind, had wandered about thus for some time, an object of compassion but equally of dread, for everyone had been afraid of compromising himself by assisting her. At last, she had returned to expire of misery and cold on the threshold whence she had been driven. On learning this news, Bothwell, despite the violence of his character, displayed no anger. He merely responded with a terrible smile, "It is well, I shall avenge her." Next day Bothwell left his Highlands, and came down, disguised, into the plain, furnished with an order of admission from the Archbishop of St. Andrews to a house which this prelate, who, as one remembers, had followed the Queen's fortunes to the last moment, had at Linlithgow. This house, situated in the main street, had a wooden balcony looking on to the square and a gate which opened out into the country. Bothwell entered it at night, installed himself on the first floor, hung black cloth on the walls so that his shadow should not be seen from without, covered the floor with mattresses so that his footsteps might not be heard on the ground floor, fastened a racehorse ready saddled and bridled in the garden, hollowed out the upper part of the little gate which led to the open country so that he could pass through it at a gallop, armed himself with a loaded arquebuse, and shut himself up in the room. All these preparations had been made, one imagines, because Murray was to spend the following day in Linlithgow. But secret as they were to be rendered useless, for the regent's friends warned him that it would not be safe for him to pass through the town, which belonged almost wholly to the Hamiltons, and advised him to go by it. However, Murray was courageous, and accustomed not to give way before a real danger. He did nothing but laugh at a peril which he looked upon as imaginary, and boldly followed his first plan, which was not to go out of his way. Consequently, as the street into which the Archbishop of St. Andrew's balcony looked was on his road, he entered upon it, not going rapidly, and preceded by guards who would open up a passage for him, as his friends still counselled, but advancing at a foot's pace, delayed as he was by the great crowd which was blocking up the streets to see him. Arrived in front of the balcony, as if chance had been in tune with the murderer, the crush became so great that Murray was obliged to halt for a moment. This rest gave Bothwell time to adjust himself for a steady shot. He leaned his arquebuse on the balcony, and having taken aim with the necessary leisure and coolness, fired. Bothwell had put such a charge into the arquebuse that the ball, having passed through the regent's heart, killed the horse of a gentleman on his right. Murray fell directly, saying, "My God, I am killed." As they had seen from which window the shot was fired, the persons in the regent's train had immediately thrown themselves against the great door of the house, which looked on to the street, and had smashed it in. But they only arrived in time to see Bothwell fly through the little garden gate on the horse he had got ready. They immediately remounted the horses they had left in the street, and passing through the house, pursued him. Bothwell had a good horse and the lead of his enemies, and yet 4 of them, pistol in hand, were so well mounted that they were beginning to gain upon him. Then Bothwell, seeing that whip and spur were not enough, drew his dagger and used it to goad on his horse. His horse, under this terrible stimulus, acquired fresh vigor, and leaping a gully 18 feet deep, put between his master and his pursuers a barrier which they dared not cross. The murderer sought an asylum in France, where he retired under the protection of the Guises. There, as the bold stroke he had attempted had acquired him a great reputation, some days before the massacre of St. Bartholomew, they made him overtures to assassinate Admiral Coligny. But Bothwell indignantly repulsed these proposals, saying that he was the avenger of abuses and not an assassin, and that those who had to complain of the admiral had only to come and ask him how he had done, and to do as he. As to Murray, he died the night following his wound, leaving the regency to the Earl of Lennox, the father of Darnley. On learning the news of his death, Elizabeth wrote that she had lost her best friend. While these events were passing in Scotland, Mary Stuart was still a prisoner, in spite of the pressing and successive protests of Charles Roman IX and Henry Roman III. Taking fright at the attempt made in her favor, Elizabeth even had her removed to Sheffield Castle, round which fresh patrols were incessantly in motion. But days, months, years passed, and poor Mary, who had borne so impatiently her 11 months' captivity in Lochleven Castle, had been already led from prison to prison for 15 or 16 years, in spite of her protests and those of the French and Spanish ambassadors, when she was finally taken to Tutbury Castle and placed under the care of Sir Amyas Paulet, her last jailer. There she found for her soul lodging 2 low and damp rooms, where little by little what strength remained to her was so exhausted that there were days on which she could not walk, on account of the pain in all her limbs. Then it was that she who had been the queen of 2 kingdoms, who was born in a gilded cradle and brought up in silk and velvet, was forced to humble herself to ask of her jailer a softer bed and warmer coverings. This request, treated as an affair of state, gave rise to negotiations which lasted a month, after which the prisoner was at length granted what she asked. And yet the unhealthiness, cold, and privations of all kinds still did not work actively enough on that healthy and robust organization. They tried to convey to Paulet what a service he would render the Queen of England in cutting short the existence of her who, already condemned in her rival's mind, yet delayed to die. But Sir Amyas Paulet, coarse and harsh as he was to Mary Stuart, declared that, so long as she was with him, she would have nothing to fear from poison or dagger, because he would taste all the dishes served to his prisoner, and that no one should approach her but in his presence. In fact, some assassins, sent by Leicester, the very same who had aspired for a moment to the hand of the lovely Mary Stuart, were driven from the castle directly its stern keeper had learned with what intentions they had entered it. Elizabeth had to be patient, then, in contenting herself with tormenting her whom she could not kill, and still hoping that a fresh opportunity would occur for bringing her to trial. That opportunity, so long delayed, the fatal star of Mary Stuart at length brought. A young Catholic gentleman, a last scion of that ancient chivalry which was already dying out at that time, excited by the excommunication of Pius V, which pronounced Elizabeth fallen from her kingdom on earth and her salvation in heaven, resolved to restore liberty to Mary, who thenceforth was beginning to be looked upon, no longer as a political prisoner, but as a martyr for her faith. Accordingly, braving the law which Elizabeth had made in 1585, and which provided that, if any attempt on her person was meditated by, or for, a person who thought he had claims to the crown of England, a commission would be appointed composed of 25 members, which, to the exclusion of every other tribunal, would be empowered to examine into the offense, and to condemn the guilty persons, whosoever they might be. Babington, not at all discouraged by the example of his predecessors, assembled 5 of his friends, Catholics as zealous as himself, who engaged their life and honor in the plot of which he was the head, and which had as its aim to assassinate Elizabeth, and as result to place Mary Stuart on the English throne. But this scheme, well planned as it was revealed to Walsingham, who allowed the conspirators to go as far as he thought he could without danger, and who, the day before that fixed for the assassination, had them arrested. This imprudent and desperate attempt delighted Elizabeth, for according to the letter of the law, it finally gave her rival's life into her hands. Orders were immediately given to Sir Amyas Paulet to seize the prisoner's papers and to move her to Fotheringay Castle. The jailer then, hypocritically relaxing his usual severity, suggested to Mary Stuart that she should go riding, under the pretext that she had need of an airing. The poor prisoner, who for 3 years had only seen the country through her prison bars, joyfully accepted and left Tutbury between 2 guards, mounted, for greater security, on a horse whose feet were hobbled. These 2 guards took her to Fotheringay Castle, her new habitation, where she found the apartment she was to lodge in already hung in black. Mary Stuart had entered alive into her tomb. As to Babington and his accomplices, they had been already beheaded. Meanwhile, her 2 secretaries, Curl and Now, were arrested, and all her papers were seized and sent to Elizabeth, who, on her part, ordered the 40 commissioners to assemble and proceed without intermission to the trial of the prisoner. They arrived at Fotheringay the 14th October 1586, and next day, being assembled in the great hall of the castle, they began the examination. At first Mary refused to appear before them, declaring that she did not recognize the commissioners as judges, they not being her peers, and not acknowledging the English law, which had never afforded her protection, and which had constantly abandoned her to the rule of force. But seeing that they proceeded none the less, and that every calumny was allowed, no one being there to refute it, she resolved to appear before the commissioners. We quote the 2 interrogatories to which Mary Stuart submitted, as they are set down in the report of M. de Bellievre to M. de Villeroy. M. de Bellievre, as we shall see later, had been specially sent by King Henry Roman III to Elizabeth. Intelligence for M. Villeroy of what was done in England by M. de Bellievre about the affairs of the Queen of Scotland in the months of November and December 1586 and January 1587. The said lady being seated at the end of the table in the said hall, and the said commissioners about her. The Queen of Scotland began to speak in these terms. I do not admit that any one of you here assembled is my peer or my judge to examine me upon any charge. Thus what I do, and now tell you, is of my own free will, taking God to witness that I am innocent and pure, in conscience of the accusations and slanders of which they wish to accuse me. For I am a free princess, and born a queen, obedient to no one, save to God, to whom alone I must give an account of my actions. This is why I protest yet again that my appearance before you be not prejudicial either to me, or to the kings, princes, and potentates, my allies, nor to my son, and I require that my protest be registered, and I demand the record of it." Then the Chancellor, who was one of the commissioners, replied in his turn, and protested against the protestation. Then he ordered that there should be read over to the Queen of Scotland the commission in virtue of which they were proceeding, a commission founded on the statutes and law of the kingdom. But to this Mary Stuart made answer that she again protested, that the said statutes and laws were without force against her, because these statutes and laws are not made for persons of her condition. To this the Chancellor replied that the commission intended to proceed against her, even if she refused to answer, and declared that the trial should proceed, for she was doubly subject to indictment, the conspirators having not only plotted in her favor, but also with her consent, to which the said Queen of Scotland responded that she had never even thought of it. Upon this, the letters it was alleged she had written to Babington, and his answers were read to her. Mary Stuart then affirmed that she had never seen Babington, that she had never had any conference with him, had never in her life received a single letter from him, and that she defied anyone in the world to maintain that she had ever done anything to the prejudice of the said Queen of England, that besides, strictly guarded as she was, away from all news, withdrawn from and deprived of those nearest her, surrounded with enemies, deprived finally of all advice, she had been unable to participate in or to consent to the practices of which she was accused, that there are, besides, many persons who wrote to her what she had no knowledge of, and that she had received a number of letters without knowing whence they came to her. Then Babington's confession was read to her, but she replied that she did not know what was meant, that besides, if Babington and his accomplices had said such things, they were base men, false, and liars. "Besides," added she, "show me my handwriting and my signature, since you say that I wrote to Babington, and not copies counterfeited like these, which you have filled at your leisure with the falsehoods it has pleased you to insert." Then she was shown the letter that Babington, it was said, had written her. She glanced at it, then said, "I have no knowledge of this letter." Upon this, she was shown her reply, and she said again, "I have no more knowledge of this answer. If you will show me my own letter and my own signature containing what you say, I will acquiesce in all. But up to the present, as I have already told you, you have produced nothing worthy of credence, unless it be the copies you have invented and added to with what seemed good to you." With these words she rose, and with her eyes full of tears. "If I have ever," said she, "consented to such intrigues, having for object my sister's death, I pray God that he have neither pity nor mercy on me. I confess that I have written to several persons, that I have implored them to deliver me from my wretched prisons, where I languished, a captive and ill-treated princess, for 19 years and 7 months. But it never occurred to me, even in thought, to write or even to desire such things against the Queen. Yes, I also confess to having exerted myself for the deliverance of some persecuted Catholics, and if I had been able, and could yet, with my own blood, protect them and save them from their pains, I would have done it, and would do it for them with all my power, in order to save them from destruction." Then, turning to the secretary, Walsingham, "But my lord," said she, "from the moment I see you here, I know whence comes this blow. You have always been my greatest enemy and my son's, and you have moved everyone against me and to my prejudice." Thus accused to his face, Walsingham rose. "Madam," he replied, "I protest before God, who is my witness, that you deceive yourself, and that I have never done anything against you unworthy of a good man, either as an individual or as a public personage." This is all that was said and done that day in the proceedings, till the next day, when the Queen was again obliged to appear before the commissioners. And being seated at the end of the table of the said hall, and the said commissioners about her, she began to speak in a loud voice. You are not unaware, my lords and gentlemen, that I am a sovereign queen, anointed and consecrated in the church of God, and cannot, and ought not, for any reason whatever, be summoned to your courts, or called to your bar, to be judged by the law and statutes that you lay down. For I am a princess and free, and I do not owe to any prince more than he owes to me, and on everything of which I am accused towards my said sister, I cannot reply if you do not permit me to be assisted by counsel. And if you go further, do what you will. But from all your procedure, in reiterating my protestations, I appeal to God, who is the only just and true judge, and to the kings and princes, my allies and confederates. This protestation was once more registered, as she had required of the commissioners. Then she was told that she had further written several letters to the princes of Christendom against the Queen and the Kingdom of England. As to that, replied Mary Stuart, it is another matter, and I do not deny it. And if it was again to do, I should do as I have done to gain my liberty. For there is not a man or woman in the world, of less rank than I, who would not do it, and who would not make use of the help and succor of their friends to issue from a captivity as harsh as mine was. You charge me with certain letters from Babington. Well, I do not deny that he has written to me and that I have replied to him. But if you find in my answers a single word about the Queen my sister, well, yes, there will be good cause to prosecute me. I replied to him who wrote to me that he would set me at liberty, that I accepted his offer if he could do it without compromising the one or the other of us. That is all. As to my secretaries, added the Queen, not they, but torture spoke by their mouths. And as to the confessions of Babington and his accomplices, there is not much to be made of them. For now that they are dead, you can say all that seems good to you, and let who will believe you. With these words, the Queen refused to answer further if she were not given counsel, and renewing her protestation, she withdrew into her apartment. But, as the Chancellor had threatened, the trial was continued despite her absence. However, M. de Chateauneuf, the French ambassador to London, saw matters too near at hand to be deceived as to their course. Accordingly, at the first rumor which came to him of bringing Mary Stuart to trial, he wrote to King Henry Roman III that he might intervene in the prisoner's favor. Henry Roman III immediately dispatched to Queen Elizabeth an embassy extraordinary, of which M. de Bellievre was the chief, and at the same time, having learned that James Roman VI, Mary's son, far from interesting himself in his mother's fate, had replied to the French minister, Courcelles, who spoke to him of her, I can do nothing, let her drink what she has spilled. He wrote him the following letter to decide the young prince to second him in the steps he was going to take. 21st November, 1586. Courcelles, I have received your letter of the 4th October last, in which I have seen the discourse that the King of Scotland has held with you concerning what you have witnessed to him of the good affection I bear him, discourse in which he has given proof of desiring to reciprocate it entirely. But I wish that that letter had informed me also that he was better disposed towards the Queen his mother, and that he had the heart and the desire to arrange everything in a way to assist her in the affliction in which she now is, reflecting that the prison where she has been unjustly detained for 18 years and more has induced her to lend an ear to many things which have been proposed to her for gaining her liberty, a thing which is naturally greatly desired by all men, and more still by those who are born sovereigns and rulers, who bear being kept prisoners thus with less patience. He should also consider that if the Queen of England, my good sister, allows herself to be persuaded by the counsels of those who wish that she should stain herself with Queen Mary's blood, it will be a matter which will bring him to great dishonor, inasmuch as one will judge that he will have refused his mother the good offices that he should render her with the said Queen of England, and which would have perhaps been sufficient to move her if he would have employed them as warmly and as soon as his natural duty commanded him. Moreover, it is to be feared for him that, his mother dead, his own turn may come, and that one may think of doing as much for him, by some violent means, to make the English succession easier to seize for those who are likely to have it after the said Queen Elizabeth, and not only to defraud the said King of Scotland of the claim he can put forward, but to render doubtful even that which he has to his own crown. I do not know in what condition the affairs of my said sister-in-law will be when you receive this letter, but I will tell you that, in every case, I wish you to rouse strongly the said King of Scotland, with remonstrances and everything else which may bear on this subject, to embrace the defense and protection of his said mother, and to express to him, on my part, that as this will be a matter for which he will be greatly praised by all the other kings and sovereign princes, he must be assured that if he fails in it, there will be great censure for him, and perhaps notable injury to himself in particular. Furthermore, as to the state of my own affairs, you know that the Queen, Madam and Mother, is about to see very soon the King of Navarre, and to confer with him on the matter of the pacification of the troubles of this kingdom, to which, if he bear as much good affection as I do for my part, I hope that things may come to a good conclusion, and that my subjects will have some respite from the great evils and calamities that the war occasions them, supplicating the Creator, Curcelles, that he may have you in his holy keeping. Written at Saint-Germain-en-Laye, the 21st day of November 1586. Signed, Henry. And below, Brulot. This letter finally decided James Roman VI to make a kind of demonstration in his mother's favor. He sent Grey, Robert Melville, and Keith to Queen Elizabeth. But although London was nearer Edinburgh than was Paris, the French envoys reached it before the Scotch. It is true that on reaching Calais, the 27th of November, M. de Bellievre had found a special messenger there to tell him not to lose an instant, from M. de Chateauneuf, who, to provide for every difficulty, had chartered a vessel ready in the harbor. But however great the speed these noble lords wished to make, they were obliged to await the wind's goodwill, which did not allow them to put to sea till Friday 28th at midnight. Next day also, on reaching Dover at 9 o'clock, they were so shaken by seasickness that they were forced to stay a whole day in the town to recover, so that it was not till Sunday 30th that M. de Bellievre was able to set out in the coach that M. Chateauneuf sent him by M. de Brancquelin, and take the road to London, accompanied by the gentlemen of his suite, who rode on post horses, but resting only a few hours on the way to make up for lost time, they at last arrived in London, Sunday the 1st of December at midday. M. de Bellievre immediately sent one of the gentlemen of his suite, named M. de Villiers, to the Queen of England, who was holding her court at Richmond Castle. The decree had been secretly pronounced already 6 days and submitted to Parliament, which was to deliberate upon it with closed doors. The French ambassadors could not have chosen a worse moment to approach Elizabeth, and to gain time, she declined to receive M. de Villiers, returning the answer that he would himself know next day the reason for this refusal. And indeed, next day, the rumor spread in London that the French embassy had contagion, and that 2 of the lords in it, having died of the plague at Calais, the Queen, whatever wish she might have to be agreeable to Henry Roman III, could not endanger her precious existence by receiving his envoys. Great was the astonishment of M. de Bellievre at learning this news. He protested that the Queen was led into error by a false report, and insisted on being received. Nevertheless, the delays lasted another 6 days, but as the ambassadors threatened to depart without waiting longer, and as, upon the whole, Elizabeth, disquieted by Spain, had no desire to embroil herself with France, she had M. de Bellievre informed on the morning of the 7th of December that she was ready to receive him after dinner at Richmond Castle, together with the noblemen of his suite. At the appointed time, the French ambassadors presented themselves at the castle gates, and having been brought to the Queen, found her seated on her throne and surrounded by the greatest lords in her kingdom. Then de Chateauneuf and de Bellievre, the one the ambassador in ordinary and the other the envoy extraordinary, having greeted her on the part of the King of France, began to make her the remonstrances with which they were charged. Elizabeth replied, not only in the same French tongue, but also in the most beautiful speech in use at that time, and carried away by passion, pointed out to the envoys of her brother Henry that the Queen of Scotland had always proceeded against her, and that this was the 3rd time that she had wished to attempt her life by an infinity of ways, which she had already borne too long, and with too much patience, but that never had anything so profoundly cut her to the heart as her last conspiracy. That event, added she with sadness, having caused her to sigh more and to shed more tears than the loss of all her relations, so much the more that the Queen of Scotland was her near relative and closely connected with the King of France. And as, in their remonstrances, de Chateauneuf and de Bellievre had brought forward several examples drawn from history, she assumed, in reply to them on this occasion, the pedantic style which was usual with her, and told them that she had seen and read a great many books in her life, and 1,000 more than others of her sex and her rank were wont to, but that she had never found in them a single example of a deed like that attempted on her, a deed pursued by a relative, whom the king her brother could not and ought not to support in her wickedness, when it was, on the contrary, his duty to hasten the just punishment of it. Then she added, addressing herself specially to M. de Bellievre, and coming down again from the height of her pride to a gracious countenance, that she greatly regretted he was not deputed for a better occasion, that in a few days she would reply to King Henry her brother, concerning whose health she was solicitous, as well as that of the Queen Mother, who must experience such great fatigue from the trouble she took to restore peace to her son's kingdom. And then, not wishing to hear more, she withdrew into her room. The envoys returned to London, where they awaited the promised reply, but while they were expecting it unavailingly, they heard quietly the sentence of death given against Queen Mary, which decided them to return to Richmond to make fresh remonstrances to Queen Elizabeth. After 2 or 3 fruitless journeys, they were at last, December 15th, admitted for the second time to the royal presence. The Queen did not deny that the sentence had been pronounced, and as it was easy to see that she did not intend in this case to use her right of pardon, M. de Bellievre, judging that there was nothing to be done, asked for a safe conduct to return to his king. Elizabeth promised it to him within 2 or 3 days. On the following Tuesday, the 17th of the same month of December, Parliament as well as the chief lords of the realm were convoked at the Palace of Westminster, and there, in full court and before all, sentence of death was proclaimed and pronounced against Mary Stuart. Then this same sentence, with great display and great solemnity, was read in the squares and at the crossroads of London, whence it spread throughout the kingdom. And upon this proclamation the bells rang for 24 hours, while the strictest orders were given to each of the inhabitants to light bonfires in front of their houses, as is the custom in France on the eve of St. John the Baptist. Then, amid this sound of bells, by the light of these bonfires, M. de Bellievre, wishing to make a last effort, in order to have nothing with which to reproach himself, wrote the following letter to Queen Elizabeth. Madam, we quitted your Majesty yesterday, expecting, as it had pleased you to inform us, to receive in a few days your reply touching the prayer that we made you on behalf of our good master, your brother, for the Queen of Scotland, his sister-in-law and confederate. But as this morning, we have been informed that the judgment given against the said Queen has been proclaimed in London, although we had promised ourselves another issue from your clemency and the friendship you bear to the said Lord King, your good brother, nevertheless, to neglect no part of our duty, and believing in so doing to serve the intentions of the King our master, we have not wanted to fail to write to you this present letter, in which we supplicate you once again, very humbly, not to refuse His Majesty the very pressing and very affectionate prayer that he has made you, that you will be pleased to preserve the life of the said Lady Queen of Scotland, which the said Lord King will receive as the greatest pleasure your Majesty could do him, while on the contrary he could not imagine anything which would cause him more displeasure, and which would wound him more, than if he were used harshly with regard to the said Lady Queen, being what she is to him. And as, Madam, the said King our master, your good brother, when for this object he dispatched us to your Majesty, had not conceived that it was possible, in any case, to determine so promptly upon such an execution, we implore you, Madam, very humbly, before permitting it to go further, to grant us some time in which we can make known to him the state of the affairs of the said Queen of Scotland, in order that before your Majesty takes a final resolution, you may know what it may please His very Christian Majesty to tell you and point out to you on the greatest affair which, in our memory, has been submitted to men's judgment. Monsieur de Saint Cyr, who will give these presents to your Majesty, will bring us, if it pleases you, your good reply. London, this 16th day of December, 1586. signed de Bellievre and de l'Aubespine Chateauneuf. The same day, M. de Saint Cyr and the other French lords returned to Richmond to take this letter. But the Queen would not receive them, alleging indisposition, so that they were obliged to leave the letter with Walsingham, her first Secretary of State, who promised them to send the Queen's answer the following day. In spite of this promise, the French lords waited 2 days more. At last, on the second day, towards evening, 2 English gentlemen sought out M. de Bellievre in London, and viva voce, without any letter to confirm what they were charged to say, announced to him, on behalf of their Queen, that in reply to the letter that they had written her, and to do justice to the desire they had shown to obtain for the condemned a reprieve during which they would make known the decision to the King of France, Her Majesty would grant 12 days. As this was Elizabeth's last word, and it was useless to lose time in pressing her further, M. de Genlis was immediately dispatched to His Majesty the King of France, to whom, besides the long dispatch of M. de Chateauneuf and de Bellievre which he was charged to remit, he was to say, viva voce, what he had seen and heard relative to the affairs of Queen Mary during the whole time he had been in England. Henry Roman III responded immediately with a letter containing fresh instructions from de Chateauneuf and de Bellievre, but in spite of all the haste M. de Genlis could make, he did not reach London till the 14th day, that is to say, 48 hours after the expiration of the delay granted. Nevertheless, as the sentence had not yet been put into execution, de Bellievre and de Chateauneuf set out at once for Greenwich Castle, some miles from London, where the Queen was keeping Christmas, to beg her to grant them an audience, in which they could transmit to Her Majesty their King's reply, but they could obtain nothing for 4 or 5 days. However, as they were not disheartened, and returned unceasingly to the charge, January 6th, de Bellievre and de Chateauneuf were at last sent for by the Queen. As on the first occasion, they were introduced with all the ceremonial in use at that time, and found Elizabeth in an audience chamber. The ambassadors approached her, greeted her, and M. de Bellievre began to address to her with respect, but at the same time with firmness, his master's remonstrances. Elizabeth listened to them with an impatient air, fidgeting in her seat. Then at last, unable to control herself, she burst out, rising and growing red with anger. M. de Bellievre, said she, are you really charged by the King, my brother, to speak to me in such a way? Yes, madam, replied M. de Bellievre, bowing. I am expressly commanded to do so. And have you this command under his hand? Continued Elizabeth. Yes, madam, returned the ambassador with the same calmness. And the King, my master, your good brother, has expressly charged me, in letters signed by his own hand, to make to your Majesty the remonstrances which I have had the honor to address to you. Well, cried Elizabeth, no longer containing herself, I demand of you a copy of that letter, signed by you, and reflect that you will answer for each word that you take away or add. Madam, answered M. de Bellievre, it is not the custom of the kings of France, or of their agents, to forge letters or documents. You will have the copies you require tomorrow morning, and I pledge their accuracy on my honor. Enough, sir, enough, said the Queen, and signing to everyone in the room to go out, she remained nearly an hour with M. de Chateauneuf and de Bellievre. No one knows what passed in that interview, except that the Queen promised to send an ambassador to the King of France, who, she promised, would be in Paris, if not before, at least at the same time as M. de Bellievre, and would be the bearer of her final resolve as to the affairs of the Queen of Scotland. Elizabeth then withdrew, giving the French envoys to understand that any fresh attempt they might make to see her would be useless. On the 13th of January, the ambassadors received their passports, and at the same time notice that a vessel of the Queen's was awaiting them at Dover. The very day of their departure, a strange incident occurred. A gentleman named Stafford, a brother of Elizabeth's ambassador to the King of France, presented himself at M. de Traps's, one of the officials in the French Chancellery, telling him that he was acquainted with a prisoner for debt who had a matter of the utmost importance to communicate to him, and that he might pay the greater attention to it. He told him that this matter was connected with the service of the King of France and concerned the affairs of Queen Mary of Scotland. M. de Trappes, although mistrusting this overture from the first, did not want, in case his suspicions deceived him, to have to reproach himself for any neglect on such a pressing occasion. He repaired then with Mr. Stafford to the prison, where he who wished to converse with him was detained. When he was with him, the prisoner told him that he was locked up for a debt of only 20 crowns, and that his desire to be at liberty was so great that if M. de Chateauneuf would pay that sum for him, he would undertake to deliver the Queen of Scotland from her danger by stabbing Elizabeth. To this proposal, M. de Trappes, who saw the pitfall laid for the French ambassador, was greatly astonished, and said that he was certain that M. de Chateauneuf would consider as very evil every enterprise having as its aim to threaten in any way the life of Queen Elizabeth or the peace of the realm. Then, not desiring to hear more, he returned to M. de Chateauneuf and related to him what had just happened. M. de Chateauneuf, who perceived the real cause of this overture, immediately said to Mr. Stafford that he thought it strange that a gentleman like himself should undertake with another gentleman such treachery, and requested him to leave the embassy at once, and never to set foot there again. Then Stafford withdrew, and appearing to think himself a lost man, he implored M. de Trappes to allow him to cross the Channel with him and the French envoys. M. de Trappes referred him to M. de Chateauneuf, who answered Mr. Stafford directly that he had not only forbidden him his house, but also all relations with any person from the embassy, that he must thus very well see that his request could not be granted. He added that if he were not restrained by the consideration he desired to keep for his brother, the Earl of Stafford, his colleague, he would at once denounce his treason to Elizabeth. The same day Stafford was arrested. After this conference, M. de Trappes set out to rejoin his traveling companions, who were some hours in advance of him, when, on reaching Dover, he was arrested in his turn and brought hack to prison in London. Interrogated the same day, M. de Trappes frankly related what had passed, appealing to M. de Chateauneuf as to the truth of what he said. The day following there was a second interrogatory, and great was his amazement when, on requesting that the one of the day before should be shown him, he was merely shown, according to custom in English law, counterfeit copies, in which were avowals compromising him as well as M. de Chateauneuf. He objected and protested, refused to answer or to sign anything further, and was taken back to the Tower with redoubled precaution, the object of which was the appearance of an important accusation. Next day M. de Chateauneuf was summoned before the Queen, and there confronted with Stafford, who impudently maintained that he had treated of a plot with M. de Trappes and a certain prisoner for debt, a plot which aimed at nothing less than endangering the Queen's life. M. de Chateauneuf defended himself with the warmth of indignation, but Elizabeth had too great an interest in being unconvinced even to attend to the evidence. She then said to M. de Chateauneuf that his character of ambassador alone prevented her having him arrested like his accomplice M. de Trappes, and immediately dispatching, as she had promised, an ambassador to King Henry Roman III, she charged him not to excuse her for the sentence which had just been pronounced, and the death which must soon follow, but to accuse M. de Chateauneuf of having taken part in a plot of which the discovery alone had been able to decide her to consent to the death of the Queen of Scotland, certain as she was by experience, that so long as her enemy lived her existence would be hourly threatened. On the same day, Elizabeth made haste to spread, not only in London, but also throughout England, the rumor of the fresh danger from which she had just escaped, so that, when 2 days after the departure of the French envoys, the Scottish ambassadors, who, as one sees, had not used much speed, arrived, the Queen answered them that their request came unseasonably, at a time when she had just had proof that, so long as Mary Stuart existed, her own, Elizabeth's life was in danger. Robert Melville wished to reply to this, but Elizabeth flew into a passion, saying that it was he, Melville, who had given the King of Scotland the bad advice to intercede for his mother, and that if she had such an adviser, she would have him beheaded. To which Melville answered that at the risk of his life, he would never spare his master good advice, and that, on the contrary, he who would counsel a son to let his mother perish would deserve to be beheaded. Upon this reply, Elizabeth ordered the Scotch envoys to withdraw, telling them that she would let them have her answer. 3 or 4 days passed, and as they heard nothing further, they asked again for a parting audience to hear the last resolve of her to whom they were sent. The Queen then decided to grant it, and all passed, as with M. de Bellievre, in recriminations and complaints. Finally, Elizabeth asked them what guarantee they would give for her life in the event of her consenting to pardon the Queen of Scotland. The envoys responded that they were authorized to make pledges in the name of the King of Scotland, their master, and all the lords of his realm, that Mary Stuart should renounce in favor of her son all her claims upon the English crown, and that she should give as security for this undertaking the King of France, and all the princes and lords, his relations and friends. To this answer, the Queen, without her usual presence of mind, cried, "What are you saying, Melville? That would be to arm my enemy with 2 claims, while he has only 1. Does your Majesty then regard the King, my master, as your enemy?" replied Melville. "He believed himself happier, madam, and thought he was your ally." "No, no," Elizabeth said, blushing. "It is a way of speaking, and if you find a means of reconciling everything, gentlemen, to prove to you, on the contrary, that I regard King James Roman VI as my good and faithful ally, I am quite ready to incline to mercy. Seek, then, on your side," added she, "while I seek on mine." With these words, she went out of the room, and the ambassadors retired, with the light of the hope of which she had just let them catch a glimpse. The same evening, a gentleman at the court sought out the Master of Grey, the head of the embassy, as if to pay him a civil visit, and while conversing said to him that it was very difficult to reconcile the safety of Queen Elizabeth with the life of her prisoner, that besides, if the Queen of Scotland were pardoned, and she or her son ever came to the English throne, there would be no security for the Lords Commissioners who had voted her death, that there was then only one way of arranging everything, that the King of Scotland should himself give up his claims to the Kingdom of England, that otherwise, according to him, there was no security for Elizabeth in saving the life of the Scottish Queen. The Master of Grey then, looking at him fixedly, asked him if his sovereign had charged him to come to him with this talk, but the gentleman denied it, saying that all this was on his own account and in the way of opinion. Elizabeth received the envoys from Scotland once more, and then told them that after having well considered, she had found no way of saving the life of the Queen of Scotland while securing her own, that accordingly she could not grant it to them. To this declaration, the Master of Grey replied that since it was thus, he was, in this case, ordered by his master to say that they protested in the name of King James that all that had been done against his mother was of no account, seeing that Queen Elizabeth had no authority over a queen, as she was her equal in rank and birth, that accordingly they declared that immediately after their return, and when their master should know the result of their mission, he would assemble his parliament and send messengers to all the Christian princes, to take counsel with them as to what could be done to avenge her whom they could not save. Then Elizabeth again flew into a passion, saying that they had certainly not received from their king a mission to speak to her in such a way, but they thereupon offered to give her this protest in writing under their signatures, to which Elizabeth replied that she would send an ambassador to arrange all that with her good friend and ally, the King of Scotland. But the envoys then said that their master would not listen to anyone before their return, upon which Elizabeth begged them not to go away at once, because she had not yet come to her final decision upon this matter. On the evening following this audience, Lord Hingley, having come to see the Master of Grey, and having seemed to notice some handsome pistols which came from Italy, Grey, directly he had gone, asked this nobleman's cousin to take them to him as a gift from him. Delighted with this pleasant commission, the young man wished to perform it the same evening, and went to the Queen's palace, where his relative was staying, to give him the present which he had been told to take to him. But hardly had he passed through a few rooms than he was arrested, searched, and the arms he was taking were found upon him. Although these were not loaded, he was immediately arrested, only he was not taken to the Tower, but kept a prisoner in his own room. Next day there was a rumor that the Scotch ambassadors had wanted to assassinate the Queen in their turn, and that pistols, given by the Master of Grey himself, had been found on the assassin. This bad faith could not but open the envoys' eyes. Convinced at last that they could do nothing for poor Mary Stuart, they left her to her fate and set out next day for Scotland. Scarcely were they gone than Elizabeth sent her secretary, Davison, to Sir Amyas Paulet. He was instructed to sound him again with regard to the prisoner. Afraid, in spite of herself, of a public execution, the Queen had reverted to her former ideas of poisoning or assassination. But Sir Amyas Paulet declared that he would let no one have access to Mary but the executioner, who must in addition be the bearer of a warrant perfectly in order. Davison reported this answer to Elizabeth, who, while listening to him, stamped her foot several times, and when he had finished, unable to control herself, cried, "God's death! There's a dainty fellow, always talking of his fidelity and not knowing how to prove it." Elizabeth was then obliged to make up her mind. She asked Davison for the warrant. He gave it to her, and forgetting that she was the daughter of a queen who had died on the scaffold, she signed it without any trace of emotion. Then, having affixed to it the Great Seal of England, "Go," said she, laughing, "tell Walsingham that all is ended for Queen Mary, but tell him with precautions, for, as he is ill, I am afraid he will die of grief when he hears it." The jest was the more atrocious, in that Walsingham was known to be the Queen of Scotland's bitterest enemy. Towards evening of that day, Saturday the 14th, Beale, Walsingham's brother-in-law, was summoned to the palace. The Queen gave into his hands the death warrant, and with it an order addressed to the Earls of Shrewsbury, Kent, Rutland, and other noblemen in the neighbourhood of Fotheringay to be present at the execution. Beale took with him the London executioner, whom Elizabeth had dressed in black velvet for this great occasion, and set out 2 hours after he had received his warrant. Chapter 9. Queen Mary had known the decree of the commissioners these 2 months. The very day it had been pronounced, she had learned the news through her chaplain, whom they had allowed her to see this once only. Mary Stuart had taken advantage of this visit to give him 3 letters. She had just written one for Pope Sixtus V, the other to Don Bernard Mendoza, the third to the Duke of Guise. Here is that last letter. 14th December, 1586. My good cousin, whom I hold dearest in the world, I bid you farewell, being prepared to be put to death by an unjust judgment, and to a death such as no one of our race, thanks to God, and never a queen, and still less one of my rank, has ever suffered. But, good cousin, praise the Lord, for I was useless to the cause of God and of his church in this world, prisoner as I was, while, on the contrary, I hope that my death will bear witness to my constancy in the faith, and to my willingness to suffer for the maintenance and the restoration of the Catholic Church in this unfortunate island. And though never has executioner dipped his hand in our blood, have no shame of it, my friend, for the judgment of heretics who have no authority over me, a free queen, is profitable in the sight of God to the children of his church. If I adhered, moreover, to what they proposed to me, I should not suffer this stroke. All of our house have been persecuted by this sect, witness your good father, through whose intercession I hope to be received with mercy by the just judge. I commend to you, then, my poor servants, the discharge of my debts, and the founding of some annual mass for my soul, not at your expense, but that you may make the arrangements, as you will be required when you learn my wishes through my poor and faithful servants, who are about to witness my last tragedy. God prosper you, your wife, children, brothers, and cousins, and above all our chief, my good brother and cousin, and all his. The blessing of God, and that which I shall give to my children be on yours, whom I do not commend less to God than my own son, unfortunate and ill-treated as he is. You will receive some rings from me, which will remind you to pray God for the soul of your poor cousin, deprived of all help and counsel except that of the Lord, who gives me strength and courage to alone to resist so many wolves howling after me. To God be the glory. Believe particularly what will be told you by a person who will give you a ruby ring from me, for I take it on my conscience that the truth will be told you of what I have charged him to tell, and especially in what concerns my poor servants and the share of any. I commend this person to you for his simple sincerity and honesty, that he may be placed in some good place. I have chosen him as the least partial, and as the one who will most simply bring you my commands. Ignore, I beg you, that he told you anything in particular, for envy might injure him. I have suffered a great deal for 2 years and more, and have not been able to let you know, for an important reason. God be praised for all, and give you grace to persevere in the service of his church as long as you live, and never may this honor pass from our race, while so many men and women are ready to shed their blood to maintain the fight for the faith. all other worldly considerations set aside. And as to me, I esteem myself born on both father's and mother's sides, that I should offer up my blood for this cause, and I have no intention of degenerating. Jesus, crucified for us, and all the holy martyrs, make us by their intercession worthy of the voluntary offering we make of our bodies to their glory. From Fotheringay, this Thursday, 24th November. They have, thinking to degrade me, pulled down my canopy of state, and since then my keeper has come to offer to write to their queen, saying this deed was not done by his order, but by the advice of some of the council. I have shown them, instead of my arms on the said canopy, the cross of our Lord. You will hear all this. They have been more gentle since. Your affectionate cousin and perfect friend, Mary, Queen of Scotland, Dowager of France. From this day forward, when she learned the sentence delivered by the commissioners, Mary Stuart no longer preserved any hope, for as she knew Elizabeth's pardon was required to save her, she looked upon herself thenceforward as lost, and only concerned herself with preparing to die well. Indeed, as it had happened to her sometimes, from the cold and damp in her prisons, to become crippled for some time in all her limbs, she was afraid of being so when they would come to take her, which would prevent her going resolutely to the scaffold, as she was counting on doing. So on Saturday, the 14th February, she sent for her doctor, Bergen, and asked him, moved by a presentiment that her death was at hand, she said, what she must do to prevent the return of the pains which crippled her. He replied that it would be good for her to medicine herself with fresh herbs. Go then, said the queen, and ask Sir Amyas Paulet from me permission to seek them in the fields. Bergen went to Sir Amyas, who, as he himself was troubled with sciatica, should have understood better than anyone the need of the remedies for which the queen asked. But this request, simple as it was, raised great difficulties. Sir Amyas replied that he could do nothing without referring to his companion, Drury, but that paper and ink might be brought, and that he, Master Bergen, could then make a list of the needful plants which they would try to procure. Bergen answered that he did not know English well enough, and that the village apothecaries did not know enough Latin for him to risk the queen's life for some error by himself or others. Finally, after 1,000 hesitations, Paulet allowed Bergen to go out, which he did, accompanied by the apothecary Gorgian, so that the following day the queen was able to begin to doctor herself. Mary Stuart's presentiments had not deceived her. Tuesday, February 17th, at about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the Earls of Kent and Shrewsbury and Beale sent word to the Queen that they desired to speak with her. The Queen answered that she was ill and in bed, but that if notwithstanding what they had to tell her was a matter of importance, and they would give her a little time, she would get up. They made answer that the communication they had to make admitted of no delay, that they begged her then to make ready, which the Queen immediately did, and rising from her bed and cloaking herself, she went and seated herself at a little table, on the same spot where she was wont to be great part of the day. Then the two earls, accompanied by Beale, Amyas Paulet, and Drew Drury, entered. Behind them, drawn by curiosity, full of terrible anxiety, came her dearest ladies and most cherished servants. These were of womenkind, the Mrs. Renée de Really, Gilles Mowbray, Jean Kennedy, Elspeth Curl, Mary Paget, and Susan Kirkcaldy, and of menkind, Dominique Bergen her doctor, Pierre Gorgian her apothecary, Jacques Gervais her surgeon, Annabel Stuart her footman, Dither Sifflart her butler, Jean Lauder her baker, and Martin Hewitt her carver. Then the Earl of Shrewsbury, with head bared like all those present, who remained thus as long as they were in the Queen's room, began to say in English, addressing Mary, Madam, the Queen of England, my august mistress, has sent me to you, with the Earl of Kent and Sir Robert Beale here present, to make known to you that after having honourably proceeded in the inquiry into the deed of which you are accused and found guilty, an inquiry which has already been submitted to your Grace by Lord Buckhurst, and, having delayed as long as it was in her power the execution of the sentence, she can no longer withstand the importunity of her subjects, who press her to carry it out, so great and loving is their fear for her. For this purpose we have come the bearers of a commission, and we beg very humbly, madam, that it may please you to hear it read. Read, my lord, I am listening, replied Mary Stuart with the greatest calmness. Then Robert Beale unrolled the said commission, which was on parchment, sealed with the great seal in yellow wax, and read as follows. Elizabeth, by the grace of God, Queen of England, France and Ireland, etc., to our beloved and faithful cousins, George, Earl of Shrewsbury, Grand Marshal of England, Henry, Earl of Kent, Henry, Earl of Derby, George, Earl of Cumberland, Henry, Earl of Pembroke, greeting. The Earls of Cumberland, Derby and Pembroke did not attend to the Queen's orders, and were present neither at the reading of the sentence nor at the execution. Considering the sentence by us given, and others of our council, nobility and judges, against the former Queen of Scotland, bearing the name of Mary, daughter and heiress of James V., King of Scotland, commonly called Queen of Scotland and Dowager of France, which sentence all the estates of our realm in our last Parliament assembled not only concluded, but after mature deliberation, ratified as being just and reasonable, considering also the urgent prayer and request of our subjects, begging us and pressing us to proceed to the publication thereof, and to carry it into execution against her person, according as they judge it duly merited, adding in this place that her detention was, and would be daily a certain and evident danger, not only to our life, but also to themselves and their posterity, and to the public weal of this realm, as much on account of the gospel and the true religion of Christ, as of the peace and tranquillity of this state, although the said sentence has been frequently delayed, so that even until this time we abstained from issuing the commission to execute it. Yet, for the complete satisfaction of the said demands made by the estates of our Parliament, through which daily we hear that all our friends and subjects, as well as the nobility, the wisest, greatest, and most pious, nay, even those of inferior condition, with all humility and affection from the care they have of our life, and consequently from the fear they have of the destruction of the present divine and happy state of the realm if we spare the final execution, consenting and desiring the said execution, though the general and continual demands, prayers, counsels, and advice were in such things contrary to our natural inclination. Yet, being convinced of the urgent weight of their continual intercessions tending to the safety of our person, and also to the public and private state of our realm, we have at last consented and suffered that justice have its course, and for its execution, considering the singular confidence we have in your fidelity and loyalty together for the love and affection that you have toward us, particularly to the safeguarding of our person and our country of which you are very noble and chief members, we summon, and for the discharge of it we enjoin you, that at sight of these presents you go to the castle of Fotheringay, where the former Queen of Scotland is, in the care of our friend and faithful servant and counsellor, Sir Amyas Paulet, and there take into your keeping, and do that by your command execution be done on her person, in the presence of yourselves and the said Sir Amyas Paulet, and of all the other officers of justice whom you command to be there. In the meantime, we have for this end and this execution given warrant in such a way and manner, and in such a time and place, and by such persons, that you 5, 4, 3, or 2 find expedient in your discretion, notwithstanding all laws, statutes, and ordinances whatsoever, contrary to these presents, sealed with our great seal of England, which will serve for each of you and all those who are present, or will make by your order anything pertaining to the execution aforesaid full and sufficient discharge for ever. Done and given in our house at Greenwich, the 1st day of February, 10th February New Style, in the 29th year of our reign. Mary listened to this reading with great calmness and great dignity, then, when it was ended, making the sign of the cross. "Welcome," said she, "to all news which comes in the name of God. Thanks, Lord, for that you deign to put an end to all the ills you have seen me suffer for 19 years and more." "Madam," said the Earl of Kent, "have no ill will towards us on account of your death. It was necessary to the peace of the state and the progress of the new religion." "So," cried Mary with delight, "so I shall have the happiness of dying for the faith of my fathers. Thus God deigns to grant me the glory of martyrdom. Thanks, God," added she, joining her hands with less excitement but with more piety, "thanks that you have deigned to destine for me such an end, of which I was not worthy. That, O my God, is indeed a proof of your love, and an assurance that you will receive me in the number of your servants. For although this sentence had been notified to me, I was afraid, from the manner in which they have dealt with me for 19 years, of not yet being so near as I am to such a happy end. thinking that your queen would not dare to lay a hand on me, who, by the grace of God, am a queen as she is, the daughter of a queen as she is, crowned as she is, her near relative, granddaughter of King Henry Roman VII, and who has had the honor of being Queen of France, of which I am still dowager. And this fear was so much the greater, added she, laying her hand on a New Testament which was near her on the little table, that I swear on this holy book, I have never attempted, consented to, or even desired the death of my sister, the Queen of England. Madam, replied the Earl of Kent, taking a step towards her and pointing to the New Testament, this book on which you have sworn is not genuine, since it is the papist version. Consequently, your oath cannot be considered as any more genuine than the book on which it has been taken. My lord, answered the Queen, what you say may befit you, but not me, who well know that this book is the true and faithful version of the word of the Lord, a version made by a very wise divine, a very good man, and approved by the Church. Madam, the Earl of Kent returned, your grace stopped at what you were taught in your youth, without inquiry as to whether it was good or bad. It is not surprising, then, that you have remained in your error, for want of having heard anyone who could make known the truth to you. This is why, as your grace has but a few hours longer to remain in this world, and consequently has no time to lose, with your permission we shall send for the Dean of Peterborough, the most learned man there is on the subject of religion, who, with his word, will prepare you for your salvation, which you risk to our great grief and that of our august Queen, by all the papistical follies, abominations, and childish nonsense which keep Catholics away from the holy word of God and the knowledge of the truth. You mistake, my lord, replied the Queen gently, if you have believed that I have grown up careless in the faith of my fathers, and without seriously occupying myself with a matter so important as religion. I have, on the contrary, spent my life with learned and wise men who taught me what one must learn on this subject, and I have sustained myself by reading their works, since the means of hearing them has been taken from me. Besides, never having doubted in my lifetime, doubt is not likely to seize me in my death hour. And there is the Earl of Shrewsbury, here present, who will tell you that, since my arrival in England, I have, for an entire Lent, of which I repent, heard your wisest doctors, without their arguments having made any impression on my mind. It will be useless, then, my lord, she added, smiling, to summon to one so hardened as I the Dean of Peterborough, learned as he is. The only thing I ask you in exchange, my lord, and for which I shall be grateful to you beyond expression, is that you will send me my almoner, whom you keep shut up in this house, to console me and prepare me for death, or in his stead another priest, be he who he may. If only a poor priest from a poor village, I being no harder to please than God, and not asking that he have knowledge, provided that he has faith. It is with regret, madam, replied the Earl of Kent, that I find myself obliged to refuse your grace's request, but it would be contrary to our religion and our conscience, and we should be culpable in doing it. This is why we again offer you the venerable Dean of Peterborough, certain that your grace will find more consolation and content in him than in any bishop, priest, or vicar of the Catholic faith. Thank you, my lord, said the Queen again, but I have nothing to do with him, and as I have a conscience free of the crime for which I am about to die, with God's help, martyrdom will take the place of confession for me. And now I will remind you, my lord, of what you told me yourself, that I have but a few hours to live, and these few hours, to profit me, should be passed in prayer and meditation, and not in idle disputes. With these words she rose, and bowing to the Earls, Sir Robert Beale, Amyas, and Drury, she indicated, by a gesture full of dignity, that she wished to be alone and in peace. Then, as they prepared to go out, "Apropos, my lords," said she, "for what o'clock should I make ready to die?" "For 8 o'clock tomorrow, madam," answered the Earl of Shrewsbury, stammering. "It is well," said Mary, "but have you not some reply to make me, from my sister Elizabeth, relative to a letter which I wrote to her about a month ago?" "And of what did this letter treat, if it please you, madam?" asked the Earl of Kent. "Of my burial and my funeral ceremony, my lord. I asked to be interred in France, in the Cathedral Church of Rheims, near the late Queen my mother." "That may not be, madam," replied the Earl of Kent, "but do not trouble yourself as to all these details. The Queen, my august mistress, will provide for them as is suitable. Has your grace anything else to ask us?" "I would also like to know," said Mary, "if my servants will be allowed to return, each to his own country, with the little that I can give him, which will hardly be enough, in any case, for the long service they have done me, and the long imprisonment they have borne on my account." "We have no instructions on that head, madam," the Earl of Kent said, "but we think that an order will be given for this, as for the other things, in accordance with your wishes. Is this all that your grace has to say to us?" "Yes, my lord," replied the queen, bowing a second time, "and now you may withdraw." "One moment, my lords, in heaven's name, one moment," cried the old physician, coming forward and throwing himself on his knees before the two earls. "What do you want?" asked Lord Shrewsbury. "To point out to you, my lords," replied the aged Burgon, weeping, "that you have granted the queen but a very short time for such an important matter as this of her life. Reflect, my lords, what rank and degree she whom you have condemned has held among the princes of this earth, and consider if it is well and seemly to treat her as an ordinary condemned person of middling estate. And if not for the sake of this noble queen, my lords, do this for the sake of us her poor servants, who, having had the honor of living near her so long, cannot thus part from her so quickly and without preparation. Besides, my lords, think of it, a woman of her state and position ought to have some time in which to set in order her last affairs. And what will become of her and of us if before dying our mistress has not time to regulate her jointure and her accounts, and to put in order her papers and her title deeds? She has services to reward and offices of piety to perform. She should not neglect the one or the other. Besides, we know that she will only concern herself with us, and through this, my lords, neglect her own salvation. Grant her, then, a few more days, my lords, and as our mistress is too proud to ask of you such a favor, I ask you in all our names, and implore you not to refuse to poor servants a request which your august queen would certainly not refuse them, if they had the good fortune to be able to lay it at her feet." "Is it then true, madam," Sir Robert Beale asked, "that you have not yet made a will?" "I have not, sir," the queen answered. "In that case, my lords," said Sir Robert Beale, turning to the two earls, "perhaps it would be a good thing to put it off for a day or two." "Impossible, sir," replied the Earl of Shrewsbury. "The time is fixed, and we cannot change anything, even by a minute now." "Enough, Burgon, enough," said the queen. "Rise, I command you." Burgon obeyed, and the Earl of Shrewsbury, turning to Sir Amyas Paulet, who was behind him. "Sir Amyas," said he, "we entrust this lady to your keeping. You will charge yourself with her and keep her safe till our return." With these words he went out, followed by the Earl of Kent, Sir Robert Beale, Amyas Paulet, and Drury, and the queen remained alone with her servants. Then, turning to her women, with as serene a countenance, as if the event which had just taken place was of little importance. "Well, Jean," said she, speaking to Kennedy, "have I not always told you, and was I not right, that at the bottom of their hearts they wanted to do this? And did I not see clearly through all their procedure the end they had in view, and know well enough that I was too great an obstacle to their false religion to be allowed to live? Come," continued she, "hasten supper now, that I may put my affairs in order." Then, seeing that instead of obeying her, her servants were weeping and lamenting, "My children," said she, with a sad smile, but without a tear in her eye, "it is no time for weeping, quite the contrary. For if you love me, you ought to rejoice that the Lord, in making me die for his cause, relieves me from the torments I have endured for 19 years. As for me, I thank him for allowing me to die for the glory of his faith and his church. Let each have patience then, and while the men prepare supper, we women will pray to God." The men immediately went out, weeping and sobbing, and the queen and her women fell on their knees. When they had recited some prayers, Mary rose, and sending for all the money she had left, she counted it and divided it into portions, which she put into purses with the name of the destined recipient in her handwriting with the money. At that moment, supper being served, she seated herself at table with her women as usual, the other servants standing or coming and going, her doctor waiting on her at table as he was accustomed, since her steward had been taken from her. She ate no more nor less than usual, speaking, throughout supper, of the Earl of Kent, and of the way in which he betrayed himself with respect to religion, by his insisting on wanting to give the queen a pastor instead of a priest. Happily, she added, laughing, one more skillful than he was needed to change me. Meanwhile, Bergen was weeping behind the queen, for he was thinking that he was serving her for the last time, and that she who was eating, talking, and laughing thus, next day at the same hour would be but a cold and insensible corpse. When the meal was over, the queen sent for all her servants. Then, before the table was cleared of anything, she poured out a cup of wine, rose and drank to their health, asking them if they would not drink to her salvation. Then she had a glass given to each one. All kneeled down, and all, says the account from which we borrow these details, drank, mingling their tears with the wine, and asking pardon of the queen for any wrongs they had done her. The queen granted it heartily, and asked them to do as much for her, and to forget her impatient ways, which she begged them to put down to her imprisonment. Then, having given them a long discourse, in which she explained to them their duties to God, and exhorted them to persevere in the Catholic faith, she begged them, after her death, to live together in peace and charity, forgetting all the petty quarrels and disputes which they had had among one another in the past. This speech ended, the queen rose from table and desired to go into her wardrobe room to see the clothes and jewels she wished to dispose of. But Bergen observed that it would be better to have all these separate objects brought into her chamber, that there would be a double advantage in this. She would be less tired for one thing, and the English would not see them for another. This last reason decided her, and while the servants were supping, she had brought into her anteroom, first of all her robes, and took the inventory from her wardrobe attendant, and began to write in the margin beside each item the name of the person it was to be given to. Directly, and as fast as she did it, that person to whom it was given took it and put it aside. As for the things which were too personal to her to be thus bestowed, she ordered that they should be sold, and that the purchase money should be used for her servants' traveling expenses when they returned to their own countries, well knowing how great the cost would be and that no one would have sufficient means. This memorandum finished, she signed it and gave it as a discharge to her wardrobe attendant. Then, that done, she went into her room, where had been brought her rings, her jewels, and her most valuable belongings, inspected them all one after the other down to the very least, and distributed them as she had done her robes, so that, present or absent, everyone had something. Then she furthermore gave, to her most faithful people, the jewels she intended for the King and Queen of France, for the King her son, for the Queen Mother, for Messieurs de Guise and de Lorraine, without forgetting in this distribution any prince or princess among her relatives. She desired, besides, that each should keep the things then in his care, giving her linen to the young lady who looked after it, her silk embroideries to her who took charge of them, her silver plate to her butler, and so on with the rest. Then, as they were asking her for a discharge, "It is useless," said she, "you owe an account to me only, and tomorrow, therefore, you will no longer owe it to anyone." But, as they pointed out that the king her son could claim from them, "You are right," said she, and she gave them what they asked. That done, and having no hope left of being visited by her confessor, she wrote him this letter. "I have been tormented all this day on account of my religion, and urged to receive the consolations of a heretic. You will learn, through Bergen and the others, that everything they could say on this matter has been useless, that I have faithfully made protestation of the faith in which I wish to die. I requested that you should be allowed to receive my confession and to give me the sacrament, which has been cruelly refused, as well as the removal of my body and the power to make my will freely, so that I cannot write anything except through their hands and with the good pleasure of their mistress. For want of seeing you, then, I confess to you my sins in general, as I should have done in particular, begging you, in God's name, to watch and pray this night with me, for the remission of my sins, and to send me your absolution and forgiveness for all the wrongs I have done you. I shall try to see you in their presence, as they permitted it to my steward, and if it is allowed, before all, and on my knees, I shall ask your blessing. Send me the best prayers you know for this night and for tomorrow morning, for the time is short, and I have not the leisure to write. But be calm, I shall recommend you like the rest of my servants, and your benefices above all will be secured to you. Farewell, for I have not much more time. Send to me in writing everything you can find best for my salvation, in prayers and exhortations. I send you my last little ring." Directly she had written this letter, the queen began to make her will, and at a stroke, with her pen running on and almost without lifting it from the paper, she wrote 2 large sheets, containing several paragraphs, in which no one was forgotten, present as absent, distributing the little she had with scrupulous fairness, and still more according to need than according to service. The executors she chose were the Duke of Guise, her first cousin, the Archbishop of Glasgow, her ambassador, the Bishop of Ross, her chaplain-in-chief, and M. du Ruysseau, her chancellor, all 4 certainly very worthy of the charge, the first from his authority, the 2 bishops by piety and conscience, and the last by his knowledge of affairs. Her will finished, she wrote this letter to the King of France. "Sir, my brother-in-law, having, by God's permission, and for my sins, I believe, thrown myself into the arms of this queen, my cousin, where I have had much to endure for more than 20 years, I am by her and by her parliament finally condemned to death, and having asked for my papers, taken from me, to make my will, I have not been able to obtain anything to serve me, not even permission to write my last wishes freely, nor leave that after my death my body should be transported, as was my dearest desire, into your kingdom, where I had had the honor of being queen, your sister, and your ally. Today, after dinner, without more respect, my sentence has been declared to me, to be executed tomorrow, like a criminal, at 8 o'clock in the morning. I have not the leisure to give you a full account of what has occurred, but if it please you to believe my doctor and these others my distressed servants, you will hear the truth, and that, thanks to God, I despise death, which I protest I receive innocent of every crime, even if I were their subject, which I never was. But my faith in the Catholic religion and my claims to the crown of England are the real causes for my condemnation, and yet they will not allow me to say that it is for religion I die, for my religion kills theirs, and that is so true that they have taken my chaplain from me, who, although a prisoner in the same castle, may not come either to console me or to give me the holy sacrament of the Eucharist, but on the contrary, they have made me urgent entreaties to receive the consolations of their minister, whom they have brought for this purpose. He who will bring you this letter, and the rest of my servants, who are your subjects for the most part, will bear you witness of the way in which I shall have performed my last act. Now it remains to me to implore you, as a most Christian king, as my brother-in-law, as my ancient ally, and one who has so often done me the honor to protest your friendship for me, to give proof of this friendship, in your virtue and your charity, by helping me in that of which I cannot without you discharge my conscience. That is to say, in rewarding my good distressed servants, by giving them their dues. Then, in having prayers made to God for a queen who has been called most Christian and who dies a Catholic and deprived of all her goods. As to my son, I commend him to you as much as he shall deserve, for I cannot answer for him, but as to my servants, I commend them with clasped hands. I have taken the liberty of sending you 2 rare stones good for the health, hoping that yours may be perfect during a long life. You will receive them as coming from your very affectionate sister-in-law at the point of death and giving proof of her good disposition towards you. I shall commend my servants to you in a memorandum, and will order you, for the good of my soul, for whose salvation it will be employed, to pay me a portion of what you owe me, if it please you, and I conjure you for the honor of Jesus, to whom I shall pray tomorrow at my death, that you leave me the wherewithal to found a mass and to perform the necessary charities. This Wednesday, 2 hours after midnight, your affectionate and good sister, Mary R. Of all these recommendations, the will and the letters, the Queen at once had copies made which she signed, so that, if some should be seized by the English, the others might reach their destination. Bergen pointed out to her that she was wrong to be in such a hurry to close them, and that perhaps in 2 or 3 hours she would remember that she had left something out. But the Queen paid no attention, saying she was sure she had not forgotten anything, and that if she had only time now to pray and to look to her conscience. So she shut up all the several articles in the drawers of a piece of furniture and gave the key to Bergen. Then sending for a foot bath, in which she stayed for about 10 minutes, she lay down in bed, where she was not seen to sleep, but constantly to repeat prayers or to remain in meditation. Towards 4 o'clock in the morning, the Queen, who was accustomed, after evening prayers, to have the story of some male or female saint read aloud to her, did not wish to depart from this habit, and after having hesitated among several for this solemn occasion, she chose the greatest sinner of all, the penitent thief, saying humbly, "If great sinner as he was, he has yet sinned less than I desire to beg of him, in remembrance of the passion of Jesus Christ, to have pity on me in the hour of my death, as our Lord had pity on him." Then, when the reading was over, she had all her handkerchiefs brought, and chose the finest, which was of delicate cambric all embroidered in gold, to bandage her eyes with. At daybreak, reflecting that she had only 2 hours to live, she rose and began dressing, but before she had finished, Bergen came into her room, and afraid lest the absent servants might murmur against the queen, if by chance they were discontented at the will, and might accuse those who had been present of having taken away from their share to add to their own, he begged Mary to send for them all and to read it in their presence, to which Mary agreed and consented to do so at once. All the servants were then summoned, and the queen read her testament, saying that it was done of her own free, full and entire will, written and signed with her own hand, and that accordingly she begged those present to give all the help in their power in seeing it carried out without change or omission. Then, having read it over, and having received a promise from all, she gave it to Bergen, charging him to send it to M. de Guise, her chief executor, and at the same time to forward her letters to the king and her principal papers and memorandums. After this, she had the casket brought in which she had put the purses which we mentioned before. She opened them one after another, and seeing by the ticket within for whom each was intended, she distributed them with her own hand, none of the recipients being aware of their contents. These gifts varied from 20 to 300 crowns, and to these sums she added 700 livres for the poor, namely, 200 for the poor of England, and 500 for the poor of France. Then she gave to each man in her suite 2 rose nobles to be distributed in alms for her sake, and finally 150 crowns to Bergen to be divided among them all when they should separate, and thus 26 or 27 people had money legacies. The queen performed all this with great composure and calmness, with no apparent change of countenance, so that it seemed as if she were only preparing for a journey or change of dwelling. Then she again bade her servants farewell, consoling them and exhorting them to live in peace, all this while finishing dressing as well and as elegantly as she could. Her toilet ended, the queen went from her reception room to her anteroom, where there was an altar set up and arranged, at which, before he had been taken from her, her chaplain used to say mass, and kneeling on the steps, surrounded by all her servants, she began the communion prayers, and when they were ended, drawing from a golden box a host, consecrated by Pius V, which she had always scrupulously preserved for the occasion of her death, she told Bergen to take it, and, as he was the senior, to take the priest's place, old age being holy and sacred. And in this manner, in spite of all the precautions taken to deprive her of it, the queen received the holy sacrament of the Eucharist. This pious ceremony ended, Bergen told the queen that in her will she had forgotten 3 people, Mademoiselle Beauregard, de Montbrun, and her chaplain. The queen was greatly astonished at this oversight, which was quite involuntary, and taking back her will, she wrote her wishes with respect to them in the first empty margin. Then she kneeled down again in prayer, but after a moment, as she suffered too much in this position, she rose, and Bergen having had brought her a little bread and wine, she ate and drank, and when she had finished, gave him her hand and thanked him for having been present to help her at her last meal as he was accustomed. And feeling stronger, she kneeled down and began to pray again. Scarcely had she done so than there was a knocking at the door. The queen understood what was required of her, but as she had not finished praying, she begged those who were come to fetch her to wait a moment, and in a few minutes she would be ready. The Earls of Kent and Shrewsbury, remembering the resistance she had made when she had had to go down to the commissioners and appear before the lawyers, mounted some guards in the anteroom where they were waiting themselves, so that they could take her away by force if necessary should she refuse to come willingly or should her servants want to defend her. But it is untrue that the 2 barons entered her room, as some have said. They only set foot there once, on the occasion which we have related, when they came to apprise her of her sentence. They waited some minutes, nevertheless, as the queen had begged them. Then, about 8 o'clock, they knocked again, accompanied by the guards, but to their great surprise, the door was opened immediately, and they found Mary on her knees in prayer. Upon this, Sir Thomas Andrew, who was at the time sheriff of the county of Nottingham, entered alone, a white wand in his hand, and as everyone stayed on their knees praying, he crossed the room with a slow step and stood behind the Queen. He waited a moment there, and as Mary Stuart did not seem to see him. "Madam," said he, "the earls have sent me to you." At these words the Queen turned round, and at once rising in the middle of her prayer, "Let us go," she replied, and she made ready to follow him. Then Bergin, taking the cross of black wood with an ivory Christ which was over the altar, said, "Madam, would you not like to take this little cross?" "Thank you for having reminded me," Mary answered. "I had intended to, but I forgot." Then, giving it to Annibal Stuart, her footman, that he might present it when she should ask for it, she began to move to the door, and on account of the great pain in her limbs, leaning on Bergin, who, as they drew near, suddenly let her go, saying, "Madam, your Majesty knows if we love you, and all, such as we are ready to obey you, should you command us to die for you. But I have not the strength to lead you farther. Besides, it is not becoming that we, who should be defending you to the last drop of our blood, should seem to be betraying you in giving you thus into the hands of these infamous English." "You are right, Bergin," said the Queen. "Moreover, my death would be a sad sight for you, which I ought to spare your age and your friendship. Mr. Sheriff," added she, "call someone to support me, for you see that I cannot walk." The sheriff bowed, and signed to 2 guards whom he had kept hidden behind the door to lend him assistance in case the Queen should resist, to approach and support her, which they at once did, and Mary Stuart went on her way, preceded and followed by her servants weeping and wringing their hands. But at the second door, other guards stopped them, telling them they must go no farther. They all cried out against such a prohibition. They said that for the 19 years they had been shut up with the Queen, they had always accompanied her wherever she went, that it was frightful to deprive their mistress of their services at the last moment, and that such an order had doubtless been given because they wanted to practice some shocking cruelty on her, of which they desired no witnesses. Bergin, who was at their head, seeing that he could obtain nothing by threats or entreaties, asked to speak with the earls, but this claim was not allowed either, and as the servants wanted to pass by force, the soldiers repulsed them with blows of their arquebuses. Then, raising her voice, "It is wrong of you to prevent my servants following me," said the Queen, "and I begin to think, like them, that you have some ill designs upon me beyond my death." The sheriff replied, "Madam, 4 of your servants are chosen to follow you, and no more. When you have come down, they will be fetched, and will rejoin you." "What?" said the Queen. "The 4 chosen persons cannot even follow me now." "The order is thus given by the earls," answered the sheriff, "and to my great regret, madam, I can do nothing." Then the Queen turned to them, and taking the cross from Annibal Stuart, and in her other hand her book of hours and her handkerchief, "My children," said she, "this is one more grief to add to our other griefs. Let us bear it like Christians, and offer this fresh sacrifice to God." At these words sobs and cries burst forth on all sides. The unhappy servants fell on their knees, and while some rolled on the ground, tearing their hair, others kissed her hands, her knees, and the hem of her gown, begging her forgiveness for every possible fault, calling her their mother, and bidding her farewell. Finding, no doubt, that this scene was lasting too long, the sheriff made a sign, and the soldiers pushed the men and women back into the room and shut the door on them. Still, fast as was the door, the Queen none the less heard their cries and lamentations, which seemed, in spite of the guards, as if they would accompany her to the scaffold. At the stairhead, the Queen found Andrew Melville awaiting her. He was the master of her household, who had been secluded from her for some time, and who was at last permitted to see her once more to say farewell. The Queen, hastening her steps, approached him, and kneeling down to receive his blessing, which he gave her, weeping. "Melville," said she, without rising, and addressing him as thou for the first time, "as thou hast been an honest servant to me, be the same to my son. Seek him out directly after my death, and tell him of it in every detail. Tell him that I wish him well, and that I beseech God to send him his Holy Spirit." "Madam," replied Melville, This is certainly the saddest message with which a man can be charged. No matter, I shall faithfully fulfill it, I swear to you." "What sayest thou, Melville?" responded the Queen, rising. "And what better news canst thou bear, on the contrary, than that I am delivered from all my ills? Tell him that he should rejoice, since the sufferings of Mary Stuart are at an end. Tell him that I die a Catholic, constant in my religion, faithful to Scotland and France, and that I forgive those who put me to death. Tell him that I have always desired the union of England and Scotland. Tell him, finally, that I have done nothing injurious to his kingdom, to his honor, or to his rights. And thus, good Melville, till we meet again in heaven." Then, leaning on the old man, whose face was bathed in tears, she descended the staircase, at the foot of which she found the two earls, Sir Henry Talbot, Lord Shrewsbury's son, Amyas Paulet, Drew Drury, Robert Beale, and many gentlemen of the neighborhood. The Queen, advancing towards them without pride, but without humility, complained that her servants had been refused permission to follow her, and asked that it should be granted. The lords conferred together, and a moment after the Earl of Kent inquired which ones she desired to have, saying she might be allowed 6. So the Queen chose from among the men Burgoyne, Gordon, Gervase, and Didier, and from the women Jean Kennedy and Elspeth Curle, the ones she preferred to all, though the latter was sister to the secretary who had betrayed her. But here arose a fresh difficulty, the earls saying that this permission did not extend to women, women not being used to be present at such sights, and when they were, usually upsetting everyone with cries and lamentations, and as soon as the decapitation was over, rushing to the scaffold to staunch the blood with their handkerchiefs, a most unseemly proceeding. "My lords," then said the Queen, "I answer and promise for my servants that they will not do any of the things your honors fear. Alas, poor people, they would be very glad to bid me farewell, and I hope that your mistress, being a maiden queen, and accordingly sensitive for the honor of women, has not given you such strict orders that you are unable to grant me the little I ask. So much the more," added she in a profoundly mournful tone, "that my rank should be taken into consideration. For indeed I am your Queen's cousin, granddaughter of Henry Roman VII, Queen Dowager of France and crowned Queen of Scotland." The lords consulted together for another moment and granted her demands. Accordingly, 2 guards went up immediately to fetch the chosen individuals. The Queen then moved on to the great hall, leaning on 2 of Sir Amyas Paulet's gentlemen, accompanied and followed by the earls and lords, the sheriff walking before her, and Andrew Melville bearing her train. Her dress, as carefully chosen as possible, as we have said, consisted of a coif of fine cambric, trimmed with a lace veil thrown back and falling to the ground behind. She wore a cloak of black stamped satin lined with black taffetas and trimmed in front with sable, with a long train and sleeves hanging to the ground. The buttons were of jet in the shape of acorns and surrounded with pearls, her collar in the Italian style. Her doublet was of figured black satin, and underneath she wore stays, laced behind, in crimson satin, edged with velvet of the same color. A gold cross hung by a pomander chain at her neck, and 2 rosaries at her girdle. It was thus she entered the great hall where the scaffold was erected. It was a platform 12 feet wide, raised about 2 feet from the floor, surrounded with barriers and covered with black serge, and on it were a little chair, a cushion to kneel on, and a block also covered in black. Just as, having mounted the steps, she set foot on the fatal boards, the executioner came forward, and asking forgiveness for the duty he was about to perform, kneeled, hiding behind him his axe. Mary saw it, however, and cried, "Ah, I would rather have been beheaded in the French way, with a sword." "It is not my fault, madam," said the executioner, "if this last wish of your majesty cannot be fulfilled, but not having been instructed to bring a sword, and having found this axe here only, I am obliged to use it. Will that prevent your pardoning me then?" "I pardon you, my friend," said Mary, "and in proof of it, here is my hand to kiss." The executioner put his lips to the Queen's hand, rose, and approached the chair. Mary sat down, and the Earls of Kent and Shrewsbury standing on her left, the sheriff and his officers before her, Amyas Paulet behind, and outside the barrier the lords, knights, and gentlemen, numbering nearly 250, Robert Beale for the second time read the warrant for execution, and as he was beginning, the servants who had been fetched came into the hall and placed themselves behind the scaffold, the men mounted upon a bench put back against the wall, and the women kneeling in front of it, and a little spaniel, of which the queen was very fond, came quietly, as if he feared to be driven away, and lay down near his mistress. The queen listened to the reading of the warrant without seeming to pay much attention, as if it had concerned someone else, and with a countenance as calm and even as joyous as if it had been a pardon and not a sentence of death. Then, when Beale had ended, and having ended, cried in a loud voice, "God save Queen Elizabeth," to which no one made any response, Mary signed herself with the cross, and rising without any change of expression, and on the contrary, lovelier than ever. "My lords," said she, "I am a queen-born sovereign princess, and not subject to law, a near relation of the Queen of England and her rightful heir. For a long time I have been a prisoner in this country. I have suffered here much tribulation and many evils that no one had the right to inflict. And now, to crown all, I am about to lose my life. Well, my lords, bear witness that I die in the Catholic faith, thanking God for letting me die for his holy cause, and protesting, today as every day, in public as in private, that I have never plotted, consented to, nor desired the Queen's death, nor any other thing against her person. But that, on the contrary, I have always loved her, and have always offered her good and reasonable conditions to put an end to the troubles of the kingdom and deliver me from my captivity, without my having ever been honored with a reply from her. And all this, my lords, you well know. Finally, my enemies have attained their end, which was to put me to death. I do not pardon them less for it than I pardon all those who have attempted anything against me. After my death, the authors of it will be known, but I die without accusing anyone, for fear the Lord should hear me and avenge me." Upon this, whether he was afraid that such a speech by so great a queen should soften the assembly too much, or whether he found that all these words were making too much delay, the Dean of Peterborough placed himself before Mary, and leaning on the barrier, "Madam," he said, "my much-honored mistress has commanded me to come to you." But at these words, Mary, turning and interrupting him, "Mr. Dean," she answered in a loud voice, "I have nothing to do with you. I do not wish to hear you, and beg you to withdraw." "Madam," said the Dean, persisting in spite of this resolve expressed in such firm and precise terms, "you have but a moment longer. Change your opinions, abjure your errors, and put your faith in Jesus Christ alone, that you may be saved through him." "Everything you can say is useless," replied the Queen, "and you will gain nothing by it. Be silent, then, I beg you, and let me die in peace." And as she saw that he wanted to go on, she sat down on the other side of the chair and turned her back to him, but the Dean immediately walked round the scaffold till he faced her again. Then, as he was going to speak, the Queen turned about once more and sat as at first, seeing which the Earl of Shrewsbury said, "Madam, truly I despair that you are so attached to this folly of papacy. Allow us, if it please you, to pray for you." "My lord," the Queen answered, "if you desire to pray for me, I thank you, for the intention is good, but I cannot join in your prayers, for we are not of the same religion." The earls then called the Dean, and while the Queen, seated in her little chair, was praying in a low tone, he, kneeling on the scaffold steps, prayed aloud, and the whole assembly except the Queen and her servants prayed after him. Then, in the midst of her orison, which she said with her Agnus Dei round her neck, a crucifix in one hand and her book of hours in the other, she fell from her seat onto her knees, praying aloud in Latin whilst the others prayed in English, and when the others were silent, she continued in English in her turn, so that they could hear her, praying for the afflicted Church of Christ, for an end to the persecution of Catholics, and for the happiness of her son's reign. Then she said, in accents full of faith and fervor, that she hoped to be saved by the merits of Jesus Christ, at the foot of whose cross she was going to shed her blood. At these words, the Earl of Kent could no longer contain himself, and without respect for the sanctity of the moment, "Oh, madam," said he, "put Jesus Christ in your heart, and reject all this rubbish of popish deceptions." But she, without listening, went on, praying the saints to intercede with God for her, and kissing the crucifix, she cried, "Lord, Lord, receive me in thy arms outstretched on the cross, and forgive me all my sins." Thereupon, she being again seated in the chair, The Earl of Kent asked her if she had any confession to make, to which she replied that, not being guilty of anything, to confess would be to give herself the lie. "It is well," the Earl answered. "Then, madam, prepare." The Queen rose, and as the executioner approached to assist her disrobe, "Allow me, my friend," said she. "I know how to do it better than you, and am not accustomed to undress before so many spectators, nor to be served by such valets." And then, calling her two women, she began to unpin her coiffure, and as Jean Kennedy and Elspeth Curl, while performing this last service for their mistress, could not help weeping bitterly. "Do not weep," she said to them in French, "for I have promised and answered for you." With these words, she made the sign of the cross upon the forehead of each, kissed them, and recommended them to pray for her. Then the Queen began to undress, herself assisting, as she was wont to do when preparing for bed, and taking the gold cross from her neck, she wished to give it to Jean, saying to the executioner, "My friend, I know that all I have upon me belongs to you, but this is not in your way. Let me bestow it, if you please, on this young lady, and she will give you twice its value in money." But the executioner, hardly allowing her to finish, snatched it from her hands with, "It is my right." The Queen was not moved much by this brutality, and went on taking off her garments until she was simply in her petticoat. Thus rid of all her garb, she again sat down, and Jean Kennedy, approaching her, took from her pocket the handkerchief of gold-embroidered cambric which she had prepared the night before, and bound her eyes with it, which the earls, lords, and gentlemen looked upon with great surprise, it not being customary in England, and as she thought that she was to be beheaded in the French way, that is to say, seated in the chair, she held herself upright, motionless, and with her neck stiffened to make it easier for the executioner, who, for his part, not knowing how to proceed, was standing, without striking, axe in hand. At last the man laid his hand on the Queen's head, and drawing her forward, made her fall on her knees. Mary then understood what was required of her, and feeling for the block with her hands, which were still holding her book of hours and her crucifix, she laid her neck on it, her hands joined beneath her chin, that she might pray till the last moment. The executioner's assistant drew them away, for fear they should be cut off with her head, and as the Queen was saying, "In manes tes domain," the executioner raised his axe, which was simply an axe far chopping wood, and struck. The first blow, which hit too high, and piercing the skull, made the crucifix and the book fly from the condemned's hands by its violence, but which did not sever the head. However, stunned with the blow, the Queen made no movement, which gave the executioner time to redouble it. But still, the head did not fall, and a third stroke was necessary to detach a shred of flesh, which held it to the shoulders. At last, when the head was quite severed, the executioner held it up to show to the assembly, saying, "God save Queen Elizabeth." "So perish all her Majesty's enemies," responded the Dean of Peterborough. "Amen," said the Earl of Kent, but he was the only one, no other voice could respond, for all were choked with sobs. At that moment the Queen's headdress falling, disclosed her hair, cut very short, and as white as if she had been aged 70. As to her face, it had so changed during her death agony that no one would have recognized it had he not known it was hers. The spectators cried out aloud at this sign, for frightful to see, the eyes were open, and the lids went on moving as if they would still pray, and this muscular movement lasted for more than a quarter of an hour after the head had been cut off. The Queen's servants had rushed upon the scaffold, picking up the Book of Hours and the crucifix as relics, and Jean Kennedy, remembering the little dog who had come to his mistress, looked about for him on all sides, seeking him and calling him, but she sought and called in vain. He had disappeared. At that moment, as one of the executioners was untying the Queen's garters, which were of blue satin embroidered in silver, he saw the poor little animal, which had hidden in her petticoat, and which he was obliged to bring out by force. Then, having escaped from his hands, it took refuge between the Queen's shoulders and her head, which the executioner had laid down near the trunk. Jean took him then, in spite of his howls, and carried him away, covered with blood, for everyone had just been ordered to leave the hall. Bergen and Gervais stayed behind, entreating Sir Amyas Paulet to let them take the Queen's heart, that they might carry it to France as they had promised her, but they were harshly refused and pushed out of the hall, of which all the doors were closed, and there remained only the executioner and the corpse. Brantome relates that something infamous took place there. Chapter 10. 2 hours after the execution, the body and the head were taken into the same hall in which Mary Stuart had appeared before the commissioners, set down on a table round which the judges had sat, and covered over with a black serge cloth, and there remained till 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when Waters, the doctor from Stamford, and the surgeon from Fotheringay village came to open and embalm them, an operation which they carried out under the eyes of Amyas Paulet and his soldiers, without any respect, rank and sex of the poor corpse, which was thus exposed to the view of anyone who wanted to see it. It is true that this indignity did not fulfill its proposed aim, for a rumor spread about that the Queen had swollen limbs and was dropsical, while, on the contrary, there was not one of the spectators, but was obliged to confess that he had never seen the body of a young girl in the bloom of health purer and lovelier than that of Mary Stuart, dead of a violent death after 19 years of suffering and captivity. When the body was opened, the spleen was in its normal state, with the veins a little livid only, the lungs yellowish in places, and the brain 1/6 larger than is usual in persons of the same age and sex. Thus everything promised a long life to her whose end had just been so cruelly hastened. A report having been made of the above, the body was embalmed after a fashion, put in a leaden coffin, and that in another of wood, which was left on the table till the 1st day of August, that is, for nearly 5 months, before anyone was allowed to come near it, and not only that, but the English having noticed that Mary Stuart's unhappy servants, who were still detained as prisoners, went to look at it through the keyhole, stopped that up in such a way that they could not even gaze at the coffin enclosing the body of her whom they had so greatly loved. However, 1 hour after Mary Stuart's death, Henry Talbot, who had been present at it, set out at full speed for London, carrying to Elizabeth the account of her rival's death. But at the very first lines she read, Elizabeth, true to her character, cried out in grief and indignation, saying that her orders had been misunderstood, that there had been too great haste, and that all this was the fault of Davison, the Secretary of State, to whom she had given the warrant to keep till she had made up her mind, but not to send to Fotheringay. Accordingly, Davison was sent to the Tower and condemned to pay a fine of £10,000 sterling for having deceived the Queen. Meanwhile, amid all this grief, an embargo was laid on all vessels in all the ports of the realm, so that the news of the death should not reach abroad, especially France, except through skillful emissaries who could place the execution in the least unfavorable light for Elizabeth. At the same time, the scandalous popular festivities which had marked the announcement of the sentence again celebrated the tidings of the execution. London was illuminated, bonfires lit, and the enthusiasm was such that the French embassy was broken into and wood taken to revive the fires when they began to die down. Crestfallen at this event, M. de Chateauneuf was still shut up at the embassy, when, a fortnight later, he received an invitation from Elizabeth to visit her at the country house of the Archbishop of Canterbury. M. de Chateauneuf went thither with the firm resolve to say no word to her on what had happened. But as soon as she saw him, Elizabeth, dressed in black, rose, went to him, and, overwhelming him with kind attentions, told him that she was ready to place all the strength of her kingdom at Henry III's disposal to help him put down the League. Chateauneuf received all these offers with a cold and severe expression, without saying, as he had promised himself, a single word about the event which had put both the Queen and himself into mourning. But taking him by the hand, she drew him aside, and there, with deep sighs, said, "Ah, sir, since I saw you the greatest misfortune which could befall me has happened. I mean the death of my good sister, the Queen of Scotland, of which I swear by God himself, my soul and my salvation, that I am perfectly innocent. I had signed the order, it is true, but my counselors have played me a trick for which I cannot calm myself, and I swear to God that if it were not for their long service, I would have them beheaded. I have a woman's frame, sir, but in this woman's frame beats a man's heart." Chateauneuf bowed without a response. But his letter to Henry Roman III and Henry's answer prove that neither the one nor the other was the dupe of this female Tiberius. Meanwhile, as we have said, the unfortunate servants were prisoners, and the poor body was in that great hall waiting for a royal interment. Things remained thus, Elizabeth said, to give her time to order a splendid funeral for her good sister Mary, but in reality, because the Queen dared not place in juxtaposition the secret and infamous death and the public and royal burial, then was not time needed for the first reports which it pleased Elizabeth to spread to be credited before the truth should be known by the mouths of the servants, for the Queen hoped that once this careless world had made up its mind about the death of the Queen of Scots, it would not take any further trouble to change it. Finally, it was only when the warders were as tired as the prisoners that Elizabeth, having received a report stating that the ill-embalmed body could no longer be kept, at last ordered the funeral to take place. Accordingly, after the 1st of August, tailors and dressmakers arrived at Fotheringay Castle, sent by Elizabeth with cloth and black silk stuffs to clothe in mourning all Mary's servants. But they refused, not having waited for the Queen of England's bounty, but having made their funeral garments at their own expense immediately after their mistress's death. The tailors and dressmakers, however, none the less set so actively to work that on the 7th everything was finished. Next day at 8 o'clock in the evening, a large chariot, drawn by 4 horses in mourning trappings, and covered with black velvet like the chariot, which was, besides, adorned with little streamers on which were embroidered the arms of Scotland, those of the Queen, and the arms of Aragon, those of Darnley, stopped at the gate of Fotheringay Castle. It was followed by the herald king, accompanied by 20 gentlemen on horseback, with their servants and lackeys, all dressed in mourning, who, having alighted, mounted with his whole train into the room where the body lay, and had it brought down and put into the chariot with all possible respect, each of the spectators standing with bared head and in profound silence. This visit caused a great stir among the prisoners, who debated a while whether they ought not to implore the favor of being allowed to follow their mistress's body, which they could not and should not let go alone thus. But just as they were about to ask permission to speak to the herald king, he entered the room where they were assembled, and told them that he was charged by his mistress, the august Queen of England, to give the Queen of Scotland the most honorable funeral he could, that not wishing to fail in such a high undertaking, he had already made most of the preparations for the ceremony, which was to take place on the 10th of August, that is to say, 2 days later, but that the leaden shell in which the body was enclosed being very heavy, it was better to move it beforehand, and that night to where the grave was dug, than to await the day of the interment itself, that thus they might be easy, this burial of the shell being only a preparatory ceremony, but that if some of them would like to accompany the corpse to see what was done with it, they were at liberty, and that those who stayed behind could follow the funeral pageant, Elizabeth's positive desire being that all, from first to last, should be present in the funeral procession. This assurance calmed the unfortunate prisoners, who deputed Burgoyne, Gervase, and 6 others to follow their mistress's body. These were Andrew Melville, Stewart, Gorgon, Howard, Lauder, and Nicholas de Lamar. At 10 o'clock at night they set out, walking behind the chariot, preceded by the herald, accompanied by men on foot, who carried torches to light the way, and followed by 20 gentlemen and their servants. In this manner, at 2 o'clock in the morning, they reached Peterborough, where there is a splendid cathedral built by an ancient Saxon king, and in which, on the left of the choir, was already interred good Queen Catharine of Aragon, wife of Henry Roman VIII, and where was her tomb, still decked with a canopy bearing her arms. On arriving, they found the cathedral all hung with black, with a dome erected in the middle of the choir, much in the way in which chapelles ardents are set up in France, except that there were no lighted candles round it. This dome was covered with black velvet and overlaid with the arms of Scotland and Aragon, with streamers like those on the chariot, yet again repeated. The state coffin was already set up under this dome. It was a bier, covered like the rest in black velvet fringed with silver, on which was a pillow of the same supporting a royal crown. To the right of this dome, and in front of the burial place of Queen Catharine of Aragon, Mary of Scotland's sepulchre had been dug. It was a grave of brick, arranged to be covered later with a slab or a marble tomb, and in which was to be deposited the coffin, which the Bishop of Peterborough, in his episcopal robes, but without his mitre, cross, or cope, was awaiting at the door, accompanied by his dean and several other clergy. The body was brought into the cathedral without chant or prayer, and was let down into the tomb amid a profound silence. Directly it was placed there, the masons, who had stayed their hands, set to work again, closing the grave level with the floor, and only leaving an opening of about 1.5 feet, through which could be seen what was within, and through which could be thrown on the coffin, as is customary at the obsequies of kings, the broken staves of the officers and the ensigns, and banners with their arms. This nocturnal ceremony ended, Melville, Bergen, and the other deputies were taken to the bishop's palace, where the persons appointed to take part in the funeral procession were to assemble, in number more than 350, all chosen, with the exception of the servants, from among the authorities, the nobility, and Protestant clergy. The day following, Thursday, August the 9th, they began to hang the banqueting halls with rich and sumptuous stuffs, and that in the sight of Melville, Bergen, and the others, whom they had brought thither, less to be present at the interment of Queen Mary than to bear witness to the magnificence of Queen Elizabeth. But as one may suppose, the unhappy prisoners were indifferent to this splendor, great and extraordinary as it was. On Friday, August 10th, all the chosen persons assembled at the bishop's palace. They ranged themselves in the appointed order and turned their steps to the cathedral, which was close by. When they arrived there, they took the places assigned them in the choir, and the choristers immediately began to chant a funeral service in English and according to Protestant rites. At the first words of this service, when he saw it was not conducted by Catholic priests, Bergen left the cathedral, declaring that he would not be present at such sacrilege, and he was followed by all Mary's servants, men and women, except Melville and Barbe Mowbray, who thought that whatever the tongue in which one prayed, that tongue was heard by the Lord. This exit created great scandal, but the bishop preached none the less. The sermon ended, the herald king went to seek Bergen and his companions, who were walking in the cloisters, and told them that the almsgiving was about to begin, inviting them to take part in this ceremony. But they replied that being Catholics, they could not make offerings at an altar of which they disapproved. So the herald king returned, much put out at the harmony of the assembly being disturbed by this dissent. But the alms offering took place no less than the sermon. Then, as a last attempt, he sent to them again to tell them that the service was quite over, and that accordingly they might return for the royal ceremonies, which belonged only to the religion of the dead. And this time they consented. But when they arrived, the staves were broken, and the banners thrown into the grave through the opening that the workmen had already closed. Then, in the same order in which it had come, the procession returned to the palace, where a splendid funeral repast had been prepared. By a strange contradiction, Elizabeth, who, having punished the living woman as a criminal, had just treated the dead woman as a queen, had also wished that the honors of the funeral banquet should be for the servants, so long forgotten by her. But as one can imagine, these ill accommodated themselves to that intention, did not seem astonished at this luxury, nor rejoiced at this good cheer, but on the contrary, drowned their bread and wine in tears, without otherwise responding to the questions put to them or the honors granted them. And as soon as the repast was ended, the poor servants left Peterborough and took the road back to Fotheringay, where they heard that they were free at last to withdraw whither they would. They did not need to be told twice, for they lived in perpetual fear, not considering their lives safe so long as they remained in England. They therefore immediately collected all their belongings, each taking his own, and thus went out of Fotheringay Castle on foot, Monday, 13th August, 1587. Bergen went last. Having reached the farther side of the drawbridge, he turned, and Christian as he was, unable to forgive Elizabeth, not for his own sufferings, but for his mistress's, he faced about to those regicide walls, and with hands outstretched to them said in a loud and threatening voice those words of David, "Let vengeance for the blood of thy servants, which has been shed, O Lord God, be acceptable in thy sight." The old man's curse was heard, and inflexible history is burdened with Elizabeth's punishment. We said that the executioner's axe, in striking Mary Stuart's head, had caused the crucifix, and the Book of Hours, which she was holding to fly from her hands. We also said that the two relics had been picked up by people in her following. We are not aware of what became of the crucifix, but the Book of Hours is in the Royal Library, where those curious about these kinds of historical souvenirs can see it. Two certificates inscribed on one of the blank leaves of the volume demonstrate its authenticity. These are they. First certificate. We, the undersigned Vicar Superior of the strict observance of the Order of Cluny, certify that this book has been entrusted to us by order of the defunct Dom Mitchell Narden, a professed religious priest of our said observance, deceased in our College of Saint Martial of Avignon, March 28, 1723, aged about 80 years, of which he has spent about 30 among us, having lived very religiously. He was a German by birth, and had served as an officer in the army a long time. He entered Cluny and made his profession there, much detached from all this world's goods and honors. He only kept, with his superior's permission, this book, which he knew had been in use with Mary Stuart, Queen of England and Scotland, to the end of her life. Before dying and being parted from his brethren, he requested that, to be safely remitted to us, it should be sent us by mail, sealed. Just as we have received it, we have begged M. 50 Abbignon, Councillor of State and King's Librarian, to accept this precious relic of the piety of a Queen of England, and of a German officer of her religion as well as of ours. Signed, Brother Gerard Poncet, Vicar General Superior. Second certificate. We, Jean-Paul Bignon, King's Librarian, are very happy to have an opportunity of exhibiting our zeal in placing the said manuscript in His Majesty's library. 8th July, 1724. Signed, Jean-Paul Bignon. This manuscript, on which was fixed the last gaze of the Queen of Scotland, is a duodecimo, written in the Gothic character and containing Latin prayers. It is adorned with miniatures set off with gold, representing devotional subjects, stories from sacred history, or from the lives of saints and martyrs. Every page is encircled with arabesques mingled with garlands of fruit and flowers, amid which spring up grotesque figures of men and animals. As to the binding, worn now, or perhaps even then, to the woof, it is in black velvet, of which the flat covers are adorned in the center with an enameled pansy, in a silver setting surrounded by a wreath, to which are diagonally attached from one corner of the cover to the other, two twisted silver-gilt knotted cords, finished by a tuft at the two ends. Carl Ludwig Sand, 1819. On the 22nd of March, 1819, about 9 o'clock in the morning, a young man, some 23 or 24 years old, wearing the dress of a German student, which consists of a short frock coat with silk braiding, tight trousers and high boots, paused upon a little eminence that stands upon the road between Kaiserthal and Mannheim, at about 3/4 of the distance from the former town, and commands view of the latter. Mannheim is seen rising calm and smiling amid gardens which once were ramparts, and which now surround and embrace it like a girdle of foliage and flowers. Having reached this spot, he lifted his cap, above the peak of which were embroidered 3 interlaced oak leaves in silver, and uncovering his brow, stood bareheaded for a moment to feel the fresh air that rose from the valley of the Neckar. At first sight his irregular features produced a strange impression, but before long the pallor of his face, deeply marked by smallpox, the infinite gentleness of his eyes, and the elegant framework of his long and flowing black hair, which grew in an admirable curve around a broad, high forehead, attracted towards him that emotion of sad sympathy to which we yield, without inquiring its reason or dreaming of resistance. Though it was still early, he seemed already to have come some distance, for his boots were covered with dust. But no doubt he was nearing his destination, for, letting his cap drop, and hooking into his belt his long pipe, that inseparable companion of the German Borsch, he drew from his pocket a little notebook, and wrote in it with a pencil, left Wanheim at 5 in the morning, came in sight of Mannheim at 9:15. Then, putting his notebook back into his pocket, he stood motionless for a moment, his lips moving as though in mental prayer, picked up his hat, and walked on again with a firm step towards Mannheim. This young student was Carl Ludwig Sand, who was coming from Jena, by way of Frankfurt and Darmstadt in order to assassinate Kotzebue. Now, as we are about to set before our readers one of those terrible actions for the true appreciation of which the conscience is the sole judge, they must allow us to make them fully acquainted with him whom kings regarded as an assassin, judges as a fanatic, and the youth of Germany as a hero. Charles Louis Sand was born on the 5th of October, 1795, at Wunsiedel in the Fichtel Wald. He was the youngest son of Godfrey Christopher Sand, first President and Counselor of Justice to the King of Prussia, and of Dorothea Jane Wilhelmina Schapf, his wife. Besides two elder brothers, George, who entered upon a commercial career at St. Gall, and Fritz, who was an advocate in the Berlin Court of Appeal, he had an elder sister named Caroline and a younger sister called Julia. While still in the cradle, he had been attacked by smallpox of the most malignant type. The virus, having spread through all his body, laid bare his ribs and almost ate away his skull. For several months he lay between life and death, but life at last gained the upper hand. He remained weak and sickly, however, up to his 7th year, at which time a brain fever attacked him and again put his life in danger. As a compensation, however, this fever, when it left him, seemed to carry away with it all vestiges of his former illness. From that moment his health and strength came into existence, but during these 2 long illnesses his education had remained very backward, and it was not until the age of 8 that he could begin his elementary studies. Moreover, his physical sufferings having retarded his intellectual development, he needed to work twice as hard as others to reach the same result. Seeing the efforts that young Sand made, even while still quite a child, to conquer the defects of his organization, Professor Solfrank, a learned and distinguished man, rector of the Hof Gymnasium, conceived such an affection for him, that when, at a later time, he was appointed director of the gymnasium at Ratisbon, he could not part from his pupil and took him with him. In this town, and at the age of 11 years, he gave the first proof of his courage and humanity. One day, when he was walking with some young friends, he heard cries for help and ran in that direction. A little boy, 8 or 9 years old, had just fallen into a pond. Sand immediately, without regarding his best clothes, of which, however, he was very proud, sprang into the water, and after unheard-of efforts for a child of his age, succeeded in bringing the drowning boy to land. At the age of 12 or 13, Sand, who had become more active, skillful, and determined than many of his elders, often amused himself by giving battle to the lads of the town and of the neighboring villages. The theater of these childish conflicts, which in their pale innocence reflected the great battles that were at that time steeping Germany in blood, was generally a plain extending from the town of Wunsiedel to the mountain of St. Catherine, which had ruins at its top, and amid the ruins a tower in excellent preservation. Sand, who was one of the most eager fighters, seeing that his side had several times been defeated on account of its numerical inferiority, resolved, in order to make up for this drawback, to fortify the tower of St. Catherine and to retire into it at the next battle if its issue proved unfavorable to him. He communicated this plan to his companions, who received it with enthusiasm. A week was spent, accordingly, in collecting all possible weapons of defense in the tower and in repairing its doors and stairs. These preparations were made so secretly that the army of the enemy had no knowledge of them. Sunday came. The holidays were the days of battle. Whether because the boys were ashamed of having been beaten last time, or for some other reason, the band to which Sand belonged was even weaker than usual. Sure, however, of a means of retreat, he accepted battle, notwithstanding. The struggle was not a long one. The one party was too weak in numbers to make a prolonged resistance, and began to retire in the best order that could be maintained to St. Catherine's Tower, which was reached before much damage had been felt. Having arrived there, some of the combatants ascended to the ramparts, and while the others defended themselves at the foot of the wall, began to shower stones and pebbles upon the conquerors. The latter, surprised at the new method of defense, which was now for the first time adopted, retreated a little. The rest of the defenders took advantage of the moment to retire into the fortress and shut the door. Great was the astonishment on the part of the besiegers. They had always seen that door broken down, and lo, all at once it was presenting to them a barrier which preserved the besieged from their blows. 3 or 4 went off to find instruments with which to break it down, and meanwhile the rest of the attacking force kept the garrison blockaded. At the end of half an hour, the messengers returned not only with levers and picks, but also with a considerable reinforcement composed of lads from the village to which they had been to fetch tools. Then began the assault. Sade and his companions defended themselves desperately, but it was soon evident that unless help came, the garrison would be forced to capitulate. It was proposed that they should draw lots, and that one of the besieged should be chosen, who in spite of the danger should leave the tower, make his way as best he might through the enemy's army, and go to summon the other lads of Wonsiedel, who had faint-heartedly remained at home. The tale of the peril in which their comrades actually were, the disgrace of a surrender which would fall upon all of them, would no doubt overcome their indolence and induce them to make a diversion that would allow the garrison to attempt sortie. This suggestion was adopted, but instead of leaving the decision to chance, Sade proposed himself as the messenger. As everybody knew his courage, his skill, and his lightness of foot, the proposition was unanimously accepted, and the new Decius prepared to execute his act of devotion. The deed was not free from danger. There were but 2 means of egress, one by way of the door, which would lead to the fugitives falling immediately into the hands of the enemy, the other by jumping from a rampart so high that the enemy had not set a guard there. Sade, without a moment's hesitation, went to the rampart, where, always religious, even in his childish pleasures, he made a short prayer. Then, without fear, without hesitation, with a confidence that was almost superhuman, he sprang to the ground. The distance was 22 feet. Sade flew instantly to Wonsiedel and reached it, although the enemy had dispatched their best runners in pursuit. Then the garrison, seeing the success of their enterprise, took fresh courage and united their efforts against the besiegers, hoping everything from Sade's eloquence, which gave him a great influence over his young companions. And indeed, in half an hour he was seen reappearing at the head of some 30 boys of his own age, armed with slings and crossbows. The besiegers, on the point of being attacked before and behind, recognized the disadvantage of their position and retreated. The victory remained with Sade's party, and all the honors of the day were his. We have related this anecdote in detail, that our readers may understand from the character of the child what was that of the man. Besides, we shall see him develop, always calm and superior amid small events as amid large ones. About the same time, Sade escaped almost miraculously from 2 dangers. One day, a hod full of plaster fell from a scaffold and broke at his feet. Another day, the Prince of Coburg, who during the King of Prussia's stay at the baths of Alexander was living in the house of Sade's parents, was galloping home with 4 horses when he came suddenly upon young Karl in a gateway. He could not escape either on the right or the left, without running the risk of being crushed between the wall and the wheels, and the coachman could not, when going at such a pace, hold in his horses. Sade flung himself on his face, and the carriage passed over him without his receiving so much as a single scratch either from the horses or the wheels. From that moment, many people regarded him as predestined and said that the hand of God was upon him. Meanwhile, political events were developing themselves around the boy, and their seriousness made him a man before the age of manhood. Napoleon weighed upon Germany like another Sennacherib. Staps had tried to play the part of Mutius Scaevola and had died a martyr. Sade was at Hof at that time, and was a student of the gymnasium of which his good tutor Salfranc was the head. He learned that the man whom he regarded as the Antichrist was to come and review the troops in that town. He left it at once and went home to his parents, who asked him for what reason he had left the gymnasium. "Because I could not have been in the same town with Napoleon," he answered, "without trying to kill him, and I do not feel my hands strong enough for that yet." This happened in 1809. Sade was 14 years old. Peace, which was signed on the 15th of October, gave Germany some respite and allowed the young fanatic to resume his studies without being distracted by political considerations. But in 1811 he was occupied by them again, when he learned that the gymnasium was to be dissolved and its place taken by a primary school. To this the rector Salfranc was appointed as a teacher, but instead of the 1,000 florins which his former appointment brought him, the new one was worth only 500. Karl could not remain in a primary school where he could not continue his education. He wrote to his mother to announce this event and to tell her with what equanimity the old German philosopher had borne it. Here is the answer of Sande's mother. It will serve to show the character of the woman whose mighty heart never belied itself in the midst of the severest suffering. The answer bears the stamp of that German mysticism of which we have no idea in France. My dear Karl, you could not have given me a more grievous piece of news than that of the event which has just fallen upon your tutor and father by adoption. Nevertheless, terrible though it may be, do not doubt that he will resign himself to it, in order to give to the virtue of his pupils a great example of that submission which every subject owes to the king whom God has set over him. Furthermore, be well assured that in this world there is no other upright and well-calculated policy than that which grows out of the old precept, honor God, be just, and fear not. And reflect also that when injustice against the worthy becomes crying, the public voice makes itself heard and uplifts those who are cast down. But if, contrary to all probability, this did not happen, if God should impose this sublime probation upon the virtue of our friend, if the world were to disown him and Providence were to become to that degree his debtor, yet in that case there are, believe me, supreme compensations. All the things and all the events that occur around us and that act upon us are but machines set in motion by a higher hand, so as to complete our education for a higher world, in which alone we shall take our true place. Apply yourself, therefore, my dear child, to watch over yourself unceasingly and always, so that you may not take great and fine isolated actions for real virtue, and may be ready every moment to do all that your duty may require of you. Fundamentally, nothing is great, you see, and nothing small, when things are looked at apart from one another, and it is only the putting of things together that produces the unity of evil or of good. Moreover, God only sends the trial to the heart where he has put strength, and the manner in which you tell me that your master has borne the misfortune that has befallen him is a fresh proof of this great and eternal truth. You must form yourself upon him, my dear child, and if you are obliged to leave Hof for Bamberg, you must resign yourself to it courageously. Man has 3 educations, that which he receives from his parents, that which circumstances impose upon him, and lastly that which he gives himself. If that misfortune should occur, pray to God that you may yourself worthily complete that last education, the most important of all. I will give you as an example the life and conduct of my father, of whom you have not heard very much, for he died before you were born, but whose mind and likeness are reproduced in you only among all your brothers and sisters. The disastrous fire which reduced his native town to ashes destroyed his fortune and that of his relatives. Grief at having lost everything, for the fire broke out in the next house to his, cost his father his life. And while his mother, who for 6 years had been stretched on a bed of pain, where horrible convulsions held her fast, supported her 3 little girls by the needlework that she did in the intervals of suffering, he went as a mere clerk into one of the leading mercantile houses of Augsburg, where his lively and yet even temper made him welcome. There he learned a calling, for which, however, he was not naturally adapted, and came back to the home of his birth with a pure and stainless heart, in order to be the support of his mother and his sisters. A man can do much when he wishes to do much. Join your efforts to my prayers and leave the rest in the hands of God. The prediction of this Puritan woman was fulfilled. A little time afterwards, Rector Solfrank was appointed professor at Rickenburg, whither Sand followed him. It was there that the events of 1813 found him. In the month of March, he wrote to his mother. I can scarcely, dear mother, express to you how calm and happy I begin to feel, since I am permitted to believe in the enfranchisement of my country, of which I hear on every side as being so near at hand. Of that country which, in my faith in God, I see beforehand free and mighty, that country for whose happiness I would undergo the greatest sufferings, and even death. Take strength for this crisis. If by chance it should reach our good province, lift your eyes to the Almighty, then carry them back to beautiful rich nature. The goodness of God, which preserved and protected so many men during the disastrous 30 Years' War, can do and will do now what it could and did then. As for me, I believe and hope. Leipzig came to justify Sand's presentiments. Then the year 1814 arrived, and he thought Germany free. On the 10th of December in the same year, he left Wickenburg with this certificate from his master. Carl Sand belongs to the small number of those elect young men who are distinguished at once by the gifts of the mind and the faculties of the soul. In application and work, he surpasses all his fellow students, and this fact explains his rapid progress in all the philosophical and philological sciences. In mathematics, only there are still some further studies which he might pursue. The most affectionate wishes of his teacher follow him on his departure. J. A. Keene, Rector and Master of the First Class, Wickenburg, September 15, 1814. But it was really the parents of Sand, and in particular his mother, who had prepared the fertile soil in which his teachers had sowed the seeds of learning. Sand knew this well, for at the moment of setting out for the University of Tübingen, where he was about to complete the theological studies necessary for becoming a pastor, as he desired to do, he wrote to them. I confess that, like all my brothers and sisters, I owe to you that beautiful and great part of my education which I have seen to be lacking to most of those around me. Heaven alone can reward you by a conviction of having so nobly and grandly fulfilled your parental duties, amid many others. After having paid a visit to his brother at St. Gall, Sand reached Tübingen, to which he had been principally attracted by the reputation of Eschenmayer. He spent that winter quietly, and no other incident befell than his admission into an association of Burschen, called the Teutonic. Then came Tester of 1815, and with it, the terrible news that Napoleon had landed in the Gulf of Juan. Immediately all the youth of Germany able to bear arms gathered once more around the banners of 1813, and Sand followed the general example. But the action, which in others was an effect of enthusiasm, was in him the result of calm and deliberate resolution. He wrote to Wunsiedel on this occasion. April 1813. My dear parents, until now you have found me submissive to your parental lessons and to the advice of my excellent masters. Until now, I have made efforts to render myself worthy of the education that God has sent me through you, and have applied myself to become capable of spreading the word of the Lord through my native land. And for this reason, I can today declare to you sincerely the decision that I have taken, assured that as tender and affectionate parents you will calm yourselves, and as German parents and patriots, you will rather praise my resolution than seek to turn me from it. The country calls once more for help, and this time the call is addressed to me too, for now I have courage and strength. It cost me a great inward struggle, believe me, to abstain when in 1813 she gave her first cry, and only the conviction held me back that thousands of others were then fighting and conquering for Germany, while I had to live for the peaceful calling to which I was destined. Now it is a question of preserving our newly re-established liberty, which in so many places has already brought in so rich a harvest. The all-powerful and merciful Lord reserves for us this great trial, which will certainly be the last. It is for us, therefore, to show that we are worthy of the supreme gift which He has given us, and capable of upholding it with strength and firmness. The danger of the country has never been so great as it is now. That is why, among the youth of Germany, the strong should support the wavering, that all may rise together. Our brave brothers in the north are already assembling from all parts under their banners. The state of Württemberg is proclaiming a general levy, and volunteers are coming in from every quarter, asking to die for their country. I consider it my duty, too, to fight for my country and for all the dear ones whom I love. If I were not profoundly convinced of this truth, I should not communicate my resolution to you, but my family is one that has a really German heart, and that would consider me as a coward and an unworthy son if I did not follow this impulse. I certainly feel the greatness of the sacrifice. It cost me something, believe me, to leave my beautiful studies and go to put myself under the orders of vulgar, uneducated people, but this only increases my courage in going to secure the liberty of my brothers. Moreover, when once that liberty is secured, if God deigns to allow, I will return to carry them His word. I take leave, therefore, for a time of you, my most worthy parents, of my brothers, my sisters, and all who are dear to me, as, after mature deliberation, it seems the most suitable thing for me to serve with the Bavarians. I shall get myself enrolled, for as long as the war may last, with a company of that nation. Farewell then, live happily. Far away from you as I shall be, I shall follow your pious exhortations. In this new track I shall still, I hope, remain pure before God, and I shall always try to walk in the path that rises above the things of earth and leads to those of heaven. And perhaps in this career, the bliss of saving some souls from their fall may be reserved for me. Your dear image will always be about me. I will always have the Lord before my eyes and in my heart, so that I may endure joyfully the pains and fatigues of this holy war. Include me in your prayers. God will send you the hope of better times to help you in bearing the unhappy time in which we now are. We cannot see one another again soon unless we conquer, and if we should be conquered, which God forbid, then my last wish, which I pray you, I conjure you to fulfill, my last and supreme wish would be that you, my dear and deserving German relatives, should leave an enslaved country for some other not yet under the yoke. But why should we thus sadden one another's hearts? Is not our cause just and holy, and is not God just and holy? How then should we not be victors? You see that sometimes I doubt, so in your letters, which I am impatiently expecting, have pity on me and do not alarm my soul. For in any case we shall meet again in another country, and that one will always be free and happy. I am, until death, your dutiful and grateful son, Carl Sand. These 2 lines of corners were written as a postscript. Perchance above our foeman lying dead, we may behold the star of liberty. With this farewell to his parents, and with Corner's poems on his lips, Sand gave up his books, and on the 10th of May, we find him in arms among the volunteer chasseurs enrolled under the command of Major Falkenhausen, who was at that time at Mannheim. Here he found his second brother, who had preceded him, and they underwent all their drill together. Though Sand was not accustomed to great bodily fatigues, he endured those of the campaign with surprising strength, refusing all the alleviations that his superiors tried to offer him, for he would allow no one to outdo him in the trouble that he took for the good of the country. On the march he invariably shared anything that he possessed fraternally with his comrades, helping those who were weaker than himself to carry their burdens, and at once priest and soldier, sustaining them by his words when he was powerless to do anything more. On the 18th of June, at 8 o'clock in the evening, he arrived upon the field of battle at Waterloo. On the 14th of July, he entered Paris. On the 18th of December, 1815, Carl Sand and his brother were back at Wunsiedel, to the great joy of their family. He spent the Christmas holidays and the end of the year with them, but his ardor for his new vacation did not allow him to remain longer, and on the 7th of January he reached Erlangen. Then, to make up for lost time, he resolved to subject his day to fixed and uniform rules, and to write down every evening what he had done since the morning. It is by the help of this journal that we are able to follow the young enthusiast, not only in all the actions of his life, but also in all the thoughts of his mind and all the hesitations of his conscience. In it we find his whole self, simple to naivete, enthusiastic to madness, gentle even to weakness towards others, severe even to asceticism towards himself. One of his great griefs was the expense that his education occasioned to his parents, and every useless and costly pleasure left a remorse in his heart. Thus, on the 9th of February 1816, he wrote, I meant to go and visit my parents. Accordingly, I went to the Kammer's house, and there I was much amused. N&T began upon me with the everlasting jokes about Wunsiedel that went on until 11 o'clock. But afterwards N&T began to torment me to go to the wine shop. I refused as long as I could. But as at last they seemed to think that it was from contempt of them that I would not go and drink a glass of Rhine wine with them, I did not dare resist longer. Unfortunately, they did not stop at Braunberger, and while my glass was still half full, N ordered a bottle of champagne. When the first had disappeared, T ordered a second. Then, even before this second bottle was drunk, both of them ordered a third in my name and in spite of me. I returned home quite giddy and threw myself on the sofa, where I slept for about an hour and only went to bed afterwards. Thus passed this shameful day, in which I have not thought enough of my kind and worthy parents, who are leading a poor and hard life, and in which I suffered myself to be led away by the example of people who have money into spending 4 florins, an expenditure which was useless, and which would have kept the whole family for 2 days. Pardon me, my God, pardon me, I beseech thee, and receive the vow that I make never to fall into the same fault again. In future, I will live even more abstemiously than I usually do, so as to repair the fatal traces in my poor cash box of my extravagance, and not to be obliged to ask money of my mother before the day when she thinks of sending me some herself. Then, at the very time when the poor young man reproaches himself, as if with a crime, with having spent 4 florins, one of his cousins, a widow, dies and leaves 3 orphan children. He runs immediately to carry the first consolations to the unhappy little creatures, entreats his mother to take charge of the youngest, and overjoyed at her answer, thanks her thus: "For the very keen joy that you have given me by your letter, and for the very dear tone in which your soul speaks to me, bless you, O my mother. As I might have hoped and been sure, you have taken little Julius, and that fills me afresh with the deepest gratitude towards you, the rather that, in my constant trust in your goodness, I had already in her lifetime given our good little cousin the promise that you are fulfilling for me after her death." About March, Sand, though he did not fall ill, had an indisposition that obliged him to go and take the waters. His mother happened at the time to be at the ironworks of Redwitz, some 12 or 15 miles from Wonsiddle, where the mineral springs are found. Sand established himself there with his mother, and notwithstanding his desire to avoid interrupting his work, the time taken up by baths, by invitations to dinners, and even by the walks which his health required, disturbed the regularity of his usual existence and awakened his remorse. Thus we find these lines written in his journal for Apeth: "Life without some high aim towards which all thoughts and actions tend is an empty desert. My day yesterday is a proof of this. I spent it with my own people, and that of course was a great pleasure to me. But how did I spend it? In continual eating, so that when I wanted to work I could do nothing worth doing. Full of indolence and slackness, I dragged myself into the company of 2 or 3 sets of people, and came from them in the same state of mind as I went to them." For these expeditions Sand made use of a little chestnut horse which belonged to his brother, and of which he was very fond. This little horse had been bought with great difficulty, for, as we have said, the whole family was poor. The following note, in relation to the animal, will give an idea of Sand's simplicity of heart. 19th April, today I have been very happy at the ironworks, and very industrious beside my kind mother. In the evening I came home on the little chestnut. Since the day before yesterday, when he got a strain and hurt his foot, he has been very restive and very touchy, and when he got home he refused his food. I thought at first that he did not fancy his father, and gave him some pieces of sugar and sticks of cinnamon, which he likes very much. He tasted them, but would not eat them. The poor little beast seems to have same other internal indisposition besides his injured foot. If by ill luck he were to become foundered or ill, everybody, even my parents, would throw the blame on me, and yet I have been very careful and considerate of him. My God, my Lord, thou who canst do things both great and small, remove from me this misfortune, and let him recover as quickly as possible. If, however, thou hast willed otherwise, and if this fresh trouble is to fall upon us, I will try to bear it with courage, and as the expiation of some sin. Meanwhile, O my God, I leave this matter in thy hands, as I leave my life and my soul." On the 20th of April he wrote, "The little horse is well, God has helped me." German manners and customs are so different from ours, and contrasts occur so frequently in the same man, on the other side of the Rhine, that anything less than all the quotations which we have given would have been insufficient to place before our readers a true idea of that character made up of artlessness and reason, childishness and strength, depression and enthusiasm, material details and poetic ideas, which renders Sand a man incomprehensible to us. We will now continue the portrait, which still wants a few finishing touches. When he returned to Erlangen, after the completion of his cure, Sand read Faust for the first time. At first he was amazed at that work, which seemed to him an orgy of genius. Then, when he had entirely finished it, he reconsidered his first impression and wrote, 4th May. O horrible struggle of man and devil! What Mephistopheles is in me, I feel for the first time in this hour, and I feel it, O God, with consternation. About 11 at night, I finished reading the tragedy, and I felt and saw the fiend in myself, so that by midnight, amid my tears and despair, I was at last frightened at myself. Sand was falling by degrees into a deep melancholy, from which nothing could rouse him except his desire to purify and preach morality to the students around him. To anyone who knows university life, such a task will seem superhuman. Sand, however, was not discouraged, and if he could not gain an influence over everyone, he at least succeeded in forming around him a considerable circle of the most intelligent and the best. Nevertheless, in the midst of these apostolic labors, strange longings for death would overcome him. He seemed to recall heaven and want to return to it. He called these temptations homesickness for the soul's country. His favorite authors were Lessing, Schiller, Herder, and Goethe. After rereading the two last for the 20th time, this is what he wrote. Good and evil touch each other. The woes of the young Werther and Weislingen's seduction are almost the same story. No matter, we must not judge between what is good and what is evil in others, for that is what God will do. I have just been spending much time over this thought, and have become convinced that in no circumstances ought we to allow ourselves to seek for the devil in others, and that we have no right to judge. The only creature over whom we have received the power to judge and condemn is ourself, and that gives us enough constant care, business, and trouble. I have again today felt a profound desire to quit this world and enter a higher world, but this desire is rather dejection than strength, a lassitude than an upsoaring. The year 1816 was spent by Sand in these pious attempts upon his young comrades, in this ceaseless self-examination, and in the perpetual battle which he waged with the desire for death that pursued him. Every day he had deeper doubts of himself, and on the 1st of January, 1817, he wrote this prayer in his diary. Grant to me, O Lord, to me whom thou halt endowed, in sending me on earth with free will, the grace that in this year which we are now beginning I may never relax this constant attention, and not shamefully give up the examination of my conscience, which I have hitherto made. Give me strength to increase the attention which I turn upon my own life, and to diminish that which I turn upon the life of others. Strengthen my will that it may become powerful to command the desires of the body and the waverings of the soul. Give me a pious conscience entirely devoted to thy celestial kingdom, that I may always belong to thee, or after failing, may be able to return to thee. Sand was right in praying to God for the year 1817, and his fears were a presentiment. The skies of Germany, lightened by Leipzig and Waterloo, were once more darkened. To the colossal and universal despotism of Napoleon succeeded the individual oppression of those little princes who made up the Germanic Diet, and all that the nations had gained by overthrowing the giant was to be governed by dwarfs. This was the time when secret societies were organized throughout Germany. Let us say a few words about them, for the history that we are writing is not only that of individuals, but also that of nations, and every time that occasion presents itself, we will give our little picture a wide horizon. The secret societies of Germany, of which, without knowing them, we have all heard seem, when we follow them up, like rivers, to originate in some sort of affiliation to those famous clubs of the Illumines, and the Freemasons which made so much stir in France at the close of the 18th century. At the time of the Revolution of '89, these different philosophical, political, and religious sects enthusiastically accepted the Republican doctrines, and the successes of our first generals have often been attributed to the secret efforts of the members. When Bonaparte, who was acquainted with these groups, and was even said to have belonged to them, exchanged his general's uniform for an emperor's cloak, all of them, considering him as a renegade and traitor, not only rose against him at home, but tried to raise enemies against him abroad. As they addressed themselves to noble and generous passions, they found a response, and princes to whom their results might be profitable seemed, for a moment, to encourage them. Among others, Prince Louis of Prussia was Grand Master of one of these societies. The attempted murder by Stops, to which we have already referred, was one of the thunderclaps of the storm, but its morrow brought the peace of Vienna, and the degradation of Austria was the death blow of the old Germanic organization. These societies, which had received a mortal wound in 1806 and were now controlled by the French police, instead of continuing to meet in public, were forced to seek new members in the dark. In 1811, several agents of these societies were arrested in Berlin, but the Prussian authorities, following secret orders of Queen Louisa, actually protected them, so that they were easily able to deceive the French police about their intentions. About February 1815, the disasters of the French army revived the courage of these societies, for it was seen that God was helping their cause. The students in particular joined enthusiastically in the new attempts that were now begun. Many colleges enrolled themselves almost entire and chose their principals and professors as captains. The poet, Corner, killed on the 18th of October at Leipzig, was the hero of this campaign. The triumph of this national movement, which twice carried the Prussian army, largely composed of volunteers, to Paris, was followed when the treaties of 1815 and the new Germanic constitution were made known, by a terrible reaction in Germany. All these young men who, exiled by their princes, had risen in the name of liberty, soon perceived that they had been used as tools to establish European despotism. They wished to claim the promises that had been made, but the policy of Talleyrand and Metternich weighed on them, and repressing them at the first words they uttered, compelled them to shelter their discontent and their hopes in the universities, which, enjoying a kind of constitution of their own, more easily escaped the investigations made by the spies of the Holy Alliance. But repressed as they were, these societies continued nevertheless to exist, and kept up communications by means of traveling students, who, bearing verbal messages, traversed Germany under the pretense of botanizing, and passing from mountain to mountain, sowed broadcast those luminous and hopeful words, of which peoples are always greedy and kings always fear. We have seen that Sand, carried away by the general movement, had gone through the campaign of 1815 as a volunteer, although he was then only 19 years old. On his return, he, like others, had found his golden hopes deceived, and it is from this period that we find his journal assuming the tone of mysticism and sadness which our readers must have remarked in it. He soon entered one of these associations, the Teutonia, and from that moment, regarding the great cause which he had taken up as a religious one, he attempted to make the conspirators worthy of their enterprise, and thus arose his attempts to inculcate moral doctrines, in which he succeeded with some, but failed with the majority. Sand had succeeded, however, in forming around him a certain circle of Puritans, composed of about 60 to 80 students, all belonging to the group of the Burschenschaft, which continued its political and religious course despite all the jeers of the opposing group, the Landmannschaft. One of his friends called Dittmer and he were pretty much the chiefs, and although no election had given them their authority, they exercised so much influence upon what was decided that in any particular case, their fellow adepts were sure spontaneously to obey any impulse that they might choose to impart. The meetings of the Burschen took place upon a little hill crowned by a ruined castle, which was situated at some distance from Erlangen, and which Sand and Dittmer had called the Rutli, in memory of the spot where Walter Fürst, Melchthal, and Stauffacher had made their vow to deliver their country. There, under the pretense of students' games, while they built up a new house with the ruined fragments, they passed alternately from symbol to action and from action to symbol. Meanwhile, the association was making such advances throughout Germany that not only the princes and kings of the German Confederation, but also the great European powers, began to be uneasy. France sent agents to bring home reports, Russia paid agents on the spot, and the persecutions that touched a professor and exasperated a whole university often arose from a note sent by the cabinet of the Tuileries or of St. Petersburg. It was amid the events that began thus that Sand, after commending himself to the protection of God, began the year 1817, in the sad mood in which we have just seen him, and in which he was kept rather by a disgust for things as they were than by a disgust for life. On the 8th of May, preyed upon by this melancholy, which he cannot conquer, and which comes from the disappointment of all his political hopes, he writes in his diary, "I shall find it impossible to set seriously to work, and this idle temper, this humor of hypochondria, which casts its black veil over everything in life, continues and grows in spite of the moral activity which I imposed on myself yesterday. In the holidays, fearing to burden his parents with any additional expense, he will not go home and prefers to make a walking tour with his friends. No doubt this tour, in addition to its recreative side, had a political aim. Be that as it may, Sande's diary, during the period of his journey, shows nothing but the names of the towns through which he passed. That we may have a notion of Sande's dutifulness to his parents, it should be said that he did not set out until he had obtained his mother's permission. On their return, Sande, Dittmer, and their friends the Burschen found their Rutley sacked by their enemies of the Landmannschaft. The house that they had built was demolished, and its fragments dispersed. Sande took this event for an omen, and was greatly depressed by it. "It seems to me, oh my God," he says in his journal, "that everything swims and turns around me. My soul grows darker and darker, my moral strength grows less instead of greater. I work and cannot achieve, walk towards my aim and do not reach it, exhaust myself and do nothing great. The days of life flee one after another, cares and uneasiness increase. I see no haven anywhere for our sacred German cause. The end will be that we shall fall, for I myself waver. O Lord and Father, protect me, save me, and lead me to that land from which we are forever driven back by the indifference of wavering spirits." About this time, a terrible event struck Sande to the heart. His friend Dittmer was drowned. This is what he wrote in his diary on the very morning of the occurrence. "O Almighty God, what is going to become of me? For the last fortnight I have been drawn into disorder, and have not been able to compel myself to look fixedly either backward or forward in my life, so that from the 4th of June up to the present hour my journal has remained empty. Yet every day I might have had occasion to praise Thee, O my God, but my soul is in anguish. Lord, do not turn from me. The more are the obstacles, the more need is there of strength." In the evening, he added these few words to the lines that he had written in the morning. "Desolation, despair, and death over my friend, over my very deeply loved Dittmer." This letter, which he wrote to his family, contains the account of the tragic event. "You know that when my best friends, A, C, and Z, were gone, I became particularly intimate with my well-beloved Dittmer of Anspach. Dittmer, that is to say, a true and worthy German, an evangelical Christian, something more in short than a man. An angelic soul, always turned toward the good, serene, pious, and ready for action. He had come to live in a room next to mine in Professor Grunler's house. We loved each other, upheld each other in our efforts, and well or ill, bore our good or evil fortune in common. On this last spring evening, after having worked in his room, and having strengthened ourselves anew to resist all the torments of life, and to advance towards the aim that we desired to attain, we went, about 7 in the evening, to the Baths of Redwitz. A very black storm was rising in the sky, but only as yet appeared on the horizon. E, who was with us, proposed to go home, but Dittmer persisted, saying that the canal was but a few steps away. God permitted that it should not be I who replied with these fatal words. So he went on. The sunset was splendid. I see it still, its violet clouds all fringed with gold, for I remember the smallest details of that evening. Dittmer went down first. He was the only one of us who knew how to swim, so he walked before us to show us the depth. The water was about up to our chests, and he, who preceded us, was up to his shoulders when he warned us not to go farther, because he was ceasing to feel the bottom. He immediately gave up his footing and began to swim, but scarcely had he made 10 strokes when, having reached the place where the river separates into 2 branches, he uttered a cry, and as he was trying to get a foothold, disappeared. We ran at once to the bank, hoping to be able to help him more easily, but we had neither poles nor ropes within reach, and, as I have told you, neither of us could swim. Then we called for help with all our might. At that moment Dittmer reappeared, and by an unheard-of effort seized the end of a willow branch that was hanging over the water, but the branch was not strong enough to resist, and our friend sank again, as though he had been struck by apoplexy. Can you imagine the state in which we were, we his friends, bending over the river, our fixed and haggard eyes trying to pierce its depth? My God, how was it we did not go mad? A great crowd, however, had run at our cries. For 2 hours they sought for him with boats and drag hooks, and at last they succeeded in drawing his body from the gulf. Yesterday we bore it solemnly to the field of rest. Thus with the end of this spring has begun the serious summer of my life. I greeted it in a grave and melancholy mood, and you behold me now, if not consoled, at least strengthened by religion, which, thanks to the merits of Christ, gives me the assurance of meeting my friend in heaven, from the heights of which he will inspire me with strength to support the trials of this life. And now I do not desire anything more except to know you free from all anxiety in regard to me. Instead of serving to unite the two groups of students in a common grief, this accident, on the contrary, did but intensify their hatred of each other. Among the first persons who ran up at the cries of Sand and his companion was a member of the Landmannschaft who could swim, but instead of going to Dittmer's assistance, he exclaimed, "It seems that we shall get rid of one of these dogs of Burschen. Thank God." Notwithstanding this manifestation of hatred, which, indeed, might be that of an individual and not of the whole body, the Burschen invited their enemies to be present at Dittmer's funeral. A brutal refusal and a threat to disturb the ceremony by insults to the corpse formed their sole reply. The Burschen then warned the authorities, who took suitable measures, and all Dittmer's friends followed his coffin sword in hand. Beholding this calm but resolute demonstration, the Landmannschaft did not dare to carry out their threat, and contented themselves with insulting the procession by laughs and songs. Sand wrote in his journal, "Dittmer is a great loss to all of us, and particularly to me. He gave me the overflow of his strength and life. He stopped, as it were, with an embankment, the part of my character that is irresolute and undecided. From him it is that I have learned not to dread the approaching storm, and to know how to fight and die." Some days after the funeral, Sand had a quarrel about Dittmer with one of his former friends, who had passed over from the Burschen to the Landmannschaft, and who had made himself conspicuous at the time of the funeral by his indecent hilarity. It was decided that they should fight the next day, and on the same day Sand wrote in his journal, "Tomorrow I am to fight with PG, yet thou knowest, O my God, what great friends we formerly were, except for a certain mistrust with which his coldness always inspired me. But on this occasion his odious conduct has caused me to descend from the tenderest pity to the profoundest hatred. My God, do not withdraw thy hand either from him or from me, since we are both fighting like men. Judge only by our two causes, and give the victory to that which is the more just. If thou shouldst call me before thy supreme tribunal, I know very well that I should appear burdened with an eternal malediction. And indeed it is not upon myself that I reckon, but upon the merits of our Savior Jesus Christ. Come what may, be praised and blessed, O my God. My dear parents, brothers, and friends, I commend you to the protection of God." Sand waited in vain for 2 hours next day. His adversary did not come to the meeting place. The loss of Dittmer, however, by no means produced the result upon Sand that might have been expected, and that he himself seems to indicate in the regrets he expressed for him. Deprived of that strong soul upon which he rested, Sand understood that it was his task by redoubled energy to make the death of Dittmer less fatal to his party. And indeed, he continued singly the work of drawing in recruits which they had been carrying on together, and the patriotic conspiracy was not for a moment impeded. The holidays came, and Sand left Erlangen to return no more. From Wunsiedel he was to proceed to Jena in order to complete his theological studies there. After some days spent with his family and indicated in his journal as happy, Sand went to his new place of abode, where he arrived some time before the festival of the Wartburg. This festival, established to celebrate the anniversary of the Battle of Leipzig, was regarded as a solemnity throughout Germany, and although the princes well knew that it was a center for the annual renewal of affiliation to the various societies, they dared not forbid it. Indeed, the manifesto of the Teutonic Association was exhibited at this festival and signed by more than 2,000 deputies from different universities in Germany. This was a day of joy for Sand, for he found in the midst of new friends a great number of old ones. The government, however, which had not dared to attack the association by force, resolved to undermine it by opinion. M. de Storen published a terrible document attacking the societies and founded, it was said, upon information furnished by Kotzebue. This publication made a great stir, not only at Jena, but throughout all Germany. Here is the trace of this event that we find in Sand's journal. 24th November, today, after working with much ease and assiduity, I went out about 4 with E. As we crossed the marketplace, we heard Kotzebue's new and venomous insult read. By what a fury that man is possessed against the Burschen, and against all who love Germany. Thus, for the first time, and in these terms, Sand's journal presents the name of the man who, 18 months later, he was to slay. On the 29th, in the evening, Sand writes again. Tomorrow I shall set out courageously and joyfully from this place for a pilgrimage to Wunsiedel. There I shall find my large-hearted mother and my tender sister Julia. There I shall cool my head and warm my heart. Probably I shall be present at my good Fritz's marriage with Louisa and at the baptism of my very dear Durchmith's firstborn. God, O my Father, as thou hast been with me during my sad course, be with me still on my happy road. This journey did in fact greatly cheer Sand. Since Dittmer's death, his attacks of hypochondria had disappeared. While Dittmer lived, he might die. Dittmer being dead, it was his part to live. On the 11th of December, he left Wunsiedel to return to Jena, and on the 31st of the same month, he wrote this prayer in his journal. O merciful Saviour, I began this year with prayer, and in these last days I have been subject to distraction and ill-disposed. When I look backward, I find, alas, that I have not become better, but I have entered more profoundly into life, and should occasion present, I now feel strength to act. It is because thou hast always been with me, Lord, even when I was not with thee. If our readers have followed with some attention the different extracts from the journal that we have placed before them, they must have seen Sand's resolution gradually growing stronger and his brain becoming excited. From the beginning of the year 1818, one feels his view, which long was timid and wandering, taking in a wider horizon and fixing itself on a nobler aim. He is no longer ambitious of the pastor's simple life or of the narrow influence which he might gain in a little community, and which, in his juvenile modesty, had seemed the height of good fortune and happiness. It is now his native land, his German people, nay, all humanity, which he embraces in his gigantic plans of political regeneration. Thus, on the flyleaf of his journal for the year 1818, he writes, Lord, let me strengthen myself in the idea that I have conceived of the deliverance of humanity by the holy sacrifice of thy Son. Grant that I may be a Christ of Germany, and that, like and through Jesus, I may be strong and patient in suffering. But the anthropublican pamphlets of Kotzebue increased in number and gained a fatal influence upon the minds of rulers. Nearly all the persons who were attacked in these pamphlets were known and esteemed at Jena, and it may easily be comprehended what effects were produced by such insults upon these young heads and noble hearts, which carried conviction to the point of blindness and enthusiasm to that of fanaticism. Thus, here is what Sand wrote in his diary on the 5th of May. Lord, what causes this melancholy anguish which has again taken possession of me? But a firm and constant will surmount everything, and the idea of the country gives joy and courage to the saddest and the weakest. When I think of that, I am always amazed that there is none among us found courageous enough to drive a knife into the breast of Kotzebue or of any other traitor. Still dominated by the same thought, he continues thus on the 18th of May. A man is nothing in comparison with a nation. He is a unity compared with millions, a minute compared with a century. A man, whom nothing precedes and nothing follows, is born, lives, and dies in a longer or shorter time, which, relatively to eternity, hardly equals the duration of a lightning flash. A nation, on the contrary, is immortal. From time to time, however, amid these thoughts that bear the impress of that political fatality which was driving him towards the deed of bloodshed, the kindly and joyous youth reappears. On the 24th of June, he writes to his mother, I have received your long and beautiful letter, accompanied by the very complete and well-chosen outfit which you send me. The sight of this fine linen gave me back one of the joys of my childhood. These are fresh benefits. my prayers never remain unfulfilled, and I have continual cause to thank you and God. I receive all at once shirts, 2 pairs of fine sheets, a present of your work, and of Julia's and Caroline's work, dainties and sweetmeats, so that I am still jumping with joy, and I turned 3 times on my heels when I opened the little parcel. Receive the thanks of my heart, and share, as giver, in the joy of him who has received. Today, however, is a very serious day, the last day of spring, and the anniversary of that on which I lost my noble and good Dittmer. I am a prey to 1,000 different and confused feelings, but I have only 2 passions left in me which remain upright, and like 2 pillars of brass support this whole chaos, the thought of God and the love of my country. During all this time, Sand's life remains apparently calm and equal. The inward storm is calmed. He rejoices in his application to work and his cheerful temper. However, from time to time, he makes great complaints to himself of his propensity to love dainty food, which he does not always find it possible to conquer. Then, in his self-contempt, he calls himself fig stomach or cake stomach. But amid all this, the religious and political exaltation, and visits all the battlefields near to the road that he follows. On the 18th of October, he is back at Jena, where he resumes his studies with more application than ever. It is among such university studies that the year 1818 closes for him, and we should hardly suspect the terrible resolution which he has taken, were it not that we find in his journal this last note, dated the 31st of December. I finish the last day of this year 1818, then in a serious and solemn mood, and I have decided that the Christmas feast, which has just gone by, will be the last Christmas feast that I shall celebrate. If anything is to come of our efforts, if the cause of humanity is to assume the upper hand in our country, if in this faithless epoch any noble feelings can spring up afresh and make way, it can only happen if the wretch, the traitor, the seducer of youth, the infamous Kotzebue, falls. I am fully convinced of this, and until I have accomplished the work upon which I have resolved, I shall have no rest. Lord, thou who knowest that I have devoted my life to this great action, I only need, now that it is fixed in my mind, to beg of thee true firmness and courage of soul. Here Sand's diary ends. He had begun it to strengthen himself. He had reached his aim. He needed nothing more. From this moment, he was occupied by nothing but this single idea, and he continued slowly to mature the plan in his head in order to familiarize himself with its execution. But all the impressions arising from this thought remained in his own mind, and none was manifested on the surface. To everyone else he was the same, but for some little time past, a complete and unaltered serenity, accompanied by a visible and cheerful return of inclination towards life, had been noticed in him. He had made no change in the hours or the duration of his studies, but he had begun to attend the anatomical classes very assiduously. One day he was seen to give even more than his customary attention to a lesson in which the professor was demonstrating the various functions of the heart. He examined with the greatest care the place occupied by it in the chest, asking to have some of the demonstrations repeated 2 or 3 times, and, when he went out, questioning some of the young men who were following the medical courses about the susceptibility of the organ, which cannot receive ever so slight a blow without death ensuing from that blow. All this with so perfect an indifference and calmness that no one about him conceived any suspicion. Another day, one of his friends, came into his room. Sand, who had heard him coming up, was standing by the table with a paper knife in his hand, waiting for him. Directly the visitor came in, Sand flung himself upon him, struck him lightly on the forehead, and then, as he put up his hands to ward off the blow, struck him rather more violently in the chest. Then, satisfied with this experiment, said, "You see, when you want to kill a man, that is the way to do it. You threaten the face, he puts up his hands, and while he does so, you thrust a dagger into his heart." The 2 young men laughed heartily over this murderous demonstration, and A.S. related it that evening at the wine shop as one of the peculiarities of character that were common in his friend. After the event, the pantomime explained itself. The month of March arrived. Sand became day by day calmer, more affectionate, and kinder. It might be thought that in the moment of leaving his friends forever, he wished to leave them an ineffaceable remembrance of him. At last he announced that on account of several family affairs, he was about to undertake a little journey, and set about all his preparations with his usual care, but with a serenity never previously seen in him. Up to that time, he had continued to work as usual, not relaxing for an instant, for there was a possibility that Kotzebue might die or be killed by somebody else before the term that Sand had fixed to himself, and in that case, he did not wish to have lost time. On the 7th of March, he invited all his friends to spend the evening with him and announced his departure for the next day but one, the 9th. All of them then proposed to him to escort him for some legs, but Sand refused. He feared lest this demonstration, innocent though it were, might compromise them later on. He set forth alone, therefore, after having hired his lodgings for another half-year, in order to obviate any suspicion, and went by way of Erfurt and Eisenach in order to visit the Wartburg. From that place he went to Frankfurt, where he slept on the 17th, and on the morrow he continued his journey by way of Darmstadt. At last, on the 23rd, at 9 in the morning, he arrived at the top of the little hill where we found him at the beginning of this narrative. Throughout the journey, he had been the amiable and happy young man whom no one could see without liking. Having reached Mannheim, he took a room at the Weinberg and wrote his name as Henry in the visitors' list. He immediately inquired where Kotzebue lived. The councillor dwelt near the church of the Jesuits. His house was at the corner of a street, and though Sand's informants could not tell him exactly the letter, they assured him it was not possible to mistake the house. At Mannheim, houses are marked by letters, not by numbers. Sand went at once to Kotzebue's house. It was about 10 o'clock. He was told that the councillor went to walk for an hour or two every morning in the park of Mannheim. Sand inquired about the path in which he generally walked, and about the clothes he wore, for never having seen him, he could only recognize him by the description. Kotzebue chanced to take another path. Sand walked about the park for an hour, but seeing no one who corresponded to the description given him, went back to the house. Kotzebue had come in, but was at breakfast and could not see him. Sand went back to the Weinberg and sat down to the midday table d'hôte, where he dined with an appearance of such calmness, and even of such happiness, that his conversation, which was now lively, now simple, and now dignified, was remarked by everybody. At 5 in the afternoon, he returned a third time to the house of Kotzebue, who was giving a great dinner that day, but orders had been given to admit Sand. He was shown into a little room opening out of the anteroom, and a moment after, Kotzebue came in. Sand then performed the drama which he had rehearsed upon his friend, A.S. Kotzebue, finding his face threatened, put his hands up to it, and left his breast exposed. Sand at once stabbed him to the heart. Kotzebue gave one cry, staggered, and fell back into an armchair. He was dead. At the cry, a little girl of 6 years old ran in, one of those charming German children, with the faces of cherubs, blue-eyed, with long flowing hair. She flung herself upon the body of Kotzebue, calling her father with piercing cries. Sand, standing at the door, could not endure this sight, and without going farther, he thrust the dagger, still covered with Kotzebue's blood, up to the hilt into his own breast. Then, seeing to his surprise that notwithstanding the terrible wound he had just given himself, he did not feel the approach of death, and not wishing to fall alive into the hands of the servants who were running in, he rushed to the staircase. The persons who were invited were just coming in. They, seeing a young man, pale and bleeding with a knife in his breast, uttered loud cries and stood aside instead of stopping him. Sand therefore passed down the staircase and reached the street below. 10 paces off, a patrol was passing, on the way to relieve the sentinels at the castle. Sand thought these men had been summoned by the cries that followed him. He threw himself on his knees in the middle of the street and said, "Father, receive my soul." Then, drawing the knife from the wound, he gave himself a second blow below the former and fell insensible. Sand was carried to the hospital and guarded with the utmost strictness. The wounds were serious, but thanks to the skill of the physicians who were called in, were not mortal. One of them even healed eventually, but as to the second, the blade having gone between the costal pleura and the pulmonary pleura, an effusion of blood occurred between the two layers, so that, instead of closing the wound, it was kept carefully open, in order that the blood extravasated during the night might be drawn off every morning by means of a pump, as is done in the operation for empyema. Notwithstanding these cares, Sand was for 3 months between life and death. When on the 26th of March, the news of Kotzebue's assassination came from Mannheim to Jena, the academic senate caused Sand's room to be opened and found two letters, one addressed to his friends of the Burschenschaft, in which he declared that he no longer belonged to their society, since he did not wish that their brotherhood should include a man about to die on the scaffold. The other letter, which bore this superscription, "To my nearest and dearest," was an exact account of what he meant to do and the motives which had made him determine upon this act. Though the letter is a little long, it is so solemn and so antique in spirit that we do not hesitate to present it in its entirety to our readers. To all my own, loyal and eternally cherished souls. Why add still further to your sadness? I asked myself, and I hesitated to write to you, but my silence would have wounded the religion of the heart, and the deeper a grief the more it needs, before it can be blotted out, to drain to the dregs its cup of bitterness. Forth from my agonized breast, then, forth, long and cruel torment of a last conversation, which alone, however, when sincere, can alleviate the pain of parting. This letter brings you the last farewell of your son and your brother. The greatest misfortune of life for any generous heart is to see the cause of God stopped short in its developments by our fault, and the most dishonoring infamy would be to suffer that the fine things acquired bravely by thousands of men, and for which thousands of men have joyfully sacrificed themselves, should be no more than a transient dream, without real and positive consequences. The resurrection of our German life was begun in these last 20 years, and particularly in the sacred year 1813, with a courage inspired by God. But now the house of our fathers is shaken from the summit to the base. Forward, let us raise it, new and fair, and such as the true temple of the true God should be. Small is the number of those who resist, and who wish to oppose themselves as a dike against the torrent of the progress of higher humanity among the German people. Why should vast whole masses bow beneath the yoke of a perverse minority? And why, scarcely healed, should we fall back into a worse disease than that which we are leaving behind? Many of these seducers, and those are the most infamous, are playing the game of corruption with us. Among them is Kotzebue, the most cunning and the worst of all, a real talking machine emitting all sorts of detestable speech and pernicious advice. His voice is skillful in removing from us all anger and bitterness against the most unjust measures, and is just such as kings require to put us to sleep again in that old hazy slumber which is the death of nations. Every day he odiously betrays his country, and nevertheless, despite his treason, remains an idol for half Germany, which, dazzled by him, accepts unresisting the poison poured out by him in his periodic pamphlets, wrapped up and protected, as he is by the seductive mantle of a great poetic reputation. Incited by him, the princes of Germany, who have forgotten their promises, will allow nothing free or good to be accomplished, or if anything of the kind is accomplished in spite of them, they will league themselves with the French to annihilate it. That the history of our time may not be covered with eternal ignominy, it is necessary that he should fall. I have always said that if we wish to find a great and supreme remedy for the state of abasement in which we are, none must shrink from combat nor from suffering, and the real liberty of the German people will only be assured when the good citizen sets himself or some other stake upon the game, and when every true son of the country, prepared for the struggle for justice, despises the good things of this world, and only desires those celestial good things which death holds in charge. Who then will strike this miserable hireling, this venal traitor? I have long been waiting in fear, in prayer, and in tears, I who am not born for murder, for some other to be beforehand with me, to set me free, and suffer me to continue my way along the sweet and peaceful path that I had chosen for myself. Well, despite my prayers and my tears, he who should strike does not present himself. Indeed, every man like myself has a right to count upon some other, and everyone thus counting, every hour's delay but makes our state worse, for at any moment, and how deep a shame would that be for us, Kotzebue may leave Germany unpunished and go to devour in Russia the treasures for which he has exchanged his honor, his conscience, and his German name. Who can preserve us from this shame, if every man, if I myself, do not feel strength to make myself the chosen instrument of God's justice? Therefore, forward. It shall be I who will courageously rush upon him. Do not be alarmed, on him, the loathsome seducer. It shall be I who will kill the traitor. so that his misguiding voice, being extinguished, shall cease to lead us astray from the lessons of history and from the Spirit of God. An irresistible and solemn duty impels me to this deed, ever since I have recognized to what high destinies the German nation may attain during this century, and ever since I have come to know the dastard and hypocrite who alone prevents it from reaching them. For me, as for every German who seeks the public good, this desire has become a strict and binding necessity. May I, by this national vengeance, indicate to all upright and loyal consciences where the true danger lies, and save our vilified and calumniated societies from the imminent danger that threatens them. May I, in short, spread terror among the cowardly and wicked, and courage and faith among the good. Speeches and writings lead to nothing, only actions work. I will act, therefore, and though driven violently away from my fair dreams of the future, I am none the less full of trust in God. I even experience a celestial joy, now that, like the Hebrews when they sought the promised land, I see traced before me, through darkness and death, that road at the end of which I shall have paid my debt to my country. Farewell then, faithful hearts. True, this early separation is hard. True, your hopes, like my wishes, are disappointed. But let us be consoled by the primary thought that we have done what the voice of our country called upon us to do. That, you knew, is the principle according to which I have always lived. You will doubtless say among yourselves, yes, thanks to our sacrifices, he had learned to know life and to taste the joys of earth, and he seemed deeply to love his native country and the humble estate to which he was called. Alas, yes, that is true. Under your protection, and amid your numberless sacrifices, my native land and life had become profoundly dear to me. Yes, thanks to you, I have penetrated into the Eden of knowledge and have lived the free life of thought. Thanks to you, I have looked into history and have then returned to my own conscience to attach myself to the solid pillars of faith in the eternal. Yes, I was to pass gently through this life as a preacher of the gospel. Yes, in my constancy to my calling, I was to be sheltered from the storms of this existence. But would that suffice to avert the danger that threatens Germany? And you yourselves, in your infinite love, should you not rather push me on to risk my life for the good of all? So many modern Greeks have fallen already to free their country from the yoke of the Turks, and have died almost without any result and without any hope. And yet thousands of fresh martyrs keep up their courage and are ready to fall in their turn. And should I then hesitate to die? That I do not recognize your love, or that your love is but a trifling consideration with me, you will not believe. What else should impel me to die if not my devotion to you and to Germany, and the need of proving this devotion to my family and my country? You, mother, will say, why have I brought up a son whom I loved and who loved me, for whom I have undergone 1,000 cares and toils, who, thanks to my prayers and my example, was impressionable to good influences, and from whom, after my long and weary course, I hope to receive attentions like those which I have given him? Why does he now abandon me? O my kind and tender mother, yes, you will perhaps say that, but could not the mother of anyone else say the same, and everything go off thus in words when there is need to act for the country? And if no one would act, what would become of that mother of us all who is called Germany? But no, such complaints are far from you, you noble woman. I understood your appeal once before, and at this present hour, if no one came forward in the German cause, you yourself would urge me to the fight. I have 2 brothers and 2 sisters before me, all noble and loyal. They will remain to you, mother, and besides you will have for sons all the children of Germany who love their country. Every man has a destiny which he has to accomplish. Mine is devoted to the action that I am about to undertake. If I were to live another 50 years, I could not live more happily than I have done lately. Farewell, mother. I commend you to the protection of God. May he raise you to that joy which misfortunes can no longer trouble. Take your grandchildren, to whom I should so much have liked to be a loving friend, to the top of our beautiful mountains soon. There, on that altar raised by the Lord himself in the midst of Germany, let them devote themselves, swearing to take up the sword as soon as they have strength to lift it, and to lay it down only when our brethren are all united in liberty, when all Germans, having a liberal constitution, are great before the Lord, powerful against their neighbors, and united among themselves. May my country ever raise her happy gaze to thee, Almighty Father. May thy blessing fall abundantly upon her harvests ready to be cut, and her armies ready for battle. And recognizing the blessings that thou hast showered upon us, may the German nation ever be first among nations to rise and uphold the cause of humanity, which is thy image upon earth. Your eternally attached son, brother, and friend, Carl Ludwig Sand. Jena, the beginning of March, 1819. Sand, who, as we have said, had at first been taken to the hospital, was removed at the end of 3 months to the prison at Mannheim, where the governor, Mr. G., had caused a room to be prepared for him. There he remained 2 months longer in a state of extreme weakness. His left arm was completely paralyzed. His voice was very weak. Every movement gave him horrible pain, and thus it was not until the 11th of August, that is to say, 5 months after the event that we have narrated, that he was able to write to his family the following letter. My very dear parents, the Grand Duke's Commission of Inquiry informed me yesterday that it might be possible I should have the intense joy of a visit from you, and that I might perhaps see you here and embrace you, mother, and some of my brothers and sisters. Without being surprised at this fresh proof of your motherly love, I have felt an ardent remembrance reawaken of the happy life that we spent gently together. Joy and grief, desire and sacrifice agitate my heart violently, and I have had to weigh these various impulses one against the other, and with the force of reason, in order to resume mastery of myself and to take a decision in regard to my wishes. The balance has inclined in the direction of sacrifice. You know, mother, how much joy and courage a look from your eyes, daily intercourse with you, and your pious and high-minded conversation might bring me during my very short time. But you also know my position, and you are too well acquainted with the natural course of all these painful inquiries, not to feel as I do, that such annoyance, continually recurring, would greatly trouble the pleasure of our companionship, if it did not indeed succeed in entirely destroying it. Then, mother, after the long and fatiguing journey that you would be obliged to make in order to see me, think of the terrible sorrow of the farewell when the moment came to part in this world. Let us therefore abide by the sacrifice, according to God's will, and let us yield ourselves only to that sweet community of thought which distance cannot interrupt, in which I find my only joys, and which, in spite of men, will always be granted us by the Lord our Father. As for my physical state, I know nothing about it. You see, however, since at last I am writing to you myself, that I have come past my first uncertainties. As for the rest, I know too little of the structure of my own body to give any opinion as to what my wounds may determine for it. Except that a little strength has returned to me, its state is still the same, and I endure it calmly and patiently, for God comes to my help and gives me courage and firmness. He will help me, believe me, to find all the joys of the soul and to be strong in mind. Amen. May you live happy, your deeply respectful son, Carl Ludwig Sand. A month after this letter came tender answers from all the family. We will quote only that of Sand's mother, because it completes the idea which the reader may have formed already of this great-hearted woman, as her son always calls her. Dear, inexpressibly dear Carl, how sweet it was to me to see the writing of your beloved hand after so long a time. No journey would have been so painful and no road so long as to prevent me from coming to you, and I would go, in deep and infinite love, to any end of the earth in the mere hope of catching sight of you. But as I well know both your tender affection and your profound anxiety for me, and as you give me, so firmly and upon such manly reflection, reasons against which I can say nothing, and which I can but honor, it shall be, my well-beloved Carl, as you have wished and decided. We will continue without speech to communicate our thoughts, but be satisfied nothing can separate us. I enfold you in my soul, and my material thoughts watch over you. May this infinite love which upholds us, strengthens us, and leads us all to a better life, preserve, dear Carl, your courage and firmness. Farewell, and be invariably assured that I shall never cease to love you strongly and deeply. Your faithful mother, who loves you to eternity. Sand replied. January 1820, from my Isle of Patmos, my dear parents, brothers and sisters. In the middle of the month of September last year, I received, through the Grand Duke's Special Commission of Inquiry, whose humanity you have already appreciated, your dear letters of the end of August and the beginning of September, which had such magical influence that they inundated me with joy by transporting me into the inmost circle of your hearts. You, my tender father, you write to me on the 67th anniversary of your birth, and you bless me by the outpouring of your most tender love. You, my well-beloved mother, you deign to promise the continuance of your maternal affection, in which I have at all times constantly believed, and thus I have received the blessings of both of you, which, in my present position, will exercise a more beneficent influence upon me than any of the things that all the kings of the earth, united together, could grant me. Yes, you strengthen me abundantly by your blessed love, and I render thanks to you, my beloved parents, with that respectful submission that my heart will always inculcate as the first duty of a son. But the greater your love and the more affectionate your letters, the more do I suffer, I must acknowledge, from the voluntary sacrifice that we have imposed upon ourselves in not seeing one another. And the only reason, my dear parents, why I have delayed to reply to you was to give myself time to recover the strength which I have lost. You too, dear brother-in-law and dear sister, assure me of your sincere and uninterrupted attachment. And yet, after the fright that I have spread among you all, you seem not to know exactly what to think of me. But my heart, full of gratitude for your past kindness, comforts itself. For your actions speak and tell me that, even if you wished no longer to love me as I love you, you would not be able to do otherwise. These actions mean more to me at this hour than any possible protestations, nay, than even the tenderest words. And you also, my kind brother, you would have consented to hurry with our beloved mother to the shores of the Rhine, to this place where the real links of the soul were welded between us, where we were doubly brothers. But tell me, are you not really here, in thought and in spirit, when I consider the rich fountain of consolation brought me by your cordial and tender letter? And you, kind sister-in-law, as you showed yourself from the first, in your delicate tenderness, a true sister, so I find you again at present. There are still the same tender relations, still the same sisterly affection. Your consolations, which emanate from a deep and submissive piety, have fallen refreshingly into the depths of my heart. But, dear sister-in-law, I must tell you, as well as the others, that you are too liberal towards me in dispensing your esteem and praises, and your exaggeration has cast me back face to face with my inmost judge, who has shown me in the mirror of my conscience the image of my every weakness. You, kind Julia, you desire nothing else but to save me from the fate that awaits me, and you assure me in your own name and in that of you all that you, like the others, would rejoice to endure it in my place. In that I recognize you fully, and I recognize, too, those sweet and tender relations in which we have been brought up from childhood. Oh, be comforted, dear Julia. Thanks to the protection of God, I promise you that it will be easy for me, much easier than I should have thought, to bear what falls to my lot. Receive, then, all of you, my warm and sincere thanks for having thus rejoiced my heart. Now that I know from these strengthening letters that, like the prodigal son, the love and goodness of my family are greater on my return than at my departure, I will, as carefully as possible, paint for you my physical and moral state, and I pray God to supplement my words by His strength, so that my letter may contain an equivalent of what yours brought to me, and may help you to reach that state of calm and serenity to which I have myself attained. Hardened by having gained power over myself, against the good and ill of this earth, you knew already that of late years I have lived only for moral joys, and I must say that, touched by my efforts, doubtless, the Lord, who is the sacred fount of all that is good, has rendered me apt in seeking them and in tasting them to the full. God is ever near me, as formerly, and I find in Him the sovereign principle of the creation of all things. In Him, our Holy Father, not only consolation and strength, but an unalterable friend, full of the holiest love, who will accompany me in all places where I may need His consolations. Assuredly, if He had turned from me, or if I had turned away my eyes from Him, I should now find myself very unfortunate and wretched. But by His grace, on the contrary, lowly and weak creature as I am, He makes me strong and powerful against whatever can befall me. What I have hitherto revered as sacred, what I have desired as good, what I have aspired to as heavenly, has in no respect changed now. And I thank God for it, for I should now be in great despair if I were compelled to recognize that my heart had adored deceptive images and enwrapped itself in fugitive chimeras. Thus my faith in these ideas and my pure love for them, guardian angels of my spirit as they are, increase moment by moment, and will go on increasing to my end, and I hope that I may pass all the more easily from this world into eternity. I pass my silent life in Christian exaltation and humility, and I sometimes have those visions from above through which I have, from my birth, adored heaven upon earth, and which give me power to raise myself to the Lord upon the eager wings of my prayers. My illness, though long, painful, and cruel, has always been sufficiently mastered by my will to let me busy myself to some result with history, positive sciences, and the finer parts of religious education. And when my suffering became more violent, and for a time interrupted these occupations, I struggled successfully, nevertheless, against ennui, for the memories of the past, my resignation to the present, and my faith in the future were rich enough and strong enough in me and round me to prevent my falling from my terrestrial paradise. According to my principles, I would never, in the position in which I am and in which I have placed myself, have been willing to ask anything for my own comfort. But so much kindness and care have been lavished upon me, with so much delicacy and humanity, which, alas, I am unable to return, by every person with whom I have been brought into contact, that wishes which I should not have dared to frame in the most private recesses of my heart have been more than exceeded. I have never been so much overcome by bodily pains that I could not say within myself, while I lifted my thoughts to heaven, come what may of this ray. And great as these gains have been, I could not dream of comparing them with those sufferings of the soul that we feel so profoundly and poignantly in the recognition of our weaknesses and faults. Moreover, these pains seldom now cause me to lose consciousness. The swelling and inflammation never made great headway, and the fever has always been moderate, though for nearly 10 months I have been forced to remain lying on my back, unable to raise myself, and although more than 40 pints of matter have come from my chest at the place where the heart is. No, on the contrary, the wound, though still open, is in a good state, and I owe that not only to the excellent nursing around me, but also to the pure blood that I received from you, my mother. Thus, I have lacked neither earthly assistance nor heavenly encouragement. Thus, on the anniversary of my birth, I had every reason, not to curse the hour in which I was born, but on the contrary, after serious contemplation of the world, to thank God and you, my dear parents, for the life that you have given me. I celebrated it on the 18th of October by a peaceful and ardent submission to the holy will of God. On Christmas Day, I tried to put myself into the temper of children who are devoted to the Lord, and with God's help the new year will pass like its predecessor, in bodily pain, perhaps, but certainly in spiritual joy. And with this wish, the only one that I form, I address myself to you, my dear parents, and to you and yours, my dear brothers and sisters. I cannot hope to see a 25th New Year, so may the prayer that I have just made be granted. May this picture of my present state afford you some tranquility, and may this letter that I write to you from the depths of my heart not only prove to you that I am not unworthy of the inexpressible love that you all display, but on the contrary, ensure this love to me for eternity. Within the last few days, I have also received your dear letter of the 2nd of December, my kind mother, and the Grand Duke's commission has deigned to let me also read my kind brother's letter which accompanied yours. You give me the best of news in regard to the health of all of you and send me preserved fruits from our dear home. I thank you for them from the bottom of my heart. What causes me most joy in the matter is that you have been solicitously busy about me in summer as in winter, and that you and my dear Julia gathered them and prepared them for me at home, and I abandon my whole soul to that sweet enjoyment. I rejoice sincerely at my little cousin's coming into the world. I joyfully congratulate the good parents and the grandparents. I transport myself, for his baptism, into that beloved parish, where I offer him my affection as his Christian brother and call down on him all the blessings of heaven. We shall be obliged, I think, to give up this correspondence so as not to inconvenience the Grand Duke's commission. I finish, therefore, by assuring you once more, but for the last time perhaps, of my profound filial submission and of my fraternal affection. Your most tenderly attached, Carl Ludwig Sand. Indeed, from that moment, all correspondence between Carl and his family ceased, and he only wrote to them, when he knew his fate, one more letter, which we shall see later on. We have seen by what attentions Sand was surrounded. Their humanity never flagged for an instant. It is the truth, too, that no one saw in him an ordinary murderer, that many pitied him under their breath, and that some excused him aloud. The very commission appointed by the Grand Duke prolonged the affair as much as possible, for the severity of Sand's wounds had at first given rise to the belief that there would be no need of calling in the executioner, and the commission was well pleased that God should have undertaken the execution of the judgment. But these expectations were deceived. The skill of the doctor defeated not indeed the wound, but death. Sand did not recover, but he remained alive, and it began to be evident that it would be needful to kill him. Indeed, the Emperor Alexander, who had appointed Kotzebue his counselor, and who was under no misapprehension as to the cause of the murder, urgently demanded that justice should take its course. The Commission of Inquiry was therefore obliged to set to work, but as its members were sincerely desirous of having some pretext to delay their proceedings, they ordered that a physician from Heidelberg should visit Sand and make an exact report upon his case. As Sand was kept lying down, and as he could not be executed in his bed, they hoped that the physician's report, by declaring it impossible for the prisoner to rise, would come to their assistance and necessitate a further respite. The chosen doctor came accordingly to Mannheim, and introducing himself to Sand as though attracted by the interest that he inspired, asked him whether he did not feel somewhat better and whether it would be impossible to rise. Sand looked at him for an instant and then said, with a smile, "I understand, sir. They wish to know whether I am strong enough to mount a scaffold. I know nothing about it myself, but we will make the experiment together." With these words he rose, and accomplishing, with superhuman courage, what he had not attempted for 14 months, walked twice round the room, came back to his bed, upon which he seated himself, and said, "You see, sir, I am strong enough. It would therefore be wasting precious time to keep my judges longer about my affair, so let them deliver their judgment, for nothing now prevents its execution." The doctor made his report. There was no way of retreat. Russia was becoming more and more pressing, and on the 5th of May 1820, the High Court of Justice delivered the following judgment, which was confirmed on the 12th by His Royal Highness the Grand Duke of Baden. In the matters under investigation, and after administration of the interrogatory and hearing the defenses, and considering the united opinions of the Court of Justice at Mannheim and the further consultations of the Court of Justice, which declare the accused, Carl Sand, of Wunsiedel guilty of murder, even on his own confession, upon the person of the Russian Imperial Counselor of State, Kotzebue. It is ordered accordingly, for his just punishment, and for an example that may deter other people, that he is to be put from life to death by the sword. All the costs of these investigations, including these occasioned by his public execution, will be defrayed from the funds of the Law Department, on account of his want of means. We see that, though it condemned the accused to death, which indeed could hardly be avoided, the sentence was both in form and substance as mild as possible, since, though Sand was convicted, his poor family was not reduced by the expenses of a long and costly trial to complete ruin. 5 days were still allowed to elapse, and the verdict was not announced until the 17th. When Sand was informed that 2 counselors of justice were at the door, he guessed that they were coming to read his sentence to him. He asked a moment to rise, which he had done but once before, in the instance already narrated, during 14 months. And indeed he was so weak that he could not stand to hear the sentence, and after having greeted the deputation that death sent to him, he asked to sit down, saying that he did so not from cowardice of soul, but from weakness of body. Then he added, "You are welcome, gentlemen, for I have suffered so much for 14 months past that you come to me as angels of deliverance." He heard the sentence quite unaffectedly and with a gentle smile upon his lips. Then, when the reading was finished, he said, "I look for no better fate, gentlemen, and when, more than a year ago, I paused on the little hill that overlooks the town, I saw beforehand the place where my grave would be. And so I ought to thank God and man for having prolonged my existence up to today." The councillors withdrew. Sand stood up a second time to greet them on their departure, as he had done on their entrance. Then he sat down again pensively in his chair, by which Mr. G, the governor of the prison, was standing. After a moment of silence, a tear appeared at each of the condemned man's eyelids and ran down his cheeks. Then, turning suddenly to Mr. G, whom he liked very much, he said, "I hope that my parents would rather see me die by this violent death than of some slow and shameful disease. As for me, I am glad that I shall soon hear the hour strike in which my death will satisfy those who hate me, and those whom, according to my principles, I ought to hate." Then he wrote to his family. Mannheim, 17th of the month of spring, 1820. Dear parents, brothers, and sisters, you should have received my last letters through the Grand Duke's commission. In them I answered yours, and tried to console you for my position by describing the state of my soul as it is, the contempt to which I have attained for everything fragile and earthly, and by which one must necessarily be overcome when such matters are weighed against the fulfillment of an idea, or that intellectual liberty which alone can nourish the soul. In a word, I tried to console you by the assurance that the feelings, principles, and convictions of which I formerly spoke are faithfully preserved in me and have remained exactly the same. But I am sure all this was an unnecessary precaution on my part, for there was never a time when you asked anything else of me than to have God before my eyes and in my heart. And you have seen how, under your guidance, this precept so passed into my soul that it became my sole object of happiness for this world and the next. No doubt, as he was in and near me, God will be in and near you at the moment when this letter brings you the news of my sentence. I die willingly, and the Lord will give me strength to die as one ought to die. I write to you perfectly quiet and calm about all things, and I hope that your lives too will pass calmly and tranquilly until the moment when our souls meet again full of fresh force to love one another and to share eternal happiness together. As for me, such as I have lived as long as I have known myself, that is to say, in a serenity full of celestial desires and a courageous and indefatigable love of liberty, such I am about to die. May God be with you and with me, your son, brother, and friend, Carl Ludwig Sand. From that moment, his serenity remained untroubled. During the whole day he talked more gaily than usual, slept well, did not awake until 7:30, said that he felt stronger, and thanked God for visiting him thus. The nature of the verdict had been known since the day before, and it had been learned that the execution was fixed for the 20th of May. That is to say, 3 full days after the sentence had been read to the accused. Henceforward, with Sand's permission, persons who wished to speak to him and whom he was not reluctant to see were admitted. 3 among these paid him long and noteworthy visits. One was Major Halsungen of the Baden army, who was in command of the patrol that had arrested him, or rather picked him up, dying, and carried him to the hospital. He asked him whether he recognized him, and Sand's head was so clear when he stabbed himself that although he saw the major only for a moment and had never seen him again since, he remembered the minutest details of the costume which he had been wearing 14 months previously, and which was the full-dress uniform. When the talk fell upon the death to which Sand was to submit at so early an age, the major pitied him, but Sand answered with a smile, "There is only one difference between you and me, Major. It is that I shall die for my convictions, and you will die for someone else's convictions." After the major came a young student from Jena whom Sand had known at the university. He happened to be in the Duchy of Baden and wished to visit him. Their recognition was touching, and the student wept much, but Sand consoled him with his usual calmness and serenity. Then a workman asked to be admitted to see Sand, on the plea that he had been his schoolfellow at Wunsiedel, and although he did not remember his name, he ordered him to be let in. The workman reminded him that he had been one of the little army that Sand had commanded on the day of the assault of St. Catherine's Tower. This indication guided Sand, who recognized him perfectly, and then spoke with tender affection of his native place and his dear mountains. He further charged him to greet his family, and to beg his mother, father, brothers, and sisters once more not to be grieved on his account, since the messenger who undertook to deliver his last words could testify in how calm and joyful a temper he was awaiting death. To this workman succeeded one of the guests whom Sand had met on the staircase directly after Kotzebue's death. He asked him whether he acknowledged his crime and whether he felt any repentance. Sand replied, "I had thought about it during a whole year. I have been thinking of it for 14 months, and my opinion has never varied in any respect. I did what I should have done." After the departure of this last visitor, Sand sent for Mr. G, the governor of the prison, and told him that he should like to talk to the executioner before the execution, since he wished to ask for instructions as to how he should hold himself so as to render the operation most certain and easy. Mr. G made some objections, but Sand insisted with his usual gentleness, and Mr. G at last promised that the man in question should be asked to call at the prison as soon as he arrived from Heidelberg, where he lived. The rest of the day was spent in seeing more visitors and in philosophical and moral talks, in which Sand developed his social and religious theories with a lucidity of expression and an elevation of thought such as he had, perhaps, never before shown. The governor of the prison from whom I heard these details told me that he should all his life regret that he did not know shorthand, so that he might have noted all these thoughts, which would have formed a pendant to the Phaedo. Night came. Sand spent part of the evening writing. It is thought that he was composing a poem, but no doubt he burned it, for no trace of it was found. At 11 he went to bed and slept until 6 in the morning. Next day he bore the dressing of his wound, which was always very painful, with extraordinary courage, without fainting, as he sometimes did, and without suffering a single complaint to escape him. He had spoken the truth. In the presence of death, God gave him the grace of allowing his strength to return. The operation was over. Sand was lying down as usual, and Mr. G was sitting on the foot of his bed, when the door opened and a man came in and bowed to Sand and to Mr. G. The governor of the prison immediately stood up and said to Sand in a voice the emotion of which he could not conceal, "The person who is bowing to you is Mr. Weidmann of Heidelberg, to whom you wish to speak." Then Sand's face was lighted up by a strange joy. He sat up and said, "Sir, you are welcome." Then, making his visitor sit down by his bed, and taking his hand, he began to thank him for being so obliging, and spoke in so intense a tone and so gentle a voice, that Mr. Weidmann, deeply moved, could not answer. Sand encouraged him to speak, and to give him the details for which he wished, and in order to reassure him, said, "Be firm, sir, for I on my part will not fail you. I will not move, and even if you should need 2 or 3 strokes to separate my head from my body, as I am told is sometimes the case, do not be troubled on that account." Then Sand rose, leaning on Mr. G, to go through with the executioner the strange and terrible rehearsal of the drama in which he was to play the leading part on the morrow. Mr. Weidmann made him sit in a chair and take the required position, and went into all the details of the execution with him. Then Sand, perfectly instructed, begged him not to hurry and to take his time. Then he thanked him beforehand, for, added he, "Afterwards I shall not be able." Then Sand returned to his bed, leaving the executioner paler and more trembling than himself. All these details have been preserved by Mr. G, for as to the executioner, his emotion was so great that he could remember nothing. After Mr. Weidmann, 3 clergymen were introduced, with whom Sand conversed upon religious matters. One of them stayed 6 hours with him, and on leaving him told him that he was commissioned to obtain from him a promise of not speaking to the people at the place of execution. Sand gave the promise, and added, "Even if I desired to do so, my voice has become so weak that people could not hear it." Meanwhile, the scaffold was being erected in the meadow that extends on the left of the road to Heidelberg. It was a platform 5 to 6 feet high and 10 feet wide each way. As it was expected that, thanks to the interest inspired by the prisoner and to the nearness to Whitsuntide, the crowd would be immense, and as some movement from the universities was apprehended, the prison guards had been trebled, and General Neustein had been ordered to Mannheim from Karlsruhe, with 1,200 infantry, 350 cavalry, and a company of artillery with guns. On the afternoon of the 19th there arrived, as had been foreseen, so many students, who took up their abode in the neighboring villages, that it was decided to put forward the hour of the execution, and to let it take place at 5 in the morning instead of at 11 as had been arranged. But Sande's consent was necessary for this, for he could not be executed until 3 full days after the reading of his sentence, and as the sentence had not been read to him till 10:30, Sande had a right to live till 11 o'clock. Before 4 in the morning, the officials went into the condemned man's room. He was sleeping so soundly that they were obliged to awaken him. He opened his eyes with a smile, as was his custom, and guessing why they came, asked, "Can I have slept so well that it is already 11 in the morning?" They told him that it was not, but that they had come to ask his permission to put forward the time, for they told him some collision between the students and the soldiers was feared, and as the military preparations were very thorough, such a collision could not be otherwise than fatal to his friends. Sande answered that he was ready that very moment, and only asked time enough to take a bath, as the ancients were accustomed to do before going into battle. But as the verbal authorization which he had given was not sufficient, a pen and paper were given to Sande, and he wrote, with a steady hand and in his usual writing, "I thank the authorities of Mannheim for anticipating my most eager wishes by making my execution 6 hours earlier. Sit nomen Domini benedictum." From the prison room, May 20th, day of my deliverance, Carl Ludwig Sande. When Sande had given these 2 lines to the recorder, the physician came to him to dress his wound, as usual. Sande looked at him with a smile and then asked, "Is it really worth the trouble?" "You will be stronger for it," answered the physician. "Then do it," said Sande. A bath was brought. Sande lay down in it, and had his long and beautiful hair arranged with the greatest care. Then his toilet being completed, he put on a frock coat of the German shape, that is to say, short, and with the shirt collar turned back over the shoulders, close white trousers, and high boots. Then Sande seated himself on his bed and prayed some time in a low voice with the clergy. Then, when he had finished, he said these 2 lines of corners: "All that is earthly is ended, and the life of heaven begins." He next took leave of the physician and the priests, saying to them, "Do not attribute the emotion of my voice to weakness, but to gratitude." Then, upon these gentlemen offering to accompany him to the scaffold, he said, "There is no need. I am perfectly prepared, at peace with God and with my conscience. Besides, am I not almost a churchman myself?" And when one of them asked whether he was not going out of life in a spirit of hatred, he returned, "Why, good heavens, have I ever felt any?" An increasing noise was audible from the street, and Sande said again that he was at their disposal and that he was ready. At this moment, the executioner came in with his 2 assistants. He was dressed in a long wadded black coat, beneath which he hid his sword. Sande offered him his hand affectionately, and as Mr. Weidmann, embarrassed by the sword which he wished to keep Sande from seeing, did not venture to come forward, Sande said to him, "Come along and show me your sword. I have never seen one of the kind, and am curious to know what it is like." Mr. Weidmann, pale and trembling, presented the weapon to him. Sande examined it attentively and tried the edge with his finger. "Come," said he, "the blade is good. Do not tremble and all will go well." Then, turning to Mr. G., who was weeping, he said to him, "You will be good enough, will you not, to do me the service of leading me to the scaffold?" Mr. G. made a sign of assent with his head, for he could not answer. Sande took his arm and spoke for the 3rd time, saying once more, "Well, what are you waiting for, gentlemen? I am ready." When they reached the courtyard, Sande saw all the prisoners weeping at their windows. Although he had never seen them, they were old friends of his, for every time they passed his door, knowing that the student who had killed Kotzebue lay within, they used to lift their chain, that he might not be disturbed by the noise. All Mannheim was in the streets that led to the place of execution, and many patrols were passing up and down. On the day when the sentence was announced, The whole town had been sought through for a chaise in which to convey Sand to the scaffold, but no one, not even the coach builders, would either let one out or sell one, and it had been necessary, therefore, to buy one at Heidelberg without saying for what purpose. Sand found this chaise in the courtyard and got into it with Mr. G. Turning to him, he whispered in his ear, "Sir, if you see me turn pale, speak my name to me, my name only, do you hear? That will be enough." The prison gate was opened, and Sand was seen. Then every voice cried with one impulse, "Farewell, Sand, farewell." And at the same time flowers, some of which fell into the carriage, were thrown by the crowd that thronged the street and from the windows. At these friendly cries and at this spectacle, Sand, who until then had shown no moment of weakness, felt tears rising in spite of himself, and while he returned the greetings made to him on all sides, he murmured in a low voice, "Oh my God, give me courage." This first outburst over, the procession set out amid deep silence. Only now and again some single voice would call out, "Farewell, Sand," and a handkerchief waved by some hand that rose out of the crowd would show from what point the last call came. On each side of the chaise walked two of the prison officials, and behind the chaise came a second conveyance with the municipal authorities. The air was very cold. It had rained all night, and the dark and cloudy sky seemed to share in the general sadness. Sand, too weak to remain sitting up, was half lying upon the shoulder of Mr. G, his companion. His face was gentle, calm, and full of pain, his brow free and open. His features, interesting though without regular beauty, seemed to have aged by several years during the 14 months of suffering that had just elapsed. The chaise at last reached the place of execution, which was surrounded by a battalion of infantry. Sand lowered his eyes from heaven to earth and saw the scaffold. At this sight he smiled gently, and as he left the carriage he said, "Well, God has given me strength so far." The governor of the prison and the chief officials lifted him that he might go up the steps. During that short ascent pain kept him bowed, but when he had reached the top he stood erect again, saying, "Here then is the place where I am to die." Then before he came to the chair on which he was to be seated for the execution, he turned his eyes towards Mannheim, and his gaze traveled over all the throng that surrounded him. At that moment, a ray of sunshine broke through the clouds. Sand greeted it with a smile and sat down. Then, as according to the orders given, his sentence was to be read to him a second time, he was asked whether he felt strong enough to hear it standing. Sand answered that he would try, and that if his physical strength failed him, his moral strength would uphold him. He rose immediately from the fatal chair, begging Mr. G to stand near enough to support him if he should chance to stagger. The precaution was unnecessary. Sand did not stagger. After the judgment had been read, he sat down again and said in a loud voice, "I die trusting in God." But at these words Mr. G interrupted him. "Sand," said he, "what did you promise?" "True," he answered, "I had forgotten." He was silent, therefore, to the crowd, but raising his right hand and extending it solemnly in the air, he said in a low voice, so that he might be heard only by those who were around him, "I take God to witness that I die for the freedom of Germany." Then, with these words, he did as Conradin did with his glove. He threw his rolled-up handkerchief over the line of soldiers around him into the midst of the people. Then the executioner came to cut off his hair, but Sand at first objected. "It is for your mother," said Mr. Weidman. "On your honor, sir?" asked Sand. "On my honors." "Then do it," said Sand, offering his hair to the executioner. Only a few curls were cut off, those only which fell at the back. The others were tied with a ribbon on the top of the head. The executioner then tied his hands on his breast, but as that position was oppressive to him and compelled him on account of his wound to bend his head, his hands were laid flat on his thighs and fixed in that position with ropes. Then, when his eyes were about to be bound, he begged Mr. Weidman to place the bandage in such a manner that he could see the light to his last moment. His wish was fulfilled. Then a profound and mortal stillness hovered over the whole crowd and surrounded the scaffold. The executioner drew his sword, which flashed like lightning and fell. Instantly, a terrible cry rose at once from 20,000 bosoms. The head had not fallen, and though it had sunk towards the breast, still held to the neck. The executioner struck a second time, and struck off at the same blow the head and a part of the hand. In the same moment, notwithstanding the efforts of the soldiers, their line was broken through. Men and women rushed upon the scaffold. The blood was wiped up to the last drop with handkerchiefs. The chair upon which Sand had sat was broken and divided into pieces, and those who could not obtain one cut fragments of blood-stained wood from the scaffold itself. The head and body were placed in a coffin draped with black and carried back with a large military escort to the prison. At midnight, the body was borne silently, without torches or lights, to the Protestant cemetery in which Kotzebue had been buried 14 months previously. A grave had been mysteriously dug, the coffin was lowered into it, and those who were present at the burial were sworn upon the New Testament not to reveal the spot where Sand was buried until such time as they were freed from their oath. Then the grave was covered again with the turf that had been skillfully taken off, and that was relayed on the same spot, so that no new grave could be perceived. Then the nocturnal gravediggers departed, leaving guards at the entrance. There, 20 paces apart, Sand and Kotzebue rest. Kotzebue opposite the gate, in the most conspicuous spot of the cemetery, and beneath a tomb upon which is engraved this inscription: "The world persecuted him without pity. Calumny was his sad portion. He found no happiness save in the arms of his wife, and no repose save in the bosom of death. Envy dogged him to cover his path with thorns. Love bade his roses blossom. May heaven pardon him as he pardons earth." In contrast with this tall and showy monument, standing, as we have said, in the most conspicuous spot of the cemetery, Sand's grave must be looked for in the corner to the extreme left of the entrance gate. And a wild plum tree, some leaves of which every passing traveler carries away, rises alone upon the grave, which is devoid of any inscription. As for the meadow in which Sand was executed, it is still called by the people Sand's Himmelsfahrtsweise, which signifies the manner of Sand's ascension. Toward the end of September 1838, we were at Mannheim, where I had stayed 3 days in order to collect all the details I could find about the life and death of Carl Ludwig Sand. But at the end of these 3 days, in spite of my active investigations, these details still remained extremely incomplete, either because I applied in the wrong quarters, or because, being a foreigner, I inspired some distrust in those to whom I applied. I was leaving Mannheim, therefore, somewhat disappointed, and after having visited the little Protestant cemetery where Sand and Kotzebue are buried at 20 paces from each other, I had ordered my driver to take the road to Heidelberg, when, after going a few yards, he, who knew the object of my inquiries, stopped of himself and asked me whether I should not like to see the place where Sand was executed. At the same time, he pointed to a little mound situated in the middle of a meadow and a few steps from a brook. I assented eagerly, and although the driver remained on the highroad with my traveling companions, I soon recognized the spot indicated, by means of some relics of cypress branches, immortelles, and forget-me-nots scattered upon the earth. It will readily be understood that this sight, instead of diminishing my desire for information, increased it. I was feeling, then, more than ever dissatisfied at going away, knowing so little, when I saw a man of some 45 to 50 years old, who was walking a little distance from the place where I myself was, and who, guessing the cause that drew me thither, was looking at me with curiosity. I determined to make a last effort, and going up to him, I said, "Oh, sir, I am a stranger. I am traveling to collect all the rich and poetic traditions of your Germany. By the way in which you look at me, I guess that you know which of them attracts me to this meadow. Could you give me any information about the life and death of Sand?" "With what object, sir?" the person to whom I spoke asked me in almost unintelligible French. "With a very German object, be assured, sir," I replied. "From the little I have learned, Sand seems to me to be one of those ghosts that appear only the greater and the more poetic for being wrapped in a shroud stained with blood. But he is not known in France. He might be put on the same level there with a Fieschi or a Munia, and I wish, to the best of my ability, to enlighten the minds of my countrymen about him." "It would be a great pleasure to me, sir, to assist in such an undertaking, but you see that I can scarcely speak French, you do not speak German at all, so that we shall find it difficult to understand each other." "If that is all," I returned, "I have in my carriage yonder an interpreter, or rather an interpretress, with whom you will, I hope, be quite satisfied, who speaks German like Goethe, and to whom, when you have once begun to speak to her, I defy you not to tell everything." "Let us go then, sir," answered the pedestrian. "I ask no better than to be agreeable to you." We walked toward the carriage, which was still waiting on the highroad, and I presented to my traveling companion the new recruit whom I had just gained. The usual greetings were exchanged, and the dialogue began in the purest Saxon. Though I did not understand a word that was said, it was easy for me to see, by the rapidity of the questions and the length of the answers, that the conversation was most interesting. At last, at the end of half an hour's growing desirous of knowing to what point they had come, I said, "Well." "Well," answered my interpreter, "you are in luck's way, and you could not have asked a better person." "The gentleman knew Sand, then?" "The gentleman is the governor of the prison in which Sand was confined." "Indeed." "For 9 months, that is to say, from the day he left the hospital, this gentleman saw him every day." "Excellent." "But that is not all. This gentleman was with him in the carriage that took him to execution. This gentleman was with him on the scaffold. There's only one portrait of Sand in all Mannheim, and this gentleman has it." I was devouring every word. A mental alchemist, I was opening my crucible and finding gold in it. "Just ask," I resumed eagerly, "whether the gentleman will allow us to take down in writing the particulars that he can give me." My interpreter put another question, then, turning towards me, said, "Granted." Mr. G got into the carriage with us, and instead of going on to Heidelberg, we returned to Mannheim and alighted at the prison. Mr. G did not once depart from the ready kindness that he had shown. In the most obliging manner, patient over the minutest trifles, and remembering most happily, he went over every circumstance, putting himself at my disposal like a professional guide. At last, when every particular about Sand had been sucked dry, I began to ask him about the manner in which executions were performed. "As to that," said he, "I can offer you an introduction to someone at Heidelberg who can give you all the information you can wish for upon the subject." I accepted gratefully, and as I was taking leave of Mr. G, after thanking him 1,000 times, he handed me the offered letter. It bore this superscription: "To Herr Dr. Weidmann, No. Roman 3 High Street, Heidelberg." I turned to Mr. G once more. "Is he, by chance, a relation of the man who executed Sand?" I asked. "He is his son, and was standing by when the head fell." "What is his calling, then?" "The same as that of his father, whom he succeeded." "But you call him doctor?" "Certainly, with us, executioners have that title." "But then, doctors of what?" "Of surgery." "Really," said I, "with us it is just the contrary. Surgeons are called executioners." "You will find him, moreover," added Mr. G, "a very distinguished young man, who, although he was very young at that time, has retained a vivid recollection of that event. As for his poor father, I think he would as willingly have cut off his own right hand as have executed Sand, but if he had refused, someone else would have been found. So he had to do what he was ordered to do, and he did his best." I thanked Mr. G, fully resolving to make use of his letter, and we left for Heidelberg, where we arrived at 11 in the evening. My first visit next day was to Dr. Weidernan. It was not without some emotion, which, moreover, I saw reflected upon the faces of my traveling companions, that I rang at the door of the last judge, as the Germans call him. An old woman opened the door to us, and ushered us into a pretty little study, on the left of a passage, and at the foot of a staircase, where we waited while Mr. Weidmann finished dressing. This little room was full of curiosities, madrepores, shells, stuffed birds, and dried plants. A double-barreled gun, a powder flask, and a game bag showed that Mr. Weidmann was a hunter. After a moment we heard his footstep, and the door opened. Mr. Weidmann was a very handsome young man, of 30 or 32, with black whiskers entirely surrounding his manly and expressive face. His morning dress showed a certain rural elegance. He seemed at first not only embarrassed, but pained by our visit. The aimless curiosity of which he seemed to be the object was indeed odd. I hastened to give him Mr. G.'s letter and to tell him what reason brought me. Then he gradually recovered himself, and at last showed himself no less hospitable and obliging towards us than he to whom we owed the introduction had been the day before. Mr. Weidman then gathered together all his remembrances. He, too, had retained a vivid recollection of Sand, and he told us, among other things, that his father, at the risk of bringing himself into ill odor, had asked leave to have a new scaffold made at his own expense, so that no other criminal might be executed upon the altar of the martyr's death. Permission had been given, and Mr. Weidman had used the wood of the scaffold for the doors and windows of a little country house standing in a vineyard. Then for 3 or 4 years this cottage became a shrine for pilgrims, but after a time, little by little, the crowd grew less, and at the present day, when some of those who wiped the blood from the scaffold with their handkerchiefs have become public functionaries, receiving salaries from government, only foreigners ask, now and again, to see these strange relics. Mr. Weidman gave me a guide, for after hearing everything, I wanted to see everything. The house stands half a league away from Heidelberg, on the left of the road to Karlsruhe, and halfway up the mountainside. It is perhaps the only monument of the kind that exists in the world. Our readers will judge better from this anecdote than from anything more we could say, what sort of man he was who left such a memory in the hearts of his jailer and his executioner. Urban Grandeur, 1634. Chapter 1. On Sunday, the 26th of November, 1631, there was great excitement in the little town of Loudun, especially in the narrow streets which led to the church of St. Pierre in the marketplace, from the gate of which the town was entered by anyone coming from the direction of the Abbey of St. Jean-les-Marmes. This excitement was caused by the expected arrival of a personage who had been much in people's mouths latterly in Loudun, and about whom there was such difference of opinion that discussion on the subject between those who were on his side and those who were against him was carried on with true provincial acrimony. It was easy to see, by the varied expressions on the faces of those who turned the doorsteps into improvised debating clubs, how varied were the feelings with which the man would be welcomed who had himself formally announced to friends and enemies alike the exact date of his return. About 9 o'clock, a kind of sympathetic vibration ran through the crowd, and with the rapidity of a flash of lightning the words, there he is, passed from group to group. At this cry some withdrew into their houses and shut their doors and darkened their windows, as if it were a day of public mourning, while others opened them wide, as if to let joy enter. In a few moments the uproar and confusion evoked by the news was succeeded by the deep silence of breathless curiosity. Then through the silence a figure advanced, carrying a branch of laurel in one hand as a token of triumph. It was that of a young man of from 32 to 34 years of age, with a graceful and well-knit frame, an aristocratic air, and faultlessly beautiful features of a somewhat haughty expression. Although he had walked 3 leagues to reach the town, the ecclesiastical garb which he wore was not only elegant, but of dainty freshness. His eyes turned to heaven, and singing in a sweet voice praise to the Lord, he passed through the streets leading to the church in the marketplace with a slow and solemn gait, without vouchsafing a look, a word, or a gesture to anyone. The entire crowd, falling into step, marched behind him as he advanced, singing like him, the singers being the prettiest girls in Loudun, for we have forgotten to say that the crowd consisted almost entirely of women. Meanwhile, the object of all this commotion arrived at length at the porch of the church of St. Pierre. Ascending the steps, he knelt at the top and prayed in a low voice. Then rising he touched the church doors with his laurel branch, and they opened wide as if by magic, revealing the choir decorated and illuminated as if for one of the 4 great feasts of the year, and with all its scholars, choir boys, singers, beadles, and vergers in their places. Glancing around, he for whom they were waiting came up the nave, passed through the choir, knelt for a second time at the foot of the altar, upon which he laid the branch of laurel, then putting on a robe as white as snow and passing the stole around his neck, he began the celebration of the Mass before a congregation composed of all those who had followed him. At the end of the Mass, a Te Deum was sung. He who had just rendered thanks to God for his own victory, with all the solemn ceremonial usually reserved for the triumphs of kings, was the priest Urban Grandier. 2 days before, he had been acquitted, in virtue of a decision pronounced by M. Descobleau de Sourdis, Archbishop of Bordeaux, of an accusation brought against him of which he had been declared guilty by a magistrate, and in punishment of which he had been condemned to fast on bread and water every Friday for 3 months, and forbidden to exercise his priestly functions in the diocese of Poitiers for 5 years, and in the town of Loudun for ever. These are the circumstances under which the sentence had been passed and the judgment reversed. Urban Grandier was born at Rover, a village near Sable, a little town of Bas-Maine. Having studied the sciences with his father Pierre and his uncle Claude Grandier, who were learned astrologers and alchemists, he entered, at the age of 12, the Jesuit college at Bordeaux, having already received the ordinary education of a young man. The professors soon found that besides his considerable attainments, he had great natural gifts for languages and oratory. They therefore made of him a thorough classical scholar, and in order to develop his oratorical talent, encouraged him to practice preaching. They soon grew very fond of a pupil who was likely to bring them so much credit, and as soon as he was old enough to take holy orders, they gave him the cure of souls in the parish of Saint Pierre in Loudun, which was in the gift of the college. When he had been some months installed there as a priest in charge, he received a prebendal stall, thanks to the same patrons, in the collegiate church of Saint Croix. It is easy to understand that the bestowal of these 2 positions on so young a man, who did not even belong to the province, made him seem in some sort a usurper of rights and privileges belonging to the people of the country, and drew upon him the envy of his brother ecclesiastics. There were, in fact, many other reasons why Urban should be an object of jealousy to these. First, as we have already said, he was very handsome. Then the instruction which he had received from his father had opened the world of science to him and given him the key to 1,000 things which were mysteries to the ignorant, but which he fathomed with the greatest ease. Furthermore, the comprehensive course of study which he had followed at the Jesuit college had raised him above a crowd of prejudices, which are sacred to the vulgar, but for which he made no secret of his contempt. And lastly, the eloquence of his sermons had drawn to his church the greater part of the regular congregations of the other religious communities, especially of the mendicant orders, who had till then, in what concerned preaching, borne away the palm at Loudun. As we have said, all this was more than enough to excite, first jealousy and then hatred, and both were excited in no ordinary degree. We all know how easily the ill-natured gossip of a small town can rouse the angry contempt of the masses for everything which is beyond or above them. In a wider sphere, Urban would have shone by his many gifts, but cooped up as he was within the walls of a little town and deprived of air and space, all that might have conduced to his success in Paris led to his destruction at Loudun. It was also unfortunate for Urban that his character, far from winning pardon for his genius, augmented the hatred which the latter inspired. Urban, who in his intercourse with his friends was cordial and agreeable, was sarcastic, cold, and haughty to his enemies. When he had once resolved on a course, he pursued it unflinchingly. He jealously exacted all the honor due to the rank at which he had arrived, defending it as though it were a conquest. He also insisted on enforcing all his legal rights, and he resented the opposition and angry words of casual opponents with a harshness which made them his lifelong enemies. The first example which Urban gave of this inflexibility was in 1620, when he gained a lawsuit against a priest named Munier. He caused the sentence to be carried out with such rigor that he awoke an inextinguishable hatred in Munier's mind, which ever after burst forth on the slightest provocation. A second lawsuit, which he likewise gained, was one which he undertook against the chapter of Saint Croix with regard to a house, his claim to which the chapter disputed. Here again he displayed the same determination to exact his strict legal rights to the last iota, and unfortunately Mignon, the attorney of the unsuccessful chapter, was a revengeful, vindictive, and ambitious man, too commonplace ever to arrive at a high position, and yet too much above his surroundings to be content with the secondary position which he occupied. This man, who was a canon of the Collegiate Church of Saint Croix and director of the Ursuline convent, will have an important part to play in the following narrative. Being as hypocritical as Urban was straightforward, his ambition was to gain, wherever his name was known, a reputation for exalted piety. He therefore affected in his life the asceticism of an anchorite and the self-denial of a saint. As he had much experience in ecclesiastical lawsuits, he looked on the chapter's loss of this one, of which he had in some sort guaranteed the success, as a personal humiliation, so that when Urban gave himself airs of triumph and exacted the last letter of his bond, as in the case of Munia, he turned Mignon into an enemy who was not only more relentless, but more dangerous than the former. In the meantime, and in consequence of this lawsuit, a certain Barot, an uncle of Mignon and his partner as well, got up a dispute with Urbain. But as he was a man below mediocrity, Urbain required, in order to crush him, only to let fall from the height of his superiority a few of those disdainful words which brand as deeply as a red-hot iron. This man, though totally wanting in parts, was very rich, and having no children was always surrounded by a horde of relatives, every one of whom was absorbed in the attempt to make himself so agreeable that his name would appear in Barot's will. This being so, the mocking words which were rained down on Barot spattered not only himself, but also all those who had sided with him in the quarrel, and thus added considerably to the tale of Urban's enemies. About this epoch, a still graver event took place. Amongst the most assiduous frequenters of the confessional in his church was a young and pretty girl, Julie by name, the daughter of the king's attorney, Trinquant being, as well as Barot, an uncle of Mignon. Now it happened that this young girl fell into such a state of debility that she was obliged to keep her room. One of her friends, named Marthe Pelletier, giving up society, of which she was very fond, undertook to nurse the patient, and carried her devotion so far as to shut herself up in the same room with her. When Julie Trinquant had recovered and was able again to take her place in the world, it came out that Marthe Pelletier, during her weeks of retirement, had given birth to a child, which had been baptized and then put out to nurse. Now, by one of those odd whims which so often take possession of the public mind, everyone in Loudun persisted in asserting that the real mother of the infant was not she who had acknowledged herself as such, that, in short, Marthe Pelletier had sold her good name to her friend Julie for a sum of money, and of course it followed as a matter about which there could be no possible doubt that Urbain was the father. Trinquant, hearing of the reports about his daughter, took upon himself as king's attorney to have Marthe Pelletier arrested and imprisoned. Being questioned about the child, she insisted that she was its mother and would take its maintenance upon herself. To have brought a child into the world under such circumstances was a sin, but not a crime. Trinquant was therefore obliged to set Marthe at liberty, and the abuse of justice of which he was guilty served only to spread the scandal farther and to strengthen the public in the belief it had taken up. Hitherto, whether through the intervention of the heavenly powers or by means of his own cleverness, Urbain Grandier had come out victor in every struggle in which he had engaged, but each victory had added to the number of his enemies, and these were now so numerous that any other than he would have been alarmed, and have tried either to conciliate them or to take precautions against their malice. But Urbain, wrapped in his pride, and perhaps conscious of his innocence, paid no attention to the counsels of his most faithful followers, but went on his way unheeding. All the opponents whom, till now Urbain had encountered, had been entirely unconnected with each other, and had each struggled for his own individual ends. Urbain's enemies, believing that the cause of his success was to be found in the want of cooperation among themselves, now determined to unite in order to crush him. In consequence, a conference was held at Barot's, at which, besides Barot himself, Munia, Trinquant, and Mignon took part, and the latter had also brought with him one Menuau, a king's counsel and his own most intimate friend, who was, however, influenced by other motives than friendship in joining the conspiracy. The fact was that Menuau was in love with a woman who had steadfastly refused to show him any favor, and he had got firmly fixed in his head that the reason for her else inexplicable indifference and disdain was that Urbain had been beforehand with him in finding an entrance to her heart. The object of the meeting was to agree as to the best means of driving the common enemy out of Laudon and its neighborhood. Urbain's life was so well ordered that it presented little which his enemies could use as a handle for their purpose. His only foible seemed to be a predilection for female society, while in return all the wives and daughters of the place, with the unerring instinct of their sex, seeing that the new priest was young, handsome, and eloquent, chose him, whenever it was possible, as their spiritual director. As this preference had already offended many husbands and fathers, the decision the conspirators arrived at was that on this side alone was Grandier vulnerable, and that their only chance of success was to attack him where he was weakest. Almost at once, therefore, the vague reports which had been floating about began to attain a certain definiteness. There were allusions made, though no name was mentioned, to a young girl in Loudon, who, in spite of Grandier's frequent unfaithfulness, yet remained his mistress-in-chief. Then it began to be whispered that the young girl, having had conscientious scruples about her love for Urbain, he had allayed them by an act of sacrilege, that is to say, he had, as priest, in the middle of the night, performed the service of marriage between himself and his mistress. The more absurd the reports, the more credence did they gain, and it was not long till everyone in Loudon believed them true, although no one was able to name the mysterious heroine of the tale who had had the courage to contract a marriage with a priest, and considering how small Loudon was, this was most extraordinary. Resolute and full of courage as was Grandier, at length he could not conceal from himself that his path lay over quicksands. He felt that slander was secretly closing him round, and that as soon as he was well entangled in her shiny folds, she would reveal herself by raising her abhorred head, and that then a mortal combat between them would begin. But it was one of his convictions that to draw back was to acknowledge one's guilt. Besides, as far as he was concerned, it was probably too late for him to retrace his steps. He therefore went on his way, as unyielding, as scornful, and as haughty as ever. Among those who were supposed to be most active in spreading the slanders relative to Urbain was a man called Douthibout, a person of importance in the province, who was supposed by the townspeople to hold very advanced views, and who was a Sir Oracle to whom the commonplace and vulgar turned for enlightenment. Some of this man's strictures on Grandier were reported to the latter, especially some calumnies to which Douthibout had given vent at the Marquis de Sade, and one day Grandier, arrayed in priestly garments, was about to enter the church of Saint Croix to assist in the service. He encountered Douthibout at the entrance, and with his usual haughty disdain accused him of slander. Douthibout, who had got into the habit of saying and doing whatever came into his head without fear of being called to account, partly because of his wealth and partly because of the influence he had gained over the narrow-minded, who are so numerous in a small provincial town, and who regarded him as being much above them, was so furious at this public reprimand that he raised his cane and struck Urbain. The opportunity which this affront afforded Grandier of being revenged on all his enemies was too precious to be neglected, but convinced, with too much reason, that he would never obtain justice from the local authorities, although the respect due to the church had been infringed in his person. He decided to appeal to King Louis Roman XIII, who deigned to receive him, and deciding that the insult offered to a priest robed in the sacred vestments should be expiated, sent the cause to the High Court of Parliament, with instructions that the case against Douthibout should be tried and decided there. Hereupon Urbain's enemies saw they had no time to lose, and took advantage of his absence to make counter-accusations against him. Two worthy beings, named Churboneau and Bugrau, agreed to become informers, and were brought before the ecclesiastical magistrate at Poitiers. They accused Grandier of having corrupted women and girls, of indulging in blasphemy and profanity, of neglecting to read his breviary daily, and of turning God's sanctuary into a place of debauchery and prostitution. The information was taken down, and Louis Chauvet, the civil lieutenant, and the archpriest of Saint-Marcel and the Loudenois were appointed to investigate the matter, so that, while Urbain was instituting proceedings against Duthibout in Paris, information was laid against himself in Loudun. This matter, thus set going, was pushed forward with all the acrimony so common in religious prosecutions. Trinquant appeared as a witness and drew many others after him, and whatever omissions were found in the depositions were interpolated according to the needs of the prosecution. The result was that the case, when fully got up, appeared to be so serious that it was sent to the Bishop of Poitiers for trial. Now the bishop was not only surrounded by the friends of those who were bringing the accusations against Grandier, but had himself a grudge against him. It had happened some time before that Urbain, the case being urgent, had dispensed with the usual notice of a marriage, and the bishop, knowing this, found in the papers laid before him, superficial as they were, sufficient evidence against Urbain to justify him in issuing a warrant for his apprehension, which was drawn up in the following words. Henry Louis Chatanier de la Rochepeze, by divine mercy Bishop of Poitiers, in view of the charges and informations conveyed to us by the Archpriest of Loudun against Urbain Grandier, priest in charge of the Church of Saint-Pierre in the marketplace at Loudun, in virtue of a commission appointed by us directed to the said Archpriest, or in his absence to the Prior of Chassaignes, in view also of the opinion given by our attorney upon the said charges, have ordered and do hereby order that Urbain Grandier, the accused, be quietly taken to the prison in our palace in Poitiers, if it so be that he be taken and apprehended, and if not, that he be summoned to appear at his domicile within 3 days, by the first apparitor priest or tonsured clerk, and also by the first royal sergeant, upon this warrant, and we request the aid of the secular authorities, and to them, or to any one of them, we hereby give power and authority to carry out this decree, notwithstanding any opposition or appeal, and the said Grandier having been heard, such a decision will be given by our attorney as the facts may seem to warrant. Given at Dessay, the 22nd day of October 1629, and signed in the original as follows. Henry Louis, Bishop of Poitiers. Grandier was, as we have said, at Paris when these proceedings were taken against him, conducting before the Parliament his case against Duthibout. The latter received a copy of the decision arrived at by the bishop, before Grandier knew of the charges that had been formulated against him, and having in the course of his defense drawn a terrible picture of the immorality of Grandier's life, he produced, as a proof of the truth of his assertions, the damning document which had been put into his hands. The court, not knowing what to think of the turn affairs had taken, decided that, before considering the accusations brought by Grandier, he must appear before his bishop to clear himself of the charges brought against himself. Consequently, he left Paris at once and arrived at Loudun, where he only stayed long enough to learn what had happened in his absence, and then went on to Poitiers in order to draw up his defense. He had, however, no sooner set foot in the place than he was arrested by a sheriff's officer named Chatry and confined in the prison of the episcopal palace. It was the middle of November, and the prison was at all times cold and damp, yet no attention was paid to Grandier's request that he should be transferred to some other place of confinement. Convinced by this that his enemies had more influence than he had supposed, he resolved to possess his soul in patience, and remained a prisoner for 2 months, during which even his warmest friends believed him lost, while Duthibout openly laughed at the proceedings instituted against himself, which he now believed would never go any farther, and Barot had already selected one of his heirs, a certain Ismail Bouliau, as successor to Urbain as priest and prebendary. It was arranged that the costs of the lawsuit should be defrayed out of a fund raised by the prosecutors, the rich paying for the poor. For as all the witnesses lived at Loudun, and the trial was to take place at Poitiers, considerable expense would be incurred by the necessity of bringing so many people such a distance, but the lust of vengeance proved stronger than the lust of gold, the subscription expected from each being estimated according to his fortune, each paid without a murmur, and at the end of 2 months the case was concluded. In spite of the evident pains taken by the prosecution to strain the evidence against the defendant, the principal charge could not be sustained, which was that he had led astray many wives and daughters in Loudun. No one woman came forward to complain of her ruin by Grandier. the name of no single victim of his alleged immorality was given. The conduct of the case was the most extraordinary ever seen. It was evident that the accusations were founded on hearsay and not on fact, and yet a decision and sentence against Grandier were pronounced on January 3, 1630. The sentence was as follows: for 3 months to fast each Friday on bread and water by way of penance, to be inhibited from the performance of clerical functions in the diocese of Poitiers for 5 years, and in the town of Loudun forever. Both parties appealed from this decision, Grandier to the Archbishop of Bordeaux and his adversaries, on the advice of the attorney to the diocese, pleading a miscarriage of justice, to the Parliament of Paris, this last appeal being made in order to overwhelm Grandier and break his spirit. But Grandier's resolution enabled him to face this attack boldly. He engaged counsel to defend his case before the Parliament, while he himself conducted his appeal to the Archbishop of Bordeaux. But as there were many necessary witnesses, and it was almost impossible to bring them all such a great distance, the archiepiscopal court sent the appeal to the presidial court of Poitiers. The public prosecutor of Poitiers began a fresh investigation, which, being conducted with impartiality, was not encouraging to Grandier's accusers. There had been many conflicting statements made by the witnesses, and these were now repeated. Other witnesses had declared quite openly that they had been bribed. Others again stated that their depositions had been tampered with, and amongst these latter was a certain priest named Mechin, and also that Ishmael Bouliau, whom Barot had been in such a hurry to select as candidate for the reversion of Grandier's preferments. Bouliau's deposition has been lost, but we can lay Mechin's before the reader, for the original has been preserved, just as it issued from his pen. I Gervais Mechin, curate in charge of the Church of Saint Pierre in the marketplace at Loudun, certify by these presents, signed by my hand, to relieve my conscience as to a certain report which is being spread abroad, that I had said in support of an accusation brought by Gilles Robert, archpriest, against Urbain Grandier, priest in charge of Saint Pierre, that I had found the said Grandier lying with women and girls in the Church of Saint Pierre, the doors being closed. Item, that on several different occasions, at unsuitable hours both day and night, I had seen women and girls disturb the said Grandier by going into his bedroom, and that some of the said women remained with him from 1 o'clock in the afternoon till 3 o'clock the next morning, their maids bringing them their suppers and going away again at once. Item, that I had seen the said Grandier in the church, the doors being open, but that as soon as some women entered, he closed them. As I earnestly desire that such reports should cease, I declare by these presents that I have never seen the said Grandier with women or girls in the church, the doors being closed, that I have never found him there alone with women or girls, that when he spoke to either someone else was always present, and the doors were open, and as to their posture, I think I made it sufficiently clear when in the witness box that Grandier was seated, and the women scattered over the church. Furthermore, I have never seen either women or girls enter Grandier's bedroom either by day or night, although it is true that I have heard people in the corridor coming and going late in the evening. Who they were I cannot say, but a brother of the said Grandier sleeps close by. Neither have I any knowledge that either women or girls had their suppers brought to the said room. I have also never said that he neglected the reading of his breviary, because that would be contrary to the truth, seeing that on several occasions he borrowed mine and read his hours in it. I also declare that I have never seen him close the doors of the church, and that whenever I have seen him speaking to women, I have never noticed any impropriety. I have not ever seen him touch them in any way, they have only spoken together. And if anything is found in my deposition contrary to the above, it is without my knowledge, and was never read to me, for I would not have signed it, and I say and affirm all this in homage to the truth. Done the last day of October 1630, signed G. Mechin. In the face of such proofs of innocence, none of the accusations could be considered as established, and so, according to the decision of the Presidial Court of Poitiers, dated the 25th of May 1634, the decision of the Bishop's Court was reversed, and Grandier was acquitted of the charges brought against him. However, he had still to appear before the Archbishop of Bordeaux, that his acquittal might be ratified. Grandier took advantage of a visit which the Archbishop paid to his abbey at Saint-Jean-les-Marmes, which was only 3 leagues from Loudun, to make this appearance. His adversaries, who were discouraged by the result of the proceedings at Poitiers, scarcely made any defense, and the archbishop, after an examination which brought clearly to light the innocence of the accused, acquitted and absolved him. The rehabilitation of Grandier before his bishop had 2 important results. The first was that it clearly established his innocence, and the second that it brought into prominence his high attainments and eminent qualities. The archbishop, seeing the persecutions to which he was subjected, felt a kindly interest in him and advised him to exchange into some other diocese, leaving a town the principal inhabitants of which appeared to have vowed him a relentless hate. But such an abandonment of his rights was foreign to the character of Urbain, and he declared to his superior that, strong in his grace's approbation and the testimony of his own conscience, he would remain in the place to which God had called him. Monseigneur de Sourdis did not feel it his duty to urge Urbain any further, but he had enough insight into his character to perceive that if Urbain should one day fall, it would be, like Satan, through pride, for he added another sentence to his decision, recommending him to fulfill the duties of his office with discretion and modesty, according to the decrees of the Fathers and the canonical constitutions. The triumphal entry of Urbain into Loudun, with which we began our narrative, shows the spirit in which he took his recommendation. Chapter 2. Urbain Grandier was not satisfied with the arrogant demonstration by which he signalized his return, which even his friends had felt to be ill-advised. Instead of allowing the hate he had aroused to die away, or at least to fall asleep by letting the past be past, he continued with more zeal than ever his proceedings against Duthibout, and succeeded in obtaining a decree from the Parliament of La Tournelle, by which Duthibout was summoned before it, and obliged to listen bareheaded to a reprimand, to offer apologies, and to pay damages and costs. Having thus got the better of one enemy, Urbain turned on the others, and showed himself more indefatigable in the pursuit of justice than they had been in the pursuit of vengeance. The decision of the archbishop had given him a right to a sum of money for compensation and interest thereon, as well as to the restitution of the revenues of his livings, and there being some demur made, he announced publicly that he intended to exact this reparation to the uttermost farthing, and set about collecting all the evidence which was necessary for the success of a new lawsuit for libel and forgery which he intended to begin. It was in vain that his friends assured him that the vindication of his innocence had been complete and brilliant. It was in vain that they tried to convince him of the danger of driving the vanquished to despair. Urbain replied that he was ready to endure all the persecutions which his enemies might succeed in inflicting on him, but as long as he felt that he had right upon his side, he was incapable of drawing back. Grandier's adversaries soon became conscious of the storm which was gathering above their heads, and feeling that the struggle between themselves and this man would be one of life or death, Mignon, Barot, Munier, Duthibout, and Menuau met Trinquant at the village of Pindadane, in a house belonging to the latter, in order to consult about the dangers which threatened them. Mignon had, however, already begun to weave the threads of a new intrigue, which he explained in full to the others. They lent a favorable ear, and his plan was adopted. We shall see it unfold itself by degrees, for it is the basis of our narrative. We have already said that Mignon was the director of the convent of Ursulines at Loudun. Now the Ursuline order was quite modern, for the historic controversies to which the slightest mention of the martyrdom of St. Ursula and her 11,000 virgins gave rise, had long hindered the foundation of an order in the saint's honor. However, in 1560, Madame Angèle de Bresse established such an order in Italy, with the same rules as the Augustinian order. This gained the approbation of Pope Gregory Roman XIII in 1572. In 1614, Madeleine Lhuillier, with the approval of Pope Paul V, introduced this order into France by founding a convent at Paris, whence it rapidly spread over the whole kingdom, so that in 1626, only 6 years before the time when the events just related took place, a sisterhood was founded in the little town of Loudun. Although this community at first consisted entirely of ladies of good family, daughters of nobles, officers, judges, and the better class of citizens, and numbered amongst its founders Jean de Belfield, daughter of the late Marquis of Cos, and relative of M. de Laubardemont, Mademoiselle de Fazeley, cousin of the Cardinal Duke, two ladies of the house of Barbennese de Nogaret, Madame de Lamothe, daughter of the Marquis Lamothe Barris of Anjou, and Madame d'Escarbleau de Sourdis, of the same family as the Archbishop of Bordeaux. Yet as these nuns had almost all entered the convent because of their want of fortune, the community found itself at the time of its establishment richer in blood than in money, and was obliged, instead of building, to purchase a private house. The owner of this house was a certain Moussaut Dufresne, whose brother was a priest. This brother, therefore, naturally became the first director of these godly women. Less than a year after his appointment he died, and the directorship became vacant. The Ursulines had bought the house, in which they lived, much below its normal value, for it was regarded as a haunted house by all the town. The landlord had rightly thought that there was no better way of getting rid of the ghosts than to confront them with a religious sisterhood, the members of which, passing their days in fasting and prayer, would be hardly likely to have their nights disturbed by bad spirits. And in truth, during the year which they had already passed in the house, no ghost had ever put in an appearance, a fact which had greatly increased the reputation of the nuns for sanctity. When their director died, it so happened that the boarders took advantage of the occasion to indulge in some diversion at the expense of the older nuns, who were held in general detestation by the youth of the establishment on account of the rigor with which they enforced the rules of the order. Their plan was to raise once more those spirits which had been, as everyone supposed, permanently relegated to outer darkness. So noises began to be heard on the roof of the house, which resolved themselves into cries and groans. Then, growing bolder, the spirits entered the attics and garrets, announcing their presence by clanking of chains. At last, they became so familiar that they invaded the dormitories, where they dragged the sheets off the sisters and abstracted their clothes. Great was the terror in the convent, and great the talk in the town, so that the Mother Superior called her wisest nuns around her and asked them what, in their opinion, would be the best course to take in the delicate circumstances in which they found themselves. Without a dissentient voice, the conclusion arrived at was that the late director should be immediately replaced by a man still holier than he, if such a man could be found, and whether because he possessed a reputation for sanctity, or for some other reason, their choice fell on Urban Grandier. When the offer of the post was brought to him, he answered that he was already responsible for two important charges, and that he therefore had not enough time to watch over the snow-white flock, which they wished to entrust to him, as a good shepherd should, and he recommended the Lady Superior to seek out another more worthy and less occupied than himself. This answer, as may be supposed, wounded the self-esteem of the sisters. They next turned their eyes towards Mignon, priest and canon of the Collegiate Church of St. Croix, and he, although he felt deeply hurt that they had not thought first of him, accepted the position eagerly. But the recollection that Grandier had been preferred before himself kept awake in him one of those bitter hatreds which time, instead of soothing, intensifies. From the foregoing narrative, the reader can see to what this hate led. As soon as the new director was appointed, the Mother Superior confided to him the kind of foes which he would be expected to vanquish. Instead of comforting her by the assurance that no ghosts existing, it could not be ghosts who ran riot in the house, Mignon saw that by pretending to lay these phantoms, he could acquire the reputation for holiness he so much desired. So he answered that the Holy Scriptures recognized the existence of ghosts by relating how the witch of Endor had made the shade of Samuel appear to Saul. He went on to say that the ritual of the church possessed means of driving away all evil spirits, no matter how persistent they were, provided that he who undertook the task were pure in thought and deed, and that he hoped soon, by the help of God, to rid the convent of its nocturnal visitants. Whereupon, as a preparation for their expulsion, he ordered a 3 days' fast, to be followed by a general confession. It does not require any great cleverness to understand how easily Mignon arrived at the truth by questioning the young penitents as they came before him. The boarders who had played at being ghosts confessed their folly, saying that they had been helped by a young novice of 16 years of age, named Marie Aubin. She acknowledged that this was true. It was she who used to get up in the middle of the night and open the dormitory door which her more timid roommates locked most carefully from within every night before going to bed, a fact which greatly increased their terror when, despite their precautions, the ghosts still got in. Under pretext of not exposing them to the anger of the superior, whose suspicions would be sure to be awakened if the apparitions were to disappear immediately after the general confession, Mignon directed them to renew their nightly frolics from time to time, but at longer and longer intervals. He then sought an interview with the superior, and assured her that he had found the minds of all those under her charge so chaste and pure that he felt sure through his earnest prayers he would soon clear the convent of the spirits which now pervaded it. Everything happened as the director had foretold, and the reputation for sanctity of the holy man, who by watching and praying had delivered the worthy Ursulines from their ghostly assailants, increased enormously in the town of Loudun. Chapter 3. Hardly had tranquillity been restored when Mignon, Duthibout, Menuau, Munier, and Barat, having lost their cause before the Archbishop of Bordeaux, and finding themselves threatened by Grandier with a prosecution for libel and forgery, met together to consult as to the best means of defending themselves before the unbending severity of this man, who would, they felt, destroy them if they did not destroy him. The result of this consultation was that very shortly afterwards queer reports began to fly about. It was whispered that the ghosts whom the pious director had expelled had again invaded the convent, under an invisible and impalpable form, and that several of the nuns had given, by their words and acts, incontrovertible proofs of being possessed. When these reports were mentioned to Mignon, he, instead of denying their truth, cast up his eyes to heaven and said that God was certainly a great and merciful God, but it was also certain that Satan was very clever, especially when he was backed by that false human science called magic. However, as to the reports, though they were not entirely without foundation, he would not go so far as to say that any of the sisters were really possessed by devils, that being a question which time alone could decide. The effect of such an answer on minds already prepared to listen to the most impossible things may easily be guessed. Mignon let the gossip go its rounds for several months without giving it any fresh food, but at length, when the time was ripe, he called on the priest of Saint Jacques at Chinon, and told him that matters had now come to such a pass in the Ursuline convent that he felt it impossible to bear up alone under the responsibility of caring for the salvation of the afflicted nuns, and he begged him to accompany him to the convent. This priest, whose name was Pierre Barre, was exactly the man whom Mignon needed in such a crisis. He was of melancholy temperament and dreamed dreams and saw visions. His one ambition was to gain a reputation for asceticism and holiness. Desiring to surround his visit with the solemnity befitting such an important event, he set out for Loudun at the head of all his parishioners, the whole procession going on foot, in order to arouse interest and curiosity. But this measure was quite needless. It took less than that to set the town agog. While the faithful filled the churches, offering up prayers for the success of the exorcisms, Mignon and Barre entered upon their task at the convent, where they remained shut up with the nuns for 6 hours. At the end of this time, Barre appeared and announced to his parishioners that they might go back to Chinon without him, for he had made up his mind to remain for the present at Loudun, in order to aid the venerable director of the Ursuline convent in the holy work he had undertaken. He enjoined on them to pray morning and evening, with all possible fervor, that, in spite of the serious dangers by which it was surrounded, the good cause might finally triumph. This advice, unaccompanied as it was by any explanation, redoubled the curiosity of the people, and the belief gained ground that it was not merely 1 or 2 nuns who were possessed of devils, but the whole sisterhood. It was not very long before the name of the magician who had worked this wonder began to be mentioned quite openly. Satan, it was said, had drawn Urbain Grandier into his power through his pride. Urbain had entered into a pact with the evil spirit by which he had sold him his soul in return for being made the most learned man on earth. Now, as Urbain's knowledge was much greater than that of the inhabitants of Loudun, this story gained general credence in the town, although here and there was to be found a man sufficiently enlightened to shrug his shoulders at these absurdities, and to laugh at the mummeries, of which as yet he saw only the ridiculous side. For the next 10 or 12 days, Mignon and Bar spent the greater part of their time at the convent, sometimes remaining there for 6 hours at a stretch, sometimes the entire day. Length on Monday, the 11th of October, 1632, they wrote to the priest of Vignères, to Messer Guillaume Cesare de la Guérinière, bailiff of the Loudenois, and to Messer Louis Chauvet, civil lieutenant, begging them to visit the Ursuline convent, in order to examine 2 nuns who were possessed by evil spirits, and to verify the strange and almost incredible manifestations of this possession. Being thus formally appealed to, the 2 magistrates could not avoid compliance with the request. It must be confessed that they were not free from curiosity, and felt far from sorry at being able to get to the bottom of the mystery of which, for some time, the whole town was talking. They repaired, therefore, to the convent, intending to make a thorough investigation as to the reality of the possession and as to the efficacy of the exorcisms employed. Should they judge that the nuns were really possessed, and that those who tried to deliver them were in earnest, they would authorize the continuation of the efforts at exorcism. But if they were not satisfied on these 2 points, they would soon put an end to the whole thing as a comedy. When they reached the door, Mignon, wearing alb and stole, came to meet them. He told them that the feelings of the nuns had for more than 2 weeks been harrowed by the apparition of specters and other blood-curdling visions, that the Mother Superior and 2 nuns had evidently been possessed by evil spirits for over a week, that owing to the efforts of Bar and some Carmelite friars who were good enough to assist him against their common enemies, the devils had been temporarily driven out. But on the previous Sunday night, the 10th of October, the Mother Superior, Jean de Belfield, whose conventual name was Jean des Anges, and a lay sister called Jean Dumagnou, had again been entered into by the same spirits. It had, however, been discovered by means of exorcisms that a new compact, of which the symbol and token was a bunch of roses, had been concluded, the symbol and token of the first having been 3 black thorns. He added that during the time of the first possession, the demons had refused to give their names, but by the power of his exorcisms, this reluctance had been overcome, the spirit which had resumed possession of the Mother Superior having at length revealed that its name was Ashtaroth, one of the greatest enemies of God, while the devil which had entered into the lay sister was of a lower order and was called Sabulon. Unfortunately, continued Mignon, just now the 2 afflicted nuns were resting, and he requested the bailiff and the civil lieutenant to put off their inspection till a little later. The 2 magistrates were just about to go away, when a nun appeared, saying that the devils were again doing their worst with the 2 into whom they had entered. Consequently, they accompanied Mignon and the priest from Vignères to an upper room, in which were 7 narrow beds, of which 2 only were occupied, one by the Mother Superior and the other by the lay sister. The Superior, who was the more thoroughly possessed of the 2, was surrounded by the Carmelite monks, the sisters belonging to the convent, Mathurin Rousseau, priest and canon of Saint Croix, and Mannery, a surgeon from the town. No sooner did the 2 magistrates join the others than the Superior was seized with violent convulsions, writhing and uttering squeals in exact imitation of a sucking pig. The 2 magistrates looked on in profound astonishment, which was greatly increased when they saw the patient now bury herself in her bed, now spring right out of it, the whole performance being accompanied by such diabolical gestures and grimaces that, if they were not quite convinced that the possession was genuine, they were at least filled with admiration of the manner in which it was simulated. Mignon next informed the bailiff and the civil lieutenant that although the Superior had never learned Latin, she would reply in that language to all the questions addressed to her, if such were their desire. The magistrates answered that as they were there in order to examine thoroughly into the facts of the case, they begged the exorcists to give them every possible proof that the possession was real. Upon this, Mignon approached the Mother Superior, and having ordered everyone to be silent, placed 2 of his fingers in her mouth, and having gone through the form of exorcism prescribed by the ritual, he asked the following questions word for word as they are given. 500. Why have you entered into the body of this young girl? Ar causa animositatis, out of enmity. 500. Per quad pactum, by what pact? Ar per flores, by flowers. 500. Quales, what flowers? Ar rosas, roses. 500 quis misfit, by whom wert thou sent? At this question, the magistrates remarked that the superior hesitated to reply. Twice she opened her mouth in vain, but the third time she said in a weak voice, 500 Dic cognomen, what is his surname? R. Urbanus, Urbane. Here there was again the same hesitation, but as if impelled by the will of the exorcist she answered, R. Grandia, Grandius. D. Dic qualitatum, what is his profession? R. Sacerdos, a priest. D. Cujas ecclesiae, of what church? R. Sancti Petri, Saint Pierre. D. Qui persona, a tulit. Floris, who brought the flowers? R. Diabolica, someone sent by the devil. As the patient pronounced the last word, she recovered her senses, and having repeated a prayer, attempted to swallow a morsel of bread which was offered her. She was, however, obliged to spit it out, saying it was so dry she could not get it down. Something more liquid was then brought, but even of that she could swallow very little, as she fell into convulsions every few minutes. Upon this, the two officials, seeing there was nothing more to be got out of the superior, withdrew to one of the window recesses and began to converse in a low tone, whereupon Mignon, who feared that they had not been sufficiently impressed, followed them and drew their attention to the fact that there was much in what they had just seen to recall the case of Goffredi, who had been put to death a few years before in consequence of a decree of the Parliament of Aix, in Provence. This ill-judged remark of Mignon showed so clearly what his aim was that the magistrates made no reply. The civil lieutenant remarked that he had been surprised that Mignon had not made any attempt to find out the cause of the enmity of which the superior had spoken, and which it was so important to find out. But Mignon excused himself by saying that he had no right to put questions merely to gratify curiosity. The civil lieutenant was about to insist on the matter being investigated when the lay sister in her turn went into a fit, thus extricating Mignon from his embarrassment. The magistrates approached the lay sister's bed at once and directed Mignon to put the same questions to her as to the superior. He did so, but all in vain. All she would reply was, to the other, to the other. Mignon explained this refusal to answer by saying that the evil spirit which was in her was of an inferior order, and referred all questioners to Ashtaroth, who was his superior. As this was the only explanation, good or bad, offered them by Mignon, the magistrates went away and drew up a report of all they had seen and heard without comment, merely appending their signatures. But in the town, very few people showed the same discretion and reticence as the magistrates. The bigoted believed, the hypocrites pretended to believe, and the worldly-minded, who were numerous, discussed the doctrine of possession in all its phases and made no secret of their own entire incredulity. They wondered, and not without reason it must be confessed, what had induced the devils to go out of the nuns' bodies for 2 days only, and then come back and resume possession, to the confusion of the exorcists. Further, they wanted to know why the Mother Superior's devils spoke Latin, while the lay sisters was ignorant of that tongue, for a mere difference of rank in the hierarchy of hell did not seem a sufficient explanation of such a difference in education. Mignon's refusal to go on with his interrogations as to the cause of the enmity made them, they said, suspect that, knowing he had reached the end of Ashtaroth's classical knowledge, he felt it useless to try to continue the dialogue in the Ciceronian idiom. Moreover, it was well known that only a few days before all Urbain's worst enemies had met in conclave in the village of Puyderdane, and besides, how stupidly Mignon had shown his hand by mentioning Goffredi, the priest who had been executed at Aix. Lastly, why had not a desire for impartiality been shown by calling in other than Carmelite monks to be present at the exorcism, that order having a private quarrel with Grandia? It must be admitted that this way of looking at the case was not wanting in shrewdness. On the following day, October 12th, the bailiff and the civil lieutenant, having heard that exorcisms had been again tried without their having been informed beforehand, requested a certain Canon Rousseau to accompany them and set out with him and their clerk for the convent. On arriving, they asked for Mignon, and on his appearance, they told him that this matter of exorcism was of such importance that no further steps were to be taken in it without the authorities being present, and that in future they were to be given timely notice of every attempt to get rid of the evil spirits. They added that this was all the more necessary as Mignon's position as director of the sisterhood and his well-known hate for grandeur would draw suspicions on him unworthy of his cloth, suspicions which he ought to be the first to wish to see dissipated, and that quickly, and that therefore the work which he had so piously begun would be completed by exorcists appointed by the court. Mignon replied that, though he had not the slightest objection to the magistrates being present at all the exorcisms, yet he could not promise that the spirits would reply to anyone except himself and Bar. Just at that moment Bar came on the scene, paler and more gloomy than ever, and speaking with the air of a man whose word no one could help believing, he announced that before their arrival some most extraordinary things had taken place. The magistrates asked what things, and Bar replied that he had learned from the Mother Superior that she was possessed, not by one, but by 7 devils, of whom Ashtaroth was the chief. That Grandier had entrusted his pact with the devil, under the symbol of a bunch of roses, to a certain Jean Pivart, to give to a girl who had introduced it into the convent garden by throwing it over the wall. That this took place in the night between Saturday and Sunday, hora secunda, nocturna, 2 hours after midnight. That those were the very words the superior had used, but that while she readily named Pivart, she absolutely refused to give the name of the girl. That on asking what Pivart was, she had replied, pauper magus, a poor magician, that he then had pressed her as to the word magus, and that she had replied magicianus et civis, magician and citizen, and that just as she said those words the magistrates had arrived, and he had asked no more questions. The 2 officials listened to this information with the seriousness befitting men entrusted with high judicial functions, and announced to the 2 priests that they proposed to visit the possessed women and witness for themselves the miracles that were taking place. The clerics offered no opposition, but said they feared that the devils were fatigued and would refuse to reply. And in fact, when the officials reached the sick room, the 2 patients appeared to have regained some degree of calm. Mignon took advantage of this quiet moment to say Mass, to which the 2 magistrates listened devoutly and tranquilly, and while the sacrifice was being offered, the demons did not dare to move. It was expected that they would offer some opposition at the elevation of the host, but everything passed off without disturbance. Only the lay sister's hands and feet twitched a great deal, and this was the only fact which the magistrates thought worthy of mention in their report for that morning. Bar assured them, however, that if they would return about 3 o'clock, the devils would probably have recovered sufficiently from their fatigue to give a second performance. As the 2 gentlemen had determined to see the affair to the end, they returned to the convent at the hour named, accompanied by Messire Irony de Saint-Marthe, Sieur Desherneau, and found the room in which the possessed were lying full of curious spectators. For the exorcists had been true prophets, the devils were at work again. The superior, as always, was the more tormented of the 2, as was only to be expected, she having 7 devils in her all at once. She was terribly convulsed, and was writhing and foaming at the mouth as if she were mad. No one could long continue in such a condition without serious injury to health. Bar therefore asked the devil-in-chief how soon he would come out. "Cross-Main tomorrow morning," he replied. The exorcist then tried to hurry him, asking him why he would not come out at once, whereupon the superior murmured the word pactum, a pact, and then sacerdos, a priest, and finally finis, or finit, for even those nearest could not catch the word distinctly, as the devil, afraid doubtless of perpetrating a barbarism, spoke through the nun's closely clenched teeth. This being all decidedly unsatisfying, the magistrates insisted that the examination should continue, but the devils had again exhausted themselves and refused to utter another word. The priest even tried touching the superior's head with the pyx, while prayers and litanies were recited, but it was all in vain, except that some of the spectators thought that the contortions of the patient became more violent when the intercessions of certain saints were invoked, as for instance Saints Augustine Jerome, Antony, and Mary Magdalene. Bar next directed the Mother Superior to dedicate her heart and soul to God, which she did without difficulty. But when he commanded her to dedicate her body also, The chief devil indicated by fresh convulsions that he was not going to allow himself to be deprived of a domicile without resistance, and made those who had heard him say that he would leave the next morning feel that he had only said so under compulsion, and their curiosity as to the result became heightened. At length, however, despite the obstinate resistance of the demon, the superior succeeded in dedicating her body also to God, and thus victorious her features resumed their usual expression, and smiling as if nothing had happened, she turned to Bar and said that there was no vestige of Satan left in her. The civil lieutenant then asked her if she remembered the questions she had been asked and the answers she had given, but she replied that she remembered nothing. But afterwards, having taken some refreshment, she said to those around her that she recollected perfectly how the first possession over which Mignon had triumphed had taken place. One evening about 10 o'clock, while several nuns were still in her room, although she was already in bed, it seemed to her that someone took her hand and laid something in it, closing her fingers. At that instant she felt a sharp pain as if she had been pricked by 3 pins, and hearing her scream, the nuns came to her bedside to ask what ailed her. She held out her hand, and they found 3 black thorns sticking in it, each having made a tiny wound. Just as she had told this tale, the lay sister, as if to prevent all commentary, was seized with convulsions, and Bar recommenced his prayers and exorcisms, but was soon interrupted by shrieks, for one of the persons present had seen a black cat come down the chimney and disappear. Instantly, everyone concluded it must be the devil, and began to seek it out. It was not without great difficulty that it was caught, for, terrified at the sight of so many people and at the noise, the poor animal had sought refuge under a canopy. But at last it was secured and carried to the superior's bedside, where Bar began his exorcisms once more, covering the cat with signs of the cross and adjuring the devil to take his true shape. Suddenly the touriere, the woman who received the tradespeople, came forward, declaring the supposed devil to be only her cat, and she immediately took possession of it, lest some harm should happen to it. The gathering had been just about to separate, but Bar, fearing that the incident of the cat might throw a ridiculous light upon the evil spirits, resolved to awake once more a salutary terror by announcing that he was going to burn the flowers through which the second spell had been made to work. Producing a bunch of white roses, already faded, he ordered a lighted brazier to be brought. He then threw the flowers on the glowing charcoal, and to the general astonishment, they were consumed without any visible effect. The heavens still smiled, no peal of thunder was heard, and no unpleasant odor diffused itself through the room. Bar, feeling that the baldness of this act of destruction had had a bad effect, predicted that the morrow would bring forth wondrous things, that the chief devil would speak more distinctly than hitherto, that he would leave the body of the superior, giving such clear signs of his passage that no one would dare to doubt any longer that it was a case of genuine possession. Thereupon the criminal lieutenant, Henry Herve, who had been present during the exorcism, said they must seize upon the moment of his exit to ask about Pivart, who was unknown at Loudun, although everyone who lived there knew everybody else. Bar replied in Latin, "Et hoc dicit epulam nominabit," he will not only tell about him, but he will also name the young girl. The young girl whom the devil was to name was, it may be recollected, she who had introduced the flowers into the convent, and whose name the demon, until now, had absolutely refused to give. On the strength of these promises, everyone went home to await the morrow with impatience. Chapter 4. That evening, Grandier asked the bailiff for an audience. At first, he had made fun of the exorcisms, for the story had been so badly concocted, and the accusations were so glaringly improbable that he had not felt the least anxiety. But as the case went on, it assumed such an important aspect, and the hatred displayed by his enemies was so intense, that the fate of the priest Goffredi, referred to by Mignon, occurred to Urbain's mind, and in order to be beforehand with his enemies, he determined to lodge a complaint against them. This complaint was founded on the fact that Mignon had performed the rite of exorcism in the presence of the civil lieutenant, the bailiff, and many other persons, and had caused the nuns who were said to be possessed, in the hearing of all these people, to name him, Urbain, as the author of their possession. This being a falsehood and an attack upon his honor, he begged the bailiff, in whose hands the conduct of the affair had been specially placed, to order the nuns to be sequestered apart from the rest of the sisterhood and from each other, and then to have each separately examined. Should there appear to be any evidence of possession, he hoped that the bailiff would be pleased to appoint clerics of well-known rank and upright character to perform whatever exorcisms were needful. Such men, having no bias against him, would be more impartial than Mignon and his adherents. He also called upon the bailiff to have an exact report drawn up of everything that took place at the exorcisms, in order that, if necessary, he as petitioner might be able to lay it before anyone to whose judgment he might appeal. The bailiff gave Grandier a statement of the conclusions at which he had arrived, and told him that the exorcisms had been performed that day by Bar, armed with the authority of the Bishop of Poitiers himself. Being, as we have seen, a man of common sense and entirely unprejudiced in the matter, the bailiff advised Grandier to lay his complaint before his bishop. But unfortunately, he was under the authority of the Bishop of Poitiers, who was so prejudiced against him that he had done everything in his power to induce the Archbishop of Bordeaux to refuse to ratify the decision in favor of Grandier, pronounced by the Presidial Court. Urbain could not hide from the magistrate that he had nothing to hope for from this quarter, and it was decided that he should wait and see what the morrow would bring forth before taking any further step. The impatiently expected day dawned at last, and at 8 o'clock in the morning the bailiff, the king's attorney, the civil lieutenant, the criminal lieutenant, and the provost's lieutenant, with their respective clerks, were already at the convent. They found the outer gate open, but the inner door shut. In a few moments Mignon came to them and brought them into a waiting room. There he told them that the nuns were preparing for communion, and that he would be very much obliged to them if they would withdraw and wait in a house across the street, just opposite the convent, and that he would send them word when they could come back. The magistrates, having first informed Mignon of Urbain's petition, retired as requested. An hour passed, and as Mignon did not summon them, in spite of his promise, they all went together to the convent chapel, where they were told the exorcisms were already over. The nuns had quitted the choir, and Mignon and Bar came to the grating and told them that they had just completed the rite, and that, thanks to their conjurations, the two afflicted ones were now quite free from evil spirits. They went on to say that they had been working together at the exorcism from 7 o'clock in the morning, and that great wonders, of which they had drawn up an account, had come to pass, but they had considered it would not be proper to allow anyone else to be present during the ceremony besides the exorcists and the possessed. The bailiff pointed out that their manner of proceedings was not only illegal, but that it laid them under suspicion of fraud and collusion in the eyes of the impartial. Moreover, as the superior had accused Grandier publicly, she was bound to renew and prove her accusation also publicly, and not in secret. Furthermore, it was a great piece of insolence on the part of the exorcists to invite people of their standing and character to come to the convent, and having kept them waiting an hour, to tell them that they considered them unworthy to be admitted to the ceremony which they had been requested to attend. And he wound up by saying that he would draw up a report, as he had already done on each of the preceding days, setting forth the extraordinary discrepancy between their promises and their performance. Mignon replied that he and Bar had had only one thing in view, viz., the expulsion of the demons, and that in that they had succeeded, and that their success would be of great benefit to the Holy Catholic faith, for they had got the demons so thoroughly into their power that they had been able to command them to produce within a week miraculous proofs of the spells cast on the nuns by Urbain Grandier and their wonderful deliverance therefrom, so that in future no one would be able to doubt as to the reality of the possession. Thereupon the magistrates drew up a report of all that had happened and of what Bar and Mignon had said. This was signed by all the officials present, except the criminal lieutenant, who declared that, having perfect confidence in the statements of the exorcists, he was anxious to do nothing to increase the doubting spirit which was unhappily so prevalent among the worldly. The same day the bailiff secretly warned Urbain of the refusal of the criminal lieutenant to join with the others in signing the report, and almost at the same moment he learned that the cause of his adversaries was strengthened by the adhesion of a certain Messer René Seigneur de Silly, and prefect of the town. This gentleman was held in great esteem not only on account of his wealth and the many offices which he filled, but above all on account of his powerful friends, among whom was the Cardinal Duke himself, to whom he had formerly been of use when the cardinal was only a prior. The character of the conspiracy had now become so alarming that Grandier felt it was time to oppose it with all his strength. Recalling his conversation with the bailiff the preceding day, during which he had advised him to lay his complaint before the Bishop of Poitiers, he set out, accompanied by a priest of Loudun named Jean Buron, for the prelate's country house at Dissay. The bishop, anticipating his visit, had already given his orders, and Grandier was met by Dupuis, the intendant of the palace, who, in reply to Grandier's request to see the bishop, told him that his lordship was ill. Urbain next addressed himself to the bishop's chaplain and begged him to inform the prelate that his object in coming was to lay before him the official reports which the magistrates had drawn up of the events which had taken place at the Ursuline convent, and to lodge a complaint as to the slanders and accusations of which he was the victim. Grandier spoke so urgently that the chaplain could not refuse to carry his message. He returned, however, in a few moments, and told Grandier, in the presence of Dupuis, Buron, and a certain seer Labras, that the bishop advised him to take his case to the royal judges, and that he earnestly hoped he would obtain justice from them. Grandier perceived that the bishop had been warned against him, and felt that he was becoming more and more entangled in the net of conspiracy around him. But he was not a man to flinch before any danger. He therefore returned immediately to Loudun, and went once more to the bailiff, to whom he related all that had happened at Dissay. He then, a second time, made a formal complaint as to the slanders circulated with regard to him, and begged the magistrates to have recourse to the king's courts in the business. He also said that he desired to be placed under the protection of the king and his justice, as the accusations made against him were aimed at his honor and his life. The bailiff hastened to make out a certificate of Urbain's protest, which forbade at the same time the repetition of the slanders or the infliction on Urbain of any injury. Thanks to this document, a change of parts took place. Mignon, the accuser, became the accused. Feeling that he had powerful support behind him, he had the audacity to appear before the bailiff the same day. He said that he did not acknowledge his jurisdiction, as in what concerned Grandier and himself, they being both priests, they could only be judged by their bishop. He nevertheless protested against the complaint lodged by Grandier, which characterized him as a slanderer, and declared that he was ready to give himself up as a prisoner, in order to show everyone that he did not fear the result of any inquiry. Furthermore, he had taken an oath on the sacred elements the day before, in the presence of his parishioners who had come to Mass, that in all he had hitherto done he had been moved, not by hatred of Grandier, but by love of the truth, and by his desire for the triumph of the Catholic faith. And he insisted that the bailiff should give him a certificate of his declaration, and served notice of the same on Grandier that very day. Chapter 5. Since October 13th, the day on which the demons had been expelled, life at the convent seemed to have returned to its usual quiet. But Grandier did not let himself be lulled to sleep by the calm. He knew those with whom he was contending too well to imagine for an instant that he would hear no more of them. And when the bailiff expressed pleasure at this interval of repose, Grandier said that it would not last long, as the nuns were only conning new parts, in order to carry on the drama in a more effective manner than ever. And in fact, on November 22nd, René Mannery, surgeon to the convent, was sent to one of his colleagues, named Gaspard Joubert, to beg him to come, bringing some of the physicians of the town with him to visit the two sisters, who were again tormented by evil spirits. Mannery, however, had gone to the wrong man, for Joubert had a frank and loyal character and hated everything that was underhand. Being determined to take no part in the business, except in a public and judicial manner, he applied at once to the bailiff to know if it was by his orders that he was called in. The bailiff said it was not, and summoned Mannery before him to ask him by whose authority he had sent for Joubert. Mannery declared that the Touriere had run in a fright to his house, saying that the nuns had never been worse possessed than now, and that the director, Mignon, begged him to come at once to the convent, bringing with him all the doctors he could find. The bailiff, seeing that fresh plots against Grandier were being formed, sent for him and warned him that Bar had come over from Chinon the day before, and had resumed his exorcisms at the convent, adding that it was currently reported in the town that the Mother Superior and Sister Claire were again tormented by devils. The news neither astonished nor discouraged Grandier, who replied, with his usual smile of disdain, that it was evident his enemies were hatching new plots against him, and that as he had instituted proceedings against them for the former ones, he would take the same course with regard to these. At the same time, knowing how impartial the bailiff was, he begged him to accompany the doctors and officials to the convent, and to be present at the exorcisms, and should any sign of real possession manifest itself, to sequester the afflicted nuns at once, and cause them to be examined by other persons than Mignon and Bar, whom he had such good cause to distrust. The bailiff wrote to the king's attorney, who, notwithstanding his bias against Grandier, was forced to see that the conclusions arrived at were correct, and having certified this in writing, he at once sent his clerk to the convent to inquire if the superior was still possessed. In case of an affirmative reply being given, the clerk had instructions to warn Mignon and Bar that they were not to undertake exorcisms unless in presence of the bailiff and of such officials and doctors as he might choose to bring with him, and that they would disobey at their peril. He was also to tell them that Grandier's demands to have the nuns sequestered and other exorcists called in were granted. Mignon and Bar listened while the clerk read his instructions, and then said they refused to recognize the jurisdiction of the bailiff in this case, that they had been summoned by the Mother Superior and Sister Claire when their strange illness returned, an illness which they were convinced was nothing else than possession by evil spirits, that they had hitherto carried out their exorcisms under the authority of a commission given them by the Bishop of Poitiers, and as the time for which they had permission had not yet expired, they would continue to exorcise as often as might be necessary. They had, however, given notice to the worthy prelate of what was going on, in order that he might either come himself or send other exorcists as best suited him, so that a valid opinion as to the reality of the possession might be procured. For up to the present, the worldly and unbelieving had taken upon themselves to declare in an offhand manner that the whole affair was a mixture of fraud and delusion, in contempt of the glory of God and the Catholic religion. As to the rest of the message, they would not in any way prevent the bailiff and the other officials, with as many medical men as they chose to bring, from seeing the nuns, at least until they heard from the bishop, from whom they expected a letter next day. But it was for the nuns themselves to say whether it was convenient for them to receive visitors. As far as concerned themselves, they desired to renew their protest, and declared they could not accept the bailiff as their judge, and did not think that it could be legal for them to refuse to obey a command from their ecclesiastical superiors, whether with relation to exorcism, or any other thing of which the ecclesiastical courts properly took cognizance. The clerk brought this answer to the bailiff, and he, thinking it was better to wait for the arrival of the bishop or of fresh orders from him, put off his visit to the convent until the next day. But the next day came without anything being heard of the prelate himself or of a messenger from him. Early in the morning the bailiff went to the convent, but was not admitted. He then waited patiently until noon, and seeing that no news had arrived from de Sade, and that the convent gates were still closed against him, he granted a second petition of Grandier's, to the effect that Bar and Mignon should be prohibited from questioning the superior and the other nuns in a manner tending to blacken the character of the petitioner or any other person. Notice of this prohibition was served the same day on Bar, and on one nun chosen to represent the community. Bar did not pay the slightest attention to this notice, but kept on asserting that the bailiff had no right to prevent his obeying the commands of his bishop, and declaring that henceforward he would perform all exorcisms solely under ecclesiastical sanction, without any reference to lay persons, whose unbelief and impatience impaired the solemnity with which such rites should be conducted. The best part of the day having gone over without any sign of either bishop or messenger, Grandier presented a new petition to the bailiff. The bailiff at once summoned all the officers of the bailiwick and the attorneys of the king in order to lay it before them. But the king's attorneys refused to consider the matter, declaring upon their honor that although they did not accuse Grandier of being the cause, yet they believed that the nuns were veritably possessed, being convinced by the testimony of the devout ecclesiastics in whose presence the evil spirits had come out. This was only the ostensible reason for their refusal, the real one being that the advocate was a relation of Mignon's, and the attorney a son-in-law of Trinquant's, to whose office he had succeeded. Thus Grandier, against whom were all the ecclesiastical judges, began to feel as if he were condemned beforehand by the judges of the royal courts, for he knew how very short was the interval between the recognition of the possession as a fact and the recognition of himself as its author. Nevertheless, in spite of the formal declarations of the king's advocate and attorney, the bailiff ordered the superior and the lay sister to be removed to houses in town, each to be accompanied by a nun as companion. During their absence from the convent, they were to be looked after by exorcists, by women of high character and position, as well as by physicians and attendants, all of whom he himself would appoint, all others being forbidden access to the nuns without his permission. The clerk was again sent to the convent with a copy of this decision, but the superior, having listened to the reading of the document, answered that in her own name and that of the sisterhood she refused to recognize the jurisdiction of the bailiff, that she had already received directions from the Bishop of Poitiers, dateth November, explaining the measures which were to be taken in the matter, and she would gladly send a copy of these directions to the bailiff to prevent his pleading ignorance of them. Furthermore, she demurred to the order for her removal, having vowed to live always secluded in a convent, and that no one could dispense her from this vow but the bishop. This protest having been made in the presence of Madame de Charnacé, aunt of two of the nuns, and Surgeon Mannery, who was related to another, they both united in drawing up a protest against violence, in case the bailiff should insist on having his orders carried out, declaring that, should he make the attempt, they would resist him as if he were a mere private individual. This document being duly signed and witnessed was immediately sent to the bailiff by the hand of his own clerk, whereupon the bailiff ordered that preparations should be made with regard to the sequestration, and announced that the next day, the 24th November, he would repair to the convent and be present at the exorcisms. The next day, accordingly, at the appointed hour, the bailiff summoned Daniel Roger, Vincent Defoe, Gaspard Joubert, and Matthew Fanson, all four physicians, to his presence, and acquainting them with his reasons for having called them, asked them to accompany him to the convent to examine, with the most scrupulous impartiality, two nuns whom he would point out, in order to discover if their illness were feigned or arose from natural or supernatural causes. Having thus instructed them as to his wishes, they all set out for the convent. They were shown into the chapel and placed close to the altar, being separated by a grating from the choir, in which the nuns who sang usually sat. In a few moments the superior was carried in on a small bed, which was laid down before the grating. Barre then said Mass, during which the superior went into violent convulsions. She threw her arms about, her fingers were clenched, her cheeks enormously inflated, and her eyes turned up so that only the whites could be seen. The Mass finished, Barre approached her to administer the Holy Communion and to commence the exorcism. Holding the holy wafer in his hand, he said, Adora Deum tuum, Creatorum tuum, adore God, thy Creator. The superior hesitated, as if she found great difficulty in making this act of love, but at length she said, Adoro te, I adore thee. Quem adoras, whom dost thou adore? Jesus Christus, Jesus Christ, answered the nun, quite unconscious that the verb adorn governs accusative. This mistake, which no sixth-form boy would make, gave rise to bursts of laughter in the church, and Daniel Duin, the provost's assessor, was constrained to say aloud, There's a devil for you, who does not know much about transitive verbs. Barre, perceiving the bad impression that the superior's nominative had made, hastened to ask her, Quis est quem adoras, who is it whom thou dost adore? His hope was that she would again reply, Jesus Christus, but he was disappointed. Jesu Christ was her answer. Renewed shouts of laughter greeted this infraction of one of the most elementary rules of syntax, and several of those present exclaimed, "Oh, your reverence, what very poor Latin!" Bar pretended not to hear, and next asked what was the name of the demon who had taken possession of her. The poor superior, who was greatly confused by the unexpected effect of her last two answers, could not speak for a long time, but at length with great trouble she brought out the name Asmodi, without daring to Latinize it. The exorcist then inquired how many devils the superior had in her body, and to this question she replied quite fluently, "Six and six." The bailiff upon this requested Bar to ask the chief devil how many evil spirits he had with him, but the need for this answer had been foreseen, and the nun unhesitatingly returned, "Quinque five." This answer raised Asmodi somewhat in the opinion of those present, but when the bailiff adjured the superior to repeat in Greek what she had just said in Latin, she made no reply, and on the adjuration being renewed, she immediately recovered her senses. The examination of the superior being thus cut short, a little nun who appeared for the first time in public was brought forward. She began by twice pronouncing the name of Grandia with a loud laugh, then turning to the bystanders, called out, "For all your number, you can do nothing worthwhile." As it was easy to see that nothing of importance was to be expected from this new patient, she was soon suppressed, and her place taken by the lay sister Claire, who had already made her debut in the Mother Superior's room. Hardly had she entered the choir than she uttered a groan, but as soon as they placed her on the little bed on which the other nuns had lain, she gave way to uncontrollable laughter and cried out between the paroxysms, "Grandia, Grandia, you must buy some at the market." Bar at once declared that these wild and whirling words were a proof of possession and approached to exorcise the demon, but Sister Claire resisted, and pretending to spit in the face of the exorcist, put out her tongue at him, making indecent gestures, using a word in harmony with her actions. This word, being in the vernacular, was understood by everyone and required no interpretation. The exorcist then conjured her to give the name of the demon who was in her, and she replied, "Grandia." But Bar, by repeating his question, gave her to understand that she had made a mistake, whereupon she corrected herself and said, "Elimi." Nothing in the world could induce her to reveal the number of evil spirits by whom Elimi was accompanied, so that Bar, seeing that it was useless to press her on this point, passed on to the next question. "Quo pacto ingressus est demon?" By what pact did the demon get in? "Duplex, double," returned Sister Claire. This horror of the ablative, when the ablative was absolutely necessary, aroused once more the hilarity of the audience, and proved that Sister Claire's devil was just as poor a Latin scholar as the superior's, and Bar, fearing some new linguistic eccentricity on the part of the evil spirit, adjourned the meeting to another day. The paucity of learning shown in the answers of the nuns being sufficient to convince any fair-minded person that the whole affair was a ridiculous comedy, the bailiff felt encouraged to persevere until he had unraveled the whole plot. Consequently, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he returned to the convent, accompanied by his clerk, by several magistrates, and by a considerable number of the best-known people of Loudun, and asked to see the superior. Being admitted, he announced to Bar that he had come to insist on the superior being separated from Sister Claire, so that each could be exorcised apart. Bar dared not refuse before such a great number of witnesses, therefore the superior was isolated and the exorcisms begun all over again. Instantly the convulsions returned, just as in the morning, only that now she twisted her feet into the form of hooks, which was a new accomplishment. Having adjured her several times, the exorcist succeeded in making her repeat some prayers, and then sounded her as to the name and number of the demons in possession, whereupon she said 3 times that there was one called a Chows. The bailiff then directed Bar to ask if she were possessed ex pacto magi, out ex ora voluntate Dei, by a pact with a sorcerer, or by the pure will of God, to which the superior answered, Non est volutus Dei, not by the will of God. Upon this, Bar, dreading more questions from the bystanders, hastily resumed his own catechism by asking who was the sorcerer. Urbanus, answered the superior. Estini Urbanus Papa, is it Pope Urban? Asked the exorcist. Grandia, replied the superior. Quer ingressus es in corpus hujus purely, why did you enter the body of this maiden? Said Bar. Propter presentium tuum, because of your presence, answered the superior. At this point the bailiff, seeing no reason why the dialogue between Bar and the superior should ever come to an end, interposed and demanded that questions suggested by him and the other officials present should be put to the superior, promising that if she answered 3 of 4 such questions correctly, he and those with him would believe in the reality of the possession and would certify to that effect. Bar accepted the challenge, but unluckily just at that moment the superior regained consciousness, and as it was already late, everyone retired. Chapter 6. The next day, November 25th, the bailiff and the majority of the officers of the 2 jurisdictions came to the convent once more and were all conducted to the choir. In a few moments, the curtains behind the grating were drawn back, and the superior, lying on her bed, came to view. Bar began, as usual, by the celebration of Mass, during which the superior was seized with convulsions and exclaimed 2 or 3 times, Grandia, Grandia, false priest. When the Mass was over, the celebrant went behind the grating, carrying the pyx. Then, placing it on his head and holding it there, he protested that in all he was doing he was actuated by the purest motives and the highest integrity, that he had no desire to harm anyone on earth, and he adjured God to strike him dead if he had been guilty of any bad action or collusion, or had instigated the nuns to any deceit during the investigation. The prior of the Carmelites next advanced and made the same declaration, taking the oath in the same manner, holding the pyx over his head, and further calling down on himself and his brethren the curse of Korah, Dathan, and Abiram if they had sinned during this inquiry. These protestations did not, however, produce the salutary effect intended, some of those present saying aloud that such oaths smacked of sacrilege. Bar, hearing the murmurs, hastened to begin the exorcisms, first advancing to the superior to offer her the holy sacrament, but as soon as she caught sight of him, she became terribly convulsed and attempted to drag the pyx from his hands. Bar, however, by pronouncing the sacred words, overcame the repulsion of the superior and succeeded in placing the wafer in her mouth. She, however, pushed it out again with her tongue, as if it made her sick. Barge caught it in his fingers and gave it to her again at the same time, forbidding the demon to make her vomit, and this time she succeeded in partly swallowing the sacred morsel, but complained that it stuck in her throat. At last, in order to get it down, Barge 3 times gave her water to drink, and then, as always during his exorcisms, he began by interrogating the demon. Per quad pactum ingressus es in corpus hujus purely, by what pact didst thou enter the body of this maiden? Aqua, by water, said the superior. One of those who had accompanied the bailiff was a Scotchman called Strachan, the head of the Reformed College of Loudon. Hearing this answer, he called on the demon to translate aqua into Gaelic, saying if he gave this proof of having those linguistic attainments which all bad spirits possess, he and those with him would be convinced that the possession was genuine and no deception. Bar, without being in the least taken aback, replied that he would make the demon say it if God permitted, and ordered the spirit to answer in Gaelic. But though he repeated his command twice, it was not obeyed. On the 3rd repetition, the superior said, Nimia curiositas, too much curiosity, and on being asked again said, Deus non volo. This time the poor devil went astray in his conjugation, and confusing the first with the 3rd person said, God, I do not wish, which in the context had no meaning. God does not wish, being the appointed answer. The Scotchman laughed heartily at this nonsense, and proposed to Bar to let his devil enter into competition with the boys of his 7th form. But Bar, instead of frankly accepting the challenge in the devil's name, hemmed and hawed, and opined that the devil was justified in not satisfying idle curiosity. "But, sir, you must be aware," said the civil lieutenant, "and if you are not, the manual you hold in your hand will teach you that the gift of tongues is one of the unfailing symptoms of true possession, and the power to tell what is happening at a distance another." "Sir," returned Barr, "the devil knows the language very well, but does not wish to speak it. He also knows all your sins, in proof of which, if you so desire, I shall order him to give the list." "I shall be delighted to hear it," said the civil lieutenant. "Be so good as to try the experiment." Barr was about to approach the superior when he was held back by the bailiff, who remonstrated with him on the impropriety of his conduct, whereupon Barr assured the magistrate that he had never really intended to do as he threatened. However, in spite of all Barr's attempts to distract the attention of the bystanders from the subject, they still persisted in desiring to discover the extent of the devil's knowledge of foreign languages, and at their suggestion, the bailiff proposed to Barr to try him in Hebrew instead of Gaelic. Hebrew being, according to Scripture, the most ancient language of all, ought to be familiar to the demon, unless indeed he had forgotten it. This idea met with such general applause that Barr was forced to command the possessed nun to say aqua in Hebrew. The poor woman, who found it difficult enough to repeat correctly the few Latin words she had learned by rote, made an impatient movement and said, "I can't help it, I retract, G. Renai." These words being heard and repeated by those near her produced such an unfavorable impression that one of the Carmelite monks tried to explain them away by declaring that the superior had not said G. Renai, but Zakwe, a Hebrew word corresponding to the two Latin words, effudi aquam, I threw water about. But the words G. Renai had been heard so distinctly that the monk's assertion was greeted with jeers, and the sub-prior reprimanded him publicly as a liar. Upon this, the superior had a fresh attack of convulsions, and as all present knew that these attacks usually indicated that the performance was about to end, they withdrew, making very merry over a devil who knew neither Hebrew nor Gaelic, and whose smattering of Latin was so incorrect. However, as the bailiff and civil lieutenant were determined to clear up every doubt so far as they still felt any, they went once again to the convent at 3 o'clock the same afternoon. Barr came out to meet them and took them for a stroll in the convent grounds. During their walk, he said to the civil lieutenant that he felt very much surprised that he, who had on a former occasion, by order of the Bishop of Poitiers, laid information against Grandier, should be now on his side. The civil lieutenant replied that he would be ready to inform against him again if there were any justification, but at present his object was to arrive at the truth, and in this he felt sure he should be successful. Such an answer was very unsatisfactory to Barr, so, drawing the bailiff aside, he remarked to him that a man among whose ancestors were many persons of condition, several of whom had held positions of much dignity in the church, and who himself held such an important judicial position, ought to show less incredulity in regard to the possibility of a devil entering into a human body, since if it were proved it would redound to the glory of God and the good of the church and of religion. The bailiff received this remonstrance with marked coldness, and replied that he hoped always to take justice for his guide, as his duty commanded. Upon this, Barr pursued the subject no farther, but led the way to the superior's apartment. Just as they entered the room, where a large number of people were already gathered, the superior, catching sight of the pyx which Barr had brought with him, fell once more into convulsions. Barr went towards her, and having asked the demon as usual by what pact he had entered the maiden's body, and received the information that it was by water, continued his examination as follows. Quis finis pacti, what is the object of this pact? Impuritas, unchastity. At these words, the bailiff interrupted the exorcist and ordered him to make the demon say in Greek the three words, finis, pacti, impuritas. But the superior, who had once already got out of her difficulties by an evasive answer, had again recourse to the same convenient phrase, nimia curiositas, with which Barr agreed, saying that they were indeed too much given to curiosity. So the bailiff had to desist from his attempt to make the demon speak Greek, as he had before been obliged to give up trying to make him speak Hebrew and Gaelic. Bar then continued his examination. Quisa tulit pactum, who brought the pact? Magus, the sorcerer. Quale nomen magi, what is the sorcerer's name? Urbanus, Urban. Quis Urbanus, Estini Urbanus Papa. What Urban, Pope Urbans? Grandior. Cujus qualitates, what is his profession? Curcatus. The enriching of the Latin language by this new and unknown word produced a great effect on the audience. However, Bar did not pause long enough to allow it to be received with all the consideration it deserved, but went on at once. Quisa tulit aquam pacti, who brought the water of the pact? Magus, the magician. Qua hora, at what o'clock? Septima, at 7 o'clock. And matutina, in the morning. Sigo, in the evening. Quamodo intravit, how did he enter? Janua, by the doors. Quis vidit, who saw him? Tres, 3 persons. Here Bar stopped, in order to confirm the testimony of the devil, assuring his hearers that the Sunday after the superior's deliverance from the second possession, he along with Mignon and one of the sisters was sitting with her at supper, it being about 7 o'clock in the evening, when she showed them drops of water on her arm, and no one could tell where they came from. He had instantly washed her arm in holy water and repeated some prayers, and while he was saying them, the breviary of the superior was twice dragged from her hands and thrown at his feet, and when he stooped to pick it up for the second time, he got a box on the ear without being able to see the hand that administered it. Then Mignon came up and confirmed what Bar had said in a long discourse, which he wound up by calling down upon his head the most terrible penalties if every word he said were not the exact truth. He then dismissed the assembly, promising to drive out the evil spirit the next day and exhorting those present to prepare themselves, by penitence and receiving the Holy Communion, for the contemplation of the wonders which awaited them. Chapter 7. The last 2 exorcisms had been so much talked about in the town that Grandier, although he had not been present, knew everything that had happened, down to the smallest detail, so he once more laid a complaint before the bailiff, in which he represented that the nuns maliciously continued to name him during the exorcisms as the author of their pretended possession, being evidently influenced thereto by his enemies, whereas in fact not only had he had no communication with them, but had never set eyes on them, that in order to prove that they acted under influence it was absolutely necessary that they should be sequestered, it being most unjust that Mignon and Bar, his mortal enemies, should have constant access to them and be able to stay with them night and day, their doing so making the collusion evident and undeniable, that the honor of God was involved, and also that of the petitioner, who had some right to be respected, seeing that he was first in rank among the ecclesiastics of the town. Taking all this into consideration, he consequently prayed the bailiff to be pleased to order that the nuns suffering from the so-called possession should at once be separated from each other and from their present associates, and placed under the control of clerics assisted by physicians in whose impartiality the petitioner could have confidence. And he further prayed that all this should be performed in spite of any opposition or appeal whatsoever, but without prejudice to the right of appeal, because of the importance of the matter. And in case the bailiff were not pleased to order the sequestration, the petitioner would enter a protest and complaint against his refusal as a withholding of justice. The bailiff wrote at the bottom of the petition that it would be at once complied with. After Urban Grandier had departed, the physicians who had been present at the exorcisms presented themselves before the bailiff, bringing their report with them. In this report, they said that they had recognized convulsive movements of the Mother Superior's body, but that one visit was not sufficient to enable them to make a thorough diagnosis, as the movements above mentioned might arise as well from a natural as from supernatural causes. They therefore desired to be afforded opportunity for a thorough examination before being called on to pronounce an opinion. To this end, they required permission to spend several days and nights uninterruptedly in the same room with the patients, and to treat them in the presence of other nuns and some of the magistrates. Further, they required that all the food and medicine should pass through the doctor's hands, and that no one should touch the patients except quite openly or speak to them except in an audible voice. Under these conditions, they would undertake to find out the true cause of the convulsions and to make a report of the same. It being now 9 o'clock in the morning, the hour when the exorcisms began, the bailiff went over at once to the convent and found Bar halfway through the Mass and the superior in convulsions. The magistrate entered the church at the moment of the elevation of the host and noticed among the kneeling Catholics a young man called Dissentia standing up with his hat on. He ordered him either to uncover or to go away. At this, the convulsive movements of the superior became more violent, and she cried out that there were Huguenots in the church, which gave the demon great power over her. Bar asked her how many there were present, and she replied, 2, thus proving that the devil was no stronger in arithmetic than in Latin, for besides Dissentia, Councillor Abraham Gothia, one of his brothers, 4 of his sisters, René Forno, a deputy, and an attorney called Angevin, all of the Reformed faith, were present. As Bar saw that those present were greatly struck by this numerical inaccuracy, he tried to turn their thoughts in another direction by asking the superior if it were true that she knew no Latin. On her replying that she did not know a single word, he held the pyx before her and ordered her to swear by the Holy Sacrament. She resisted at first, saying loud enough for those around her to hear, "My father, you make me take such solemn oaths that I fear God will punish me." To this Bar replied, "My daughter, you must swear for the glory of God." And she took the oath. Just then one of the bystanders remarked that the Mother Superior was in the habit of interpreting the catechism to her scholars. This she denied, but acknowledged that she used to translate the Paternoster and the Creed for them. As the Superior felt herself becoming somewhat confused at this long series of embarrassing questions, she decided on going into convulsions again, but with only moderate success, for the bailiff insisted that the exorcist should ask her where Grandier was at that very moment. Now, as the ritual teaches that one of the proofs of possession is the faculty of telling, when asked, where people are without seeing them, and as the question was propounded in the prescribed terms, she was bound to answer, so she said that Grandier was in the great hall of the castle. "That is not correct," said the bailiff, "for before coming here I pointed out a house to Grandier and asked him to stay in it till I came back. If anybody will go there, they will be sure to find him, for he wished to help me to discover the truth without my being obliged to resort to sequestration, which is a difficult measure to take with regard to nuns." Bar was now ordered to send some of the monks present to the castle, accompanied by a magistrate and a clerk. Bar chose the Carmelite prior, and the bailiff Charles Chauvet, assessor of the bailiwick, Ismail Bouliau, a priest, and Pierre Thibaut, an articled clerk, who all set out at once to execute their commission, while the rest of those present were to await their return. Meanwhile the superior, who had not spoken a word since the bailiff's declaration, remained, in spite of repeated exorcisms, dumb, so Bar sent for Sister Claire, saying that one devil would encourage the other. The bailiff entered a formal protest against this step, insisting that the only result of a double exorcism would be to cause confusion, during which suggestions might be conveyed to the superior, and that the proper thing to do was, before beginning new conjurations, to await the return of the messengers. Although the bailiff's suggestion was most reasonable, Bar knew better than to adopt it, for he felt that no matter what it cost, he must either get rid of the bailiff and all the other officials who shared his doubts, or find means, with the help of Sister Claire, to delude them into belief. The lay sister was therefore brought in spite of the opposition of the bailiff and the other magistrates, and as they did not wish to seem to countenance a fraud, they all withdrew, declaring that they could no longer look on at such a disgusting comedy. In the courtyard they met their messengers returning, who told them they had gone first to the castle and had searched the great hall and all the other rooms without seeing anything of Grandier. They had then gone to the house mentioned by the bailiff, where they found him for whom they were looking, in the company of Pierre Verret, the confessor of the nuns, Mathurin Rousseau, and Nicolas Benoit, canons, and Comte, a doctor, from whom they learned that Grandier had not been an instant out of their sight for the last 2 hours. This being all the magistrates wanted to know, they went home, while their envoys went upstairs and told their story, which produced the effect which might be expected. Thereupon a Carmelite brother, wishing to weaken the impression, and thinking that the devil might be more lucky in his second guess than the first, asked the superior where Grandier was just then. She answered without the slightest hesitation that he was walking with the bailiff in the church of Saint Croix. A new deputation was at once sent off, which, finding the church empty, went on to the palace and saw the bailiff presiding at a court. He had gone direct from the convent to the palace and had not yet seen Grandier. The same day the nuns sent word that they would not consent to any more exorcisms being performed in the presence of the bailiff and the officials who usually accompanied him, and that for the future they were determined to answer no questions before such witnesses. Grandier, learning of this piece of insolence, which prevented the only man on whose impartiality he could reckon from being henceforward present at the exorcisms, once more handed in a petition to the bailiff, begging for the sequestration of the 2 nuns, no matter at what risk. The bailiff, however, in the interests of the petitioner himself, did not dare to grant this request, for he was afraid that the ecclesiastical authorities would nullify his procedure, on the ground that the convent was not under his jurisdiction. He, however, summoned a meeting of the principal inhabitants of the town, in order to consult with them as to the best course to take for the public good. The conclusion they arrived at was to write to the Attorney General and to the Bishop of Poitiers, enclosing copies of the reports which had been drawn up, and imploring them to use their authority to put an end to these pernicious intrigues. This was done, but the Attorney General replied that the matter being entirely ecclesiastical, the Parliament was not competent to take cognizance of it. As for the bishop, he sent no answer at all. He was not, however, so silent towards Grandier's enemies, for the ill success of the exorcisms of November 26th, having made increased precautions necessary, they considered it would be well to apply to the bishop for a new commission, wherein he should appoint certain ecclesiastics to represent him during the exorcisms to come. Bar himself went to Poitiers to make this request. It was immediately granted, and the bishop appointed Basil, senior canon of Champigny, and de Morans, senior canon of Thouars, both of whom were related to some of Grandier's adversaries. The following is a copy of the new commission. Henry Louis Le Chataignier de la Rochepeze, by the divine will Bishop of Poitiers, to the senior canons of the Chatelet de Saint-Pierre de Thouars et de Champigny-sur-Vise, greeting. We by these presents command you to repair to the town of Loudun, to the convent of the nuns of Saint Ursule, to be present at the exorcisms which will be undertaken by Sieur Bar upon some nuns of the said convent who are tormented by evil spirits, we having thereto authorized the said Bar. You are also to draw up a report of all that takes place, and for this purpose are to take any clerk you may choose with you. Given and done at Poitiers, November 28th, 1632. Signed Henry Louis, Bishop of Poitiers, countersigned by order of the said Lord Bishop, Michelet. These 2 commissioners, having been notified beforehand, went to Loudun, where Merscott, one of the Queen's chaplains, arrived at the same time, for the pious Queen Anne of Austria had heard so many conflicting accounts of the possession of the Ursuline nuns that she desired, for her own edification, to get to the bottom of the affair. We can judge what importance the case was beginning to assume by its being already discussed at court. In spite of the notice which had been sent them that the nuns would not receive them, the bailiff and the civil lieutenant, fearing that the royal envoy would allow himself to be imposed on and would draw up an account which would cast doubt on the facts contained in their reports, betook themselves to the convent on December 1st, the day on which the exorcisms were to recommence, in the presence of the new commissioners. They were accompanied by their assessor, by the provost's lieutenant, and a clerk. They had to knock repeatedly before anyone seemed to hear them, but at length a nun opened the door and told them they could not enter, being suspected of bad faith, as they had publicly declared that the possession was a fraud and an imposture. The bailiff, without wasting his time arguing with the sister, asked to see Bar, who soon appeared arrayed in his priestly vestments and surrounded by several persons among whom was the Queen's chaplain. The bailiff complained that admittance had been refused to him and those with him, although he had been authorized to visit the convent by the Bishop of Poitiers. Barre replied that he would not hinder their coming in as far as it concerned him. "We are here with the intention of entering," said the bailiff, "and also for the purpose of requesting you to put 1 or 2 questions to the demon, which we have drawn up in terms which are in accordance with what is prescribed in the ritual. I am sure you will not refuse," he added, turning with a bow to Marescot, "to make this experiment in the presence of the Queen's chaplain, since by that means all those suspicions of imposture can be removed, which are unfortunately so rife concerning this business." "In that respect, I shall do as I please, and not as you order me," was the insolent reply of the exorcist. "It is, however, your duty to follow legal methods in your procedure," returned the bailiff, "if you sincerely desire the truth, for it would be an affront to God to perform a spurious miracle in his honor, and a wrong to the Catholic faith, whose power is in its truth, to attempt to give adventitious luster to its doctrines by the aid of fraud and deception." "Sir," said Barre, "I am a man of honor, I know my duty and I shall discharge it. But as to yourself, I must recall to your recollection that the last time you were here you left the chapel in anger and excitement, which is an attitude of mind most unbecoming in one whose duty it is to administer justice." Seeing that these recriminations would have no practical result, the magistrates cut them short by reiterating their demand for admittance, and on this being refused, they reminded the exorcists that they were expressly prohibited from asking any questions tending to cast a slur on the character of any person or persons whatever, under pain of being treated as disturbers of the public peace. At this warning, Barre, saying that he did not acknowledge the bailiff's jurisdiction, shut the door in the faces of the 2 magistrates. As there was no time to lose if the machinations of his enemies were to be brought to naught, the bailiff and the civil lieutenant advised Grandier to write to the Archbishop of Bordeaux, who had once already extricated him from imminent danger, setting forth at length his present predicament. This letter, accompanied by the reports drawn up by the bailiff and the civil lieutenant, was sent off at once by trusty messenger to his Grace of Escablot de Sourdis. As soon as he received the dispatches, the worthy prelate, seeing how grave was the crisis, and that the slightest delay might be fatal to Grandier, set out at once for his abbey of St. Juinals-Marmes, the place in which he had already vindicated in so striking a manner the upright character of the poor persecuted priest by a fearless act of justice. It is not difficult to realize what a blow his arrival was to those who held a brief for the evil spirits in possession. Hardly had he reached St. Juin than he sent his own physician to the convent with orders to see the afflicted nuns and to test their condition, in order to judge if the convulsions were real or simulated. The physician arrived, armed with a letter from the archbishop, ordering Mignon to permit the bearer to make a thorough examination into the position of affairs. Mignon received the physician with all the respect due to him who sent him, but expressed great regret that he had not come a little sooner, as, thanks to his, Mignon's, exertions and those of Barre, the devils had been exorcised the preceding day. He nevertheless introduced the archbishop's envoy to the presence of the superior and Sister Claire, whose demeanor was as calm as if they had never been disturbed by any agitating experiences. Mignon's statement being thus confirmed, the doctor returned to St. Juin, the only thing to which he could bear testimony being the tranquillity which reigned at the moment in the convent. The imposture being now laid so completely bare, the archbishop was convinced that the infamous persecutions to which it had led would cease at once and forever. But Grandier, better acquainted with the character of his adversaries, arrived on the 27th of December at the abbey and laid a petition at the archbishop's feet. In this document, he set forth that his enemies, having formerly brought false and slanderous accusations against him of which, through the justice of the archbishop, he had been able to clear himself, had employed themselves during the last 3 months in inventing and publishing as a fact that the petitioner had sent evil spirits into the bodies of nuns in the Ursuline convent of Loudun, although he had never spoken to any of the sisterhood there, that the guardianship of the sisters who, it was alleged, were possessed, and the task of exorcism had been entrusted to Jean Mignon and Pierre Barre, who had in the most unmistakable manner shown themselves to be the mortal enemies of the petitioner, that in the reports drawn up by the said Jean Mignon and Pierre Barre, which differed so widely from those made by the bailiff and the civil lieutenant, it was boastfully alleged that 3 or 4 times devils had been driven out, but that they had succeeded in returning and taking possession of their victims again and again, in virtue of successive pacts entered into between the Prince of Darkness and the petitioner, that the aim of these reports and allegations was to destroy the reputation of the petitioner and excite public opinion against him, that although the demons had been put to flight by the arrival of his grace, yet it was too probable that as soon as he was gone they would return to the charge, that if, such being the case, the powerful support of the Archbishop were not available, the innocence of the petitioner, no matter how strongly established, would by the cunning tactics of his inveterate foes be obscured and denied. He, the petitioner, therefore prayed that, should the foregoing reasons prove on examination to be cogent, the Archbishop would be pleased to prohibit Barre, Mignon, and their partisans, whether among the secular or the regular clergy, from taking part in any future exorcisms, should such be necessary, or in the control of any persons alleged to be possessed. Furthermore, petitioner prayed that his grace would be pleased to appoint as a precautionary measure such other clerics and lay persons as seemed to him suitable to superintend the administration of food and medicine and the right of exorcism to those alleged to be possessed, and that all the treatment should be carried out in the presence of magistrates. The Archbishop accepted the petition and wrote below it, "The present petition having been seen by us, and the opinion of our attorney having been taken in the matter, we have sent the petitioner in advance of our said attorney back to Poitiers, that justice may be done him. And in the meantime we have appointed Cesare Borgia, Pierre Lesque, a Jesuit residing in Poitiers, Pierre Gout of the Oratory, residing at Tours, to conduct the exorcisms, should such be necessary, and have given them an order to this effect. It is forbidden to all others to meddle with the said exorcisms, on pain of being punished according to law." It will be seen from the above that His Grace the Archbishop of Bordeaux, in his enlightened and generous exercise of justice, had foreseen and provided for every possible contingency, so that as soon as his orders were made known to the exorcists, the possession ceased at once and completely, and was no longer even talked of. Barre withdrew to Chinon, the senior canons rejoined their chapters, and the nuns, happily rescued for the time, resumed their life of retirement and tranquility. The Archbishop nevertheless urged on Grandier the prudence of effecting an exchange of benefices, but he replied that he would not at that moment change his simple living of Loudun for a bishopric. Chapter 8. The exposure of the plot was most prejudicial to the prosperity of the Ursuline community. Spurious possession, far from bringing to their convent an increase of subscriptions and enhancing their reputation, as Mignon had promised, had ended for them in open shame, while in private they suffered from straitened circumstances, for the parents of their boarders hastened to withdraw their daughters from the convent, and the nuns, in losing their pupils, lost their sole source of income. Their fall in the estimation of the public filled them with despair, and it leaked out that they had had several altercations with their director, during which they reproached him for having, by making them commit such a great sin, overwhelmed them with infamy and reduced them to misery, instead of securing for them the great spiritual and temporal advantages he had promised them. Mignon, although devoured by hate, was obliged to remain quiet, but he was none the less as determined as ever to have revenge, and as he was one of those men who never give up while a gleam of hope remains, and whom no waiting can tire, he bided his time, avoiding notice, apparently resigned to circumstances, but keeping his eyes fixed on Grandier, ready to seize on the first chance of recovering possession of the prey that had escaped his hands. And unluckily, the chance soon presented itself. It was now 1633. Richelieu was at the height of his power, carrying out his work of destruction, making castles fall before him where he could not make heads fall, in the spirit of John Knox's words, "Destroy the nests, and the crows will disappear." Now one of these nests was the crenellated castle of Loudun, and Richelieu had therefore ordered its demolition. The person appointed to carry out this order was a man such as those whom Louis had employed 50 years earlier to destroy the feudal system, and Robespierre 150 years later to destroy the aristocracy. Every woodman needs an axe, every reaper a sickle, and Richelieu found the instrument he required in de Laubardemont, Councillor of State. But he was an instrument full of intelligence, detecting by the manner in which he was wielded the moving passion of the wielder, and adapting his whole nature with marvelous dexterity to gratify that passion according to the character of him whom it possessed, now by a rough and ready impetuosity, now by a deliberate and hidden advance, equally willing to strike with the sword or to poison by calumny, as the man who moved him lusted for the blood or sought to accomplish the dishonor of his victim. 1,000 de Laubardemont arrived at Loudun during the month of August 1633, and in order to carry out his mission addressed himself to Sieur Memon de Silly, prefect of the town, that old friend of the cardinals whom Mignon and Bar, as we have said, had impressed so favorably. Memon saw in the arrival of Laubardemont a special intimation that it was the will of heaven that the seemingly lost cause of those in whom he took such a warm interest should ultimately triumph. He presented Mignon and all his friends to M. Laubardemont, who received them with much cordiality. They talked of the Mother Superior, who was a relation, as we have seen, of M. de Laubardemont, and exaggerated the insult offered her by the decree of the Archbishop, saying it was an affront to the whole family. And before long, the one thing alone which occupied the thoughts of the conspirators and the councillor was how best to draw down upon Grandier the anger of the Cardinal Duke. A way soon opened. The Queen Mother, Marie de Medici, had among her attendants a woman called Hamon, to whom, having once had occasion to speak, she had taken a fancy and given a post near her person. In consequence of this whim, Hamon came to be regarded as a person of some importance in the Queen's household. Hamon was a native of Loudun, and had passed the greater part of her youth there with her own people, who belonged to the lower classes. Grandier had been her confessor, and she attended his church, and as she was lively and clever, he enjoyed talking to her, so that at length an intimacy sprang up between them. It so happened at a time when he and the other ministers were in momentary disgrace, that a satire full of biting wit and raillery appeared, directed especially against the cardinal, and this satire had been attributed to Hamon, who was known to share, as was natural, her mistress's hatred of Richelieu. Protected as she was by the Queen's favor, the cardinal had found it impossible to punish Hamon, but he still cherished a deep resentment against her. It now occurred to the conspirators to accuse Grandier of being the real author of the satire, and it was asserted that he had learned from Hamon all the details of the cardinal's private life, the knowledge of which gave so much point to the attack on him. If they could once succeed in making Richelieu believe this, Grandier was lost. This plan being decided on, M. de Laubardemont was asked to visit the convent, and the devils, knowing what an important personage he was, flocked thither to give him a worthy welcome. Accordingly, the nuns had attacks of the most indescribably violent convulsions, and M. de Laubardemont returned to Paris convinced as to the reality of their possession. The first word the Councillor of State said to the Cardinal about Urbain Grandier showed him that he had taken useless trouble in inventing the story about the satire, for by the bare mention of his name he was able to arouse the Cardinal's anger to any height he wished. The fact was that when Richelieu had been Prior of Caussay, he and Grandier had had a quarrel on a question of etiquette, the latter as priest of Loudun having claimed precedence over the Prior and carried his point. The Cardinal had noted the affront in his blood-stained tablets, and at the first hint de Laubardemont found him as eager to bring about Grandier's ruin as was the councillor himself. De Laubardemont was at once granted the following commission. Sieur de Laubardemont, Councillor of State and Privy Councillor, will betake himself to Loudun, and to whatever other places may be necessary, to institute proceedings against Grandier on all the charges formerly preferred against him, and on other facts which have since come to light, touching the possession by evil spirits of the Ursuline nuns of Loudun, and of other persons, who are said likewise to be tormented of devils through the evil practices of the said Grandier. He will diligently investigate everything from the beginning that has any bearing either on the said possession or on the exorcisms, and will forward to us his report thereon, and the reports and other documents sent in by former commissioners and delegates, and will be present at all future exorcisms, and take proper steps to obtain evidence of the said facts that they may be clearly established, and above all will direct, institute, and carry through the said proceedings against Grandier and all others who have been involved with him in the said case, until definitive sentence be passed, and in spite of any appeal or countercharge, this cause will not be delayed, but without prejudice to the right of appeal in other causes, on account of the nature of the crimes, and no regard will be paid to any request for postponement made by the said Grandier. His Majesty commands all governors, provincial lieutenant-generals, bailiffs, seneschals, and other municipal authorities, and all subjects whom it may concern, to give every assistance in arresting and imprisoning all persons whom it may be necessary to put under constraint, if they shall be required so to do. Furnished with this order, which was equivalent to condemnation, de Laubardemont arrived at Laudun, the 5th of December, 1633, at 9 o'clock in the evening, and to avoid being seen, he alighted in a suburb at the house of one Maître Paul Aubin, king's usher, and son-in-law of Memon de Silly. His arrival was kept so secret that neither Grandier nor his friends knew of it, but Memon, Herve Menuau, and Mignon were notified, and immediately called on him. De Laubardemont received them, commission in hand, but broad as it was, it did not seem to them sufficient, for it contained no order for Grandier's arrest, and Grandier might fly. De Laubardemont, smiling at the idea that he could be so much in fault, drew from his pocket an order in duplicate, in case one copy should be lost, dated like the commission, November 30th, signed Louis and countersigned Filippo. It was conceived in the following terms. Louis, etc., etc. We have entrusted these presents to Sieur de Laubardemont, Privy Councillor, to empower the said Sieur de Laubardemont to arrest Grandier and his accomplices and imprison them in a secure place, with orders to all provosts, marshals, and other officers, and to all our subjects in general, to lend whatever assistance is necessary to carry out above order, and they are commanded by these presents to obey all orders given by the said Sieur, and all governors and lieutenants general are also hereby commanded to furnish the said Sieur with whatever aid he may require at their hands. This document being the completion of the other, it was immediately resolved, in order to show that they had the royal authority at their back, and as a preventive measure, to arrest Grandier at once, without any preliminary investigation. They hoped by this step to intimidate any official who might still be inclined to take Grandier's part, and any witness who might be disposed to testify in his favor. Accordingly, they immediately sent for Guillaume Aubin, Sieur de Lagrange, and Provost's lieutenant. De Laubardemont communicated to him the commission of the cardinal and the order of the king, and requested him to arrest Grandier early next morning. M. de Lagrange could not deny the two signatures, and answered that he would obey. But as he foresaw from their manner of going to work that the proceedings about to be instituted would be an assassination and not a fair trial, he sent, in spite of being a distant connection of Memon, whose daughter was married to his Lagrange's brother, to warn Grandier of the orders he had received. But Grandier, with his usual intrepidity, while thanking Lagrange for his generous message, sent back word that, secure in his innocence and relying on the justice of God, he was determined to stand his ground. So Grandier remained, and his brother, who slept beside him, declared that his sleep that night was as quiet as usual. The next morning he rose, as was his habit, at 6 o'clock, took his breviary in his hand, and went out with the intention of attending matins at the church of St. Croix. He had hardly put his foot over the threshold before Lagrange, in the presence of Memon, Mignon, and the other conspirators, who had come out to gloat over the sight, arrested him in the name of the king. He was at once placed in the custody of Jean Pauget, an archer in his Majesty's guards, and of the archers of the provosts of Laudun and Chinon, to be taken to the castle at Angers. Meanwhile a search was instituted, and the royal seal affixed to the doors of his apartments, to his presses, his other articles of furniture, in fact, to everything and place in the house. But nothing was found that tended to compromise him, except an essay against the celibacy of priests, and 2 sheets of paper whereon were written in another hand than his, some love poems in the taste of that time. Chapter 9. For 4 months Grandier languished in prison, and according to the report of Michelin, commandant of Angers, and of Pierre Bacca, his confessor, He was, during the whole period, a model of patience and firmness, passing his days in reading good books or in writing prayers and meditations, which were afterwards produced at his trial. Meanwhile, in spite of the urgent appeals of Jean Estey, mother of the accused, who, although 70 years of age, seemed to recover her youthful strength and activity in the desire to save her son, Laubardemont continued the examination, which was finished on Apath. Urbain was then brought back from Angers to Loudun. An extraordinary cell had been prepared for him in a house belonging to Mignon, and which had formerly been occupied by a sergeant named Bontemps, once clerk to Trinquant, who had been a witness for the prosecution in the first trial. It was on the topmost story. The windows had been walled up, leaving only one small slit open, and even this opening was secured by enormous iron bars. And by an exaggeration of caution, the mouth of the fireplace was furnished with a grating, lest the devils should arrive through the chimney to free the sorcerer from his chains. Furthermore, 2 holes in the corners of the room, so formed that they were unnoticeable from within, allowed a constant watch to be kept over Grandier's movements by Bontemps' wife, a precaution by which they hoped to learn something that would help them in the coming exorcisms. In this room, lying on a little straw, and almost without light, Grandier wrote the following letter to his mother. My mother, I received your letter and everything you sent me except the woolen stockings. I endure any affliction with patience and feel more pity for you than for myself. I am very much inconvenienced for want of a bed. Try and have mine brought to me, for my mind will give way if my body has no rest. If you can, send me a breviary, a Bible, and a St. Thomas for my consolation, and above all, do not grieve for me. I trust that God will bring my innocence to light. Commend me to my brother and sister and all our good friends. I am, Mother, your dutiful son and servant, Grandier. While Grandier had been in prison at Angers, the cases of possession at the convent had miraculously multiplied, for it was no longer only the superior and Sister Claire who had fallen a prey to the evil spirits, but also several other sisters, who were divided into 3 groups as follows, and separated. The superior, with Sisters Louise des Anges and Anne de Saint-Agnes, were sent to the house of Sieur de Laval, advocate, legal advisor to the sisterhood. Sisters Claire and Catherine de la Presentation were placed in the house of Canon Morat. Sisters Elizabeth de la Croix, Monique de Saint-Marthe, Jean du Saint-Esprit, and Seraphique Archer were in a 3rd house. A general supervision was undertaken by Memin's sister, the wife of Mausant, who was thus closely connected with 2 of the greatest enemies of the accused, and to her Bontemps' wife told all that the superior needed to know about Grandier. Such was the manner of the sequestration. The choice of physicians was no less extraordinary. Instead of calling in the most skilled practitioners of Angers, Tours, Poitiers, or Somme, all of them, except Daniel Roger of Loudun, came from the surrounding villages and were men of no education. One of them, indeed, had failed to obtain either degree or license, and had been obliged to leave Somme in consequence. Another had been employed in a small shop to take goods home, a position he had exchanged for the more lucrative one of quack. There was just as little sense of fairness and propriety shown in the choice of the apothecary and surgeon. The apothecary, whose name was Adam, was Mignon's first cousin, and had been one of the witnesses for the prosecution at Grandier's first trial. And as on that occasion he had libelled a young girl of Loudun, he had been sentenced by a decree of Parliament to make a public apology. And yet, though his hatred of Grandier in consequence of this humiliation was so well known, perhaps for that very reason, it was to him the duty of dispensing and administering the prescriptions was entrusted, no one supervising the work even so far as to see that the proper doses were given, or taking note whether, for sedatives, he did not sometimes substitute stimulating and exciting drugs, capable of producing real convulsions. The surgeon Mannery was still more unsuitable, for he was a nephew of Memin de Silly, and brother of the nun who had offered the most determined opposition to Grandier's demand for sequestration of the possessed sisters during the 2nd series of exorcisms. In vain did the mother and brother of the accused present petitions, setting forth the incapacity of the doctors and the hatred of Grandier professed by the apothecary. They could not, even at their own expense, obtain certified copies of any of these petitions, although they had witnesses ready to prove that Adam had once, in his ignorance, dispensed crocus metallorum for crocus mantis, a mistake which had caused the death of the patient for whom the prescription was made up. In short, so determined were the conspirators that this time Grandier should be done to death, that they had not even the decency to conceal the infamous methods by which they had arranged to attain this result. The examination was carried on with vigor. As one of the first formalities would be the identification of the accused, Grandier published a memorial in which he recalled the case of Saint Anastasius at the Council of Tyre, who had been accused of immorality by a fallen woman whom he had never seen before. When this woman entered the hall of justice in order to swear to her deposition, a priest named Timothy went up to her and began to talk to her as if he were Anastasius. Falling into the trap, she answered as if she recognized him, and thus the innocence of the saint was shown forth. Grandier therefore demanded that 2 or 3 persons of his own height and complexion should be dressed exactly like himself, and with him should be allowed to confront the nuns. As he had never seen any of them, and was almost certain they had never seen him, they would not be able, he felt sure, to point him out with certainty, in spite of the allegations of undue intimacy with themselves they brought against him. This demand showed such conscious innocence that it was embarrassing to answer, so no notice was taken of it. Meanwhile, the Bishop of Poitiers, who felt much elated at getting the better of the Archbishop of Bordeaux, who of course was powerless against an order issued by the Cardinal-Duke, took exception to Pierre Lesquet and Pierre Gout, the exorcists appointed by his superior, and named instead his own chaplain, who had been judge at Grandier's first trial, and had passed sentence on him, and Pierre Lactance, a Franciscan monk. These two, making no secret of the side with which they sympathized, put up on their arrival at Nicolas Mausant's, one of Grandier's most bitter enemies. On the following day, they went to the superior's apartments and began their exorcisms. The first time the superior opened her lips to reply, Pierre Lactance perceived that she knew almost no Latin, and consequently would not shine during the exorcism, so he ordered her to answer in French, although he still continued to exorcise her in Latin, and when someone was bold enough to object, saying that the devil, according to the ritual, knew all languages living and dead, and ought to reply in the same language in which he was addressed, the father declared that the incongruity was caused by the pact, and that moreover some devils were more ignorant than peasants. Following these exorcists and 2 Carmelite monks, named Pierre de Saint Thomas and Pierre de Saint Mathurin, who had from the very beginning pushed their way in when anything was going on, came 4 Capuchins sent by Pierre Joseph, head of the Franciscans, his Grey Eminence, as he was called, and whose names were Pers Luc, Tranquil, Patais, and Elyssi, so that a much more rapid advance could be made than hitherto by carrying on the exorcisms in 4 different places at once, viz., in the convent and in the churches of Saint Croix, Saint Pierre du Martre, and Notre Dame du Château. Very little of importance took place, however, on the first 2 occasions, the 15th of April, for the declarations of the doctors were most vague and indefinite, merely saying that the things they had seen were supernatural, surpassing their knowledge and the rules of medicine. The ceremony of the 23rd April presented, however, some points of interest. The superior, in reply to the interrogations of Pierre Lactance, stated that the demon had entered her body under the forms of a cat, a dog, a stag, and a buck-goat. "Quatis, how often?" inquired the exorcist. "I didn't notice the day," replied the superior, mistaking the word quatis for quando, when. It was probably to revenge herself for this error that the superior declared the same day that Grandier had on his body 5 marks made by the devil, and that though his body was else insensible to pain, he was vulnerable at those spots. Mannery, the surgeon, was therefore ordered to verify this assertion, and the day appointed for the verification was the 26th. In virtue of this mandate, Mannery presented himself early on that day at Grandier's prison, caused him to be stripped naked and cleanly shaven, then ordered him to be laid on a table and his eyes bandaged. But the devil was wrong again. Grandier had only 2 marks, instead of 5, one on the shoulder blade and the other on the thigh. Then took place one of the most abominable performances that can be imagined. Mannery held in his hand a probe, with a hollow handle, into which the needle slipped when a spring was touched. When Mannering applied the probe to those parts of Grandier's body which, according to the superior, were insensible, he touched the spring, and the needle, while seeming to bury itself in the flesh, really retreated into the handle, thus causing no pain. But when he touched one of the marks said to be vulnerable, he left the needle fixed, and drove it in to the depth of several inches. The first time he did this it drew from poor Grandier, who was taken unprepared, such a piercing cry that it was heard in the street by the crowd which had gathered round the door. From the mark on the shoulder blade with which he had commenced, Mannering passed to that on the thigh, but though he plunged the needle in to its full depth, Grandier uttered neither cry nor groan, but went on quietly repeating a prayer, and notwithstanding that Mannering stabbed him twice more through each of the 2 marks, he could draw nothing from his victim but prayers for his tormentors. 1000 de Laubardemont was present at this scene. The next day the devil was addressed in such forcible terms that an acknowledgment was wrung from him that Grandier's body bore, not 5, but 2 marks only, and also, to the vast admiration of the spectators, he was able this time to indicate their precise situation. Unfortunately for the demon, a joke in which he indulged on this occasion detracted from the effect of the above proof of cleverness. Having been asked why he had refused to speak on the preceding Saturday, he said he had not been at Loudun on that day, as the whole morning he had been occupied in accompanying the soul of a certain Leproust, attorney to the Parliament of Paris, to hell. This answer awoke such doubts in the breasts of some of the laymen present that they took the trouble to examine the register of deaths, and found that no one of the name of Leproust, belonging to any profession whatever, had died on that date. This discovery rendered the devil less terrible and perhaps less amusing. Meantime, the progress of the other exorcisms met with like interruptions. Pierre de St. Thomas, who conducted the operations in the Carmelite church, asked one of the possessed sisters where Grandier's books of magic were. She replied that they were kept at the house of a certain young girl, whose name she gave, and who was the same to whom Adam had been forced to apologize. De Laubardemont, Mausant, Herve, and Munau hastened at once to the house indicated, searched the rooms and the presses, opened the chests and the wardrobes and all the secret places in the house, but in vain. On their return to the church, they reproached the devil for having deceived them, but he explained that a niece of the young woman had removed the books. Upon this, they hurried to the niece's dwelling, but unluckily she was not at home, having spent the whole day at a certain church making her devotions, and when they went thither, the priests and attendants averred that she had not gone out all day. So notwithstanding the desire of the exorcists to oblige Adam, they were forced to let the matter drop. These 2 false statements increased the number of unbelievers, but it was announced that a most interesting performance would take place on May 4th. Indeed, the program when issued was varied enough to arouse general curiosity. Asmodeus was to raise the superior 2 feet from the ground, and the fiends Isis and Cerberus, in emulation of their leader, would do as much for 2 other nuns, while a 4th devil, named Beherit, would go farther still, and greatly daring, would attack M. de Laubardemont himself, and having spirited his counselor's cap from his head, would hold it suspended in the air for the space of a miserere. Furthermore, the exorcists announced that 6 of the strongest men in the town would try to prevent the contortions of the weakest of the convulsed nuns and would fail. It need hardly be said that the prospect of such an entertainment filled the church on the appointed day to overflowing. Pierre Lactance began by calling on Asmodeus to fulfill his promise of raising the superior from the ground. She began, hereupon, to perform various evolutions on her mattress, and at one moment it seemed as if she were really suspended in the air. But one of the spectators lifted her dress and showed that she was only standing on tiptoe, which, though it might be clever, was not miraculous. Shouts of laughter rent the air, which had such an intimidating effect on Isis and Cerberus that not all the adjurations of the exorcists could extract the slightest response. Beherit was their last hope, and he replied that he was prepared to lift up M. de Laubardemont's cap, and would do so before the expiration of a quarter of an hour. We must here remark that this time the exorcisms took place in the evening, instead of in the morning as hitherto, and it was now growing dark, and darkness is favorable to illusions. Several of the unbelieving ones present, therefore, began to call attention to the fact that the quarter of an hour's delay would necessitate the employment of artificial light during the next scene. They also noticed that M. de Laubardemont had seated himself apart and immediately beneath one of the arches in the vaulted roof, through which a hole had been drilled for the passage of the bell rope. They therefore slipped out of the church and up into the belfry, where they hid. In a few moments, a man appeared who began to work at something. They sprang on him and seized his wrists, and found in one of his hands a thin line of horsehair, to one end of which a hook was attached. The holder, being frightened, dropped the line and fled, and although M. de Laubardemont, the exorcists, and the spectators waited, expecting every moment that the cap would rise into the air, it remained quite firm on the owner's head, to the no small confusion of Pere Lactance, who, all unwitting of the fiasco, continued to adjure Beherit to keep his word, of course, without the least effect. Altogether, this performance of May 4th went anything but smoothly. Till now no trick had succeeded, never before had the demons been such bunglers, but the exorcists were sure that the last trick would go off without a hitch. This was that a nun, held by 6 men chosen for their strength, would succeed in extricating herself from their grasp, despite their utmost efforts. 2 Carmelites and 2 Capuchins went through the audience and selected 6 giants from among the porters and messengers of the town. This time the devil answered expectations by showing that if he was not clever he was strong, for although the 6 men tried to hold her down upon her mattress, the superior was seized with such terrible convulsions that she escaped from their hands, throwing down one of those who tried to detain her. This experiment, thrice renewed, succeeded thrice, and belief seemed about to return to the assembly, when a physician of Sommer named Duncan, suspecting trickery, entered the choir, and ordering the 6 men to retire, said he was going to try and hold the superior down unaided, and if she escaped from his hands, he would make a public apology for his unbelief. M. de Laubardemont tried to prevent this test by objecting to Duncan as an atheist, but as Duncan was greatly respected on account of his skill and probity, there was such an outcry at this interference from the entire audience that the commissioner was forced to let him have his way. The 6 porters were therefore dismissed, but instead of resuming their places among the spectators, they left the church by the sacristy, while Duncan, approaching the bed on which the superior had again lain down, seized her by the wrist, and making certain that he had a firm hold, he told the exorcists to begin. Never up to that time had it been so clearly shown that the conflict going on was between public opinion and the private aims of a few. A hush fell on the church. Everyone stood motionless in silent expectancy. The moment Pere Lactance uttered the sacred words, the convulsions of the superior recommenced, but it seemed as if Duncan had more strength than his 6 predecessors together, for twist and writhe and struggle as she would, the superior's wrist remained none the less firmly clasped in Duncan's hand. At length she fell back on her bed exhausted, exclaiming, "It's no use, he's holding me." "Release her arm," shouted Pere Lactance in a rage. "How can the convulsions take place if you hold her that way?" "If she is really possessed by a demon," answered Duncan aloud, "he should be stronger than I, for it is stated in the ritual that among the symptoms of possession is strength beyond one's years, beyond one's condition, and beyond what is natural." "That is badly argued," said Lactance sharply. "A demon outside the body is indeed stronger than you, but when enclosed in a weak frame such as this, it cannot show such strength, for its efforts are proportioned to the strength of the body it possesses." "Enough," said M. de Laubardemont. "We did not come here to argue with philosophers, but to build up the faith of Christians." With that he rose up from his chair amidst a terrible uproar, and the assembly dispersed in the utmost disorder, as if they were leaving a theatre rather than a church. The ill success of this exhibition caused a cessation of events of interest for some days. The result was that a great number of noblemen and other people of quality who had come to Loudun expecting to see wonders and had been shown only commonplace transparent tricks, began to think it was not worth while remaining any longer, and went their several ways. a defection much bewailed by Pierre Tranquil in a little work which he published on this affair. Many, he says, came to see miracles at Loudun, but finding the devils did not give them the signs they expected, they went away dissatisfied and swelled the numbers of the unbelieving. It was determined, therefore, in order to keep the town full, to predict some great event which would revive curiosity and increase faith. Pierre Lactance therefore announced that on the 20th of May 3 of the 7 devils dwelling in the Superior would come out, leaving 3 wounds in her left side, with corresponding holes in her chemise, bodice, and dress. The 3 parting devils were Asmodeus, Gressel des Trons, and Ammon des Puissances. He added that the Superior's hands would be bound behind her back at the time the wounds were given. On the appointed day, the church of Sainte Croix was filled to overflowing with sightseers curious to know if the devils would keep their promises better this time than the last. Physicians were invited to examine the Superior's side and her clothes, and amongst those who came forward was Duncan, whose presence guaranteed the public against deception. But none of the exorcists ventured to exclude him, despite the hatred in which they held him, a hatred which they would have made him feel if he had not been under the special protection of Marshal Breeze. The physicians, having completed their examination, gave the following certificate. We have found no wound in the patient's side, no rent in her vestments, and our search revealed no sharp instrument hidden in the folds of her dress. These preliminaries having been got through, Pierre Lactance questioned her in French for nearly 2 hours, her answers being in the same language. Then he passed from questions to adjurations. On this, Duncan came forward and said a promise had been given that the Superior's hands should be tied behind her back, in order that there might be no room for suspicion of fraud, and that the moment had now arrived to keep that promise. Pierre Lactance admitted the justice of the demand, but said as there were many present who had never seen the Superior in convulsions such as afflicted the possessed, it would be only fair that she should be exorcised for their satisfaction before binding her. Accordingly, he began to repeat the form of exorcism, and the Superior was immediately attacked by frightful convulsions, which in a few minutes produced complete exhaustion, so that she fell on her face to the ground, and turning on her left arm and side, remained motionless some instants, after which she uttered a low cry, followed by a groan. The physicians approached her, and Duncan, seeing her take away her hand from her left side, seized her arm and found that the tips of her fingers were stained with blood. They then examined her clothing and body, and found her dress, bodice, and chemise cut through in 3 places, the cuts being less than an inch long. There were also 3 scratches beneath the left breast, so slight as to be scarcely more than skin deep, the middle one being a barleycorn in length. Still, from all 3 a sufficient quantity of blood had oozed to stain the chemise above them. This time the fraud was so glaring that even de Laubardemont exhibited some signs of confusion because of the number and quality of the spectators. He would not, however, allow the doctors to include in their report their opinion as to the manner in which the wounds were inflicted, but Grandier protested against this in a statement of facts, which he drew up during the night and which was distributed next day. It was as follows: that if the Superior had not groaned, the physicians would not have removed her clothes and would have suffered her to be bound, without having the least idea that the wounds were already made. That then the exorcists would have commanded the devils to come forth, leaving the traces they had promised, that the Superior would then have gone through the most extraordinary contortions of which she was capable, and have had a long fit of convulsions, at the end of which she would have been delivered from the 3 demons, and the wounds would have been found in her body, that her groans, which had betrayed her, had by God's will thwarted the best laid plans of men and devils. Why do you suppose, he went on to ask, that clean incised wounds, such as a sharp blade would make, were chosen for a token, seeing that the wounds left by devils resemble burns? Was it not because it was easier for the Superior to conceal a lancet with which to wound herself slightly, than to conceal any instrument sufficiently heated to burn her? Why do you think the left side was chosen rather than the forehead and nose, if not because she could not give herself a wound in either of those places without being seen by all the spectators? Why was the left side rather than the right chosen, if it were not that it was easier for the superior to wound herself with her right hand, which she habitually used, in the left side than in the right. Why did she turn on her left side and arm and remain so long in that position, if it were not to hide from the bystanders the instrument with which she wounded herself? What do you think caused her to groan, in spite of all her resolution, if it were not the pain of the wound she gave herself? For the most courageous cannot repress a shudder when the surgeon opens a vein. Why were her fingertips stained with blood, if it were not that the secreted blade was so small that the fingers which held it could not escape being reddened by the blood it caused to flow? How came it that the wounds were so superficial that they barely went deeper than the cuticle, while devils are known to rend and tear demoniacs when leaving them, if it were not that the superior did not hate herself enough to inflict deep and dangerous wounds? Despite this logical protest from Grandia and the barefaced knavery of the exorcist, M. de Laubardemont prepared a report of the expulsion of the three devils, Asmodeus, Gressel, and Ammon, from the body of Sister Jean des Anges, through 3 wounds below the region of the heart, a report which was afterwards shamelessly used against Grandia, and of which the memorandum still exists, a monument not so much of credulity and superstition as of hatred and revenge. Pere Lactance, in order to allay the suspicions which the pretended miracle had aroused among the eyewitnesses, asked Balaam, one of the 4 demons who still remained in the superior's body, the following day, why Asmodeus and his 2 companions had gone out against their promise, while the superior's face and hands were hidden from the people. To lengthen the incredulity of certain people, answered Balaam. As for Pere Tranquil, he published a little volume describing the whole affair, in which, with the irresponsible frivolity of a true Capuchin, he poked fun at those who could not swallow the miracles wholesale. They had every reason to feel vexed, he said, at the small courtesy or civility shown by the demons to persons of their merit and station, but if they had examined their consciences, perhaps they would have found the real reason of their discontent, and turning their anger against themselves, would have done penance for having come to the exorcisms led by a depraved moral sense and a prying spirit. Nothing remarkable happened from the 20th May till the 13th June, a day which became noteworthy by reason of the superior's vomiting a quill a finger long. It was doubtless this last miracle which brought the Bishop of Poitiers to Loudun, not, as he said to those who came to pay their respects to him, to examine into the genuineness of the possession, but to force those to believe who still doubted, and to discover the classes which Urbain had founded to teach the black art to pupils of both sexes. Thereupon the opinion began to prevail among the people that it would be prudent to believe in the possession, since the king, the cardinal-duke, and the bishop believed in it, and that continued doubt would lay them open to the charges of disloyalty to their king and their church, and of complicity in the crimes of Grandia, and thus draw down upon them the ruthless punishment of Laubardemont. The reason we feel so certain that our work is pleasing to God is that it is also pleasing to the king, wrote Pere Lactance. The arrival of the bishop was followed by a new exorcism, and of this an eyewitness, who was a good Catholic and a firm believer in possession, has left us a written description more interesting than any we could give. We shall present it to our readers, word for word, as it stands. On Friday, 23 June 1634, on the eve of St. John, about 3 p.m., the Lord Bishop of Poitiers and M. de Laubardemont being present in the church of St. Croix of Loudun, to continue the exorcisms of the Ursuline nuns, by order of M. de Laubardemont, Commissioner, Urbain Grandia, priest in charge, accused and denounced as a magician by the said possessed nuns, was brought from his prison to the said church. There were produced by the said commissioner to the said Urbain Grandia 4 pacts mentioned several times by the said possessed nuns at the preceding exorcisms, which the devils who possessed the nuns declared they had made with the said Grandia on several occasions. There was one in especial which Leviathan gave up on Saturday the 17th inst., composed of an infant's heart procured at a witch's sabbath, held in Orleans in 1631, the ashes of a consecrated wafer, blood, etc., of the said Grandia, whereby Leviathan asserted he had entered the body of the sister, Jean des Anges, the superior of the said nuns, and took possession of her with his coadjutors Beherit, Ezes, and Balaam, on December 8, 1632. Another such pact was composed of the pips of Grenada oranges and was given up by Asmodeus and a number of other devils. It had been made to hinder Beherit from keeping his promise to lift the commissioner's hat 2 inches from his head and to hold it there the length of a misira, as a sign that he had come out of the nun. On all these pacts being shown to the said Grandier, he said, without astonishment, but with much firmness and resolution, that he had no knowledge of them whatever, that he had never made them, and had not the skill by which to make them, that he had held no communication with devils, and knew nothing of what they were talking about. A report of all this being made and shown to him, he signed it. This done, they brought all the possessed nuns, to the number of 11 or 12, including 3 lay sisters, also possessed, into the choir of the said church, accompanied by a great many monks, Carmelites, Capuchins, and Franciscans, and by 3 physicians and a surgeon. The sisters on entering made some wanton remarks, calling Grandier their master and exhibiting great delight at seeing him. Thereupon Pierre Lactance and Gabriel, a Franciscan brother and one of the exorcists, exhorted all present with great fervor to lift up their hearts to God and to make an act of contrition for the offenses committed against his divine majesty, and to pray that the number of their sins might not be an obstacle to the fulfillment of the plans which he in his providence had formed for the promotion of his glory on that occasion, and to give outward proof of their heartfelt grief by repeating the Confiteor as a preparation for the blessing of the Lord Bishop of Poitiers. This having been done, he went on to say that the matter in question was of such moment and so important in its relation to the great truths of the Roman Catholic Church, that this consideration alone ought to be sufficient to excite their devotion, and furthermore, that the affliction of these poor sisters was so peculiar and had lasted so long that charity impelled all those who had the right to work for their deliverance and the expulsion of the devils, to employ the power entrusted to them with their office in accomplishing so worthy a task by the forms of exorcism prescribed by the Church to its ministers. Then addressing Grandier, he said that he having been anointed as a priest belonged to this number, and that he ought to help with all his power and with all his energy if the bishop were pleased to allow him to do so, and to remit his suspension from authority. The bishop having granted permission, the Franciscan friar offered a stole to Grandier, who, turning towards the prelate, asked him if he might take it. On receiving a reply in the affirmative, he passed it round his neck, and on being offered a copy of the ritual, he asked permission to accept it as before, and received the bishop's blessing, prostrating himself at his feet to kiss them. Whereupon the Veni Creator Spiritus having been sung, he rose, and addressing the bishop, asked, "My lord, whom am I to exorcise?" The said bishop, having replied, "These maidens." Grandier again asked, "What maidens?" "The possessed maidens," was the answer. "That is to say, my lord," said he, "that I am obliged to believe in the fact of possession. The Church believes in it, therefore I too believe, but I cannot believe that a sorcerer can cause a Christian to be possessed unless the Christian consent." Upon this, some of those present exclaimed that it was heretical to profess such a belief, that the contrary was indubitable, believed by the whole Church, and approved by the Sorbonne. To which he replied that his mind on that point was not yet irrevocably made up, that what he had said was simply his own idea, and that in any case he submitted to the opinion of the whole body of which he was only a member, that nobody was declared a heretic for having doubts, but only for persisting in them, and that what he had advanced was only for the purpose of drawing an assurance from the bishop, that in doing what he was about to do, he would not be abusing the authority of the Church. Sister Catherine having been brought to him by the Franciscan as the most ignorant of all the nuns, and the least open to the suspicion of being acquainted with Latin, he began the exorcism in the form prescribed by the ritual. But as soon as he began to question her, he was interrupted, for all the other nuns were attacked by devils and uttered strange and terrible noises. Amongst the rest, Sister Claire came near and reproached him for his blindness and obstinacy, so that he was forced to leave the nun with whom he had begun, and address his words to the said Sister Claire, who during the entire duration of the exorcism continued to talk at random, without paying any heed to Grandier's words. which were also interrupted by the Mother Superior, to whom he of last gave attention, leaving Sister Claire. But it is to be noted that before beginning to exorcise the Superior, he said, speaking in Latin as heretofore, that knowing she understood Latin, he would question her in Greek, to which the devil replied by the mouth of the possessed. "Ah, how clever you are! You know it was one of the first conditions of our pact that I was not to answer in Greek." Upon this he cried, "O pulchra illusio, egregica evasio! O superb fraud, outrageous evasion!" He was then told that he was permitted to exorcise in Greek, provided he first wrote down what he wished to say, and the Superior hereupon said that he should be answered in what language he pleased. But it was impossible, for as soon as he opened his mouth, all the nuns recommenced their shrieks and paroxysms, showing unexampled despair and giving way to convulsions, which in each patient assumed a new form, and persisting in accusing Grandier of using magic and the black art to torment them, offering to wring his neck if they were allowed, and trying to outrage his feelings in every possible way. But this being against the prohibitions of the Church, the priests and monks present worked with the utmost zeal to calm the frenzy which had seized on the nuns. Grandier meanwhile remained calm and unmoved, gazing fixedly at the maniacs, protesting his innocence, and praying to God for protection. Then addressing himself to the bishop and M. de Laubardemont, he implored them by the ecclesiastical and royal authority of which they were the ministers to command these demons to wring his neck, or at least to put a mark in his forehead, if he were guilty of the crime of which they accused him, that the glory of God might be shown forth, the authority of the Church vindicated, and himself brought to confusion, provided that the nuns did not touch him with their hands. But to this the bishop and the commissioner would not consent, because they did not want to be responsible for what might happen to him, neither would they expose the authority of the Church to the wiles of the devils, who might have made some pact on that point with Grandier. Then the exorcists, to the number of 8, having commanded the devils to be silent and to cease their tumult, ordered a brazier to be brought, and into this they threw the pacts one by one, whereupon the convulsions returned with such awful violence and confused cries, rising into frenzied shrieks and accompanied by such horrible contortions, that the scene might have been taken for an orgy of witches, were it not for the sanctity of the place and the character of those present, of whom Grandier, in outward seeming at least, was the least amazed of any, although he had the most reason. The devils continued their accusations, citing the places, the days, and the hours of their intercourse with him, the first spell he cast on them, his scandalous behavior, his insensibility, his abjurations of God and the faith. To all this he calmly returned that these accusations were calumnies, and all the more unjust considering his profession, that he renounced Satan and all his fiends, having neither knowledge nor comprehension of them, that in spite of all he was a Christian and, what was more, an anointed priest, that though he knew himself to be a sinful man, yet his trust was in God and in his Christ, that he had never indulged in such abominations, and that it would be impossible to furnish any pertinent and convincing proof of his guilt. At this point no words could express what the senses perceived. Eyes and ears received an impression of being surrounded by furies such as had never been gathered together before, and unless accustomed to such ghastly scenes as those who sacrificed to demons, no one could keep his mind free from astonishment and horror in the midst of such a spectacle. Grandier alone remained unchanged through it all, seemingly insensible to the monstrous exhibitions, singing hymns to the Lord with the rest of the people, as confident as if he were guarded by legions of angels. One of the demons cried out that Beelzebub was standing between him and Pierre Tranquil the Capuchin, upon which Grandier said to the demon, "Obmutescas, hold thy peace." Upon this the demon began to curse, and said that was their watchword, but they could not hold their peace, because God was infinitely powerful, and the powers of hell could not prevail against him. Thereupon they all struggled to get at Grandier, threatening to tear him limb from limb, to point out his marks, to strangle him although he was their master. Whereupon he seized a chance to say he was neither their master nor their servant, and that it was incredible that they should in the same breath acknowledge him for their master and express a desire to strangle him. On hearing this, the frenzy of the nuns reached its height, and they kicked their slippers into his face. "Just look," said he, "the shoes drop from the hoofs of their own accord." At length, had it not been for the help and interposition of people in the choir, the nuns in their frenzy would have taken the life of the chief personage in this spectacle, so there was no choice but to take him away from the church and the furies who threatened his life. He was therefore brought back to prison about 6 o'clock in the evening, and the rest of the day the exorcists were employed in calming the poor sisters, a task of no small difficulty. Everyone did not regard the possessed sisters with the indulgent eye of the author of the above narrative, and many saw in this terrible exhibition of hysteria and convulsions an infamous and sacrilegious orgy, at which revenge ran riot. There was such difference of opinion about it that it was considered necessary to publish the following proclamation by means of placards on July 2nd. All persons of whatever rank or profession are hereby expressly forbidden to traduce, or in any way malign, the nuns and other persons at Loudun possessed by evil spirits, or their exorcists, or those who accompany them either to the places appointed for exorcism or elsewhere, in any form or manner whatever, on pain of a fine of 10,000 livres, or a larger sum and corporal punishment, should the case so require. And in order that no one may plead ignorance hereof, this proclamation will be read and published today from the pulpits of all the churches, and copies affixed to the church doors and in other suitable public places. Done at Loudun, July 2nd, 1634. This order had great influence with worldly folk, and from that moment, whether their belief was strengthened or not, they no longer dared to express any incredulity. But in spite of that, the judges were put to shame, for the nuns themselves began to repent, and on the day following the impious scene above described, just as Pere Lactany began to exorcise Sister Clare in the castle chapel, she rose, and turning towards the congregation, while tears ran down her cheeks, said in a voice that could be heard by all present that she was going to speak the truth at last in the sight of heaven. Thereupon she confessed that all that she had said during the last fortnight against Grandia was calumnious and false, and that all her actions had been done at the instigation of the Franciscan Pere Lactance, the director, Mignon, and the Carmelite brothers. Pere Lactance, not in the least taken aback, declared that her confession was a fresh wile of the devil to save her master Grandia. She then made an urgent appeal to the bishop and to M. de Laubardemont, asking to be sequestered and placed in charge of other priests than those who had destroyed her soul, by making her bear false witness against an innocent man. But they only laughed at the pranks the devil was playing, and ordered her to be at once taken back to the house in which she was then living. When she heard this order, she darted out of the choir, trying to escape through the church door, imploring those present to come to her assistance and save her from everlasting damnation. But such terrible fruit had the proclamation borne that no one dared respond, so she was recaptured and taken back to the house in which she was sequestered, never to leave it again. Chapter 10. The next day a still more extraordinary scene took place. While M. de Laubardemont was questioning one of the nuns, the superior came down into the court, barefooted, in her chemise and a cord round her neck, and there she remained for 2 hours, in the midst of a fearful storm, not shrinking before lightning, thunder, or rain, but waiting till M. de Laubardemont and the other exorcists should come out. At length the door opened, and the royal commissioner appeared, whereupon Sister Jean des Anges, throwing herself at his feet, declared she had not sufficient strength to play the horrible part they had made her learn any longer, and that before God and man she declared Urbain Grandier innocent, saying that all the hatred which she and her companions had felt against him arose from the baffled desires which his comeliness awoke, desires which the seclusion of conventional life made still more ardent. M. de Laubardemont threatened her with the full weight of his displeasure, but she answered, weeping bitterly, that all she now dreaded was her sin, for though the mercy of the Saviour was great, she felt that the crime she had committed could never be pardoned. M. de Laubardemont exclaimed that it was the demon who dwelt in her who was speaking, but she replied that the only demon by whom she had even been possessed was the spirit of vengeance, and that it was indulgence in her own evil thoughts, and not a pact with the devil, which had admitted him into her heart. With these words she withdrew slowly, still weeping, and going into the garden, attached one end of the cord round her neck to the branch of a tree and hanged herself. But some of the sisters who had followed her cut her down before life was extinct. The same day an order for her strict seclusion was issued for her as for Sister Claire, and the circumstances that she was a relation of M. de Laubardemont did not avail to lessen her punishment in view of the gravity of her fault. It was impossible to continue the exorcisms. Other nuns might be tempted to follow the example of the Superior and Sister Claire, and in that case all would be lost. And besides, was not Urban Grandier well and duly convicted? It was announced, therefore, that the examination had proceeded far enough, and that the judges would consider the evidence and deliver judgment. This long succession of violent and irregular breaches of law procedure, the repeated denials of his claim to justice, the refusal to let his witnesses appear or to listen to his defense, all combined to convince Grandier that his ruin was determined on, for the case had gone so far and had attained such publicity that it was necessary either to punish him as a sorcerer and magician or to render a royal commissioner, a bishop, an entire community of nuns, several monks of various orders, many judges of high reputation, and laymen of birth and standing, liable to the penalties incurred by calumniators. But although, as this conviction grew, he confronted it with resignation, his courage did not fail, and holding it to be his duty as a man and a Christian to defend his life and honor to the end, he drew up and published another memorandum, headed Reasons for Acquittal, and had copies laid before his judges. It was a weighty and impartial summing up of the whole case, such as a stranger might have written, and began with these words. I entreat you in all humility to consider deliberately and with attention what the psalmist says in PSA, where he exhorts judges to fulfill their charge with absolute rectitude, they being themselves mere mortals who will one day have to appear before God, the sovereign judge of the universe, to give an account of their administration. The Lord's anointed speaks to you today who are sitting in judgment and says, God standeth in the congregation of the mighty, he judgeth among the gods. How long will ye judge unjustly and accept the persons of the wicked? Defend the poor and fatherless, do justice to the afflicted and needy. Deliver the poor and needy, rid them out of the hand of the wicked. I have said, ye are gods, and all of you are children of the Most High. But ye shall die like men, and fall like one of the princes. But this appeal, although convincing and dignified, had no influence upon the commission, and on the 18th of August, the following verdict and sentence was pronounced. We have declared, and do hereby declare, Urban Grandier duly accused and convicted of the crimes of magic and witchcraft, and of causing the persons of certain Ursuline nuns of this town and of other females to become possessed of evil spirits, wherefrom other crimes and offenses have resulted. By way of reparation, therefore, we have sentenced, and do hereby sentence, the said Grandier to make public apology, bareheaded, with a cord around his neck, holding a lighted torch of 2 pounds weight in his hand, before the west door of the church of St. Pierre in the marketplace, and before that of St. Ursule, both of this town, and thereon. Bended knee to ask pardon of God and the king and the law, and this done, to be taken to the public square of St. Croix, and there to be attached to a stake, set in the midst of a pile of wood, both of which to be prepared there for this purpose, and to be burnt alive, along with the pacts and spells which remain in the hands of the clerk, and the manuscript of the book written by the said Grandier against a celibate priesthood, and his ashes to be scattered to the 4 winds of heaven. And we have declared, and do hereby declare, all and every part of his property confiscate to the king, the sum of 150 livres being first taken therefrom to be employed in the purchase of a copper plate, whereon the substance of the present decree shall be engraved, the same to be exposed in a conspicuous place in the said church of St. Ursule, there to remain in perpetuity, and before this sentence is carried out, we order the said Grandier to be put to the question ordinary and extraordinary, so that his accomplices may become known. Pronounced at Loudun against the said Grandier, this 18th day of August, 1634. On the morning of the day on which this sentence was passed, M. de Laubardemont ordered the surgeon Francois Fourneau to be arrested at his own house and taken to Grandier's cell, although he was ready to go there of his own free will. In passing through the adjoining room, he heard the voice of the accused saying, "What do you want with me, wretched executioner? Have you come to kill me? You know how cruelly you have already tortured my body. Well, I am ready to die." On entering the room, Fourneau saw that these words had been addressed to the surgeon Mannery, one of the officers of the Grand Privat de l'Hôtel, to whom M. de Laubardemont lent for the occasion the title of Officer of the King's Guard, ordered the new arrival to shave Grandier and not leave a single hair on his whole body. This was a formality employed in cases of witchcraft, so that the devil should have no place to hide in, for it was the common belief that if a single hair were left, the devil could render the accused insensible to the pains of torture. From this, Urbain understood that the verdict had gone against him and that he was condemned to death. Fourneau, having saluted Grandier, proceeded to carry out his orders, whereupon a judge said it was not sufficient to shave the body of the prisoner, but that his nails must also be torn out, lest the devil should hide beneath them. Grandier looked at the speaker with an expression of unutterable pity and held out his hands to Fourneau, but Fourneau put them gently aside and said he would do nothing of the kind, even with the order given by the Cardinal-Duke himself, and at the same time begged Grandier's pardon for shaving him. At these words, Grandier, who had for so long met with nothing but barbarous treatment from those with whom he came in contact, turned towards the surgeon with tears in his eyes, saying, "So you are the only one who has any pity for me?" "Ah, sir," replied Fourneau, "you don't see everybody." Grandier was then shaved, but only 2 marks found on him, one, as we have said, on the shoulder blade, and the other on the thigh. Both marks were very sensitive, the wounds which Mannery had made not having yet healed. This point having been certified by Fourneau, Grandier was handed, not his own clothes, but some wretched garments which had probably belonged to some other condemned man. Then, although his sentence had been pronounced at the Carmelite convent, he was taken by the Grand Provost's officer, with 2 of his archers, accompanied by the provosts of Loudun and Chinon, to the town hall, where several ladies of quality, among them Madame de Laubardemont, led by curiosity, were sitting beside the judges, waiting to hear the sentence read. M. de Laubardemont was in the seat usually occupied by the clerk, and the clerk was standing before him. All the approaches were lined with soldiers. Before the accused was brought in, Pierre Lactance and another Franciscan who had come with him exorcised him to oblige the devils to leave him. Then, entering the judgment hall, they exorcised the earth, the air, and the other elements. Not till that was done was Grandier led in. At first he was kept at the far end of the hall, to allow time for the exorcisms to have their full effect. Then he was brought forward to the bar and ordered to kneel down. Grandier obeyed, but could remove neither his hat nor his skullcap, as his hands were bound behind his back, whereupon the clerk seized on the one and the provost's officer on the other, and flung them at de Laubardemont's feet. Seeing that the accused fixed his eyes on the commissioner, as if waiting to see what he was about to do, the clerk said, "Turn your head, unhappy man, and adore the crucifix above the bench." Grandier obeyed without a murmur and with great humility, and remained sunk in silent prayer for about 10 minutes. He then resumed his former attitude. The clerk then began to read the sentence in a trembling voice, while Grandier listened with unshaken firmness and wonderful tranquility, although it was the most terrible sentence that could be passed, condemning the accused to be burnt alive the same day, after the infliction of ordinary and extraordinary torture. When the clerk had ended, Grandier said, with a voice unmoved from its usual calm, "Messieurs, I aver in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, and the blessed Virgin, my only hope, that I have never been a magician, that I have never committed sacrilege, that I know no other magic than that of the Holy Scriptures, which I have always preached, and that I have never held any other belief than that of our Holy Mother, the Catholic Apostolic Church of Rome. I renounce the devil and all his works. I confess my Redeemer, and I pray to be saved through the blood of the cross, and I beseech you messeigneurs, to mitigate the rigor of my sentence and not to drive my soul to despair." The concluding words led de Laubardemont to believe that he could obtain some admission from Grandier through fear of suffering, so he ordered the court to be cleared, and being left alone with Maître Humain, criminal lieutenant of Orleans, and the Franciscans, he addressed Grandier in a stern voice, saying there was only one way to obtain any mitigation of his sentence, and that was to confess the names of his accomplices and to sign the confession. Grandier replied that having committed no crime he could have no accomplices, whereupon Laubardemont ordered the prisoner to be taken to the torture chamber, which adjoined the judgment hall, an order which was instantly obeyed. Chapter 11. The mode of torture employed at Loudun was a variety of the boot, and one of the most painful of all. Each of the victim's legs below the knee was placed between two boards. The two pairs were then laid one above the other and bound together firmly at the ends. Wedges were then driven in with a mallet between the two middle boards. 4 such wedges constituted ordinary and 8 extraordinary torture, and this latter was seldom inflicted, except on those condemned to death, as almost no one ever survived it, the sufferer's legs being crushed to a pulp before he left the torturer's bands. In this case, M. de Laubardemont, on his own initiative, for it had never been done before, added 2 wedges to those of the extraordinary torture, so that instead of 8, 10 were to be driven in. Nor was this all. The Commissioner Royal and the 2 Franciscans undertook to inflict the torture themselves. Laubardemont ordered Grandier to be bound in the usual manner, and then saw his legs placed between the boards. He then dismissed the executioner and his assistants, and directed the keeper of the instruments to bring the wedges, which he complained of as being too small. Unluckily, there were no larger ones in stock, and in spite of threats, the keeper persisted in saying he did not know where to procure others. M. de Laubardemont then asked how long it would take to make some, and was told 2 hours. Finding that too long to wait, he was obliged to put up with those he had. Thereupon, the torture began. Pere Lactance, having exorcised the instruments, drove in the first wedge, but could not draw a murmur from Grandier, who was reciting a prayer in a low voice. A second was driven home, and this time the victim, despite his resolution, could not avoid interrupting his devotions by 2 groans, at each of which Pere Lactance struck harder, crying, "Dicas, Dicas, confess, confess," a word which he repeated so often and so furiously till all was over that he was ever after popularly called Pere Dicas. When the second wedge was in, de Laubardemont showed Grandier his manuscript against the celibacy of the priests, and asked if he acknowledged it to be in his own handwriting. Grandier answered in the affirmative. Asked what motive he had in writing it, he said it was an attempt to restore peace of mind to a poor girl whom he had loved, as was proved by the 2 lines written at the end. Si ton gentle esprit prend bien cette science, tu mettras en repose ta bonne conscience. If thy sensitive mind imbibe this teaching, it will give ease to thy tender conscience. Upon this, M. de Laubardemont demanded the girl's name, but Grandier assured him it should never pass his lips, none knowing it but himself and God. Thereupon, M. de Laubardemont ordered Pere Lactance to insert the 3rd wedge. While it was being driven in by the monk's lusty arm, each blow being accompanied by the word "Dicas," Grandier exclaimed, "My God, they are killing me, and yet I am neither a sorcerer nor sacrilegious." At the 4th wedge Grandier fainted, muttering, "O Pere Lactance, is this charity?" Although his victim was unconscious, Pere Lactance continued to strike, so that, having lost consciousness through pain, pain soon brought him back to life. De Laubardemont took advantage of this revival to take his turn at demanding a confession of his crimes, but Grandier said, "I have committed no crimes, sir, only errors. Being a man, I have often gone astray, but I have confessed and done penance, and believe that my prayers for pardon have been heard. But if not, I trust that God will grant me pardon now for the sake of my sufferings." At the 5th wedge Grandier fainted once more, but they restored him to consciousness by dashing cold water in his face, whereupon he moaned, turning to M. de Laubardemont. "In pity, sir, put me to death at once. I am only a man, and I cannot answer for myself that if you continue to torture me so, I shall not give way to despair." "Then sign this, and the torture shall cease," answered the Commissioner Royal, offering him a paper. "My father," said Urbain, turning towards the Franciscan, "can you assure me on your conscience that it is permissible for a man, in order to escape suffering, to confess a crime he has never committed?" "No," replied the monk, "for if he die with a lie on his lips, he dies in mortal sin." "Go on, then," said Grandier, "for having suffered so much in my body, I desire to save my soul." As Pere Lactance drove in the sixth, Wedge Grandier fainted anew. When he had been revived, Laubardemont called upon him to confess that a certain Elizabeth Blanchard had been his mistress, as well as the girl for whom he had written the treatise against celibacy. But Grandier replied that not only had no improper relations ever existed between them, but that the day he had been confronted with her at his trial was the first time he had ever seen her. At the seventh, Wedge Grandier's legs burst open, and the blood spurted into Pere Lactance's face, but he wiped it away with the sleeve of his gown. "O Lord my God, have mercy on me, I die," cried Grandier, and fainted for the fourth time. Pere Lactance seized the opportunity to take a short rest, and sat down. When Grandier had once more come to himself, he began slowly to utter a prayer, so beautiful and so moving that the provost's lieutenant wrote it down. But de Laubardemont, noticing this, forbade him ever to show it to anyone. At the eighth wedge the bones gave way, and the marrow oozed out of the wounds, and it became useless to drive in any more wedges, the legs being now as flat as the boards that compressed them, and moreover Pere Lactance was quite worn out. Grandier was unbound and laid upon the flagged floor, and while his eyes shone with fever and agony, he prayed again a second prayer, a veritable martyr's prayer, overflowing with faith and enthusiasm. But as he ended, his strength failed, and he again became unconscious. The provost's lieutenant forced a little wine between his lips, which brought him to. Then he made an act of contrition, renounced Satan and all his works once again, and commended his soul to God. 4 men entered, his legs were freed from the boards, and the crushed parts were found to be a mere inert mass, only attached to the knees by the sinews. He was then carried to the council chamber and laid on a little straw before the fire. In a corner of the fireplace, an Augustinian monk was seated. Urbain asked leave to confess to him, which de Laubardemont refused, holding out the paper he desired to have signed once more, at which Grandier said, "If I would not sign to spare myself before, am I likely to give way now that only death remains?" "True," replied Laubardemont, "but the mode of your death is in our hands. It rests with us to make it slow or quick, painless or agonizing, so take this paper and sign." Grandier pushed the paper gently away, shaking his head in sign of refusal, whereupon de Laubardemont left the room in a fury, and ordered Pers Tranquille and Claude to be admitted, they being the confessors he had chosen for Urbain. When they came near to fulfill their office, Urbain recognized in them 2 of his torturers, so he said that, as it was only 4 days since he had confessed to Pere Grillau, and he did not believe he had committed any mortal sin since then, he would not trouble them, upon which they cried out at him as a heretic and infidel, but without any effect. At 4 o'clock, the executioner's assistants came to fetch him. He was placed lying on a bier and carried out in that position. On the way, he met the criminal lieutenant of Orleans, who once more exhorted him to confess his crimes openly, but Grandier replied, "Alas, sir, I have avowed them all. I have kept nothing back." "Do you desire me to have masses said for you?" continued the lieutenant. "I not only desire it, but I beg for it as a great favor," said Urbain. A lighted torch was then placed in his hand. As the procession started, he pressed the torch to his lips. He looked on all whom he met with modest confidence, and begged those whom he knew to intercede with God for him. On the threshold of the door his sentence was read to him, and he was then placed in a small cart and driven to the church of St. Pierre in the marketplace. There he was awaited by M. de Laubardemont, who ordered him to alight. As he could not stand on his mangled limbs, he was pushed out and fell first on his knees and then on his face. In this position, he remained patiently waiting to be lifted. He was carried to the top of the steps and laid down, while his sentence was read to him once more, and just as it was finished, his confessor, who had not been allowed to see him for 4 days, forced a way through the crowd and threw himself into Grandier's arms. At first tears choked Pere Grilau's voice, but at last he said, "Remember, sir, that our Savior Jesus Christ ascended to his Father through the agony of the cross. You are a wise man. Do not give way now and lose everything. I bring you your mother's blessing. She and I never cease to pray that God may have mercy on you and receive you into paradise." These words seemed to inspire Grandier with new strength. He lifted his head, which pain had bowed, and raising his eyes to heaven, murmured a short prayer. Then turning towards the worthy friar, he said, "Be a son to my mother, pray to God for me constantly, ask all our good friars to pray for my soul. My one consolation is that I die innocent. I trust that God in his mercy may receive me into paradise." "Is there nothing else I can do for you?" asked Pere Grillau. "Alas, my father," replied Grandier, "I am condemned to die a most cruel death. Ask the executioner if there is no way of shortening what I must undergo." "I go at once," said the friar, and giving him absolution in articulo mortis, he went down the steps, and while Grandier was making his confession aloud, the good monk drew the executioner aside and asked if there were no possibility of alleviating the death agony by means of a shirt dipped in brimstone. The executioner answered that, as the sentence expressly stated that Grandier was to be burnt alive, he could not employ an expedient so sure to be discovered as that, but that if the friar would give him 30 crowns, he would undertake to strangle Grandier while he was kindling the pile. Pere Grillau gave him the money, and the executioner provided himself with a rope. The Franciscan then placed himself where he could speak to his penitent as he passed, and as he embraced him for the last time, whispered to him what he had arranged with the executioner, whereupon Grandier turned towards the latter and said, in a tone of deep gratitude, "Thanks, my brother." At that moment, the archers having driven away Pere Grillau by order of M. de Laubardemont by beating him with their halberts, the procession resumed its march, to go through the same ceremony at the Ursuline church, and from there to proceed to the square of Sainte Croix. On the way, Urbain met and recognized Mausant, who was accompanied by his wife, and turning towards him said, "I die your debtor, and if I have ever said a word that could offend you, I ask you to forgive me." When the place of execution was reached, the provost's lieutenant approached Grandier and asked his forgiveness. "You have not offended me," was the reply. "You have only done what your duty obliged you to do." The executioner then came forward and removed the backboard of the cart and ordered his assistants to carry Grandier to where the pile was prepared. As he was unable to stand, he was attached to the stake by an iron hoop passed round his body. At that moment, a flock of pigeons seemed to fall from the sky, and fearless of the crowd, which was so great that the archers could not succeed even by blows of their weapons in clearing a way for the magistrates, began to fly around Grandier, while one, as white as the driven snow, alighted on the summit of the stake, just above his head. Those who believed in possession exclaimed that they were only a band of devils come to seek their master, but there were many who muttered that devils were not wont to assume such a form, and who persisted in believing that the doves had come in default of men to bear witness to Grandier's innocence. In trying next day to combat this impression, a monk asserted that he had seen a huge fly buzzing round Grandier's head, and as Beelzebub meant in Hebrew, as he said, the god of flies, it was quite evident that it was that demon himself who, taking upon him the form of one of his subjects, had come to carry off the magician's soul. When everything was prepared, the executioner passed the rope by which he meant to strangle him round Grandier's neck. Then the priests exorcised the earth, air, and wood, and again demanded of their victim if he would not publicly confess his crimes. Urbain replied that he had nothing to say, but that he hoped through the martyr's death he was about to die to be that day with Christ in paradise. The clerk then read his sentence to him for the fourth time and asked if he persisted in what he said under torture. "Most certainly I do," said Urbain, "for it was the exact truth." Upon this, the clerk withdrew, first informing Grandier that if he had anything to say to the people, he was at liberty to speak. But this was just what the exorcists did not want. They knew Grandier's eloquence and courage, and a firm, unshaken denial at the moment of death would be most prejudicial to their interests. As soon, therefore, as Grandier opened his lips to speak, they dashed such a quantity of holy water in his face that it took away his breath. It was but for a moment, however, and he recovered himself, and again endeavored to speak. A monk stooped down and stifled the words by kissing him on the lips. Grandier, guessing his intention, said loud enough for those next the pile to hear, "That was the kiss of Judas." At these words, the monks became so enraged that one of them struck Grandier 3 times in the face with a crucifix, while he appeared to be giving it him to kiss. But by the blood that flowed from his nose and lips at the third blow, those standing near perceived the truth. All Grandier could do was to call out that he asked for a Salve Regina and an Ave Maria, which many began at once to repeat, whilst he with clasped hands and eyes raised to heaven commended himself to God and the Virgin. The exorcists then made one more effort to get him to confess publicly, but he exclaimed, "My fathers, I have said all I had to say. I hope in God and in his mercy." At this refusal, the anger of the exorcists surpassed all bounds, and Pere Lactance, taking a twist of straw, dipped it in a bucket of pitch which was standing beside the pile, and lighting it at a torch, thrust it into his face, crying, "Miserable wretch, will nothing force you to confess your crimes and renounce the devil?" "I do not belong to the devil," said Grandier, pushing away the straw with his hands. "I have renounced the devil. I now renounce him and all his works again, and I pray that God may have mercy on me." At this, without waiting for the signal from the provost's lieutenant, Pere Lactance poured the bucket of pitch on one corner of the pile of wood and set fire to it, upon which Grandier called the executioner to his aid, who, hastening up, tried in vain to strangle him while the flames spread apace. "Ah, my brother," said the sufferer, "is this the way you keep your promise?" "It's not my fault," answered the executioner. "The monks have knotted the cord so that the noose cannot slip." "Oh, Father Lactance, have you no charity?" cried Grandier. The executioner, by this time, was forced by the increasing heat to jump down from the pile, being indeed almost overcome, and seeing this, Grandier stretched forth a hand into the flames and said, "Pere Lactance, God in heaven will judge between thee and me. I summon thee to appear before him in 30 days. Grandier was then seen to make attempts to strangle himself, but either because it was impossible or because he felt it would be wrong to end his life by his own hands, he desisted and, clasping his hands, prayed aloud, "Deus meus, ad te vigilo, miserere me." A Capuchin, fearing that he would have time to say more, approached the pile from the side which had not yet caught fire, and dashed the remainder of the holy water in his face. This caused such smoke that Grandier was hidden for a moment from the eyes of the spectators. When it cleared away, it was seen that his clothes were now alight. His voice could still be heard from the midst of the flames raised in prayer. Then 3 times, each time in a weaker voice, he pronounced the name of Jesus, and giving one cry, his head fell forward on his breast. At that moment, the pigeons which had till then never ceased to circle round the stake flew away and were lost in the clouds. Urbain Grandier had given up the ghost. Chapter 12. This time it was not the man who was executed who was guilty, but the executioners. Consequently, we feel sure that our readers will be anxious to learn something of their fate. Pere Lactance died in the most terrible agony on September 18, 1634, exactly a month from the date of Grandier's death. His brother monks considered that this was due to the vengeance of Satan, but others were not wanting who said, remembering the summons uttered by Grandier, that it was rather due to the justice of God. Several attendant circumstances seemed to favor the latter opinion. The author of the History of the Devils of Laodzin gives an account of one of these circumstances, for the authenticity of which he vouches, and from which we extract the following. Some days after the execution of Grandier, Pere Lactance fell ill of the disease of which he died. Feeling that it was of supernatural origin, he determined to take a pilgrimage to Notre Dame des Andeliers de Saumur, where many miracles were wrought, and which was held in high estimation in the neighborhood. A place in the carriage of the Sieur de Canet was offered him for the journey, for this gentleman, accompanied by a large party on pleasure bent, was just then setting out for his estate of Grand Fons, which lay in the same direction. The reason for the offer was that Canet and his friends, having heard that the last words of Grandier had affected Pere Lactance's mind, expected to find a great deal of amusement in exciting the terrors of their traveling companion. And in truth, for a day or two, the boon companions sharpened their wits at the expense of the worthy monk, when all at once, on a good road and without apparent cause, the carriage overturned. Though no one was hurt, the accident appeared so strange to the pleasure-seekers that it put an end to the jokes of even the boldest among them. Pere Lactance himself appeared melancholy and preoccupied, and that evening at supper refused to eat, repeating over and over again, "It was wrong of me to deny Grandier the confessor he asked for. God is punishing me, God is punishing me." On the following morning, the journey was resumed, but the evident distress of mind under which Pere Lactance labored had so damped the spirits of the party that all their gaiety had disappeared. Suddenly, just outside Fennet, where the road was in excellent condition and no obstacle to their progress apparent, the carriage upset for the second time. Although again no one was hurt, the travelers felt that there was among them someone against whom God's anger was turned, and their suspicions pointing to Pere Lactance, they went on their way, leaving him behind, and feeling very uncomfortable at the thought that they had spent 2 or 3 days in his society. Pere Lactance at last reached Notre Dame des Andeliers, but however numerous were the miracles there performed, the remission of the doom pronounced by the martyr on Pere Lactance was not added to their number, and at 6:15 on September 18th, exactly a month to the very minute after Grandier's death, Pere Lactance expired in excruciating agony. Pere Tranquille's turn came 4 years later. The malady which attacked him was so extraordinary that the physicians were quite at a loss, and forced to declare their ignorance of any remedy. His shrieks and blasphemies were so distinctly heard in the streets that his brother Franciscans, fearing the effect they would have on his after reputation, especially in the minds of those who had seen Grandier die with words of prayer on his lips, spread abroad the report that the devils whom he had expelled from the bodies of the nuns had entered into the body of the exorcist. He died shrieking, "My God, how I suffer! Not all the devils and all the damned together endure what I endure." His panegyrist, in whose book we find all the horrible details of his death, employed to much purpose to illustrate the advantages of belonging to the true faith, remarks, "Truly big, generous heart must have been a hot hell for those fiends who entered his body to torment it." The following epitaph, which was placed over his grave, was interpreted, according to the prepossessions of those who read it, either as a testimony to his sanctity or as a proof of his punishment. "Here lies Pere Tranquille of Saint-Remy, a humble Capuchin preacher. The demons, no longer able to endure his fearlessly exercised power as an exorcist, and encouraged by sorcerers, tortured him to death on May 31st, 1638. But a death about which there could be no doubt as to the cause was that of the surgeon Mannery, the same who had, as the reader may recollect, been the first to torture Grandier. One evening about 10 o'clock, he was returning from a visit to a patient who lived on the outskirts of the town, accompanied by a colleague and preceded by his surgery attendant carrying a lantern. When they reached the center of the town in the Rue Grandpave, which passes between the walls of the castle grounds and the gardens of the Franciscan monastery, Mannery suddenly stopped, and staring fixedly at some object which was invisible to his companions, exclaimed with a start, "Oh, there is Grandier!" Where?" cried the others. He pointed in the direction towards which his eyes were turned, and beginning to tremble violently, asked, "What do you want with me, Grandier? What do you want?" A moment later, he added, "Yes, yes, I am coming." Immediately it seemed as if the vision vanished from before his eyes, but the effect remained. His brother surgeon and the servant brought him home, but neither candles nor the light of day could allay his fears. His disordered brain showed him grandeur ever standing at the foot of his bed. A whole week he continued, as was known all over the town, in this condition of abject terror. Then the spectre seemed to move from its place and gradually to draw nearer, for he kept on repeating, "He is coming, he is coming." And at length, towards evening, at about the same hour at which grandeur expired, Surgeon Mannery drew his last breath. We have still to tell of M. de Laubardemont. All we know is thus related in the letters of M. de Patin. On the 9th inst, at 9 o'clock in the evening, a carriage was attacked by robbers. On hearing the noise, the townspeople ran to the spot, drawn thither as much by curiosity as by humanity. A few shots were exchanged, and the robbers put to flight, with the exception of one man belonging to their band who was taken prisoner, and another who lay wounded on the paving stones. This latter died next day without having spoken, and left no clue behind as to who he was. His identity was, however, at length made clear. He was the son of a high dignitary named de Laubardemont, who in 1634, as royal commissioner, condemned Urbain Grandier, a poor priest of Loudun, to be burnt alive, under the pretense that he had caused several nuns of Loudun to be possessed by devils. These nuns he had so tutored as to their behavior that many people foolishly believed them to be demoniacs. May we not regard the fate of his son as a chastisement inflicted by heaven on this unjust judge, an expiation exacted for the pitilessly cruel death inflicted on his victim, whose blood still cries unto the Lord from the ground. Naturally, the persecution of Urbain Grandier attracted the attention not only of journalists, but of poets. Among the many poems which were inspired by it, the following is one of the best. Urbain speaks. From hell came the tidings that by horrible sanctions I had made a pact with the devil to have power over women, though not one could be found to accuse me. In the trial which delivered me to torture and the stake, the demon who accused me invented and suggested the crime, and his testimony was the only proof against me. The English in their rage burnt the maid alive. Like her, I too fell a victim to revenge. We were both accused falsely of the same crime. In Paris she is adored, in London abhorred. In Loudun some hold me guilty of witchcraft. Some believe me innocent, some halt between two minds. Like Hercules, I loved passionately. Like him, I was consumed by fire. But he by death became a god. The injustice of my death was so well concealed that no one can judge whether the flames saved or destroyed me, whether they blackened me for hell or purified me for heaven. In vain did I suffer torments with unshaken resolution. They said that I felt no pain, being a sorcerer died unrepentant, that the prayers I uttered were impious words, that in kissing the image on the cross I spat in its face, that casting my eyes to heaven I mocked the saints, that when I seemed to call on God I invoked the devil. Others, more charitable, say, in spite of their hatred of my crime, that my death may be admired, although my life was not blameless, that my resignation showed that I died in hope and faith, that to forgive, to suffer without complaint or murmur, is perfect love, and that the soul is purified from the sins of life by a death like mine. Nisida 1825. If our readers, tempted by the Italian proverb about seeing Naples and then dying, were to ask us what is the most favorable moment for visiting the enchanted city, we should advise them to land at the Mole or at Mergellina on a fine summer day, and at the hour when some solemn procession is moving out of the cathedral. Nothing can give an idea of the profound and simple-hearted emotion of this populace which has enough poetry in its soul to believe in its own happiness. The whole town adorns herself and attires herself like a bride for her wedding. The dark facades of marble and granite disappear beneath hangings of silk and festoons of flowers. The wealthy display their dazzling luxury. The poor drape themselves proudly in their rags. Everything is light, harmony, and perfume. The sound is like the hum of an immense hive, interrupted by a thousand-fold outcry of joy impossible to describe. The bells repeat their sonorous sequences in every key. The arcades echo afar with the triumphal marches of military bands. The sellers of sherbet and watermelons sing out their deafening flourish from throats of copper. People form into groups. They meet, question, gesticulate. There are gleaming looks, eloquent gestures, picturesque attitudes. There is a general animation, an unknown charm, an indefinable intoxication. Earth is very near to heaven, and it is easy to understand that, if God were to banish death from this delightful spot, the Neapolitans would desire no other paradise. The story that we are about to tell opens with one of these magical pictures. It was the day of the Assumption in the year 1825. The sun had been up some 4 or 5 hours, and the long Via de Forcella, lighted from end to end by its slanting rays, cut the town in two, like a ribbon of watered silk. The lava pavement, carefully cleaned, shone like any mosaic, and the royal troops, with their proudly waving plumes, made a double living hedge on each side of the street. The balconies, windows, and terraces, the stands with their unsubstantial balustrades, and the wooden galleries set up during the night, were loaded with spectators, and looked not unlike the boxes of a theater. An immense crowd, forming a medley of the brightest colors, invaded the reserved space and broke through the military barriers, here and there, like an overflowing torrent. These intrepid sightseers, nailed to their places, would have waited half their lives without giving the least sign of impatience. At last, about noon, a cannon shot was heard, and a cry of general satisfaction followed it. It was the signal that the procession had crossed the threshold of the church. In the same moment, a charge of carabineers swept off the people who were obstructing the middle of the street. The regiments of the line opened floodgates for the overflowing crowd, and soon nothing remained on the causeway but some scared dog, shouted at by the people, hunted off by the soldiers, and fleeing at full speed. The procession came out through the Via di Vescovato. First came the guilds of merchants and craftsmen, the hatters, weavers, bakers, butchers, cutlers, and goldsmiths. They wore the prescribed dress, black coats, knee breeches, low shoes, and silver buckles. As the countenances of these gentlemen offered nothing very interesting to the multitude, whisperings arose, little by little, among the spectators. Then some bold spirits ventured a jest or two upon the fattest or the baldest of the townsmen, and at last the boldest of the lazzaroni slipped between the soldiers' legs to collect the wax that was running down from the lighted tapers. After the craftsmen, the religious orders marched past, from the Dominicans to the Carthusians, from the Carmelites to the Capuchins. They advanced slowly, their eyes cast down, their step austere, their hands on their hearts. Some faces were rubicund and shining, with large cheekbones and rounded chins, Herculean heads upon bullnecks. Some thin and livid, with cheeks hollowed by suffering and penitence, and with the look of living ghosts. In short, here were the two sides of monastic life. At this moment, Nunziata and Gelsomina, two charming damsels, taking advantage of an old corporal's politeness, pushed forward their pretty heads into the first rank. The break in the line was conspicuous, but the sly warrior seemed just a little lax in the matter of discipline. "Oh, there is Father Bruno," said Gelsomina suddenly. "Good day, Father Bruno." "Hush, cousin, people do not talk to the procession." "How absurd! He is my confessor. May I not say good morning to my confessor?" "Silence, chatterboxes! Who was that spoke?" "Oh, my dear, it was Brother Cucuzza, the begging friar." "Where is he? Where is he?" "There he is, along there, laughing into his beard. How bold he is! Ah, God in heaven, if we were to dream of him!" While the two cousins were pouring out endless comments upon the Capuchins and their beards, the capes of the canons, and the surplices of the seminarists, the Feroci came running across from the other side to re-establish order with the help of their gun stocks. "By the blood of my patron saint," cried a stentorian voice, If I catch you between my finger and thumb, I will straighten your back for the rest of your days. Who are you falling out with, Gennaro? With this accursed hunchback, who has been worrying my back for the last hour, as though he could see through it. It is a shame, returned the hunchback in a tone of lamentation. I have been here since last night. I slept out of doors to keep my place, and here is this abominable giant comes to stick himself in front of me like an obelisk. The hunchback was lying like a Jew, but the crowd rose unanimously against the obelisk. He was, in one way, their superior, and majorities are always made up of pygmies. Hi, come down from your stand. Hi, get off your pedestal. Off with your hat. Down with your head. Sit down. Lie down. This revival of curiosity expressing itself in invectives evidently betokened the crisis of the show. And indeed the chapters of canons, the clergy and bishops, the pages and chamberlains, the representatives of the city, and the gentlemen of the king's chamber now appeared, and finally the king himself, who, bareheaded and carrying a taper, followed the magnificent statue of the Virgin. The contrast was striking. After the gray-headed monks and pale novices came brilliant young captains, affronting heaven with the points of their mustaches, riddling the latticed windows with killing glances, following the procession in an absent-minded way, and interrupting the holy hymns with scraps of most unorthodox conversation. Did you notice, my dear Doria, how like a monkey the old Marchesa de Quasparta takes her raspberry ice? Her nose takes the color of the ice. What fine bird is showing off to her? It is the Cyrenian. I beg your pardon, I have not seen that name in the Golden Book. He helps the poor Marquis to bear his cross. The officer's profane allusion was lost in the prolonged murmur of admiration that suddenly rose from the crowd, and every gaze was turned upon one of the young girls who was strewing flowers before the Holy Madonna. She was an exquisite creature, her head glowing in the sunshine, her feet hidden amid roses and broom blossom. She rose, tall and fair, from a pale cloud of incense, like some seraphic apparition. Her hair of velvet blackness fell in curls halfway down her shoulders. Her brow, white as alabaster and polished as a mirror, reflected the rays of the sun. Her beautiful and finely arched black eyebrows melted into the opal of her temples. Her eyelids were fast down, and the curled black fringe of lashes veiled a glowing and liquid glance of divine emotion. The nose, straight, slender, and cut by two easy nostrils, gave to her profile that character of antique beauty which is vanishing day by day from the earth. A calm and serene smile, one of those smiles that have already left the soul and not yet reached the lips, lifted the corners of her mouth with a pure expression of infinite beatitude and gentleness. Nothing could be more perfect than the chin that completed the faultless oval of this radiant countenance. Her neck of a dead white joined her bosom in a delicious curve and supported her head gracefully like the stalk of a flower moved by a gentle breeze. A bodice of crimson velvet spotted with gold outlined her delicate and finely curved figure, and held in by means of a handsome gold laced the countless folds of a full and flowing skirt that fell to her feet like those severe robes in which the Byzantine painters preferred to drape their angels. She was indeed a marvel, and so rare and modest of beauty had not been seen within the memory of man. Among those who had gazed most persistently at her was observed the young Prince of Brancaleone, one of the foremost nobles of the kingdom. Handsome, rich, and brave, he had, at 25, outdone the lists of all known Don Juans. Fashionable young women spoke very ill of him and adored him in secret. The most virtuous made it their rule to fly from him, so impossible did resistance appear. All the young madcaps had chosen him for their model, for his triumphs robbed many a milkshades of sleep, and with better cause. In short, to get an idea of this lucky individual, it will be enough to know that as a seducer he was the most perfect thing that the devil had succeeded in inventing in this progressive century. The prince was dressed out for the occasion in a sufficiently grotesque costume, which he wore with ironic gravity and cavalier ease. A black satin doublet, knee breeches, embroidered stockings, and shoes with gold buckles formed the main portions of his dress, over which trailed a long brocaded open-sleeved robe lined with ermine and a magnificent diamond-hilted sword. On account of his rank, he enjoyed the rare distinction of carrying one of the 6 gilded staves that supported the plumed and embroidered canopy. As soon as the procession moved on again, Eleggy of Brancaleone gave a side glance to a little man as red as a lobster, who was walking almost at his side, and carrying in his right hand, with all the solemnity that he could muster, His Excellency's hat. He was a footman in gold-laced livery, and we beg leave to give a brief sketch of his history. Trespolo was the child of poor but thieving parents, and on that account was early left an orphan. Being at leisure, he studied life from an eminently social aspect. If we are to believe a certain ancient sage, we are all in the world to solve a problem. As to Trespolo, he desired to live without doing anything. That was his problem. He was, in turn, a sacristan, a juggler, an apothecary's assistant, and a cicerone, and he got tired of all these callings. Begging was, to his mind, too hard work, and it was more trouble to be a thief than to be an honest man. Finally, he decided in favor of contemplative philosophy. He had a passionate preference for the horizontal position and found the greatest pleasure in the world in watching the shooting of stars. Unfortunately, in the course of his meditations, this deserving man came near to dying of hunger, which would have been a great pity, for he was beginning to accustom himself not to eat anything. But as he was predestined by nature to play a small part in our story, God showed him grace for that time, and sent to his assistance, not one of his angels. The rogue was not worthy of that, but one of Brancaleone's hunting dogs. The noble animal sniffed round the philosopher, and uttered a little charitable growl that would have done credit to one of the brethren of Mount St. Bernard. The prince, who was returning in triumph from hunting, and who, by good luck, had that day killed a bear and ruined a countess, had an odd inclination to do a good deed. He approached the plebeian who was about to pass into the condition of a corpse, stirred the thing with his foot, and seeing that there was still a little hope, bade his people bring him along. From that day onward, Trespolo saw the dream of his life nearly realized. Something rather above a footman and rather below a house steward, he became the confidant of his master, who found his talents most useful. For this Trespolo was as sharp as a demon and almost as artful as a woman. The prince, who, like an intelligent man as he was, had divined that genius is naturally indolent, asked nothing of him but advice. When tiresome people wanted thrashing, he saw to that matter himself, and indeed, he was the equal of any two at such work. As nothing in this lower world, however, is complete, Trespolo had strange moments amid this life of delights. From time to time, his happiness was disturbed by panics that greatly diverted his master. He would mutter incoherent words, stifle violent sighs, and lose his appetite. The root of the matter was that the poor fellow was afraid of going to hell. The matter was very simple. He was afraid of everything, and besides, it had often been preached to him that the devil never allowed a moment's rest to those who were ill-advised enough to fall into his clutches. Trespolo was in one of his good moods of repentance, when the prince, after gazing on the young girl with the fierce eagerness of a vulture about to swoop upon its prey, turned to speak to his intimate adviser. The poor servant understood his master's abominable design, and not wishing to share the guilt of a sacrilegious conversation, opened his eyes very wide and turned them up to heaven in ecstatic contemplation. The prince coughed, stamped his foot, moved his sword so as to hit Trespolo's legs, but could not get from him any sign of attention, so absorbed did he appear in celestial thoughts. Brancaleone would have liked to wring his neck, but both his hands were occupied by the staff of the canopy, and besides, the king was present. At last they were drawing nearer to the church of St. Clara, where the Neapolitan kings were buried, and where several princesses of the blood, exchanging the crown for the veil, have gone to bury themselves alive. The nuns, novices, and abbess, hidden behind shutters, were throwing flowers upon the procession. A bunch fell at the feet of the Prince of Brancaleone. "Trespolo, pick up that nosegay," said the prince, so audibly that his servant had no further excuse. "It is from Sister Teresa," he added in a low voice. "Constancy is only to be found nowadays in a convent." Trespolo picked up the nosegay and came towards his master, looking like a man who was being strangled. "Who is that girl?" the latter asked him shortly. "Which one?" stammered the servant. "Forsooth, the one walking in front of us." "I don't know her, my lord." "You must find out something about her before this evening." "I shall have to go rather far afield." "Then you do know her, you intolerable rascal. I have half a mind to have you hanged like a dog." "For pity's sake, my lord, think of the salvation of your soul, of your eternal life." "I advise you to think of your temporal life. What is her name?" "She is called Nisida, and is the prettiest girl in the island that she is named after. She is innocence itself. Her father is only a poor fisherman, but I can assure your excellency that in his island he is respected like a king." "Indeed," replied the prince, with an ironical smile, "I must own, to my great shame, that I have never visited the little island of Nisida. You will have a boat ready for me tomorrow, and then we will see." He interrupted himself suddenly, for the king was looking at him, and calling up the most sonorous bass notes that he could find in the depths of his throat, he continued with an inspired air, "Genitori genitoque laus et jubilatio." "Amen," replied the serving man in a ringing voice. Nisida, the beloved daughter of Solomon, the fisherman, was, as we have said, the loveliest flower of the island from which she derived her name. That island is the most charming spot, the most delicious nook with which we are acquainted. It is a basket of greenery set delicately amid the pure and transparent waters of the Gulf, a hill wooded with orange trees and oleanders, and crowned at the summit by a marble castle. All around extends the fairy-like prospect of that immense amphitheater, one of the mightiest wonders of creation. There lies Naples, the voluptuous siren, reclining carelessly on the seashore. There Portici, Castellamare, and Sorrento, the very names of which awaken in the imagination a thousand thoughts of poetry and love. There are Posilippo, Baiae, Puizzoli, and those vast plains, where the ancients fancied their Elysium, sacred solitudes which one might suppose peopled by the men of former days, where the earth echoes underfoot like an empty grave, and the air has unknown sounds and strange melodies. Solomon's hut stood in that part of the island which, turning its back to the capital, beholds afar the blue crests of Capri. Nothing could be simpler or brighter. The brick walls were hung with ivy greener than emeralds and enameled with white bellflowers. On the ground floor was a fairly spacious apartment in which the men slept and the family took their meals. On the floor above was Nisida's little maidenly room, full of coolness, shadows, and mystery, and lighted by a single casement that looked over the Gulf. Above this room was a terrace of the Italian kind, the four pillars of which were wreathed with vine branches, while its vine-clad arbor and wide parapet were overgrown with moss and wild flowers. A little hedge of hawthorn, which had been respected for ages, made a kind of rampart around the fisherman's premises and defended his house better than deep moats and castellated walls could have done. The boldest roisterers of the place would have preferred to fight before the parsonage and in the precincts of the church rather than in front of Solomon's little enclosure. Otherwise, this was the meeting place of the whole island. Every evening, precisely at the same hour, the good women of the neighborhood came to knit their woolen caps and tell the news. Groups of little children, naked, brown, and as mischievous as little imps, sported about, rolling on the grass and throwing handfuls of sand into the others' eyes, heedless of the risk of blinding, while their mothers were engrossed in that grave gossip which marks the dwellers in villages. These gatherings occurred daily before the fisherman's house. They formed a tacit and almost involuntary homage, consecrated by custom, and of which no one had ever taken special account. The envy that rules in small communities would soon have suppressed them. The influence which old Solomon had over his equals had grown so simply and naturally that no one found any fault with it, and it had only attracted notice when everyone was benefiting by it, like those fine trees whose growth is only observed when we profit by their shade. If any dispute arose in the island, the two opponents preferred to abide by the judgment of the fisherman instead of going before the court. He was fortunate enough or clever enough to send away both parties satisfied. He knew what remedies to prescribe better than any physician, for it seldom happened that he or his had not felt the same ailments, and his knowledge, founded on personal experience, produced the most excellent results. Moreover, he had no interest, as ordinary doctors have, in prolonging illnesses. For many years past, the only formality recognized as a guarantee for the inviolability of a contract had been the intervention of the fisherman. Each party shook hands with Solomon, and the thing was done. They would rather have thrown themselves into Vesuvius at the moment of its most violent eruption than have broken so solemn an agreement. At the period when our story opens, it was impossible to find any person in the island who had not felt the effects of the fisherman's generosity, and that without needing to confess to him any necessities. As it was the custom for the little populace of Nisida to spend its leisure hours before Solomon's cottage, the old man, while he walked slowly among the different groups, humming his favorite song, discovered moral and physical weaknesses as he passed, and the same evening he or his daughter would certainly be seen coming mysteriously, to bestow a benefit upon every sufferer, to lay a balm upon every wound. In short, he united in his person all those occupations whose business is to help mankind. Lawyers, doctors, and the notary, all the vultures of civilization, had beaten a retreat before the patriarchal benevolence of the fisherman. Even the priest had capitulated. On the morrow of the Feast of the Assumption, Solomon was sitting, as his habit was, on a stone bench in front of his house, his legs crossed and his arms carelessly stretched out. At the first glance, you would have taken him for 60 at the outside, though he was really over 80. He had all his teeth, which were as white as pearls, and showed them proudly. His brow, calm and restful beneath its crown of abundant white hair, was as firm and polished as marble. Not a wrinkle ruffled the corner of his eye, and the gem-like luster of his blue orbs revealed a freshness of soul and an eternal youth such as fable grants to the sea gods. He displayed his bare arms and muscular neck with an old man's vanity. Never had a gloomy idea, an evil prepossession, or a keen remorse arisen to disturb his long and peaceful life. He had never seen a tear flow near him without hurrying to wipe it. Poor though he was, he had succeeded in pouring out benefits that all the kings of the earth could not have bought with their gold. Ignorant though he was, he had spoken to his fellows the only language that they could understand, the language of the heart. One single drop of bitterness had mingled with his inexhaustible stream of happiness. One grief only had clouded his sunny life, the death of his wife, and moreover he had forgotten that. All the affections of his soul were turned upon Nisida, whose birth had caused her mother's death. He loved her with that immoderate love that old people have for the youngest of their children. At the present moment, he was gazing upon her with an air of profound rapture, and watching her come and go, as she now joined the groups of children and scolded them for games too dangerous or too noisy, now seated herself on the grass beside their mothers and took part with grave and thoughtful interest in their talk. Nisida was more beautiful thus than she had been the day before. With the vaporous cloud of perfume that had folded her round from head to foot, had disappeared all that mystic poetry which put a sort of constraint upon her admirers and obliged them to lower their glances. She had become a daughter of Eve again, without losing anything of her charm. Simply dressed, as she usually was on work days, she was distinguishable among her companions only by her amazing beauty and by the dazzling whiteness of her skin. Her beautiful black hair was twisted in plaits around the little dagger of chased silver that has lately been imported into Paris by that right of conquest which the pretty women of Paris have over the fashions of all countries, like the English over the sea. Nisida was adored by her young friends. All the mothers had adopted her with pride. She was the glory of the island. The opinion of her superiority was shared by everyone to such a degree that if some bold young man, forgetting the distance which divided him from the maiden, dared speak a little too loudly of his pretensions, he became the laughing-stock of his companions. Even the past masters of tarantella dancing were out of countenance before the daughter of Solomon, and did not dare to seek her as a partner. Only a few singers from Amalfi or Sorrento, attracted by the rare beauty of this angelic creature, ventured to sigh out their passion, carefully veiled beneath the most delicate allusions. But they seldom reached the last verse of their song. At every sound they stopped short, threw down their triangles and their mandolins, and took flight like scared nightingales. One only had courage enough or passion enough to brave the mockery. This was Bastiano, the most formidable diver of that coast. He also sang, but with a deep and hollow voice. His chant was mournful and his melodies full of sadness. He never accompanied himself upon any instrument and never retired without concluding his song. That day he was gloomier than usual. He was standing upright, as though by enchantment, upon a bare and slippery rock, and he cast scornful glances upon the women who were looking at him and laughing. The sun, which was plunging into the sea like a globe of fire, shed its light full upon his stern features, and the evening breeze, as it lightly rippled the billows, set the fluttering reeds waving at his feet. Absorbed by dark thoughts, he sang, in the musical language of his country, these sad words. O window, that wert used to shine in the night like an open eye, how dark thou art! Alas, alas, my poor sister is ill. Her mother, all in tears, stoops towards me and says, Thy poor sister is dead and buried. Jesus, Jesus, have pity on me, you stab me to the heart. Tell me, good neighbors, how it happened, repeat to me her last words. She had a burning thirst, and refused to drink, because thou wast not there to give her water from thy hand. O my sister, O my sister. She refused her mother's kiss, because thou wast not there to embrace her. O my sister, O my sister. She wept until her last breath, because thou wast not there to dry her tears. O my sister, O my sister. We placed on her brow her wreath of orange flowers, we covered her with a veil as white as snow, we laid her gently in her coffin. Thanks, good neighbors, I will go and be with her. 2 angels came down from heaven and bore her away on their wings. Mary Magdalene came to meet her at the gate of heaven. Thanks, good neighbors, I will go and be with her. There she was seated in a place of glory, a chaplet of rubies was given to her, and she is singing her rosary with the Virgin. Thanks, good neighbors, I will go and be with her. As he finished the last words of his melancholy refrain, he flung himself from the top of his rock into the sea, as though he really desired to engulf himself. Nisida and the other women gave a cry of terror, for during some minutes the diver failed to reappear upon the surface. Are you out of your senses? Cried a young man who had suddenly appeared, unobserved among the women. Why, what are you afraid of? You know very well that Bastiano is always doing things of this sort, but do not be alarmed. All the fishes in the Mediterranean will be drowned before any harm comes to him. Water is his natural element. Good day, sister. Good day, father. The young fisherman kissed Nisida on the forehead, drew near to his father, and bowing his handsome head before him, took off his red cap and respectfully kissed the old man's hand. He came thus to ask his blessing every evening before putting out to sea, where he often spent the night fishing from his boat. May God bless thee, my Gabriel, said the old man in a tone of emotion, as he slowly passed his hand over his son's black curls, and a tear came into his eye. Then, rising solemnly and addressing the groups around him, he added in a voice full of dignity and of gentleness, Come, my children, it is time to separate, the young to work, the old to rest. There is the Angelus ringing. Everybody knelt, and after a short prayer each went on his way. Nisida, after having given her father the last daily attentions, went up to her room, replenished the oil in the lamp that burned day and night before the Virgin, and leaning her elbow on the window ledge, divided the branches of jasmine which hung like perfumed curtains, began to gaze out at the sea, and seemed lost in a deep, sweet reverie. At this very time, a little boat, rowed silently by 2 oarsmen, touched shore on the other side of the island. It had become quite dark. A little man first landed cautiously and respectfully offered his hand to another individual, who, scorning that feeble support, leapt easily ashore. Well, knave, he cried, are my looks to your taste? Your lordship is perfect. I flatter myself I am. It is true that, in order to make the transformation complete, I chose the very oldest coat that displayed its rags in a Jew's shop. Your lordship looks like a heathen god engaged in a love affair. Jupiter has sheathed his thunderbolts, and Apollo has pocketed his rays. A truce to your mythology, and to begin with, I forbid you to call me your lordship. Yes, your lordship. If my information that I have procured during the day is correct, the house must be on the other side of the island, in a most remote and lonely spot. Walk at a certain distance, and do not trouble yourself about me, for I know my part by heart." The young prince of Brancaleone, whom, in spite of the darkness of the night, our readers will already have recognized, advanced towards the fisherman's house, with as little noise as possible, walked up and down several times upon the shore, and after having briefly reconnoitered the place that he wished to attack, waited quietly for the moon to rise and light up the scene that he had prepared. He was not obliged to exercise his patience very long, for the darkness gradually disappeared, and Solomon's little house was bathed in silvery light. Then he approached with timid steps, lifted towards the casement a look of entreaty, and began to sigh with all the power of his lungs. The young girl, called suddenly from her meditations by the appearance of this strange person, raised herself sharply and prepared to close the shutters. "Stay, charming Nisida," cried the prince, in the manner of a man overcome by irresistible passion. "What do you want with me, signor?" answered the maiden, amazed to hear herself called by name. "To adore you as a Madonna is adored, and to make you aware of my size." Nisida looked at him steadily, and after a moment or two of reflection, asked suddenly, as though in response to some secret thought, "Do you belong to this country, or are you a foreigner?" "I arrived in this island," replied the prince without hesitation, "at the moment when the sun was writing his farewell to the earth, and dipping the rays that serves as his pen into the shadow that serves as his inkstand." "And who are you?" returned the young girl, not at all understanding these strange words. "Alas, I am but a poor student, but I may become a great poet like Tasso, whose verses you often hear sung by a departing fisherman who sends his thrilling music as a last farewell that returns to die on the beach. I do not know whether I am doing wrong to speak to you, but at least I will be frank with you," said Nisida, blushing. "I have the misfortune to be the richest girl on the island." "Your father will not be inexorable," returned the prince ardently. "One word from you, light of my eyes, goddess of my heart, and I will work night and day, never pausing nor slackening, and will render myself worthy to possess the treasure that God has revealed to my dazzled eyes. And from being poor and obscure as you see me, I will become rich and powerful. I have stayed too long listening to talk that a maiden should not hear. Permit me, signor, to withdraw. Have pity on me, my cruel enemy. What have I done to you that you should thus leave me with death in my soul? You do not know that, for months past, I have been following you everywhere like a shadow, that I prowl round your home at night, stifling my sighs lest they should disturb your peaceful slumber. You are afraid, perhaps, to let yourself be touched, at a first meeting, by a poor wretch who adores you. Alas, Juliet was young and beautiful like you, and she did not need many entreaties to take pity on Romeo." Nisida suffered a sad and thoughtful look to fall upon this handsome young man who spoke to her in so gentle a voice, and withdrew without further reply that she might not humiliate his poverty. The prince made great efforts to suppress a strong inclination towards laughter, and very well satisfied with this opening, turned his steps towards the spot where he had left his servant. Trespolo, after having emptied a bottle of lacrima with which he had provided himself for any emergency, had looked long around him to choose a spot where the grass was especially high and thick, and had laid himself down to a sound sleep, murmuring as he did so, this sublime observation, "O laziness, but for the sin of Adam you would be a virtue." The young girl could not close her eyes during the whole night after the conversation that she had held with the stranger. His sudden appearance, his strange dress and odd speech, had awakened in her an uncertain feeling that had been lying asleep in the bottom of her heart. She was at this time in all the vigor of her youth and of her resplendent beauty. Nisida was not one of the weak and timid natures that are broken by suffering or domineered over by tyranny. Far otherwise, everything around her had contributed towards shaping for her a calm and serene destiny. Her simple, tender soul had unfolded in an atmosphere of peace and happiness. If she had not hitherto loved, it was the fault, not of her coldness, but of the extreme timidity shown by the inhabitants of her island. The blind depth of respect that surrounded the old fisherman had drawn around his daughter a barrier of esteem and submission that no one dared to cross. By means of thrift and labor, Solomon had succeeded in creating for himself a prosperity that put the poverty of the other fishermen to the blush. No one had asked for Nisida because no one thought he deserved her. The only admirer who had dared to show his passion openly was Bastiano, the most devoted and dearest friend of Gabriel, but Bastiano did not please her. So, trusting in her beauty, upheld by the mysterious hope that never deserts youth, she had resigned herself to wait, like some princess who knows that her betrothed will come from a far country. On the day of the Assumption, she had left her island for the first time in her life, chance having chosen her among the maidens of the kingdom, vowed by their mothers to the special protection of the Virgin. But overwhelmed by the weight of a position so new to her, blushing and confused under the eyes of an immense crowd, she had scarcely dared to raise her wondering looks, and the splendors of the town had passed before her like a dream, leaving but a vague remembrance. When she perceived the presence of this handsome young man, so slenderly and elegantly built, whose noble and calm demeanor contrasted with the timidity and awkwardness of her other admirers, she felt herself inwardly disturbed, and no doubt she would have believed that her prince had come if she had been unpleasantly struck by the poverty of his dress. She had nevertheless allowed herself to listen to him longer than she ought to have done, and she drew back with her bosom heavy, her cheek on fire, and her heart rent by an ache that was both dull and sharp. "If my father does not wish me to marry him," she said to herself, tormented by the first remorseful feeling of her life, "I shall have done wrong to speak to him, and yet he is so handsome." Then she knelt before the Virgin, who was her only confidant, the poor child having never known her mother, and tried to tell her the torments of her soul, but she could not achieve her prayer. The thoughts became entangled within her brain, and she surprised herself uttering strange words. But assuredly, the Holy Virgin must have taken pity upon her lovely devotee, for she rose with the impression of a consoling thought, resolved to confide everything to her father. "I cannot have a moment's doubt," she said to herself as she unlaced her bodice, "of my father's affection. Well then, if he forbids me to speak to him, it will be for my good. And indeed, I have seen him but this once," she added as she threw herself upon the bed, "and now I think of it, I consider him very bold to dare to speak to me. I am almost inclined to laugh at him. How confidently he brought out his nonsense, how absurdly he rolled his eyes. They are really very fine, those eyes of his, and so is his mouth, and his forehead and his hair. He does not suspect that I noticed his hands, which are really very white, when he raised them to heaven, like a madman, as he walked up and down by the sea. Come, come, is he going to prevent my sleeping? I will not see him again," she cried, drawing the sheet over her head like an angry child. Then she began to laugh to herself over her lover's dress, and meditated long upon what her companions would say to it. Suddenly her brow contracted painfully, a frightful thought had stolen into her mind. She shuddered from head to foot. "Suppose he were to think someone else prettier than me? Men are so foolish. Certainly, it is too hot, and I shall not sleep tonight." Then she sat up in her bed and continued her monologue, which we will spare the reader till the morning. Scarcely had the first rays of light filtered through the interlacing branches of jasmine and wavered into the room, when Nisida dressed herself hurriedly and went as usual to present her forehead to her father's kiss. The old man at once observed the depression and weariness left by a sleepless night upon his daughter's face, and parting with an eager and anxious hand the beautiful black hair that fell over her cheeks, he asked her, "What is the matter, my child? Thou hast not slept well." "I have not slept at all," answered Nisida, smiling to reassure her father. "I am perfectly well, but I have something to confess to you." "Speak quickly, child. I am dying with impatience." "Perhaps I have done wrong, but I want you to promise beforehand not to scold me." "You know very well that I spoil you," said the old man, with a caress. "I shall not begin to be stern today. A young man who does not belong to this island, and whose name I do not know, spoke to me yesterday evening when I was taking the air at my window." "And what was he so eager to say to you, my dear Nisida?" "He begged me to speak to you in his favor." "I am listening. What can I do for him?" "Order me to marry him." "And should you obey willingly?" "I think so, father," the girl candidly replied. "As to other things, you yourself must judge in your wisdom, for I wanted to speak to you before coming to know him, so as not to go on with a conversation that you might not approve, but there is a hindrance. You know that I do not recognize any when it is a question of making my daughter happy. He is poor, father. Well, all the more reason for me to like him. There is work here for everybody, and my table can spare a place for another son. He is young, he has arms, no doubt he has some calling. He is a poet. No matter, tell him to come and speak to me, and if he is an honest lad, I promise you, my child, that I will do anything in the world to promote your happiness. Nisida embraced her father effusively and was beside herself with joy all day, waiting impatiently for the evening in order to give the young man such splendid news. Elegant Brancaleone was but moderately flattered, as you will easily believe, by the fisherman's magnanimous intentions towards him, but like the finished seducer that he was, he appeared enchanted at them. Recollecting his character as a fantastical student and an out-at-elbows poet, he fell upon his knees and shouted a thanksgiving to the planet Venus. Then, addressing the young girl, he added, in a calmer voice, that he was going to write immediately to his own father, who in a week's time would come to make his formal proposal. Until then, he begged, as a favor, that he might not present himself to Solomon nor to any person at all in the island, and assigned as a pretext a certain degree of shame which he felt on account of his old clothes, assuring his beloved that his father would bring him a complete outfit for the wedding day. While the ill-starred girl was thus walking in terrifying security at the edge of the precipice, Trespolo, following his master's wishes, had established himself in the island as a pilgrim from Jerusalem, playing his part and sprinkling his conversation with biblical phrases, which came to him readily in his character of ex-sacristan. He distributed abundance of charms, wood of the true cross and milk of the Blessed Virgin, and all those other inexhaustible treasures on which the eager devotion of worthy people daily feeds. His relics were the more evidently authentic in that he did not sell any of them, and bearing his poverty in a holy manner, thanked the faithful and declined their alms. Only, out of regard for the established virtue of Solomon, he had consented to break bread with the fisherman, and went to take meals with him with the regularity of a cenobite. His abstinence aroused universal surprise. A crust dipped in water, a few nuts or figs sufficed to keep this holy man alive, to prevent him, that is to say, from dying. Furthermore, he entertained Nisida by his tales of his travels and by his mysterious predictions. Unfortunately, he only appeared towards evening, for he spent the rest of the day in austerities and in prayers, in other words, in drinking like a Turk and snoring like a buffalo. On the morning of the 7th day, after the promise given by the prince to the fisherman's daughter, Brancaleone came into his servant's room, and shaking him roughly, cried in his ear, "Up, odious marmot!" Trespolo awakened suddenly, rubbed his eyes in alarm. The dead, sleeping peacefully at the bottom of their coffins, will be less annoyed at the last day when the trump of judgment comes to drag them from their slumbers. Fear having, however, immediately dispersed the dark clouds that overspread his countenance, he sat up and asked with an appearance of bewilderment, "What is the matter, Your Excellency?" "The matter is that I will have you flayed alive a little, if you do not leave off that execrable habit of sleeping 20 hours in the day." "I was not asleep, Prince," cried the servant boldly as he sprang out of bed. "I was reflecting." "Listen to me," said the prince in a severe tone. "You were once employed, I believe, in a chemist's shop." "Yes, my lord, and I left because my employer had the scandalous barbarity to make me pound drugs, which tired my arms horribly. Here is a phial containing a solution of opium." "Mercy!" cried Trespolo, falling on his knees. "Get up, idiot, and pay great attention to what I am going to say to you. This little fool of a Nisida persists in wanting me to speak to her father. I made her believe that I was going away this evening to fetch my papers. There is no time to lose. They know you very well at the fisherman's. You will pour this liquid into their wine. Your life will answer for your not giving them a larger dose than enough to produce a deep sleep. You will take care to prepare me a good ladder for tonight, after which you will go and wait for me in my boat, where you will find Numa and Bonnaroo. They have my orders. I shall not want you in scaling the fortress. I have my campo basso dagger." "But my lord," stammered Trespolo, astounded. "No difficulties," cried the prince, stamping his foot furiously, "or by my father's death, I will cure you once for all of your scruples." And he turned on his heel with the air of a man who is certain that people will be very careful not to disobey his orders. The unhappy Trespolo fulfilled his master's injunctions punctually. With him, fear was the guiding principle. That evening, the fisherman's supper table was hopelessly dull, and the sham pilgrim tried in vain to enliven it by factitious cheerfulness. Nisida was preoccupied by her lover's departure, and Solomon, sharing unconsciously in his daughter's grief, swallowed but a drop or two of wine to avoid resisting the repeated urgency of his guest. Gabriel had set out in the morning for Sorrento and was not to return for 2 or 3 days. His absence tended to increase the old man's melancholy. As soon as Trespolo had retired, the fisherman yielded to his fatigue. Nisida, with her arms hanging by her sides, her head heavy and her heart oppressed by a sad presentiment, had scarcely strength to go up to her room, and after having mechanically trimmed the lamp, sank on her bed as pale and stiff as a corpse. The storm was breaking out with violence, one of those terrible storms seen only in the south, when the congregated clouds, parting suddenly, shed torrents of rain and of hail and threaten another deluge. The roar of the thunder drew nearer and was like the noise of a cannonade. The gulf, lately so calm and smooth that the island was reflected as in a mirror, had suddenly darkened. The furiously leaping waves flung themselves together like wild horses. The island quaked, shaken by terrible shocks. Even the boldest fishermen had drawn their boats ashore and shut within their cabins, encouraged as best they could their frightened wives and children. Amid the deep darkness that overspread the sea, Nisida's lamp could be seen gleaming clear and limpid as it burned before the Madonna. 2 boats, without rudders, sails, or oars, tossed by the waves, beaten by the winds, were whirling above the abyss. 2 men were in these 2 boats, their muscles tense, their breasts bare, their hair flying. They gazed haughtily on the sea and braved the tempest. "Once more, I beg you," cried one of these men, "fear not for me, Gabriel. I promise you that with my 2 broken oars and a little perseverance, I shall get to Torah before daybreak." "You are mad, Bastiano. We have not been able ever since the morning to get near Vico, and have been obliged to keep tacking about. Your skill and strength have been able to do nothing against this frightful hurricane which has driven us back to this point." "It is the first time you have ever refused to go with me," remarked the young man. "Well, yes, my dear Bastiano, I do not know how it is, but tonight I feel drawn to the island by an irresistible power. The winds have been unchained to bring me back to it in spite of myself, and I will own to you, even though it should make me seem like a madman in your eyes, that this simple and ordinary event appears to me like an order from heaven. Do you see that lamp shining over there?" "I know it," answered Bastiano, suppressing a sigh. "It was lighted before the Virgin on the day when my sister was born, and for 18 years it has never ceased to burn night and day. It was my mother's vow. You do not know, my dear Bastiano, you cannot know how many torturing thoughts that vow recalls to me. My poor mother called me to her deathbed and told me a frightful tale, a horrible secret, which weighs on my soul like a cloak of lead, and of which I can only relieve myself by confiding it to a friend. When her painful story was ended, she asked to see and to embrace my sister, who was just born. Then with her trembling hand, already chilled by the approach of death, she desired to light the lamp herself. Remember, these were her last words, remember, Gabriel, that your sister is vowed to the Madonna. As long as this light shines before the blessed image of the Virgin, your sister will be in no danger. You can understand now why, at night, when we are crossing the gulf, my eyes are always fixed on that lamp. I have a belief that nothing could shake, which is that on the day that light goes out, my sister's soul will have taken flight to heaven." "Well," cried Bastiano in an abrupt tone that betrayed the emotion of his heart, "if you prefer to stay, I will go alone." "Farewell," said Gabriel, without turning aside his eyes from the window towards which he felt himself drawn by a fascination for which he could not account. Bastiano disappeared, and Nisida's brother, assisted by the waves, was drawing nearer and nearer to the shore, when at all once he uttered a terrible cry which sounded above the noise of the tempest. The star had just been extinguished. The lamp had been blown out. "My sister is dead," cried Gabriel, and leaping into the sea, he cleft the waves with the rapidity of lightning. The storm had redoubled its intensity. Long lines of lightning, rending the sides of the clouds, bathed everything in their tawny and intermittent light. The fisherman perceived a ladder leaning against the front of his home, seized it with a convulsive hand, and in 3 bounds flung himself into the room. The prince felt himself strangely moved on making his way into this pure and silent retreat. The calm and gentle gaze of the Virgin, who seemed to be protecting the rest of the sleeping girl, that perfume of innocence shed around the maidenly couch, that lamp, open-eyed amid the shadows, like a soul in prayer, had inspired the seducer with an unknown distress. Irritated by what he called an absurd cowardice, he had extinguished the obtrusive light and was advancing towards the bed, and addressing unspoken reproaches to himself, when Gabriel swooped upon him with a wounded tiger's fierce gnashing of the teeth. Brancaleone, by a bold and rapid movement that showed no common degree of skill and bravery, while struggling in the grasp of his powerful adversary, drew forth in his right hand a long dagger with a fine barbed blade. Gabriel smiled scornfully, snatched the weapon from him, and even as he stooped to break it across his knee, gave the prince a furious blow with his head that made him stagger and sent him rolling on the floor 3 paces away. Then, leaning over his poor sister and gazing on her with hungry eyes by the passing gleam of a flash, "Dead," he repeated, wringing his arms in despair, "dead." In the fearful paroxysm that compressed his throat, he could find no other words to assuage his rage or to pour forth his woe. His hair, which the storm had flattened, rose on his head, the marrow of his bones was chilled, and he felt his tears rush back upon his heart. It was a terrible moment. He forgot that the murderer still lived. The prince, however, whose admirable composure did not for a moment desert him, had risen, bruised and bleeding. Pale and trembling with rage, he sought everywhere for a weapon with which to avenge himself. Gabriel returned towards him gloomier and more ominous than ever, and grasping his neck with an iron hand, dragged him into the room where the old man was sleeping. "Father, father, father," he cried in a piercing voice, "here is the bastard who has just murdered Nisida." The old man, who had drunk but a few drops of the narcotic potion, was awakened by this cry which echoed through his soul. He arose as though moved by a spring, flung off his coverings, and with that promptitude of action that God has bestowed upon mothers in moments of danger, even up to his daughter's room, found a light, knelt on the edge of the bed, and began to test his child's pulse and watch her breathing with mortal anxiety. All this had passed in less time than we have taken in telling it. Brancaleone, by an unheard-of effort, had freed himself from the hands of the young fisherman, and suddenly resuming his princely pride, said in a loud voice, "You shall not kill me without listening to me." Gabriel would have overwhelmed him with bitter reproaches, but unable to utter a single word, he burst into tears. "Your sister is not dead," said the prince with cold dignity. "She is merely asleep. You can assure yourself of it, and meanwhile I undertake, upon my honor, not to move a single step away." These words were pronounced with such an accent of truth that the fisherman was struck by them. An unexpected gleam of hope suddenly dawned in his thoughts. He cast upon the stranger a glance of hate and distrust, and muttered in a muffled voice, "Do not flatter yourself, in any case, that you will be able to escape me." Then he went up to his sister's room, and approaching the old man, asked tremblingly, "Well, father?" Solomon thrust him gently aside, with the solicitude of a mother removing some buzzing insect from her child's cradle, and making a sign to enjoin silence, added in a low voice, "She is neither dead nor poisoned. Some philter has been given to her for a bad purpose. Her breathing is even, and she cannot fail to recover from her lethargy." Gabriel, reassured about Nisida's life, returned silently to the ground floor where he had left the seducer. His manner was grave and gloomy. He was coming now not to rend the murderer of his sister with his hands, but to elucidate a treacherous and infamous mystery, and to avenge his honor, which had been basely attacked. He opened wide the double entrance door that admitted daylight to the apartment in which, on the few nights that he spent at home, he was accustomed to sleep with his father. The rain had just stopped. a ray of moonlight pierced the clouds and all at once made its way into the room. The fisherman adjusted his dripping garments, walked towards the stranger, who awaited him without stirring, and after having gazed upon him haughtily said, "Now you are going to explain your presence in our house." "I confess," said the prince, in an easy tone and with the most insolent assurance, "that appearances are against me. It is the fate of lovers to be treated as thieves, but although I have not the advantage of being known to you, I am betrothed to the fair Nisida, with your father's approval, of course. Now, as I have the misfortune to possess very hard-hearted parents, they have had the cruelty to refuse me their consent. Love led me astray, and I was about to be guilty of a fault for which a young man like you ought to have some indulgence. Furthermore, it was nothing but a mere attempt at an abduction, with the best intentions in the world, I swear, and I am ready to atone for everything if you will agree to give me your hand and call me your brother." "I will agree to call you a coward and a betrayer," replied Gabriel, whose face had begun to glow as he heard his sister spoken of with such impudent levity. "If it is thus that insults are avenged in towns, we fishers have a different plan." "Ah, so you flattered yourself with the thought of bringing desolation and disgrace into our home, and of paying infamous assassins to come and share an old man's bread so as to poison his daughter, of stealing by night, like a brigand, armed with a dagger, into my sister's room, and of being let off by marrying the most beautiful woman in the kingdom." The prince made a movement. "Listen," continued Gabriel, "I could break you as I broke your dagger just now, but I have pity on you. I see that you can do nothing with your hands, neither defend yourself nor work. Go, I begin to understand. You are a braggart, my fine sir. Your poverty is usurped. You have decked yourself in these poor clothes, but you are unworthy of them." He suffered a glance of crushing contempt to fall upon the prince. Then going to a cupboard hidden in the wall, he drew out a rifle and an axe. "Here," said he, "are all the weapons in the house. Choose." A flash of joy illuminated the countenance of the prince, who had hitherto suppressed his rage. He seized the rifle eagerly, drew 3 steps backward, and drawing himself up to his full height, said, "You would have done better to lend me this weapon at the beginning, for then I would have been spared from witnessing your silly vaporings and frantic convulsions. Thanks, young man, one of my servants will bring you back your gun. Farewell." And he threw him his purse, which fell heavily at the fisherman's feet. "I lent you that rifle to fight with me," cried Gabriel, whom surprise had rooted to the spot. "Move aside, my lad, you are out of your senses," said the prince, taking a step towards the door. "So you refuse to defend yourself?" asked Gabriel in a determined voice. "I have told you already that I cannot fight with you." "Why not?" "Because such is the will of God, because you were born to crawl and I to trample you under my feet, because all the blood that I could shed in this island would not purchase 1 drop of my blood, because 1,000 lives of wretches like you are not equal to 1 hour of mine, because you will kneel at my name that I am now going to utter, because, in short, you are but a poor fisherman, and my name is Prince of Brancaleone." At this dreaded name, which the young nobleman flung, like a thunderbolt, at his head, the fisherman bounded like a lion. He drew a deep breath, as though he had lifted a weight that had long rested on his heart. "Ah," he cried, "you have given yourself into my hands, my lord. Between the poor fisherman and the all-powerful prince there is a debt of blood. You shall pay for yourself and for your father. We are going to settle our accounts, your excellency," he added, rising his axe over the head of the prince, who was aiming at him. "Oh, you are in too great haste to choose. The rifle is not loaded." The prince turned pale. "Between our 2 families," Gabriel continued, "there exists a horrible secret which my mother confided to me on the brink of the grave, of which my father himself is unaware, and that no man in the world must learn. You are different, you are going to die." He dragged him into the space outside the house. "Do you know why my sister, whom you wished to dishonor, was vowed to the Madonna? Because your father, like you, wished to dishonor my mother. In your accursed house there is a tradition of infamy. You do not know what slow and terrible torments my poor mother endured, torments that broke her strength and caused her to die in early youth, and that her angelic soul dared confide to none but her son in that supreme hour, and in order to bid me watch over my sister." The fisherman wiped away a burning tear. One day, before we were born, a fine lady, richly dressed, landed in our island from a splendid boat. She asked to see my mother, who was as young and beautiful as my Nisida is today. She could not cease from admiring her. She blamed the blindness of fate, which had buried this lovely jewel in the bosom of an obscure island. She showered praises, caresses, and gifts upon my mother, and after many indirect speeches, finally asked her parents for her, that she might make her her lady-in-waiting. The poor people, foreseeing in the protection of so great a lady a brilliant future for their daughter, were weak enough to yield. That lady was your mother, and do you know why she came thus to seek that poor innocent maiden? Because your mother had a lover, and because she wished to make sure, in this infamous manner, of the prince's indulgence. Silence, Reg. Oh, your excellency will hear me out. At the beginning, my poor mother found herself surrounded by the tenderest care. The princess could not be parted from her for a moment. The most flattering words, the finest clothes, the richest ornaments were hers. The servants paid her as much respect as though she were a daughter of the house. When her parents went to see her, and to inquire whether she did not at all regret having left them, they found her so lovely and so happy that they blessed the princess as a good angel sent them from God. Then the prince conceived a remarkable affection for my mother. Little by little, his manners became more familiar and affectionate. At last, the princess went away for a few days, regretting that she could not take with her dear child, as she called her. Then the prince's brutality knew no further barriers. He no longer concealed his shameful plans of seduction. He spread before the poor girl's eyes pearl necklaces and caskets of diamonds. He passed from the most glowing passion to the blackest fury, from the humblest prayers to the most horrible threats. The poor child was shut up in a cellar where there was hardly a gleam of daylight, and every morning a frightful jailer came and threw her a bit of black bread, repeating with oaths that it only depended upon herself to alter all this by becoming the prince's mistress. This cruelty continued for 2 years. The princess had gone on a long journey, and my mother's poor parents believed that their daughter was still happy with her protectress. On her return, having, no doubt, fresh sins for which she needed forgiveness, she took my mother from her dungeon, assumed the liveliest indignation at this horrible treatment, about which she appeared to have known nothing, wiped her tears, and by an abominable refinement of perfidy, received the thanks of the victim whom she was about to sacrifice. One evening I have just finished, my lord, the princess chose to sup alone with her lady-in-waiting. The rarest fruits, the most exquisite dishes, and the most delicate wines were served to my poor mother, whose prolonged privations had injured her health and weakened her reason. She gave way to a morbid gaiety. Diabolical philters were poured into her cup. That is another tradition in your family. My mother felt uplifted, her eyes shone with feverish brilliance, her cheeks were on fire. Then the prince came in. Oh, your excellency will see that God protects the poor. My darling mother, like a frightened dove, sheltered herself in the bosom of the princess, who pushed her away, laughing. The poor distraught girl, trembling, weeping, knelt down in the midst of that infamous room. It was St. Anne's Day. All at once the house shook, the walls cracked, cries of distress rang out in the streets. My mother was saved. It was the earthquake that destroyed half Naples. You know all about it, my lord, since your old palace is no longer habitable. What are you driving at? Cried Brancaleone in terrible agitation. Oh, I merely wish to persuade you that you must fight with me, answered the fisherman coldly as he offered him a cartridge. And now, he added, in an excited tone, say your prayers, my lord, for I warn you, you will die by my hand. Justice must be done. The prince carefully examined the powder and shot, made sure that his rifle was in good condition, loaded it, and eager to make an end, took aim at the fisherman. But either because he had been so much disturbed by his opponent's terrible tale, or because the grass was wet from the storm, at the moment when he put forward his left foot to steady his shot, he slipped, lost his balance, and fell on one knee. He fired into the air. That does not count, my lord, cried Gabriel instantly, and handed him a second charge. At the noise of the report, Solomon had appeared at the window, and, understanding what was going on, had lifted his hands to heaven, in order to address to God a dumb and fervent prayer. Elighi uttered a frightful imprecation, and hastily reloaded his rifle, but struck by the calm confidence of the young man who stood motionless before him, and by the old man who, impassive and undisturbed, seemed to be conjuring God in the name of a father's authority. Disconcerted by his fall, his knees shaking and his arm jarred, he felt the chills of death running in his veins. Attempting, nevertheless, to master his emotion, he took aim a second time. The bullet whistled by the fisherman's ear and buried itself in the stem of a poplar. The prince, with the energy of despair, seized the barrel of his weapon in both hands, but Gabriel was coming forward with his axe, a terrible foe, and his first stroke carried away the butt of the rifle. He was still hesitating, however, to kill a defenseless man when two armed servants appeared at the end of the pathway. Gabriel did not see them coming, but at the moment when they would have seized him by the shoulders, Solomon uttered a cry and rushed to his son's assistance. "Help Numa, help Bonnaroo, death to the ruffians, they want to murder me." "You lie, Prince of Brancaleone," cried Gabriel, and with one blow of the axe he cleft his skull. The two bravos who were coming to their master's assistance when they saw him fall took flight. Solomon and his son went up to Nisida's room. The young girl had just shaken off her heavy slumber. A slight perspiration moistened her brow, and she opened her eyes slowly to the dawning day. "Why are you looking at me in that way, father?" she said, her mind still wandering a little, and she passed her hand over her forehead. The old man embraced her tenderly. "You have just passed through a great danger, my poor Nisida," said he. "Arise, and let us give thanks to the Madonna." Then all three, kneeling before the sacred image of the Virgin, began to recite litanies. But at that very instant a noise of arms sounded in the enclosure. The house was surrounded by soldiers, and a lieutenant of gendarmes, seizing Gabriel, said in a loud voice, "In the name of the law, I arrest you for the murder that you have just committed upon the person of His Excellency and illustrious Lordship, the Prince of Brancaleone." Nisida, struck by these words, remained pale and motionless like a marble statue kneeling on a tomb. Gabriel was already preparing to make an unreasoning resistance when a gesture from his father stopped him. "Signor Tenant," said the old man, addressing himself to the officer, "my son killed the prince in lawful defense, for the latter had scaled our house and made his way in at night and with arms in his hand. The proofs are before your eyes. Here is a ladder set up against the window, and here," he proceeded, picking up the two pieces of the broken blade, "is a dagger with the Brancaleone arms. However, we do not refuse to follow you." The last words of the fisherman were drowned by cries of "Down with the Esbirri, down with the gendarmes," which were repeated in every direction. The whole island was up in arms, and the fisherfolk would have suffered themselves to be cut up to the last man before allowing a single hair of Solomon or of his son to be touched. But the old man appeared upon his threshold, and stretching out his arm with a calm and grave movement that quieted the anger of the crowd, he said, "Thanks, my children, the law must be respected. I shall be able alone to defend the innocence of my son before the judges." Hardly 3 months have elapsed since the day upon which we first beheld the old fisherman of Nisida sitting before the door of his dwelling, irradiated by all the happiness that he had succeeded in creating around him, reigning like a king on his throne of rock, and blessing his 2 children, the most beautiful creatures in the island. Now the whole existence of this man, who was once so happy and so much envied, is changed. The smiling cottage, that hung over the gulf like a swan over a transparent lake, is sad and desolate. The little enclosure, with its hedges of lilac and hawthorn, where joyous groups used to come and sit at the close of day, is silent and deserted. No human sound dares to trouble the morning of this saddened solitude. Only towards evening the waves of the sea, compassionating such great misfortunes, come to murmur plaintive notes upon the beach. Gabriel has been condemned. The news of the highborn Prince of Brancaleone's death, so young, so handsome, and so universally adored, not only fluttered the aristocracy of Naples, but excited profound indignation in all classes of people. He was mourned by everybody, and a unanimous cry for vengeance was raised against the murderer. The authorities opened the inquiry with alarming promptness. The magistrates whom their office called to judge this deplorable affair displayed, however, the most irreproachable integrity. No consideration outside their duty, no deference due to so noble and powerful a family, could shake the convictions of their conscience. History has kept a record of this memorable trial, and has no reproach to make to men which does not apply equally to the imperfection of human laws. The appearance of things, that fatal contradiction which the genius of evil so often here on earth gives to truth, overwhelmed the poor fisherman with the most evident proofs. Trespolo, in whom fear had destroyed all scruples, being first examined, as having been the young prince's confidant, declared with cool impudence that, his master having shown a wish to escape for a few days from the importunities of a young married lady whose passion was beginning to tire him, had followed him to the island with 3 or 4 of his most faithful servants, and that he himself had adopted the disguise of a pilgrim, not wishing to betray his excellency's incognito to the fisher people, who would certainly have tormented so powerful a person by all sorts of petitions. 2 local watchmen, who had happened to be on the hillside at the moment of the crime, gave evidence that confirmed the valet's lengthy statement. Hidden by some underwood, they had seen Gabriel rush upon the prince, and had distinctly heard the last words of the dying man, calling murder. All the witnesses, even those summoned at the request of the prisoner, made his case worse by their statements, which they tried to make favorable. Thus the court, with its usual perspicacity and its infallible certainty, succeeded in establishing the fact that Prince Elighi of Brancaleone, having taken a temporary dislike to town life, had retired to the little island of Nisida, there to give himself up peaceably to the pleasure of fishing, for which he had at all times had a particular predilection. A proof appeared among the documents of the case that the prince had regularly been present every other year at the tunny fishing on his property at Palermo, that when once he was thus hidden in the island, Gabriel might have recognized him, having gone with his sister to the procession a few days before, and had, no doubt, planned to murder him. On the day before the night of the crime, the absence of Gabriel and the discomposure of his father and sister had been remarked. Towards evening the prince had dismissed his servant and gone out alone, as his custom was, to walk by the seashore. Surprised by the storm and not knowing the byways of the island, he had wandered round the fisherman's house, seeking a shelter. Then Gabriel, encouraged by the darkness and by the noise of the tempest, which seemed likely to cover the cries of his victim, had, after prolonged hesitation, resolved to commit his crime, and having fired 2 shots at the unfortunate young man without succeeding in wounding him, had put an end to him by blows of the axe. Lastly, at the moment when, with Solomon's assistance, he was about to throw the body into the sea, the prince's servants having appeared, they had gone up to the girl's room, and, inventing their absurd tale, had cast themselves on their knees before the Virgin, in order to mislead the authorities. All the circumstances that poor Solomon cited in his son's favor turned against him. The ladder at Nisida's window belonged to the fisherman. The dagger which young Brancaleone always carried upon him to defend himself had evidently been taken from him after his death, and Gabriel had hastened to break it, so as to destroy, to the best of his power, the traces of his crime. Bastiano's evidence did not receive a minute's consideration. He, to destroy the idea of premeditation, declared that the young fisherman had left him only at the moment when the storm broke over the island. But in the first place, the young diver was known to be Gabriel's most devoted friend and his sister's warmest admirer, and in the second, he had been seen to land at Tora during the same hour in which he had affirmed that he was near to Nisida. As for the prince's passion for the poor peasant girl, the magistrates simply shrugged their shoulders at the ridiculous assertion of that, and especially at the young girl's alleged resistance and the extreme measures to which the prince was supposed to have resorted to conquer the virtue of Nisida. Elighi of Brancaleone was so young, so handsome, so seductive, and at the same time so cool amid his successes that he had never been suspected of violence, except in getting rid of his mistresses. Finally, an overwhelming and unanswerable proof overthrew all the arguments for the defense. Under the fisherman's bed had been found a purse with the Brancaleone arms, full of gold, the purse which, if our readers remember, the prince had flung as a last insult at Gabriel's feet. The old man did not lose heart at this fabric of lies. After the pleadings of the advocates whose ruinous eloquence he had bought with heavy gold, he defended his son himself, and put so much truth, so much passion, and so many tears into his speech, that the whole audience was moved, and 3 of the judges voted for an acquittal, but the majority was against it, and the fatal verdict was pronounced. The news at once spread throughout the little island, and caused the deepest dejection there. The fishers who, at the first eruption of force, had risen as one man to defend their comrade's cause, bowed their heads without a murmur before the unquestioned authority of a legal judgment. Solomon received unflinchingly the stab that pierced his heart. No sigh escaped his breast, no tear came to his eyes. His wound did not bleed. Since his son's arrest, he had sold all he possessed in the world, even the little silver cross left by his wife at her death, even the pearl necklace that flattered his fatherly pride by losing its whiteness against his dear Nisida's throat. The pieces of gold gained by the sale of these things he had sewn into his coarse woolen cap and had established himself in the city. He ate nothing but the bread thrown to him by the pity of passers-by and slept on the steps of churches or at the magistrate's door. To estimate at its full value the heroic courage of this unhappy father, one must take a general view of the whole extent of his misfortune. Overwhelmed by age and grief, he looked forward with solemn calmness to the terrible moment which would bear his son, a few days before him, to the grave. His sharpest agony was the thought of the shame that would envelop his family. The first scaffold erected in that gently mannered island would arise for Gabriel, and that ignominious punishment tarnish the whole population and imprint upon it the first brand of disgrace. By a sad transition, which yet comes so easily in the destiny of man, the poor father grew to long for those moments of danger at which he had formerly trembled, those moments in which his son might have died nobly. And now all was lost. A long life of work, of abnegation, and of good deeds, a pure and stainless reputation that had extended beyond the gulf into distant countries, and the traditional admiration, rising almost to worship, of several generations. All these things only served to deepen the pit into which the fisherman had fallen at one blow from his kingly height. Good fame, that divine halo without which nothing here on earth is sacred, had disappeared. Men no longer dared to defend the poor wretch, they pitied him. His name would soon carry horror with it, and Nisida, poor orphan, would be nothing to anyone but the sister of a man who had been condemned to death. Even Bastiano turned away his face and wept. Thus, when every respite was over, when poor Solomon's every attempt had failed, people in the town who saw him smile strangely, as though under the obsession of some fixed idea, said to one another that the old man had lost his reason. Gabriel saw his last day dawn serenely and calmly. His sleep had been deep. He awoke full of unknown joy. A cheerful ray of sunlight, falling through the loophole, wavered over the fine golden straw in his cell. An autumn breeze playing around him brought an agreeable coolness to his brow and stirred in his long hair. The jailer, who while he had had him in his charge had always behaved humanely, struck by his happy looks, hesitated to announce the priest's visit in fear of calling the poor prisoner from his dream. Gabriel received the news with pleasure. He conversed for 2 hours with the good priest and shed sweet tears on receiving the last absolution. The priest left the prison with tears in his eyes, declaring aloud that he had never in his life met with a more beautiful, pure, resigned, and courageous spirit. The fisherman was still under the influence of this consoling emotion when his sister entered. Since the day when she had been carried, fainting, from the room where her brother had just been arrested, the poor girl, sheltered under the roof of an aunt, and accusing herself of all the evil that had befallen, had done nothing but weep at the feet of her holy protectress. Bowed by grief like a young lily before the storm, she would spend whole hours, pale, motionless, detached from earthly things, her tears flowing silently upon her beautiful clasped hands. When the moment came to go and embrace her brother for the last time, Nisida arose with the courage of a saint. She wiped away the traces of her tears, smoothed her beautiful black hair, and put on her best white dress. Poor child, she tried to hide her grief by an angelic deception. She had the strength to smile. At the sight of her alarming pallor, Gabriel felt his heart wrung. A cloud passed over his eyes. He would have run to meet her, but held back by the chain which fettered him to a pillar of his prison, stepped back sharply and stumbled. Nisida flew to her brother and upheld him in her arms. The young girl had understood him. She assured him that she was well. Fearing to remind him of his terrible position, she spoke volubly of all manner of things, her aunt, the weather, the Madonna. Then she stopped suddenly, frightened at her own words, frightened at her own silence. She fixed her burning gaze upon her brother's brow as though to fascinate him. Little by little animation returned to her. A faint color tinted her hollowed cheeks, and Gabriel, deceived by the maiden's superhuman efforts, thought her still beautiful, and thanked God in his heart for having spared this tender creature. Nisida, as though she had followed her brother's secret thoughts, came close to him, pressed his hand with an air of understanding, and murmured low in his ear, "Fortunately, our father has been away for 2 days. He sent me word that he would be detained in town. For us, it is different. We are young, we have courage." The poor young girl was trembling like a leaf. "What will become of you, my poor Nisida?" "Ah, I will pray to the Madonna. Does she not watch over us?" The girl stopped, struck by the sound of her own words, which the circumstances so cruelly contradicted. But looking at her brother, she went on in a low tone, "Assuredly she does watch over us. She appeared to me last night in a dream. She held her child Jesus on her arm and looked at me with a mother's tenderness. She wishes to make saints of us, for she loves us, and to be a saint, you see, Gabriel, one must suffer. Well, go and pray for me, my kind sister. Go away from the view of this sad place, which will eventually shake your firmness, and perhaps mine. Go, we shall see each other again in heaven above, where our mother is waiting for us, our mother whom you have not known, and to whom I shall often speak of you. Farewell, my sister, until we meet again." And he kissed her on the forehead. The young girl called up all her strength into her heart for this supreme moment. She walked with a firm step. Having reached the threshold, she turned round and waved him a farewell, preventing herself by a nervous contraction from bursting into tears. But as soon as she was in the corridor, a sob broke from her bosom, and Gabriel, who heard it echo from the vaulted roof, thought that his heart would break. Then he threw himself on his knees, and lifting his hands to heaven, cried, "I have finished suffering. I have nothing more that holds me to life. I thank thee, my God, thou hast kept my father away, and hast been willing to spare the poor old man a grief that would have been beyond his strength." It was at the hour of noon, after having exhausted every possible means, poured out his gold to the last piece, and embraced the knees of the lowest serving man, that Solomon, the fisherman, took his way to his son's prison. His brow was so woebegone that the guards drew back, seized with pity, and the jailer wept as he closed the door of the cell upon him. The old man remained some moments without advancing a step, absorbed in contemplation of his son. By the tawny gleam of his eye might be divined that the soul of the man was moved at that instant by some dark project. He seemed nevertheless struck by the beauty of Gabriel's face. 3 months in prison had restored to his skin the whiteness that the sun had turned brown. His fine dark hair fell in curls around his neck. His eyes rested on his father with a liquid and brilliant gaze. Never had this head been so beautiful as now, when it was to fall. "Alas, my poor son," said the old man, "there is no hope left, you must die." "I know it," answered Gabriel in a tone of tender reproach, "and it is not that which most afflicts me at this moment. But you, too, why do you wish to give me pain at your age? Why did you not stay in the town?" "In the town," the old man returned, "they have no pity. I cast myself at the king's feet, at everybody's feet. There is no pardon, no mercy for us. Well, in God's name, what is death to me? I meet it daily on the sea. My greatest, my only torment is the pain that they are causing you. And do you think, my Gabriel, that I only suffer in seeing you die? Oh, it is but a parting for a few days. I shall soon go to join you. But a darker sorrow weighs upon me. I am strong, I am a man." He stopped, fearing that he had said too much. Then, drawing near to his son, he said in a tearful voice, "Forgive me, my Gabriel, I am the cause of your death. I ought to have killed the prince with my own hand. In our country, children and old men are not condemned to death. I am over 80 years old. I should have been pardoned. They told me that when, with tears, I asked pardon for you. Once more, forgive me, Gabriel. I thought my daughter was dead. I thought of nothing else. And besides, I did not know the law." "Father, father," cried Gabriel, touched, "what are you saying? I would have given my life 1,000 times over to purchase one day of yours. Since you are strong enough to be present at my last hour, fear not. You will not see me turn pale. Your son will be worthy of you." "And he is to die, cried Solomon, striking his forehead in despair, and casting on the walls of the dungeon a look of fire that would fain have pierced them. "I am resigned, father," said Gabriel gently. "Did not Christ ascend the cross?" "Yes," murmured the old man in a muffled voice, "but he did not leave behind a sister dishonored by his death." These words, which escaped the old fisherman in spite of himself, threw a sudden and terrible light into the soul of Gabriel. For the first time, he perceived all the infamous manner of his death, the shameless populace crowding round the scaffold, the hateful hand of the executioner taking him by the hair, and the drops of his blood besprinkling the white raiment of his sister and covering her with shame. "Oh, if I could get a weapon," cried Gabriel, his haggard eyes roaming around. "It is not the weapon that is lacking," answered Solomon, carrying his hand to the hilt of a dagger that he had hidden in his breast. "Then kill me, father," said Gabriel in a low tone, but with an irresistible accent of persuasion and entreaty. "Oh yes, I confess it now, the executioner's hand frightens me. My Nisida, my poor Nisida, I have seen her. She was here just now, as beautiful and as pale as the Madonna Dolorosa. She smiled to hide from me her sufferings. She was happy, poor girl, because she believed you away. Oh, how sweet it will be to me to die by your hand. You gave me life, take it back, father, since God will have it so. And Nisida will be saved. Oh, do not hesitate. It would be a cowardice on the part of both of us. She is my sister, she is your daughter." And seeing that his powerful will had subjugated the old man, he said, "Help, help, father," and offered his breast to the blow. The poor father lifted his hand to strike, but a mortal convulsion ran through all his limbs. He fell into his son's arms, and both burst into tears. "Poor father," said Gabriel, "I ought to have foreseen that. Give me that dagger and turn away. I am young and my arm will not tremble." "Oh no," returned Solomon solemnly, "no, my son, for then you would be a suicide. Let your soul ascend to heaven pure. God will give me his strength. Moreover, we have time yet." And a last ray of hope shone in the eyes of the fisherman. Then there passed in that dungeon one of those scenes that words can never reproduce. The poor father sat down on the straw at his son's side and laid his head gently upon his knees. He smiled to him through his tears as one smiles to a sick child. He passed his hand slowly through the silky curls of his hair and asked him countless questions, intermingled with caresses. In order to give him a distaste for this world, he kept on talking to him of the other. Then, with a sudden change, he questioned him minutely about all sorts of past matters. Sometimes he stopped in alarm and counted the beatings of his heart, which were hurriedly marking the passage of time. "Tell me everything, my child. Have you any desire, any wish that could be satisfied before you die? Are you leaving any woman whom you loved secretly? Everything we have left shall be hers. I regret nothing on earth but you and my sister. You are the only persons whom I have loved since my mother's death. Well, be comforted, your sister will be saved. Oh yes, I shall die happy. Do you forgive our enemies? With all the strength of my heart, I pray God to have mercy on the witnesses who accused me. May he forgive me my sins. How old is it that you will soon be?" The old man asked suddenly, for his reason was beginning to totter, and his memory had failed him. "I was 25 on All Hallows Day." "True, it was a sad day this year. You were in prison. Do you remember how, 5 years ago, on that same day, I got the prize in the regatta at Venice? Tell me about that, my child." And he listened, his neck stretched forward, his mouth half open, his hands in his son's. A sound of steps came in from the corridor, and a dull knock was struck upon the door. It was the fatal hour. The poor father had forgotten it. The priest had already begun to sing the death hymn. The executioner was ready. The procession had set out, when Solomon the fisherman appeared suddenly on the threshold of the prison, his eyes aflame and his brow radiant with the halo of the patriarchs. The old man drew himself up to his full height, and raising in one hand the reddened knife, said in a sublime voice, "The sacrifice is fulfilled. God did not send his angel to stay the hand of Abraham." The crowd carried him in triumph. The details of this case are recorded in the archives of the criminal court at Naples. We have changed nothing in the age or position of the persons who appear in this narrative. One of the most celebrated advocates at the Neapolitan bar secured the acquittal of the old man. Derosa. One September afternoon in 1751, towards 5:30, about a score of small boys, chattering, pushing, and tumbling over one another like a covey of partridges, issued from one of the religious schools of Chartres. The joy of the little troop, just escaped from a long and wearisome captivity, was doubly great. A slight accident to one of the teachers had caused the class to be dismissed half an hour earlier than usual, and in consequence of the extra work thrown on the teaching staff, the brother whose duty it was to see all the scholars safe home was compelled to omit that part of his daily task. Therefore, not only 30 or 40 minutes were stolen from work, but there was also unexpected, uncontrolled liberty, free from the surveillance of that black-cassocked overseer who kept order in their ranks. 30 minutes. At that age it is a century of laughter and prospective games. Each had promised solemnly, under pain of severe punishment, to return straight to his paternal nest without delay, but the air was so fresh and pure, the country smiled all around. The school, or preferably the cage, which had just opened, lay at the extreme edge of one of the suburbs, and it only required a few steps to slip under a cluster of trees by a sparkling brook beyond which rose undulating ground, breaking the monotony of a vast and fertile plain. Was it possible to be obedient, to refrain from the desire to spread one's wings? The scent of the meadows mounted to the heads of the steadiest among them and intoxicated even the most timid. It was resolved to betray the confidence of the reverend fathers, even at the risk of disgrace and punishment next morning, supposing the escapade were discovered. A flock of sparrows suddenly released from a cage could not have flown more wildly into the little wood. They were all about the same age, the eldest might be 9. They flung off coats and waistcoats, and the grass became strewn with baskets, copybooks, dictionaries, and catechisms, while the crowd of fair-haired heads, of fresh and smiling faces, noisily consulted as to which game should be chosen. A boy who had taken no part in the general gaiety, and who had been carried away by the rush without being able to escape sooner, glided slyly away among the trees, and thinking himself unseen, was beating a hasty retreat, when one of his comrades cried out, "Anton is running away." 2 of the best runners immediately started in pursuit, and the fugitive, notwithstanding his start, was speedily overtaken, seized by his collar, and brought back as a deserter. "Where were you going?" the others demanded. "Home to my cousins," replied the boy. "There is no harm in that." "You canting sneak," said another boy, putting his fist under the captive's chin. "You were going to the master to tell of us." "Pierre," responded Anton, "you know quite well I never tell lies." "Indeed, only this morning you pretended I had taken a book you had lost, and you did it because I kicked you yesterday, and you didn't dare to kick me back again." Anton lifted his eyes to heaven and folding his arms on his breast. "Dear Buttle," he said, "you are mistaken. I have always been taught to forgive injuries." "Listen, listen, he might be saying his prayers," cried the other boys, and a volley of offensive epithets enforced by cuffs was hurled at the culprit. Pierre Buttle, whose influence was great, put a stop to this onslaught. "Look here, Anton, you are a bad lot, that we all know. You are a sneak and a hypocrite. It's time we put a stop to it. Take off your coat and fight it out. If you like, we will fight every morning and evening till the end of the month." The proposition was loudly applauded, and Pierre, turning up his sleeves as far as his elbows, prepared to suit actions to words. The challenger assuredly did not realize the full meaning of his words. Had he done so, this chivalrous defiance would simply have been an act of cowardice on his part, for there could be no doubt as to the victor in such a conflict. The one was a boy of alert and gallant bearing, strong upon his legs, supple and muscular, a vigorous man in embryo, while the other, not quite so old, small, thin, of a sickly leaden complexion, seemed as if he might be blown away by a strong puff of wind. His skinny arms and legs hung on to his body like the claws of a spider, his fair hair inclined to red, his white skin appeared nearly bloodless, and the consciousness of weakness made him timid, and gave a shifty, uneasy look to his eyes. His whole expression was uncertain, and looking only at his face, it was difficult at first sight to decide to which sex he belonged. This confusion of 2 natures, this indefinable mixture of feminine weakness without grace and of abortive boyhood, seemed to stamp him as something exceptional, unclassable, and once observed, it was difficult to take one's eyes from him. Had he been endowed with physical strength, he would have been a terror to his comrades, exercising by fear the ascendancy which Pierre owed to his joyous temper and unwearied gaiety. For this mean exterior concealed extraordinary powers of will and dissimulation. Guided by instinct, the other children hung about Pierre and willingly accepted his leadership. By instinct also they avoided Antoine, repelled by a feeling of chill, as if from the neighborhood of a reptile, and shunning him unless to profit in some way by their superior strength. Never would he join their games without compulsion. His thin, colorless lips seldom parted for a laugh, and even at that tender age his smile had an unpleasantly sinister expression. "Will you fight?" again demanded Pierre. Antoine glanced hastily round. There was no chance of escape. A double ring enclosed him. To accept or refuse seemed about equally risky. He ran a good chance of a thrashing whichever way he decided. Although his heart beat loudly, no trace of emotion appeared on his pallid cheek. An unforeseen danger would have made him shriek, but he had had time to collect himself, time to shelter behind hypocrisy. As soon as he could lie and cheat, he recovered courage, and the instinct of cunning, once roused, prevailed over everything else. Instead of answering this second challenge, he knelt down and said to Pierre, "You are much stronger than I am." This submission disarmed his antagonist. "Get up," he replied. "I won't touch you if you can't defend yourself." "Pierre," continued Antoine, still on his knees, "I assure you, by God and the Holy Virgin, I was not going to tell. I was going home to my cousins to learn my lessons for tomorrow. You know how slow I am. If you think I have done you any harm, I ask your forgiveness." Pierre held out his hand and made him get up. "Will you be a good fellow, Antoine, and play with us?" "Yes, I will." "All right then, let us forget all about it." "What are we to play at?" asked Antoine, taking off his coat. "Thieves and archers," cried one of the boys. "Splendid," said Pierre, and using his acknowledged authority, he divided them into two sides, 10 highwaymen, whom he was to command, and 10 archers of the guard, who were to pursue them. Antoine was among the latter. The highwaymen, armed with swords and guns obtained from the willows which grew along the brook, moved off first and gained the valleys between the little hills beyond the wood. The fight was to be serious, and any prisoner on either side was to be tried immediately. The robbers divided into 2s and 3s and hid themselves in the ravines. A few minutes later, the archers started in pursuit. There were encounters, surprises, skirmishes, but whenever it came to close quarters, Pierre's men, skillfully distributed, united on hearing his whistle, and the army of justice had to retreat. But there came a time when this magic signal was no longer heard, and the robbers became uneasy and remained crouching in their hiding places. Pierre, overdaring, had undertaken to defend alone the entrance of a dangerous passage, and to stop the whole hostile troop there. Whilst he kept them engaged, half of his men, concealed on the left, were to come round the foot of the hill and make a rush on hearing his whistle. The other half, also stationed at some little distance, were to execute the same maneuver from above. The archers would be caught in a trap, and attacked both in front and rear, would be obliged to surrender at discretion. Chance, which not unfrequently decides the fate of a battle, defeated this excellent stratagem. Watching intently, Pierre failed to perceive that while his whole attention was given to the ground in front, the archers had taken an entirely different road from the one they ought to have followed if his combination were to succeed. They suddenly fell upon him from behind, and before he could blow his whistle, they gagged him with a handkerchief and tied his hands. 6 remained to keep the field of battle and disperse the hostile band, now deprived of its chief. The remaining 4 conveyed Pierre to the little wood, while the robbers, hearing no signal, did not venture to stir. According to agreement, Pierre Buttle was tried by the archers, who promptly transformed themselves into a court of justice, and as he had been taken red-handed and did not condescend to defend himself, the trial was not a long affair. He was unanimously sentenced to be hung, and the execution was then and there carried out, at the request of the criminal himself, who wanted the game to be properly played to the end, and who actually selected a suitable tree for his own execution. "But Pierre," said one of the judges, "how can you be held up there?" "How stupid you are," returned the captive. "I shall only pretend to be hung, of course. Say here." And he fastened together several pieces strong string which had tied some of the other boys' books. piled the latter together, and standing on tiptoe on this very insecure basis, fastened one end of the cord to a horizontal bough, and put his neck into a running knot at the other end, endeavoring to imitate the contortions of an actual sufferer. Shouts of laughter greeted him, and the victim laughed loudest of all. 3 archers went to call the rest to behold this amusing spectacle. One, tired out, remained with the prisoner. "Ah, hangman," said Pierre, putting out his tongue at him, "are the books firm? I thought I felt them give way." "No," replied Anton, "it was he who remained. Don't be afraid, Pierre. It is a good thing, for if they fell, I don't think the cord is long enough." "Don't you really think so?" A horrible thought showed itself like a flash on the child's face. He resembled a young hyena scenting blood for the first time. He glanced at the pile of books Pierre was standing on, and compared it with the length of the cord between the branch and his neck. It was already nearly dark. The shadows were deepening in the wood, gleams of pale light penetrated between the trees, the leaves had become black and rustled in the wind. Anton stood silent and motionless, listening if any sound could be heard near them. It would be a curious study for the moralist to observe how the first thought of crime develops itself in the recesses of the human heart, and how this poison germ grows and stifles all other sentiments. An impressive lesson might be gathered from this struggle of 2 opposing principles, however weak it may be, in perverted natures. In cases where judgment can discern, where there is power to choose between good and evil, the guilty person has only himself to blame, and the most heinous crime is only the action of its perpetrator. It is a human action, the result of passions which might have been controlled, and one's mind is not uncertain, nor one's conscience doubtful as to the guilt. But how can one conceive this taste for murder in a young child, how imagine it, without being tempted to exchange the idea of eternal sovereign justice for that of blind fatality? How can one judge without hesitation between the moral sense which has given way and the instinct which displays itself? How not exclaim that the designs of a creator who retains the one and impels the other are sometimes mysterious and inexplicable, and that one must submit without understanding? "Do you hear them coming?" asked Pierre. "I hear nothing," replied Antoine, and a nervous shiver ran through all his members. "So much the worse. I am tired of being dead. I shall come to life and run after them. Hold the books, and I will undo the noose. If you move, the books will separate. Wait, I will hold them." And he knelt down, and collecting all his strength, gave the pile a violent push. Pierre endeavored to raise his hands to his throat. "What are you doing?" he cried in a suffocating voice. "I am paying you out," replied Anton, folding his arms. Pierre's feet were only a few inches from the ground, and the weight of his body at first bent the bough for a moment, but it rose again, and the unfortunate boy exhausted himself in useless efforts. At every movement the knot grew tighter, his legs struggled, his arms sought vainly something to lay hold of, then his movements slackened, his limbs stiffened, and his hands sank down. Of so much life and vigor nothing remained but the movement of an inert mass turning round and round upon itself. Not till then did Anton cry for help, and when the other boys hastened up, they found him crying and tearing his hair. So violent indeed were his sobs and his despair that he could hardly be understood, as he tried to explain how the books had given way under Pierre, and how he had vainly endeavored to support him in his arms. This boy, left an orphan at 3 years old, had been brought up at first by a relation who turned him out for theft, afterwards by 2 sisters, his cousins, who were already beginning to take alarm at his abnormal perversity. This pale and fragile being, an incorrigible thief, a consummate hypocrite, and a cold-blooded assassin, was predestined to an immortality of crime, and was to find a place among the most execrable monsters for whom humanity has ever had to blush. His name was Antoine François Derues. 20 years had gone by since this horrible and mysterious event, which no one sought to unravel at the time it occurred. One June evening, 1771, 4 persons were sitting in one of the rooms of a modestly furnished dwelling on the 3rd floor of a house in the Rue Saint-Victor. The party consisted of 3 women and an ecclesiastic who boarded for meals only with the woman who tenanted the dwelling. The other 2 were near neighbors. They were all friends, and often met thus in the evening to play cards. They were sitting round the card table, but although it was nearly 10 o'clock, the cards had not yet been touched. They spoke in low tones, and a half-interrupted confidence had, this evening, put a check on the usual gaiety. Someone knocked gently at the door, although no sound of steps on the creaking wooden staircase had been heard, and a wheedling voice asked for admittance. The occupier of the room, Madame Legrand, rose and admitted a man of about 26, at whose appearance the four friends exchanged glances, at once observed by the newcomer, who affected, however, not to see them. He bowed successively to the three women, and several times with the utmost respect to the abbé, making signs of apology for the interruption caused by his appearance. Then, coughing several times, he turned to Madame Legrand and said in a feeble voice, which seemed to betoken much suffering, "My kind mistress, will you and these other ladies excuse my presenting myself at such an hour and in such a costume? I am ill, and I was obliged to get up." His costume was certainly singular enough. He was wrapped in a large dressing gown of flowered chintz. His head was adorned by a nightcap drawn up at the top and surmounted by a muslin frill. His appearance did not contradict his complaint of illness. He was barely 4 feet 6 in height. His limbs were bony, his face sharp, thin, and pale. Thus attired, coughing incessantly, dragging his feet as if he had no strength to lift them, holding a lighted candle in one hand and an egg in the other, he suggested a caricaturesome imaginary invalid just escaped from Purgan. Nevertheless, no one ventured to smile, notwithstanding his valetudinarian appearance and his air of affected humility. The perpetual blinking of the yellow eyelids which fell over the round and hollow eyes, shining with a somber fire which he could never entirely suppress, reminded one of a bird of prey unable to face the light, and the lines of his face, the hooked nose, and the thin, constantly quivering, drawn-in lips suggested a mixture of boldness and baseness, of cunning and sincerity. But there is no book which can instruct one to read the human countenance correctly, and some special circumstance must have roused the suspicions of these four persons so much as to cause them to make these observations, and they were not as usual deceived by the humbug of this skilled actor, a past master in the art of deception. He continued, after a moment's silence, as if he did not wish to interrupt their mute observation. "Will you oblige me by a neighborly kindness?" "What is it, Derues?" asked Madame Legrand. A violent cough, which appeared to rend his chest, prevented him from answering immediately. When it ceased, he looked at the abbé and said, with a melancholy smile, "What I ought to ask in my present state of health is your blessing, my father, and your intercession for the pardon of my sins. But everyone clings to the life which God has given him. We do not easily abandon hope. Moreover, I have always considered it wrong to neglect such means of preserving our lives as are in our power, since life is for us only a time of trial, and the longer and harder the trial, the greater our recompense in a better world. Whatever befalls us, our answer should be that of the Virgin Mary to the angel who announced the mystery of the Incarnation. Behold the handmaid of the Lord, be it unto me according to thy word." "You are right," said the abbé, with a severe and inquisitorial look, under which Derues remained quite untroubled. "It is an attribute of God to reward and to punish, and the Almighty is not deceived by him who deceives men. The psalmist has said, 'Righteous art thou, O Lord, and upright are thy judgments.' He has said also, 'The judgments of the Lord are true and righteous altogether,'" Derues promptly replied. This exchange of quotations from Scripture might have lasted for hours without his being at a loss, had the abbé thought fit to continue in this strain. But such a style of conversation, garnished with grave and solemn words, seemed almost sacrilegious in the mouth of a man of such ridiculous appearance, a profanation at once sad and grotesque. Derues seemed to comprehend the impression it produced, and turning again to Madame Legrand, he said, "We have got a long way from what I came to ask you, my kind friend. I was so ill that I went early to bed, but I cannot sleep, and I have no fire. Would you have the kindness to have this egg mulled for me?" "Cannot your servant do that for you?" asked Madame Legrand. "I gave her leave to go out this evening, and though it is late, she has not yet returned. If I had a fire, I would not give you so much trouble, but I do not care to light one at this hour. You know I am always afraid of accidents, and they so easily happen." "Very well, then," replied Madame Legrand. "Go back to your room, and my servant will bring it to you." "Thank you," said Derues, bowing. "Many thanks." As he turned to depart, Madame Legrand spoke again. "This day week, Derues, you have to pay me half the 1,200 livres due for the purchase of my business." "So soon as that?" "Certainly, and I want the money. Have you forgotten the date, then?" "Oh dear, I have never looked at the agreement since it was drawn up. I did not think the time was so near. It is the fault of my bad memory, but I will contrive to pay you, although trade is very bad, and in 3 days I shall have to pay more than 15,000 livres to different people." He bowed again and departed, apparently exhausted by the effort of sustaining so long a conversation. As soon as they were alone, the abbé exclaimed, "That man is assuredly an utter rascal. May God forgive him his hypocrisy. How is it possible we could allow him to deceive us for so long?" "But my father," interposed one of the visitors, "are you really sure of what you have just said?" "I am not now speaking of the 79 louis d'or which have been stolen from me, although I never mentioned to anyone but you, and he was then present, that I possessed such a sum, and although that very day he made a false excuse for coming to my rooms when I was out. Theft is indeed infamous, but slander is not less so, and he has slandered you disgracefully. Yes, he has spread a report that you, Madame Legrand, you, his former mistress and benefactress, have put temptation in his way, and desired to commit carnal sin with him. This is now whispered the neighborhood all round us. It will soon be said aloud, and we have been so completely his dupes, we have helped him so much to acquire a reputation for uprightness, that it would now be impossible to destroy our own work. If I were to accuse him of theft, and you charged him with lying, probably neither of us would be believed. Beware, these odious tales have not been spread without a reason. Now that your eyes are open, beware of him." "Yes," replied Madame Legrand, "my brother-in-law warned me 3 years ago. One day Derues said to my sister-in-law, I remember the words perfectly, I should like to be a druggist, because one would always be able to punish an enemy, and if one has a quarrel with anyone, it would be easy to get rid of him by means of a poisoned draught. I neglected these warnings. I surmounted the feeling of repugnance I first felt at the sight of him. I have responded to his advances, and I greatly fear I may have cause to repent it. But you know him as well as I do, who would not have thought his piety sincere? Who would not still think so? And notwithstanding all you have said, I still hesitate to feel serious alarm. I am unwilling to believe in such utter depravity." The conversation continued in this strain for some time, and then, as it was getting late, the party separated. Next morning early, a large and noisy crowd was assembled in the Rue Saint-Victor before Derues' shop of drugs and groceries. There was a confusion of cross-questions, of inquiries which obtained no answer, of answers not addressed to the inquiry, a medley of sound, a pell-mell of unconnected words, of affirmations, contradictions, and interrupted narrations. Here a group listened to an orator who held forth in his shirt sleeves. A little farther there were disputes, quarrels, exclamations of "Poor man, such a good fellow! My poor gossip Derues! Good heavens, what will he do now? Alas, he is quite done for. It is to be hoped his creditors will give him time." Above all this uproar was heard a voice, sharp and piercing like a cat's, lamenting and relating with sobs the terrible misfortune of last night. At about 3 in the morning, the inhabitants of the Rue Saint-Victor had been startled out of their sleep by the cry of "Fire, fire!" A conflagration had burst forth in Derues' cellar, and though its progress had been arrested and the house saved from destruction, all the goods stored therein had perished. It apparently meant a considerable loss in barrels of oil, casks of brandy, boxes of soap, etc., which Derues estimated at not less than 9,000 livres. By what unlucky chance the fire had been caused, he had no idea. He recounted his visit to Madame Legrand, and pale, trembling, hardly able to sustain himself, he cried, "I shall die of grief, a poor man as ill as I am lost, I am ruined." A harsh voice interrupted his lamentations, and drew the attention of the crowd to a woman carrying printed broadsides, and who forced a passage through the crowd up to the shop door. she unfolded one of her sheets and cried as loudly and distinctly as her husky voice permitted. Sentence pronounced by the Parliament of Paris against John Robert Castle, accused and convicted of fraudulent bankruptcy. Derues looked up and saw a street hawker who used to come to his shop for a drink, and with whom he had had a violent quarrel about a month previously, she having detected him in a piece of knavery and abused him roundly in her own style, which was not lacking in energy. He had not seen her since. The crowd generally, and all the gossips of the quarter, who held Derues in great veneration, thought that the woman's cry was intended as an indirect insult, and threatened to punish her for this irreverence. But placing one hand on her hip, and with the other warning off the most pressing by a significant gesture. "Are you still befooled by his tricks, fools that you are? Yes, no doubt there was a fire in the cellar last night. No doubt his creditors will be geese enough to let him off paying his debts. But what you don't know is that he didn't really lose by it at all. He lost all his goods," the crowd cried on all sides. "More than 9,000 livres, oil and brandy, do you think those won't burn? The old witch, she drinks enough to know. If one put a candle near her, she would take fire fast enough." "Perhaps," replied the woman, with renewed gesticulations, "perhaps, but I don't advise any of you to try. Anyhow, this fellow here is a rogue. He has been emptying his cellar for the last 3 nights. There were only old empty casks in it and empty packing cases. Oh yes, I have swallowed his daily lies like everybody else, but I know the truth by now. He got his liquor taken away by Michael Lambourne's son, the cobbler in the Rue de la Parfumerie. How do I know? Why, because the young man came and told me. I turned that woman out of my shop a month ago for stealing," said Derues. Notwithstanding this retaliatory accusation, the woman's bold assertion might have changed the attitude of the crowd and chilled the enthusiasm. But at that moment, a stout man pressed forward and, seizing the hawker by the arm, said, "Go and hold your tongue, backbiting woman." To this man, the honor of Derues was an article of faith. He had not yet ceased to wonder at the probity of this sainted person, and to doubt it in the least was as good as suspecting his own. "My dear friend," he said, "we all know what to think of you. I know you well. Send to me tomorrow, and you shall have what goods you want, on credit, for as long as is necessary. Now, evil tongue, what do you say to that?" "I say that you are as great a fool as the rest. Adieu, friend Derues, go on as you have begun, and I shall be selling your sentence some day." And dispersing the crowd with a few twirls of her right arm, she passed on, crying. Sentence pronounced by the Parliament of Paris against John Robert Castle, accused and convicted of fraudulent bankruptcy. This accusation emanated from too insignificant a quarter to have any effect on Derues' reputation. However resentful he may have been at the time, he got over it in consequence of the reiterated marks of interest shown by his neighbors and all the quarter on account of his supposed ruin, and the hawker's attack passed out of his mind, or probably she might have paid for her boldness with her life. But this drunken woman had none the less uttered a prophetic word. It was the grain of sand on which later he was to be shipwrecked. "All passions," says La Bruyere, "all passions are deceitful. They disguise themselves as much as possible from the public eye. They hide from themselves. There is no vice which has not a counterfeit resemblance to some virtue, and which does not profit by it." The whole life of Derues bears testimony to the truth of this observation. An avaricious poisoner, he attracted his victims by the pretense of fervent and devoted piety, and drew them into the snare where he silently destroyed them. His terrible celebrity only began in 1777, caused by the double murder of Madame de Lamotte and her son, and his name, unlike those of some other great criminals, does not at first recall a long series of crimes, but when one examines this low, crooked, and obscure life, one finds a fresh stain at every step, and perhaps no one has ever surpassed him in dissimulation, in profound hypocrisy, in indefatigable depravity. Derues was executed at 32, and his whole life was steeped in vice. Though happily so short, it is full of horror, and is only a tissue of criminal thoughts and deeds, a very essence of evil. He had no hesitation, no remorse, no repose, no relaxation. He seemed compelled to lie, to steal, to poison. Occasionally suspicion is aroused, the public has its doubts, and vague rumors hover round him, but he burrows under new impostures, and punishment passes by. When he falls into the hands of human justice, his reputation protects him, and for a few days more the legal sword is turned aside. Hypocrisy is so completely a part of his nature that even when there is no longer any hope, when he is irrevocably sentenced, and he knows that he can no longer deceive anyone, neither mankind nor him whose name he profanes by this last sacrilege, he yet exclaims, "O Christ, I shall suffer even as thou." It is only by the light of his funeral pyre that the dark places of his life can be examined, that this bloody plot is unraveled, and that other victims, forgotten and lost in the shadows, arise like specters at the foot of the scaffold and escort the assassin to his doom. Let us trace rapidly the history of Derues' early years, effaced and forgotten in the notoriety of his death. These few pages are not written for the glorification of crime, and if in our own days, as a result of the corruption of our manners and of a deplorable confusion of all notions of right and wrong, it has been sought to make him an object of public interest, we on our part only wish to bring him into notice and place him momentarily on a pedestal in order to cast him still lower, that his fall may be yet greater. What has been permitted by God may be related by man. Decaying and satiated communities need not be treated as children. They require neither diplomatic handling nor precaution, and it may be good that they should see and touch the putrescent sores which canker them. Why fear to mention that which everyone knows? Why dread to sound the abyss which can be measured by everyone? Why fear to bring into the light of day unmasked wickedness, even though it confronts the public gaze unblushingly? Extreme turpitude and extreme excellence are both in the schemes of Providence, and the poet has summed up eternal morality for all ages and nations in this sublime exclamation. Obstulit hunc tandem Ruffini poem tumultum. Besides, and we cannot insist too earnestly that our intention must not be mistaken, if we had wished to inspire any other sentiment than that of horror, we should have chosen a more imposing personage from the annals of crime. There have been deeds which required audacity, a sort of grandeur, a false heroism. There have been criminals who held in check all the regular and legitimate forces of society, and whom one regarded with a mixture of terror and pity. There is nothing of that in Derues, not even a trace of courage, nothing but a shameless cupidity, exercising itself at first in the theft of a few pence filched from the poor, nothing but the illicit gains and rascalities of a cheating shopkeeper and vile money-lender, a depraved cowardice which dared not strike openly, but slew in the dark. It is the story of an unclean reptile which drags itself underground, leaving everywhere the trail of its poisonous saliva. Such was the man whose life we have undertaken to narrate, a man who represents a complete type of wickedness and who corresponds to the most hideous sketch ever devised by poet or romance writer. Facts without importance of their own, which would be childish if recorded of anyone else, obtain a somber reflection from other facts which precede them and thenceforth cannot be passed over in silence. The historian is obliged to collect and note them, as showing the logical development of this degraded being. He unites them in sequence and counts the successive steps of the ladder mounted by the criminal. We have seen the early exploit of this assassin by instinct. We find him, 20 years later, an incendiary and a fraudulent bankrupt. What had happened in the interval? With how much treachery and crime had he filled this space of 20 years? Let us return to his infancy. His unconquerable taste for theft caused him to be expelled by the relations who had taken charge of him. An anecdote is told which shows his impudence and incurable perversity. One day he was caught taking some money and was soundly whipped by his cousins. When this was over, the child, instead of showing any sorrow or asking forgiveness, ran away with a sneer, and seeing they were out of breath, exclaimed, "You are tired, are you? Well, I am not." Despairing of any control over this evil disposition, the relations refused to keep him and sent him to Chartres, where 2 other cousins agreed to have him out of charity. They were simple-minded women, of great and sincere piety, who imagined that good example and religious teaching might have a happy influence on their young relation. The result was contrary to their expectation. The sole fruit of their teaching was that Derues learnt to be a cheat and a hypocrite, and to assume the mask of respectability. Here also repeated thefts ensured him sound corrections. Knowing his cousin's extreme economy, not to say avarice, he mocked them when they broke a lath over his shoulders. "There now, I am so glad, that will cost you 2 farthings. His benefactress's patience becoming exhausted, he left their house, and was apprenticed to a tinman at Chartres. His master died, and an ironmonger of the same town took him as shop-boy, and from this he passed on to a druggist and grocer. Until now, although 15 years old, he had shown no preference for one trade more than another, but it was now necessary he should choose some profession, and his share in the family property amounted to the modest sum of 3,500 livres. His residence with this last master revealed a decided taste, but it was only another evil instinct developing itself. The poisoner had scented poison, being always surrounded with drugs which were health-giving or hurtful, according to the use made of them. Derues would probably have settled at Chartres, but repeated thefts obliged him to leave the town. The profession of druggist and grocer being one which presented most chances of fortune, and being, moreover, adapted to his tastes, his family apprenticed him to a grocer in the Rue Comtesse d'Artois, paying a specified premium for him. Derues arrived in Paris in 1760. It was a new horizon where he was unknown, no suspicion attached to him, and he felt much at his ease. Lost in the noise and the crowd of this immense receptacle for every vice, he had time to found on hypocrisy his reputation as an honest man. When his apprenticeship expired, his master proposed to place him with his sister-in-law, who kept a similar establishment in the Rue Saint-Victor and who had been a widow for several years. He recommended Derues as a young man whose zeal and intelligence might be useful in her business, being ignorant of various embezzlements committed by his late apprentice, who was always clever enough to cast suspicion on others. But the negotiation nearly fell through, because one day Derues so far forgot his usual prudence and dissimulation as to allow himself to make the observation recorded above to his mistress. She, horrified, ordered him to be silent, and threatened to ask her husband to dismiss him. It required a double amount of hypocrisy to remove this unfavorable impression, but he spared no pains to obtain the confidence of the sister-in-law, who was much influenced in his favor. Every day he inquired what could be done for her. Every evening he took a basket-load of the goods she required from the Rue Comtesse d'Artois, and it excited the pity of all beholders to see this weakly young man, panting and sweating under his heavy burden, refusing any reward, and laboring merely for the pleasure of obliging, and from natural kindness of heart. The poor widow, whose spoils he was already coveting, was completely duped. She rejected the advice of her brother-in-law, and only listened to the concert of praises sung by neighbors much edified by Derues' conduct, and touched by the interest he appeared to show her. Often he found occasion to speak of her, always with the liveliest expressions of boundless devotion. These remarks were repeated to the good woman, and seemed all the more sincere to her as they appeared to have been made quite casually, and she never suspected they were carefully calculated and thought out long before. Derues carried dishonesty as far as possible, but he knew how to stop when suspicion was likely to be aroused, and though always planning either to deceive or to hurt, he was never taken by surprise. Like the spider which spreads the threads of her web all round her, he concealed himself in a net of falsehood which one had to traverse before arriving at his real nature. The evil destiny of this poor woman, mother of 4 children, caused her to engage him as her shopman in the year 1767, thereby signing the warrant for her own ruin. Derues began life under his new mistress with a master stroke. His exemplary piety was the talk of the whole quarter, and his first care had been to request Madame Legrand to recommend him a confessor. She sent him to the director of her late husband, Pierre Cartault, of the Carmelite order, who, astonished at the devotion of his penitent, never failed, if he passed the shop, to enter and congratulate Madame Legrand on the excellent acquisition she had made in securing this young man, who would certainly bring her a blessing along with him. Derues affected the greatest modesty and blushed at these praises, and often, when he saw the good father approaching, appeared not to see him, and found something to do elsewhere, whereby the field was left clear for his too credulous panegyrists. But Pierre Cartault appeared too indulgent, and Derues feared that his sins were too easily pardoned, and he dared not find peace in an absolution which was never refused. Therefore, before the year was out, he chose a second confessor, Pierre Denis, a Franciscan, consulting both alternately and confiding his conscientious scruples to them. Every penance appeared too easy, and he added to those enjoined by his directors continual mortifications of his own devising, so that even Tartuffe himself would have owned his superiority. He wore about him 2 shrouds, to which were fastened relics of Madame de Chantal, also a medal of Saint François de Saps, and occasionally scourged himself. His mistress related that he had begged her to take a sitting at the church of St. Nicholas, in order that he might more easily attend service when he had a day out, and had brought her a small sum which he had saved to pay half the expense. Moreover, he had slept upon straw during the whole of Lent, and took care that Madame Legrand heard of this through the servant, pretending at first to hide it as if it were something wrong. He tried to prevent the maid from going into his room, and when she found out the straw he forbade her to mention it, which naturally made her more anxious to relate her discovery. Such a piece of piety, combined with such meritorious humility, such dread of publicity, could only increase the excellent opinion which everyone already had of him. Every day was marked by some fresh hypocrisy. One of his sisters, a novice in the convent of the Ladies of the Visitation of the Virgin, was to take the veil at Easter. Derues obtained permission to be present at the ceremony and was to start on foot on Good Friday. When he departed, the shop happened to be full of people, and the gossips of the neighborhood inquired where he was going. Madame Legrand desired him to have a glass of liqueur, wine he never touched, and something to eat before starting. "Oh, madame," he exclaimed, "do you think I could eat on a day like this, the day on which Christ was crucified? I will take a piece of bread with me, but I shall only eat it at the inn where I intend to sleep. I mean to fast the whole way." But this kind of thing was not sufficient. He wanted an opportunity to establish a reputation for honesty on a firm basis. Chance provided one, and he seized it immediately, although at the expense of a member of his own family. One of his brothers, who kept a public house at Chartres, came to see him. Derues, under pretense of showing him the sights of Paris, which he did not know, asked his mistress to allow him to take in the brother for a few days, which she granted. The last evening of his stay, Derues went up to his room, broke open the box which contained his clothes, turned over everything it contained, examined the clothes, and discovering 2 new cotton nightcaps, raised a cry which brought up the household. His brother just then returned, and Derues called him an infamous thief, declaring that he had stolen the money for these new articles out of the shop the evening before. His brother defended himself, protesting his innocence, and, indignant at such incomprehensible treachery, endeavored to turn the tables by relating some of Antoine's early misdeeds. The latter, however, stopped him by declaring on his honor that he had seen his brother the evening before go to the till, slip his hand in, and take out some money. The brother was confounded and silenced by so audacious a lie. He hesitated, stammered, and was turned out of the house. Derues worthily crowned this piece of iniquity by obliging his mistress to accept the restitution of the stolen money. It cost him 3 livres, 12 sous, but the interest it brought him was the power of stealing unsuspected. That evening, he spent in prayer for the pardon of his brother's supposed guilt. All these schemes had succeeded and brought him nearer to the desired goal, for not a soul in the quarter ventured to doubt the word of this saintly individual. His fawning manners and insinuating language varied according to the people addressed. He adapted himself to all, contradicting no one, and while austere himself, he flattered the tastes of others. In the various houses where he visited, his conversation was serious, grave, and sententious, and as we have seen, he could quote scripture with the readiness of a theologian. In the shop, when he had to deal with the lower classes, he showed himself acquainted with their modes of expression, and spoke the billingsgate of the marketwomen, which he had acquired in the Rue Comtesse d'Artois, treating them familiarly, and they generally addressed him as Gossip Derues. By his own account, he easily judged the characters of the various people with whom he came in contact. However, Pierre Cartault's prophecy was not fulfilled. The blessing of heaven did not descend on the Legrand establishment. There seemed to be a succession of misfortunes which all Derues' zeal and care as shopman could neither prevent nor repair. He by no means contented himself with parading an idle and fruitless hypocrisy, and his most abominable deceptions were not those displayed in the light of day. He watched by night. His singular organization, outside the ordinary laws of nature, appeared able to dispense with sleep. Gliding about on tiptoe, opening doors noiselessly, with all the skill of an accomplished thief, he pillaged shop and cellar, and sold his plunder in remote parts of the town under assumed names. It is difficult to understand how his strength supported the fatigue of this double existence. He had barely arrived at puberty, and art had been obliged to assist the retarded development of nature. But he lived only for evil, and the spirit of evil supplied the physical vigor which was wanting. An insane love of money, the only passion he knew, brought him by degrees back to his starting point of crime. He concealed it in hiding places wrought in the thick walls, in holes dug out by his nails. As soon as he got any, he brought it exactly as a wild beast brings a piece of bleeding flesh to his lair. And often, by the glimmer of a dark lantern, kneeling in adoration before this shameful idol, his eyes sparkling with ferocious joy, with a smile which suggested a hyena's delight over its prey, he would contemplate his money, counting and kissing it. These continual thefts brought trouble into the Legrand affairs, cancelled all profits, and slowly brought on ruin. The widow had no suspicion of Derues' disgraceful dealings, and he carefully referred the damage to other causes, quite worthy of himself. Sometimes it was a bottle of oil, or of brandy, or some other commodity, which was found spilt, broken, or damaged, which accidents he attributed to the enormous quantity of rats which infested the cellar and the house. At length, unable to meet her engagements, Madame Legrand made the business over to him in February 1770. He was then 25 years and 6 months old, and was accepted as a merchant grocer in August the same year. By an agreement drawn up between them, Derues undertook to pay 1,200 livres for the goodwill, and to lodge her rent-free during the remainder of her lease, which had still 9 years to run. Being thus obliged to give up business to escape bankruptcy, Madame Legrand surrendered to her creditors any goods remaining in her warehouse, and Derues easily made arrangements to take them over very cheaply. The first step thus made, he was now able to enrich himself safely and to defraud with impunity under the cover of his stolen reputation. One of his uncles, a flour merchant at Chartres, came habitually twice a year to Paris to settle accounts with his correspondents. A sum of 1,200 francs, locked up in a drawer, was stolen from him, and accompanied by his nephew, he went to inform the police. On investigation being made, it was found that the chest of drawers had been broken at the top. As at the time of the theft of the 79 louis from the Abbe, Derues was the only person known to have entered his uncle's room. The innkeeper swore to this, but the uncle took pains to justify his nephew and showed his confidence shortly after by becoming surety for him to the extent of 5,000 livres. Derues failed to pay when the time expired, and the holder of the note was obliged to sue the surety for it. He made use of any means, even the most impudent, which enabled him to appropriate other people's property. A provincial grocer on one occasion sent him 1,000 weight of honey in barrels to be sold on commission. 2 or 3 months passed, and he asked for an account of the sale. Derues replied that he had not yet been able to dispose of it advantageously, and there ensued a fresh delay, followed by the same question and the same reply. At length, when more than a year had passed, the grocer came to Paris, examined his barrels, and found that 500 pounds were missing. He claimed damages from Derues, who declared he had never received any more, and as the honey had been sent in confidence, and there was no contract and no receipt to show, the provincial tradesman could not obtain compensation. As though having risen by the ruin of Madame Legrand and her 4 children was not enough, Derues grudged even the morsel of bread he had been obliged to leave her. A few days after the fire in the cellar, which enabled him to go through a second bankruptcy, Madame Legrand, now undeceived and not believing his lamentations, demanded the money due to her according to their agreement. Derues pretended to look for his copy of the contract and could not find it. "Give me yours, madame," said he. "We will write the receipt upon it." Here is the money." The widow opened her purse and took out her copy. Derues snatched it and tore it up. "Now," he exclaimed, "you are paid. I owe you nothing now. If you like, I will declare it on oath in court, and no one will disbelieve my word." "Wretched man," said the unfortunate widow, "may God forgive your soul, but your body will assuredly end on the gallows." It was in vain that she complained and told of this abominable swindle. Derues had been beforehand with her, and the slander he had disseminated bore its fruits. It was said that his old mistress was endeavoring by an odious falsehood to destroy the reputation of a man who had refused to be her lover. Although reduced to poverty, she left the house where she had a right to remain rent-free, preferring the hardest and dreariest life to the torture of remaining under the same roof with the man who had caused her ruin. We might relate 100 other pieces of knavery, but it must not be supposed that having begun by murder, Derues would draw back and remain contented with theft. 2 fraudulent bankruptcies would have sufficed for most people. For him, they were merely a harmless pastime. Here we must place 2 dark and obscure stories, 2 crimes of which he is accused, 2 victims whose death groans no one heard. The hypocrite's excellent reputation had crossed the Parisian bounds. A young man from the country, intending to start as a grocer in the capital, applied to Derues for the necessary information and begged for advice. He arrived at the latter's house with a sum of 8,000 livres, which he placed in Derues' hands, asking him for assistance in finding a business. The sight of gold was enough to rouse the instinct of crime in Derues, and the witches who hailed Macbeth with the promise of royalty did not rouse the latter's ambitious desires to a greater height than the chance of wealth did the greed of the assassin, whose hands, once closed over the 8,000 livres, were never again relaxed. He received them as a deposit and hid them along with his previous plunder, vowing never to return them. Several days had elapsed, when one afternoon Derues returned home with an air of such unusual cheerfulness that the young man questioned him. "Have you heard some good news for me?" he asked, "or have you had some luck yourself?" "My young friend," answered Derues, "as for me, success depends on my own efforts, and fortune smiles on me. But I have promised to be useful to you, your parents have trusted me, and I must prove that their confidence is well-founded. I have heard today of a business for disposal in one of the best parts of Paris. You can have it for 12,000 livres, and I wish I could lend you the amount you want. But you must write to your father, persuade him, reason with him, do not lose so good a chance. He must make a little sacrifice, and he will be grateful to me later." In accordance with their son's request, the young man's parents dispatched a sum of 4,000 livres, requesting Derues to lose no time in concluding the purchase. 3 weeks later, the father, very uneasy, arrived in Paris. He came to inquire about his son, having heard nothing from him. Derues received him with the utmost astonishment, appearing convinced that the young man had returned home. One day, he said, the youth informed him that he had heard from his father, who had given up all idea of establishing him in Paris, having arranged an advantageous marriage for him near home, and he had taken his 12,000 livres, for which Derues produced a receipt and started on his return journey. One evening, when nearly dark, Derues had gone out with his guest, who complained of headache and internal pains. Where did they go? No one knew, but Denis only returned at daybreak, alone, weary and exhausted, and the young man was never again heard of. One of his apprentices was the constant object of reproof. The boy was accused of negligence, wasting his time, of spending 3 hours over a task which might have been done in less than 1. When Derues had convinced the father, a Parisian bourgeois, that his son was a bad boy and a good-for-nothing, he came to this man one day in a state of wild excitement. "Your son," he said, "ran away yesterday with 600 livres, with which I had to meet a bill today. He knew where I kept this money and has taken it. He threatened to go before a magistrate and denounce the thief, and was only appeased by being paid the sum he claimed to have lost. But he had gone out with the lad the evening before and returned alone in the early hours of the morning." However, the veil which concealed the truth was becoming more and more transparent every day. 3 bankruptcies had diminished the consideration he enjoyed, and people began to listen to complaints and accusations which till now had been considered mere inventions designed to injure him. Another attempt at trickery made him feel it desirable to leave the neighborhood. He had rented a house close to his own, the shop of which had been tenanted for 7 or 8 years by a wine merchant. He required from this man, if he wished to remain where he was, a sum of 600 livres as a payment for goodwill. Although the wine merchant considered it an exorbitant charge, yet on reflection he decided to pay it rather than go, having established a good business on these premises, as was well known. Before long, a still more arrant piece of dishonesty gave him an opportunity for revenge. A young man of good family, who was boarding with him in order to gain some business experience, having gone into Derues' shop to make some purchases, amused himself while waiting by idly writing his name on a piece of blank paper lying on the counter, which he left there without thinking more about it. Derues, knowing the young man had means, as soon as he had gone, converted the signed paper into a promissory note for 2,000 livres, to his order, payable at the majority of the signer. The bill, negotiated in trade, arrived when due at the wine merchant's, who, much surprised, called his young boarder and showed him the paper adorned with his signature. The youth was utterly confounded, having no knowledge of the bill whatever, but nevertheless could not deny his signature. On examining the paper carefully, the handwriting was recognized as Derues'. The wine merchant sent for him, and when he arrived, made him enter a room, and having locked the door, produced the promissory note. Derues acknowledged having written it, and tried various falsehoods to excuse himself. No one listened to him, and the merchant threatened to place the matter in the hands of the police. Then Derues wept, implored, fell on his knees, acknowledged his guilt, and begged for mercy. He agreed to restore the 600 livres exacted from the wine merchant, on condition that he should see the note destroyed and that the matter should end there. He was then about to be married and dreaded a scandal. Shortly after, he married Marie-Louise Nicolet, daughter of a harness-maker at Melun. One's first impression in considering this marriage is one of profound sorrow and utmost pity for the young girl whose destiny was linked with that of this monster. One thinks of the horrible future, of youth and innocence blighted by the tainting breath of the homicide, of candor united to hypocrisy, of virtue to wickedness, of legitimate desires linked to disgraceful passions, of purity mixed with corruption. The thought of these contrasts is revolting, and one pities such a dreadful fate, but we must not decide hastily. Madame Derues has not been convicted of any active part in her husband's later crimes, but her history, combined with his, shows no trace of suffering, nor of any revolt against a terrible complicity. In her case, the evidence is doubtful, and public opinion must decide later. In 1773, Derues relinquished retail business and left the Saint Victor neighborhood, having taken an apartment in the Rue des Deux Boules near the Rue Bertin-Poire in the parish of Saint-Germain-l'Auxerrois, where he had been married. He first acted on commission for the Benedictine Camalduian fathers of the forest of Senart, who had heard of him as a man wholly given to piety. Then, giving himself up to usury, he undertook what is known as business affairs, a profession which, in such hands, could not fail to be lucrative, being aided by his exemplary morals and honest appearance. It was the more easy for him to impose on others, as he could not be accused of any of the deadly vices which so often end in ruin, gaming, wine, and women. Until now, he had displayed only one passion, that of avarice, but now another developed itself, that of ambition. He bought houses and land, and when the money was due, allowed himself to be sued for it. He bought even lawsuits, which he muddled with all the skill of a rascally attorney. Experienced in bankruptcy, he undertook the management of failures, contriving to make dishonesty appear in the light of unfortunate virtue. When this demon was not occupied with poison, his hands were busy with every social iniquity. He could only live and breathe in an atmosphere of corruption. His wife, who had already presented him with a daughter, gave birth to a son in February 1774. Derues, in order to better support the airs of grandeur and the territorial title which he had assumed, invited persons of distinction to act as sponsors. The child was baptized Tuesday, February 15th. we give the text of the baptismal register as a curiosity. Antoine Maximilien Joseph, son of Antoine François Desroues, gentleman, seigneur of Genville, Herchies, Viquemont, and other places, formerly merchant grocer, and of Madame Marie-Louise Nicolet, his wife. Godfathers Th and T.P., lords of etc., etc. Godmothers Madame M.Fr., C.D.V., etc., etc. Signed, A. F. Desroues, Sr. But all this dignity did not exclude the sheriff's officers, whom, as befitted so great a man, he treated with the utmost insolence, overwhelming them with abuse when they came to enforce an execution. Such scandals had several times aroused the curiosity of his neighbors, and did not redound to his credit. His landlord, wearied of all this clamor, and most especially weary of never getting any rent without a fight for it, gave him notice to quit. Desroues removed to the Rue Beaubourg, where he continued to act as commission agent under the name of Cyrano Desroues de Berry. And now we will concern ourselves no more with the unraveling of this tissue of imposition. We will wander no longer in this labyrinth of fraud, of low and vile intrigue, of dark crime of which the clue disappears in the night, and of which the trace is lost in a doubtful mixture of blood and mire. We will listen no longer to the cry of the widow and her 4 children reduced to beggary, to the groans of obscure victims, to the cries of terror and the death groan which echoed one night through the vaults of a country house near Beauvais. Behold other victims whose cries are yet louder. Behold yet other crimes, and a punishment which equals them in terror. Let these nameless ghosts, these silent spectres, lose themselves in the clear daylight which now appears, and make room for other phantoms which rend their shrouds and issue from the tomb demanding vengeance. Desroues was now soon to have a chance of obtaining immortality. Hitherto his blows had been struck by chance. Henceforth, he uses all the resources of his infernal imagination. He concentrates all his strength on one point, conceives and executes his crowning piece of wickedness. He employs for 2 years all his science as cheat, forger, and poisoner in extending the net which was to entangle a whole family, and taken in his own snare, he struggles in vain. In vain does he seek to gnaw through the meshes which confine him. The foot placed on the last rung of this ladder of crime stands also on the first step by which he mounts the scaffold. About a mile from Villeneuve-le-Roi-les-Sens, there stood in 1775 a handsome house, overlooking the windings of the Yonne on one side, and on the other a garden and park belonging to the estate of Buisson-Souef. It was a large property, admirably situated, and containing productive fields, wood, and water, but not everywhere kept in good order, and showing something of the embarrassed fortune of its owner. During some years, the only repairs had been those necessary in the house itself and its immediate vicinity. Here and there pieces of dilapidated wall threatened to fall altogether, and enormous stems of ivy had invaded and stifled vigorous trees. In the remoter portions of the park, briars barred the road and made walking almost impossible. This disorder was not destitute of charm, and at an epoch when landscape gardening consisted chiefly in straight alleys, and in giving to nature a cold and monotonous symmetry, one's eye rested with pleasure on these neglected clumps, on these waters which had taken a different course to that which art had assigned to them, on these unexpected and picturesque scenes. A wide terrace, overlooking the winding river, extended along the front of the house. 3 men were walking on it, 2 priests, and the owner of Buisson-Souef, Monsieur de Saint-Faust de Lamotte. One priest was the cure of Villeneuve-le-Roi-les-Sens, the other was a Camel Julian monk, who had come to see the cure about a clerical matter, and who was spending some days at the presbytery. The conversation did not appear to be lively. Every now and then Monsieur de Lamotte stood still, and shading his eyes with his hand from the brilliant sunlight which flooded the plain, and was strongly reflected from the water, endeavored to see if some new object had not appeared on the horizon, then slowly resumed his walk with a movement of uneasy impatience. The tower clock struck with a noisy resonance. 6 o'clock already, he exclaimed. They will assuredly not arrive today. Why despair, said the cure. Your servant has gone to meet them. We might see their boat any moment. But my father, returned Monsieur de Lamotte, the long days are already past. In another hour the mist will rise, and then they would not venture on the river. Well, if that happens, we shall have to be patient. They will stay all night at some little distance, and you will see them tomorrow morning." "My brother is right," said the other priest. "Come, monsieur, do not be anxious. You both speak with the indifference of persons to whom family troubles are unknown." "What?" said the cure. "Do you really think that because our sacred profession condemns us both to celibacy, we are therefore unable to comprehend an affection such as yours, on which I myself pronounced the hallowing benediction of the Church, if you remember, nearly 15 years ago? Is it perhaps intentionally, my father, that you recall the date of my marriage? I readily admit that the love of one's neighbor may enlighten you as to another love to which you have yourself been a stranger. I dare say it seems odd to you that a man of my age should be anxious about so little, as though he were a love-sick youth. But for some time past, I have had presentiments of evil, and I am really becoming superstitious." He again stood still, gazing up the river, and seeing nothing, resumed his place between the two priests, who had continued their walk. "Yes," he continued, "I have presentiments which refuse to be shaken off. I am not so old that age can have weakened my powers and reduced me to childishness. I cannot even say what I am afraid of, but separation is painful and causes an involuntary terror. Strange, is it not? Formerly, I used to leave my wife for months together, when she was young and my son only an infant. I loved her passionately, yet I could go with pleasure. Why, I wonder, is it so different now? Why should a journey to Paris on business, and a few hours' delay make me so terribly uneasy? Do you remember, my father," he resumed, after a pause, turning to the cure, "do you remember how lovely Marie looked on our wedding day? Do you remember her dazzling complexion and the innocent candor of her expression? The sure token of the most truthful and purest of minds. That is why I love her so much now. We do not now sigh for one another, but the second love is stronger than the first, for it is founded on recollection and is tranquil and confident in friendship. It is strange that they have not returned. Something must have happened. If they do not return this evening, and I do not now think it possible, I shall go to Paris myself tomorrow." "I think," said the other priest, "that at 20 you must indeed have been excitable, a veritable tinderbox, to have retained so much energy. Come, monsieur, try to calm yourself and have patience. You yourself admit it can only be a few hours' delay." "But my son accompanied his mother, and he is our only one, and so delicate. He alone remains of our 3 children, and you do not realize how the affection of parents who feel age approaching is concentrated on an only child. If I lost Edward, I should die." "I suppose, then, as you let him go, his presence at Paris was necessary?" "No, his mother went to obtain a loan, which is needed for the improvements required on the estate." "Why, then, did you let him go?" "I would willingly have kept him here, but his mother wished to take him. A separation is as trying to her as to me, and we all but quarreled over it. I gave way." "There was one way of satisfying all 3. You might have gone also." "Yes, but monsieur le cure will tell you that a fortnight ago I was chained to my armchair, swearing under my breath like a pagan, and cursing the follies of my youth. Forgive me, my father, I mean that I had the gout, and I forgot that I am not the only sufferer, and that it racks the old age of the philosopher quite as much as that of the courtier." The fresh wind, which often rises just at sunset, was already rustling in the leaves. Long shadows darkened the course of the Yonne and stretched across the plain. The water, slightly troubled, reflected a confused outline of its banks and the clouded blue of the sky. The 3 gentlemen stopped at the end of the terrace and gazed into the already fading distance. A black spot, which they had just observed in the middle of the river, caught a gleam of light in passing a low meadow between 2 hills, and for a moment took shape as a barge, then was lost again, and could not be distinguished from the water. Another moment, and it reappeared more distinctly. It was indeed a barge, and now the horse could be seen towing it against the current. Again it was lost at a bend of the river shaded by willows, and they had to resign themselves to incertitude for several minutes. Then a white handkerchief was waved on the prow of the boat, and Monsieur de Lamotte uttered a joyful exclamation. "It is indeed they," he cried. "Do you see them, monsieur le cure? I see my boy, he is waving the handkerchief and his mother is with him, but I think there is a third person, Yes, there is a man, is there not? Look well. Indeed, said the cure, if my bad sight does not deceive me, I should say there was someone seated near the rudder, but it looks like a child. Probably someone from the neighborhood who has profited by the chance of a lift home. The boat was advancing rapidly. They could now hear the cracking of the whip with which the servant urged on the tow horse, and now it stopped at an easy landing place, barely 50 paces from the terrace. Madame de Lamotte landed with her son and the stranger, and her husband descended from the terrace to meet her. Long before he arrived at the garden gate, his son's arms were around his neck. "Are you quite well, Edward?" "Oh yes, perfectly." "And your mother?" "Quite well too. She is behind, in as great a hurry to meet you as I am, but she can't run as I do, and you must go halfway." "Whom have you brought with you?" "A gentleman from Paris." "From Paris?" "Yes, a Monsieur Derues, but Mamma will tell you all about that. Here she is." The cure and the monk arrived just as Monsieur de Lamotte folded his wife in his arms. Although she had passed her 40th year, she was still beautiful enough to justify her husband's eulogism. A moderate plumpness had preserved the freshness and softness of her skin, her smile was charming, and her large blue eyes expressed both gentleness and goodness. Seen beside this smiling and serene countenance, the appearance of the stranger was downright repulsive, and Monsieur de Lamotte could hardly repress a start of disagreeable surprise at the pitiful and sordid aspect of this diminutive person, who stood apart, looking overwhelmed by conscious inferiority. He was still more astonished when he saw his son take him by the hand with friendly kindness, and heard him say, "Will you come with me, my friend? We will follow my father and mother." Madame de Lamotte, having greeted the cure, looked at the monk, who was a stranger to her. A word or two explained matters, and she took her husband's arm, declining to answer any questions until she reached the louse and laughing at his curiosity. Pierre-Étienne de Saint-Faust de Lamotte, one of the king's equerries, seigneur of Grange Flander, Valpefond, etc., had married Marie Francoise Perrier in 1760. Their fortune resembled many others of that period. It was more nominal than actual, more showy than solid. Not that the husband and wife had any cause for self-reproach, or that their estates had suffered from dissipation. Unstained by the corrupt manners of the period, their union had been a model of sincere affection, of domestic virtue and mutual confidence. Marie Francoise was quite beautiful enough to have made a sensation in society, but she renounced it of her own accord in order to devote herself to the duties of a wife and mother. The only serious grief she and her husband had experienced was the loss of 2 young children. Edward, though delicate from his birth, had nevertheless passed the trying years of infancy and early adolescence. He was then nearly 14. With a sweet and rather effeminate expression, blue eyes, and a pleasant smile, he was a striking likeness of his mother. His father's affection exaggerated the dangers which threatened the boy, and in his eyes the slightest indisposition became a serious malady. His mother shared these fears, and in consequence of this anxiety, Edward's education had been much neglected. He had been brought up at Buisson-Souef and allowed to run wild from morning till night, like a young fawn, exercising the vigor and activity of its limbs. He had still the simplicity and general ignorance of a child of 9 or 10. The necessity of appearing at court and suitably defraying the expenses of his office had made great inroads on Monsieur de Lamotte's fortune. He had of late lived at Buisson-Souef in the most complete retirement, but notwithstanding this too long deferred attention to his affairs, his property was ruining him, for the place required a large expenditure and absorbed a large amount of his income without making any tangible return. He had always hesitated to dispose of the estate on account of its associations. It was there he had met, courted, and married his beloved wife, there that the happy days of their youth had been spent, there that they both wished to grow old together. Such was the family to which accident had now introduced Derues. The unfavorable impression made on Monsieur de Lamotte had not passed unperceived by him, but being quite accustomed to the instinctive repugnance which his first appearance generally inspired, Derues had made a successful study of how to combat and efface this antagonistic feeling, and replace it by confidence, using different means according to the persons he had to deal with. He understood at once that vulgar methods would be useless with Monsieur de Lamotte, whose appearance and manners indicated both the man of the world and the man of intelligence, and also he had to consider the two priests, who were both observing him attentively. Fearing a false step, he assumed the most simple and insignificant deportment he could, knowing that sooner or later a third person would rehabilitate him in the opinion of those present. Nor did he wait long. Arrived at the drawing-room, Monsieur de Lamotte requested the company to be seated. Derues acknowledged the courtesy by a bow, and there was a moment of silence, while Edward and his mother looked at each other and smiled. The silence was broken by Madame de Lamotte. "Dear Pierre," she said, "you are surprised to see us accompanied by a stranger, but when you hear what he has done for us, you will thank me for having induced him to return here with us." "Allow me," interrupted Derues, "allow me to tell you what happened. The gratitude which Madame imagines she owes me causes her to exaggerate a small service which anybody would have been delighted to render." "No, monsieur, let me tell it." "Let Mamma tell the story," said Edward. "What is it then? What happened?" said Monsieur de Lamotte. "I am quite ashamed," answered Derues, "but I obey your wishes, Madame." "Yes," replied Madame de Lamotte, "keep your seat, I wish it. Imagine, Pierre, just 6 days ago, an accident happened to Edward and me which might have had serious consequences. And you never wrote to me, Marie. I should only have made you anxious, and to no purpose. I had some business in one of the most crowded parts of Paris. I took a chair, and Edward walked beside me. In the Rue Beaubourg, we were suddenly surrounded by a mob of low people who were quarreling. Carriages stopped the way, and the horses of one of these took fright in the confusion and uproar, and bolted, in spite of the coachman's endeavors to keep them in hand. It was a horrible tumult, and I tried to get out of the chair, but at that moment the chairmen were both knocked down, and I fell. It is a miracle I was not crushed. I was dragged insensible from under the horses' feet, and carried into the house before which all this took place. There, sheltered in a shop and safe from the crowd which encumbered the doorway, I recovered my senses, thanks to the assistance of Monsieur Derues, who lives there. But that is not all. When I recovered, I could not walk. I had been so shaken by the fright, the fall, and the danger I had incurred, and I had to accept his offer of finding me another chair when the crowd should disperse, and meanwhile to take shelter in his rooms with his wife, who showed me the kindest attention. "Monsieur," said Monsieur de Lamotte, rising, but his wife stopped him. "Wait a moment, I have not finished yet. Monsieur Derues came back in an hour, and I was then feeling better, but before I left I was stupid enough to say that I had been robbed in the confusion. My diamond earrings, which had belonged to my mother, were gone. You cannot imagine the trouble Monsieur Derues took to discover the thief, and all the appeals he made to the police. I was really ashamed." Although Monsieur de Lamotte did not yet understand what motive, other than gratitude, had induced his wife to bring this stranger home with her, he again rose from his seat, and going to Derues, held out his hand. "I understand now the attachment my son shows for you. You are wrong in trying to lessen your good deed in order to escape from our gratitude, Monsieur Derues." "Monsieur Derues?" inquired the monk. "Do you know the name, my father?" asked Madame de Lamotte eagerly. "Edward had already told me," said the monk, approaching Derues. "You live in the Rue Beaubourg, and you are Monsieur Derues, formerly a retail grocer." "The same, my brother." "Should you require a reference, I can give it. Chance, madame, has made you acquainted with a man whose reputation for piety and honor is well established. He will permit me to add my praises to yours. Indeed, I do not know how I deserve so much honor. I am Brother Marchua of the Camel Julian order. You see that I know you well." The monk then proceeded to explain that his community had confided their affairs to Derues' honesty, he undertaking to dispose of the articles manufactured by the monks in their retreat. He then recounted a number of good actions and of marks of piety, which were heard with pleasure and admiration by those present. Derues received this cloud of incense with an appearance of sincere modesty and humility, which would have deceived the most skillful physiognomist. When the eulogistic warmth of the good brother began to slacken, it was already nearly dark, and the two priests had barely time to regain the presbytery without incurring the risk of breaking their necks in the rough road which led to it. They departed at once, and a room was got ready for Derues. "Tomorrow," said Madame de Lamotte as they separated, "you can discuss with my husband the business on which you came, tomorrow or another day, for I beg that you will make yourself at home here, and the longer you will stay the better it will please us." The night was a sleepless one for Derues, whose brain was occupied by a confusion of criminal plans. The chance which had caused his acquaintance with Madame de Lamotte, and even more the accident of Brother Marchois appearing in the nick of time to enlarge upon the praises which gave him so excellent a character, seemed like favorable omens not to be neglected. He began to imagine fresh villainies, to outline an unheard-of crime, which as yet he could not definitely trace out. But anyhow there would be plunder to seize and blood to spill, and the spirit of murder excited and kept him awake, just as remorse might have troubled the repose of another. Meanwhile Madame de Lamotte, having retired with her husband, was saying to the latter, "Well now, what do you think of my protégé, or rather, of the protector which heaven sent me? I think that physiognomy is often very deceptive, for I should have been quite willing to hang him on the strength of his. It is true that his appearance is not attractive, and it led me into a foolish mistake which I quickly regretted. When I recovered consciousness and saw him attending on me, much worse and more carelessly dressed than he is today." "You were frightened?" "No, not exactly, but I thought I must be indebted to a man of the lowest class, to some poor fellow who was really starving, and my first effort at gratitude was to offer him a piece of gold." "Did he refuse it?" "No, he accepted it for the poor of the parish. Then he told me his name, Cyrano Derues de Berry, and told me that the shop and the goods it contained were his own property, and that he occupied an apartment in the house. I floundered in excuses, but he replied that he blessed the mistake, inasmuch as it would enable him to relieve some unfortunate people. I was so touched with his goodness that I offered him a second piece of gold." "You were quite right, my dear, but what induced you to bring him to Buisson? I should have gone to see and thank him the first time I went to Paris, and meanwhile a letter would have been sufficient. Did he carry his complaisance and interest so far as to offer you his escort?" "Ah, I see you cannot get over your first impression. Honestly, is it not so?" "Indeed," exclaimed Monsieur de Lamotte, laughing heartily, "it is truly unlucky for a decent man to have such a face as that. He ought to give Providence no rest until he obtains the gift of another countenance. Always these prejudices. It is not the poor man's fault that he was born like that. Well, you said something about business we were to discuss together. What is it?" "I believe he can help us to obtain the money we are in want of." "And who told him that we wanted any?" "I did." "You, come, it certainly seems that this gentleman is to be a family friend. And pray, what induced you to confide in him to this extent?" "You would have known by now, if you did not interrupt. Let me tell you all in order. The day after my accident, I went out with Edouard about midday, and I went to again express my gratitude for his kindness. I was received by Madame Derues, who told me her husband was out, and that he had gone to my hotel to inquire after me and my son, and also to see if anything had been heard of my stolen earrings. She appeared a simple and very ordinary sort of person, and she begged me to sit down and wait for her husband. I thought it would be uncivil not to do so, and Monsieur Derues appeared in about 2 hours. The first thing he did, after having saluted me and inquired most particularly after my health, was to ask for his children, 2 charming little things, fresh and rosy, whom he covered with kisses. We talked about indifferent matters. Then he offered me his services, placed himself at my disposal, and begged me to spare neither his time nor his trouble. I then told him what had brought me to Paris, and also the disappointments I had encountered, for of all the people I had seen not one had given me a favorable answer. He said that he might possibly be of some use to me, and the very next day told me that he had seen a capitalist, but could do nothing without more precise information. Then I thought it might be better to bring him here so that he might talk matters over with you. When I first asked him, he refused altogether and only yielded to my earnest entreaties and Edward's. This is the history, dear, of the circumstances under which I made Monsieur Derues' acquaintance. I hope you do not think I have acted foolishly." "Very well," said Monsieur de Lamotte. "I will talk to him tomorrow, and in any case I promise you I will be civil to him. I will not forget that he has been useful to you." With which promise, the conversation came to a close. Skilled in assuming any kind of mask, and in playing every sort of part, Derues did not find it difficult to overcome Monsieur de Lamotte's prejudices, and in order to obtain the goodwill of the father, he made a skillful use of the friendship which the son had formed with him. One can hardly think that he already meditated the crime which he carried out later. One prefers to believe that these atrocious plots were not invented so long beforehand. But he was already a prey to the idea, and nothing henceforth could turn him from it. By what route he should arrive at the distant goal which his greed foresaw, he knew not as yet, but he had said to himself, "One day this property shall be mine." It was the death warrant of those who owned it. We have no details, no information as to Derues' first visit to Buisson-Souef, but when he departed, he had obtained the complete confidence of the family, and a regular correspondence was carried on between him and the Lamottes. It was thus that he was able to exercise his talent of forgery, and succeeded in imitating the writing of this unfortunate lady so as to be able even to deceive her husband. Several months passed, and none of the hopes which Derues had inspired were realized. A loan was always on the point of being arranged, and regularly failed because of some unforeseen circumstance. These pretended negotiations were managed by Derues with so much skill and cunning that instead of being suspected, he was pitied for having so much useless trouble. Meanwhile, Monsieur de Lamotte's money difficulties increased, and the sale of Buisson-Souef became inevitable. Derues offered himself as a purchaser, and actually acquired the property by private contract, dated December 1775. It was agreed between the parties that the purchase money of 130,000 livres should not be paid in order to allow Derues to collect the various sums at his disposal. It was an important purchase, which, he said, he only made on account of his interest in Monsieur de Lamotte and his wish to put an end to the latter's difficulties. But when the period agreed on arrived, towards the middle of 1776, Derues found it impossible to pay. It is certain that he never meant to do so, and a special peculiarity of this dismal story is the avarice of the man, the passion for money which overruled all his actions and occasionally caused him to neglect necessary prudence. Enriched by 3 bankruptcies, by continual thefts, by usury, the gold he acquired promptly seemed to disappear. He stuck at nothing to obtain it, and once in his grasp, he never let it go again. Frequently he risked the loss of his character for honest dealing rather than relinquish a fraction of his wealth. According to many credible people, it was generally believed by his contemporaries that this monster possessed treasures which he had buried in the ground, the hiding place of which no one knew, not even his wife. Perhaps it is only a vague and unfounded rumor which should be rejected, or is it, perhaps, a truth which failed to reveal itself? It would be strange if after the lapse of half a century the hiding place were to open and give up the fruit of his rapine. Who knows whether some of this treasure, accidentally discovered, may not have founded fortunes whose origin is unknown even to their possessors. Although it was of the utmost importance not to arouse Monsieur de Lamotte's suspicions just at the moment when he ought to be paying him so large a sum, Derues was actually at this time being sued by his creditors. But in those days, ordinary lawsuits had no publicity. They struggled and died between the magistrates and advocates without causing any sound. In order to escape the arrest and detention with which he was threatened, he took refuge at Buisson-Souef with his family and remained there from Whitsuntide till the end of November. After being treated all this time as a friend, Derues departed for Paris in order, he said, to receive an inheritance which would enable him to pay the required purchase money. This pretended inheritance was that of one of his wife's relations, Monsieur D'Espagnes Duplessis, who had been murdered in his country house near Beauvais. It has been strongly suspected that Derues was guilty of this crime. There are, however, no positive proofs, and we prefer only to class it as a simple possibility. Derues had made formal promises to Monsieur de Lamotte, and it was no longer possible for him to elude them. Either the payment must now be made, or the contract annulled. A new correspondence began between the creditors and the debtor. Friendly letters were exchanged, full of protestations on one side and confidence on the other. But all Derues' skill could only obtain a delay of a few months. At length, Monsieur de Lamotte, unable to leave Buisson-Souef himself, on account of important business which required his presence, gave his wife a power of attorney, consented to another separation, and sent her to Paris, accompanied by Edouard, and as if to hasten their misfortunes, sent notice of their coming to the expectant murderer. We have passed quickly over the interval between the first meeting of Monsieur de Lamotte and Derues and the moment when the victims fell into the trap. We might easily have invented long conversations and episodes which would have brought Derues' profound hypocrisy into greater relief. But the reader now knows all that we care to show him. We have purposely lingered in our narration in the endeavor to explain the perversities of this mysterious organization. We have overloaded it with all the facts which seem to throw any light upon this somber character. But now, after these long preparations, the drama opens, the scenes become rapid and lifelike. Events, long impeded, accumulate and pass quickly before us. The action is connected and hastens to an end. We shall see Derues like an unwearied Proteus, changing names, costumes, language, multiplying himself in many forms, scattering deceptions and lies from one end of France to the other. And finally, after so many efforts, such prodigies of calculation and activity, end by wrecking himself against a corpse. The letter written at Buisson-Souef arrived at Paris the morning of the 14th of December. In the course of the day, an unknown man presented himself at the hotel where Madame de Lamotte and her son had stayed before, and inquired what rooms were vacant. There were 4, and he engaged them for a certain Dumoulin, who had arrived that morning from Bordeaux, and who had passed through Paris in order to meet, at some little distance, relations who would return with him. A part of the rent was paid in advance, and it was expressly stipulated that until his return the rooms should not be let to anyone, as the aforesaid Dumoulin might return with his family and require them at any moment. The same person went to other hotels in the neighborhood and engaged vacant rooms, sometimes for a stranger he expected, sometimes for friends whom he could not accommodate himself. At about 3 o'clock, the Place de Grève was full of people. Thousands of heads crowded the windows of the surrounding houses. A parricide was to pay the penalty of his crime, a crime committed under atrocious circumstances with an unheard-of refinement of barbarity. The punishment corresponded to the crime. The wretched man was broken on the wheel. The most complete and terrible silence prevailed in the multitude eager for ghastly emotions. 3 times already had been heard the heavy thud of the instrument which broke the victim's limbs, and a loud cry escaped the sufferer which made all who heard it shudder with horror. One man only, who, in spite of all his efforts, could not get through the crowd and cross the square, remained unmoved, and looking contemptuously towards the criminal, muttered, "Idiot." He was unable to deceive anyone. A few moments later, the flames began to rise from the funeral pile, the crowd began to move, and he then was able to make his way through and reach one of the streets leading out of the square. The sky was overcast, and the gray daylight hardly penetrated the narrow lane, hideous and gloomy as the name it bore, and which, only a few years ago, still wound like a long serpent through the mire of this quarter. Just then it was deserted, owing to the attraction of the execution close by. The man who had just left the square proceeded slowly, attentively reading all the inscriptions on the doors. He stopped at number 75, where on the threshold of a shop sat a stout woman busily knitting, over whom one read in big yellow letters, "Widow Masson." He saluted the woman and asked, "Is there not a cellar to let in this house?" "There is, master," answered the widow. "Can I speak to the owner?" "And that is myself, by your leave." "Will you show me the cellar? I am a provincial wine merchant. My business often brings me to Paris, and I want a cellar where I could deposit wine which I sell on commission." They went down together. After examining the place, and ascertaining that it was not too damp for the expensive wine which he wished to leave there, the man agreed about the rent, paid the first term in advance, and was entered on the widow Masson's books under the name of Ducaudray. It is hardly necessary to remark that it should have been Derues. When he returned home in the evening, his wife told him that a large box had arrived. "It is all right," he said. "The carpenter from whom I ordered it is a man of his word." Then he supped and caressed his children. The next day being Sunday, he received the communion, to the great edification of the devout people of the neighborhood. On Monday, the 16th, Madame de Lamotte and Edward, descending from the Montereau stagecoach, were met by Derues and his wife. "Did my husband write to you, Monsieur Derues?" inquired Madame de Lamotte. "Yes, Madame, 2 days ago, and I have arranged our dwelling for your reception." "What, but did not Monsieur de Lamotte ask you to engage the rooms I have had before at the Hôtel de France?" "He did not say so, and if that was your idea, I trust you will change it. Do not deprive me of the pleasure of offering you the hospitality which for so long I have accepted from you. Your room is quite ready, also one for this dear boy," and so saying he took Edward's hand. "And I am sure if you ask his opinion, he will say you had better be content to stay with me." "Undoubtedly," said the boy, "and I do not see why there need be any hesitation between friends." Whether by accident or secret presentiment, or because she foresaw a possibility of business discussions between them, Madame de Lamotte objected to this arrangement. Derues, having a business appointment which he was bound to keep, desired his wife to accompany the Lamottes to the Hôtel de France, and in case of their not being able to find rooms there, mentioned 3 others as the only ones in the quarter where they could be comfortably accommodated. 2 hours later, Madame de Lamotte and her son returned to his house in the Rue Beaubourg. The house which Derues occupied stood opposite the Rue des Menoriers and was pulled down quite lately to make way for the Rue Rambuteau. In 1776, it was one of the finest houses of the Rue Beaubourg, and it required a certain income to be able to live there, the rents being tolerably high. A large arched doorway gave admittance to a passage, lighted at the other end by a small court, on the far side of which was the shop into which Madame de Lamotte had been taken on the occasion of the accident. The house staircase was to the right of the passage, and the Derues dwelling on the entresol. The first room, lighted by a window looking into the court, was used as a dining room, and led into a simply furnished sitting room, such as was generally found among the bourgeois and tradespeople of this period. To the right of the sitting room was a large closet, which could serve as a small study or could hold a bed. To the left was a door opening into the Derues' bedroom, which had been prepared for Madame de Lamotte. Madame Derues would occupy one of the 2 beds which stood in the alcove. Derues had a bed made up in the sitting room, and Edward was accommodated in the little study. Nothing particular happened during the first few days which followed the Lamottes' arrival. They had not come to Paris only on account of the Buisson-Souef affairs. Edward was nearly 16, and after much hesitation, his parents had decided on placing him in some school where his hitherto neglected education might receive more attention. Derues undertook to find a capable tutor, in whose house the boy would be brought up in the religious feeling which the cure of Buisson and his own exhortations had already tended to develop. These proceedings, added to Madame de Lamotte's endeavors to collect various sums due to her husband, took some time. Perhaps when on the point of executing a terrible crime, Derues tried to postpone the fatal moment, although, considering his character, this seems unlikely, for one cannot do him the honor of crediting him with a single moment of remorse, doubt, or pity. Far from it, it appears from all the information which can be gathered that Derues, faithful to his own traditions, was simply experimenting on his unfortunate guests, for no sooner were they in his house than both began to complain of constant nausea, which they had never suffered from before. While he thus ascertained the strength of their constitution, he was able, knowing the cause of the malady, to give them relief, so that Madame de Lamotte, although she grew daily weaker, had so much confidence in him as to think it unnecessary to call in a doctor. Fearing to alarm her husband, she never mentioned her sufferings, and her letters only spoke of the care and kind attention which she received. On the 15th of January, 1777, Edward was placed in a school in the Rue de Elham Arm. His mother never saw him again. She went out once more to place her husband's power of attorney with a lawyer in the Rue de Paun. On her return, she felt so weak and broken down that she was obliged to go to bed and remain there for several days. On January 29th, the unfortunate lady had risen and was sitting near the window which overlooked the deserted Rue des Menetriers, where clouds of snow were drifting before the wind. Who can guess the sad thoughts which may have possessed her? All around dark, cold, and silent, tending to produce painful depression and involuntary dread. To escape the gloomy ideas which besieged her, her mind went back to the smiling times of her youth and marriage. She recalled the time when, alone at Buisson during her husband's enforced absences, she wandered with her child in the cool and shaded walks of the park, and sat out in the evening, inhaling the scent of the flowers and listening to the murmur of the water or the sound of the whispering breeze in the leaves. Then, coming back from these sweet recollections to reality, she shed tears and called on her husband and son. So deep was her reverie that she did not hear the room door open, did not perceive that darkness had come on. The light of a candle, dispersing the shadows, made her start. She turned her head and saw Derues coming towards her. He smiled, and she made an effort to keep back the tears which were shining in her eyes and to appear calm. "I am afraid I disturb you," he said. "I came to ask a favor, madame." "What is it, Monsieur Derues?" she inquired. "Will you allow me to have a large chest brought into this room? I ought to pack some valuable things in it which are in my charge, and are now in this cupboard. I am afraid it will be in your way." "Is it not your own house, and is it not rather I who am in the way and a cause of trouble? Pray have it brought in, and try to forget that I am here. You are most kind to me, but I wish I could spare you all this trouble and that I were fit to go back to Buisson. I had a letter from my husband yesterday." "We will talk about that presently, if you wish it," said Derues. "I will go and fetch the servant to help me to carry in this chest. I have put it off hitherto, but it really must be sent in 3 days." He went away and returned in a few minutes. The chest was carried in and placed before the cupboard at the foot of the bed. Alas, the poor lady little thought it was her own coffin which stood before her. The maid withdrew, and Derues assisted Madame de Lamotte to a seat near the fire, which he revived with more fuel. He sat down opposite to her, and by the feeble light of the candle placed on a small table between them, could contemplate at leisure the ravages wrought by poison on her wasted features. "I saw your son today," he said. "He complains that you neglect him and have not seen him for 12 days. He does not know you have been ill, nor did I tell him. The dear boy, he loves you so tenderly. And I also long to see him. My friend, I cannot tell you what terrible presentiments beset me. It seems as if I were threatened with some great misfortune, and just now when you came in, I could think only of death. What is the cause of this languor and weakness? It is surely no temporary ailment. Tell me the truth, am I not dreadfully altered? And do you not think my husband will be shocked when he sees me like this?" "You are unnecessarily anxious," replied Derues. "It is rather a failing of yours. Did I not see you last year tormenting yourself about Edward's health, when he was not even thinking of being ill? I am not so soon alarmed. My own old profession, and that of chemistry, which I studied in my youth, have given me some acquaintance with medicine. I have frequently been consulted, and have prescribed for patients whose condition was supposed to be desperate, and I can assure you I have never seen a better and stronger constitution than yours. Try to calm yourself, and do not call up chimeras, because a mind at ease is the greatest enemy of illness. This depression will pass, and then you will regain your strength." "May God grant it, for I feel weaker every day." "We have still some business to transact together. The notary at Beauvais writes that the difficulties which prevented his paying over the inheritance of my wife's relation, Monsieur Duplessis, have mostly disappeared. I have 100,000 livres at my disposal, that is to say, at yours, and in a month at latest I shall be able to pay off my debt. You ask me to be sincere," he continued, with a tinge of reproachful irony. "Be sincere in your turn, madame, and acknowledge that you and your husband have both felt uneasy, and that the delays I have been obliged to ask for have not seemed very encouraging to you." "It is true," she replied, "but we never questioned your good faith. And you were right. One is not always able to carry out one's intentions. Events can always upset our calculations, but what really is in our power is the desire to do right, to be honest. And I can say that I never intentionally wronged anyone. And now, I am happy in being able to fulfill my promises to you. I trust, when I am the owner of Buisson Souef, you will not feel obliged to leave it." "Thank you, I should like to come occasionally, for all my happy recollections are connected with it. Is it necessary for me to accompany you to Beauvais?" "Why should you not? The change would do you good." She looked up at him and smiled sadly. "I am not in a fit state to undertake it." "Not if you imagine that you are unable, certainly. Come, have you any confidence in me?" "The most complete confidence, as you know." "Very well, then, trust to my care. This very evening I will prepare a draft for you to take tomorrow morning, and I will even now fix the duration of this terrible malady which frightens you so much. In 2 days I shall fetch Edouard from his school to celebrate the beginning of your convalescence, and we will start, at latest, on February 1st. You are astonished at what I say, but you shall see if I am not a good doctor, and much cleverer than many who pass for such merely because they have obtained a diploma. Then, doctor, I will place myself in your hands. Remember what I say, you will leave this on February 1st. To begin this cure, can you ensure my sleeping tonight?" "Certainly, I will go now and send my wife to you. She will bring a draft, which you must promise to take." "I will exactly follow your prescriptions. Good night, my friend." "Good night, madame, and take courage," and bowing low, he left the room. The rest of the evening was spent in preparing the fatal medicine. The next morning, an hour or two after Madame de Lamotte had swallowed it, the maid who had given it to her came and told Derues the invalid was sleeping very heavily and snoring, and asked if she ought to be awoke. He went into the room and, opening the curtains, approached the bed. He listened for some time and recognized that the supposed snoring was really the death rattle. He sent the servant off into the country with a letter to one of his friends, telling her not to return until the Monday following, February 3rd. He also sent away his wife, on some unknown pretext, and remained alone with his victim. So terrible a situation ought to have troubled the mind of the most hardened criminal. A man familiar with murder and accustomed to shed blood might have felt his heart sink, and in the absence of pity might have experienced disgust at the sight of this prolonged and useless torture. But Derues, calm and easy, as if unconscious of evil, sat coolly beside the bed, as any doctor might have done. From time to time he felt the slackening pulse, and looked at the glassy and sightless eyes which turned in their orbits, and he saw without terror the approach of night, which rendered this awful tete-a-tete even more horrible. The most profound silence reigned in the house, the street was deserted, and the only sound heard was caused by an icy rain mixed with snow driven against the glass, and occasionally the howl of the wind, which penetrated the chimney and scattered the ashes. A single candle placed behind the curtains lighted this dismal scene, and the irregular flicker of its flame cast weird reflections and dancing shadows on the walls of the alcove. There came a lull in the wind, the rain ceased, and during this instant of calm someone knocked, at first gently and then sharply, at the outer door. Derues dropped the dying woman's hand and bent forward to listen. The knock was repeated, and he grew pale. He threw the sheet, as if it were a shroud, over his victim's head, drew the curtains of the alcove, and went to the door. "Who is there?" he inquired. "Open, Monsieur Derues," said a voice which he recognized as that of a woman of Chartres whose affairs he managed, and who had entrusted him with sundry deeds in order that he might receive the money due to her. This woman had begun to entertain doubts as to Derues' honesty, and as she was leaving Paris the next day, had resolved to get the papers out of his hands. "Open the door," she repeated. "Don't you know my voice?" "I am sorry I cannot let you in. My servant is out. She has taken the key and locked the door outside." "You must let me in," the woman continued. "It is absolutely necessary I should speak to you." Come tomorrow. I leave Paris tomorrow, and I must have those papers tonight. He again refused, but she spoke firmly and decidedly. I must come in. The porter said you were all out, but from the Rue des Menetriers I could see the light in your room. My brother is with me, and I left him below. I shall call him if you don't open the door. Come in then, said Derues. Your papers are in the sitting room. Wait here, and I will fetch them. The woman looked at him and took his hand. Heavens, how pale you are! What is the matter? Nothing is the matter. Will you wait here? But she would not release his arm and followed him into the sitting room, where Derues began to seek hurriedly among the various papers which covered a table. Here they are, he said. Now you can go. Really, said the woman, examining her deeds carefully, never yet did I see you in such a hurry to give up things which don't belong to you. But do hold that candle steadily. Your hand is shaking so that I cannot see to read. At that moment, the silence which prevailed all round was broken by a cry of anguish, a long groan proceeding from the chamber to the right of the sitting room. What is that? Cried the woman. Surely it is a dying person. The sense of the danger which threatened made Derues pull himself together. Do not be alarmed, he said. My wife has been seized with a violent fever. She is quite delirious now, and that is why I told the porter to let no one come up. But the groans in the next room continued, and the unwelcome visitor, overcome by terror which she could neither surmount nor explain, took a hasty leave and descended the staircase with all possible rapidity. As soon as he could close the door, Derues returned to the bedroom. Nature frequently collects all her expiring strength at the last moment of existence. The unhappy lady struggled beneath her coverings. The agony she suffered had given her a convulsive energy, and inarticulate sounds proceeded from her mouth. Derues approached and held her on the bed. She sank back on the pillow, shuddering convulsively, her hands plucking and twisting the sheets, her teeth chattering and biting the loose hair which fell over her face and shoulders. Water, water, she cried, and then, Edward, my husband, Edward, is it you? Then, rising with a last effort, she seized her murderer by the arm, repeating, Edward. Oh, and then fell heavily, dragging Derues down with her. His face was against hers, he raised his head, but the dying hand, clenched in agony, had closed upon him like a vice. The icy fingers seemed made of iron and could not be opened, as though the victim had seized on her assassin as a prey and clung to the proof of his crime. Derues at last freed himself, and putting his hand on her heart, It is over, he remarked. She has been a long time about it. What o'clock is it? 9. She has struggled against death for 12 hours. While the limbs still retained a little warmth, he drew the feet together, crossed the hands on the breast, and placed the body in the chest. When he had locked it up, he remade the bed, undressed himself, and slept comfortably in the other one. The next day, February 1st, the day he had fixed for the going out of Madame de Lamotte, he caused the chest to be placed on a handcart and carried at about 10 o'clock in the morning to the workshop of a carpenter of his acquaintance called Mauchy, who dwelt near the Louvre. The 2 commissionaires employed had been selected in distant quarters and did not know each other. They were well paid, and each presented with a bottle of wine. These men could never be traced. Derues requested the carpenter's wife to allow the chest to remain in the large workshop, saying he had forgotten something at his own house and would return to fetch it in 3 hours. But instead of a few hours, he left it for 2 whole days. Why, one does not know, but it may be supposed that he wanted the time to dig a trench in a sort of vault under the staircase leading to the cellar in the Rue de la Mortellerie. Whatever the cause, the delay might have been fatal, and did occasion an unforeseen encounter which nearly betrayed him. But of all the actors in this scene, he alone knew the real danger he incurred, and his coolness never deserted him for a moment. The 3rd day, as he walked alongside the handcart on which the chest was being conveyed, he was accosted at Saint-Germain-l'Auxerrois by a creditor who had obtained a writ of execution against him. And at the imperative sign made by this man, the porter stopped. The creditor attacked Derues violently, reproaching him for his bad faith in language, which was both energetic and uncomplimentary, to which the latter replied in as conciliatory a manner as he could assume. But it was impossible to silence the enemy, and an increasing crowd of idlers began to assemble round them. "When will you pay me?" demanded the creditor. "I have an execution against you. What is there in that box? Valuables which you cart away secretly in order to laugh at my just claims, as you did 2 years ago." Derues shuddered all over. He exhausted himself in protestations, but the other, almost beside himself, continued to shout. "Oh," he said, turning to the crowd, "all these tricks and grimaces and signs of the cross are no good. I must have my money, and as I know what his promises are worth, I will pay myself. Come, you knave, make haste. Tell me what there is in that box. Open it, or I will fetch the police." The crowd was divided between the creditor and debtor, and possibly a free fight would have begun, but the general attention was distracted by the arrival of another spectator. A voice heard above all the tumult caused a score of heads to turn. It was the voice of a woman crying. The abominable history of Cesare de Valin, condemned to death at the age of 16 for having poisoned his entire family. Continually crying her wares, the drunken, staggering woman approached the crowd, and striking out right and left with fists and elbows, forced her way to Derues. "Ah," said she, after looking him well over, "is it you, my gossip Derues? Have you again a little affair on hand like the one when you set fire to your shop in the Rue Saint-Victor?" Derues recognized the hawker who had abused him on the threshold of his shop some years previously and whom he had never seen since. Yes," she continued, "you had better look at me with your little round cat's eyes. Are you going to say you don't know me?" Derues appealed to his creditor. "You see," he said, "to what insults you are exposing me. I do not know this woman who abuses me." "What, you don't know me? You who accused me of being a thief. But luckily, the Manifits have been known in Paris as honest people for generations, while as for you—" "Sir," said Derues, "this case contains valuable wine which I am commissioned to sell. Tomorrow I shall receive the money for it. Tomorrow, in the course of the day, I will pay what I owe you. But I am waited for now. Do not in heaven's name detain me longer, and thus deprive me of the means of paying at all." "Don't believe him, my good man," said the hawker. "Lying comes natural to him always." "Sir, I promise on my oath you shall be paid tomorrow. You had better trust the word of an honest man rather than the ravings of a drunken woman." The creditor still hesitated, but another person now spoke in Derues' favor. It was the carpenter Marquis, who had inquired the cause of the quarrel. "For God's sake," he exclaimed, "let the gentleman go on. That chest came from my workshop, and I know there is wine inside it. He told my wife so 2 days ago." "Will you be surety for me, my friend?" asked Derues. "Certainly I will. I have not known you for 10 years in order to leave you in trouble and refuse to answer for you. What the devil are respectable people to be stopped like this in a public place? Come, sir, believe his word, as I do." After some more discussion, the porter was at last allowed to proceed with his handcart. The hawker wanted to interfere, but Marquis warned her off and ordered her to be silent. Ah," she cried, "what does it matter to me? Let him sell his wine if he can. I shall not drink any on his premises. This is the second time he has found a surety to my knowledge. The beggar must have some special secret for encouraging the growth of fools. Goodbye, gossip Derues. You know I shall be selling your history some day. Meanwhile." The abominable history of Cesare de Valin, condemned to death at the age of 16 for having poisoned his entire family. While she amused the people by her grimaces and grotesque gestures, and while Marquis held forth to some of them, Derues made his escape. Several times between Saint-Germain-l'Auxerrois and the Rue de la Mortellerie he nearly fainted, and was obliged to stop. While the danger lasted, he had had sufficient self-control to confront it coolly, but now that he calculated the depth of the abyss, which for a moment had opened beneath his feet, dizziness laid hold on him. Other precautions now became necessary. His real name had been mentioned before the commissionaire, and the widow Masson, who owned the cellar, only knew him as Ducaudray. He went on in front, asked for the keys, which till then had been left with her, and the chest was got downstairs without any awkward questions. Only the porter seemed astonished that this supposed wine, which was to be sold immediately, should be put in such a place, and asked if he might come the next day and move it again. Derues replied that someone was coming for it that very day. This question, and the disgraceful scene which the man had witnessed made it necessary to get rid of him without letting him see the pit dug under the staircase. Derues tried to drag the chest towards the hole, but all his strength was insufficient to move it. He uttered terrible imprecations when he recognized his own weakness and saw that he would be obliged to bring another stranger, an informer perhaps, into this charnel house, where, as yet, nothing betrayed his crimes. No sooner escaped from one peril than he encountered another, and already he had to struggle against his own deeds. He measured the length of the trench. It was too short. Derues went out and repaired to the place where he had hired the laborer who had dug it out, but he could not find the man, whom he had only seen once, and whose name he did not know. 2 whole days were spent in this fruitless search, but on the third, as he was wandering on one of the quays at the time laborers were to be found there, a mason, thinking he was looking for someone, inquired what he wanted. Derues looked well at the man, and concluding from his appearance that he was probably rather simple-minded, asked,